On the eve of her 11th birthday, the Eastern girl Fu Chaoli was adopted, coincidentally receiving her admission letter from Hogwarts, thus becoming a distinguished little lion. Skipping class? Count me in. Engaging in a brawl? I'm all for it. Sneaking snacks? I'm in. Falling in love? Absolutely. Fu Chaoli. The individuals within Hogwarts are all exceptionally talented. Their words melodious, and their appearances striking. I am utterly enamored with this place. What is this? A cauldron cake. Take a bite. What is this? A new spell. Let's learn it. What is this? Voldemort. Let's confront him. Suddenly, Fu Chaoli jolted awake. Something seems amiss. Chapter 1. The arrival of the letter. Today the weather is exceptionally fine for the summer. Not overly warm, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. The sun cascades down, illuminating a garden resplendent with a myriad of flowers and grasses. The flora bask quietly in the sunlight, swaying slightly only when the breeze passes through. The entire garden is tranquil when suddenly, a bush begins to rustle, and after a moment, a girl clad in a white dress with black hair emerges. She tilts her face upwards, joyfully gazing at the white flower clutched in her hand. Her face glows almost ethereally in the sunlight, adorned with a healthy blush born from excitement, her eyes as pure and black as obsidian, glimmering under the sun. The girl possesses rosy lips and pearly teeth, her features exquisite though still young. She carries the unique beauty of the East, and her smile reveals two charming dimples. Grandma! Fu Chaoli joyfully runs towards the house, dashing to the side of an elderly lady lounging comfortably in a recliner, affectionately resting her face on the lady's lap and raising the flower she holds, exclaiming, "Look!" Mrs. Floss opens her eyes, looking at the girl with kindness. She accepts the small flower presented by the girl and remarks, "This is a daisy." Daisy! Fu Chaoli echoes, repeating it a few times to reinforce her memory. A completely unfamiliar language proves exceedingly challenging for her. An 11-year-old who has only been in this foreign land for 2 months. She rises, hurriedly dashes upstairs to retrieve a dictionary, then rushes back down, standing by the table to find the new word, spelling it out and writing it in her little notebook. This notebook has accumulated quite a few words over the past 2 months, but Fu Chaoli knows deep down that she has scarcely retained any to this day. She can only recite a handful of very basic sentences, and no matter. Mastering the 26 letters is quite an accomplishment. Fu Chaoli reassures herself. Fu Chaoli met Mrs. Floss in the spring. At that time Mrs. Floss, who was traveling alone in China, had lost her way and stumbled into an alley, which happened to be the orphanage where Fu Chaoli resided. Mrs. Floss looked up just as Fu Chaoli was climbing the wall, their eyes meeting. She was immediately captivated by the girl, whose bright, clear eyes sparked an instant desire in Mrs. Floss to become family. The girl, perched on the wall, basked in sunlight, appearing as beautiful as a little angel, having lost her husband early and with her children leading their own lives. Mrs. Floss, though materially comfortable, often felt the pangs of solitude at home. Thus, she promptly engaged in conversation with the director, who had pursued Fu Chaoli, and learned that it was an orphanage. Subsequently, she expressed her intention to adopt Fu Chaoli. After careful consideration and consulting Fu Chaoli's opinion, Mrs. Floss successfully obtained the adoption rights, and suddenly, Fu Chaoli had a family, along with a new name, as the director tearfully held her hand and imparted it before her. Departure. Mrs. Floss did not insist on an English name but instead learned to pronounce her name in Chinese, affectionately calling her Zhao Zhao. Fu Chaoli followed Mrs. Floss to England, during which they engaged in a mutual learning process. Fu Chaoli learned a bit of English, while Mrs. Floss self-studied a little Chinese to understand her. They stumbled through their communication, eventually returning to the home that belonged to both of them. At this point, Fu Chaoli was already 10 years old, having only studied a bit of elementary content. Concerned that her lack of English proficiency might subject her to bullying, Mrs. Floss decided to teach Fu Chaoli herself before selecting a secondary school for her. At the dinner table in the evening, Fu Chaoli diligently wrestled with a piece of steak on her fork, while Mrs. Floss, worried she might struggle with it, had prepared it well cooked, which proved a challenge for Fu Chaoli's delicate teeth. Though the orphanage's conditions were not poor, they were far from ideal, and with the mischievous antics of other children who would deliberately snatch her food, Fu Chaoli often went hungry, resulting in her slower development, leaving her slightly shorter than her peers. The last time she climbed the wall was due to being bullied excessively after delivering a few punches to a boy who had snatched her bun. She considered it a form of retribution. For multiple previous grievances, however, before she could take a bite of her bun, the boy on the ground emitted a sharp cry, attracting the director's attention. Fu Chaoli was taken aback. What a lack of sportsmanship! She then turned to dash towards the mountains, or rather the wall. Mrs. Floss, feeling sympathy for Fu Chaoli, nearly prepared steak for every meal, leading Fu Chaoli to feel as if her cheeks could knock down 2 small children after 2 months of this regimen. Yet, her cheeks also gradually developed a hint of baby fat, adding a touch of cuteness to her delicate face. As Fu Chaoli battled with the steak in her mouth, Mrs. Floss cheerfully inquired, Zhao Zhao, tomorrow is your 11th birthday, is there anything you wish for? This birthday actually marks the day the director found Fu Chaoli, who at that time was but a tiny bundle that could scarcely cry, likely having only just been born. Fu Chaoli struggled to swallow the piece of beef, propping her sore cheeks with her hand, and pondered seriously for a moment, her brows furrowing, which, combined with her youthful visage, rendered her exceedingly adorable. Mrs. Floss chuckled softly, patting Fu Chaoli's head, saying, if Zhao Zhao cannot think of anything, let Grandma prepare something, I guarantee it will satisfy you, all right? All right. Fu Chaoli replied with a smile, finishing her meal before cheerfully heading to bed, her heart brimming with anticipation for her first independent birthday, a smile lingering on her lips as she drifted into slumber. The next morning, Fu Chaoli sprang out of bed the moment she opened her eyes, wearing her nightgown as she dashed downstairs, just in time to see Mrs. Floss emerging from the kitchen with a strawberry cake. Upon noticing the girl with tousled hair just awakened, Mrs. Floss smiled indulgently, placing the cake on the table and saying to Fu Chaoli, Grandma wanted to surprise Zhao Zhao by waking her up. Fu Chaoli, already yearning for the sweet cake, playfully pouted to Mrs. Floss, Grandma, I'm just too excited. All right. Mrs. Floss laughed, placing a birthday hat on Fu Chaoli's head and handing her a large gift box. Would Zhao Zhao like to unwrap her present first? Fu Chaoli happily accepted the gift box, admiring its exquisite wrapping, knowing it was prepared with great care by her grandmother, and thus she solemnly unwrapped it, striving to avoid making a mess. Inside, she discovered a white princess dress, adorned with delicate pink flowers at the hem. She cautiously took out the dress, afraid to apply too much pressure lest she damage it. Ecstatic, she spun around Mrs. Floss, repeatedly exclaiming, Thank you, Grandma. Thank you so much. I love it. Mrs. Floss merely watched with a smile at Fu Chaoli's joyous leaps, the scene radiating warmth and beauty. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were frolicking, a tapping sound emerged from the window. Fu Chaoli set down her new dress, puzzled, and approached the window, peering outside. She discovered a brown owl, tilting its head and staring at her with wide eyes, a letter bound to its foot. Fu Chaoli, intrigued, opened the window and asked the owl, Is this for me? The owl seemed to comprehend, gently nibbling on Fu Chaoli's fingers with its beak. Once Fu Chaoli removed the letter, the owl let out a call, tilting its head and gazing at her in a daze. What is it? Mrs. Floss approached. Fu Chaoli and Mrs. Floss opened the letter together, and their expressions suddenly turned grave. Fu Chaoli's seriousness stemmed from her ability to decipher only a few words from the entire letter, such as magic and learning. However, she noted that her Chinese name was beautifully inscribed at the beginning. Who knew my name could be written so elegantly? Fu Chaoli exclaimed in wonder. In comparison to Fu Chaoli's elementary school handwriting, this was indeed a work of art. Meanwhile, Mrs. Floss furrowed her brow, her serious demeanor reflecting her concerns about the magical world in Hogwarts, which surpassed her understanding accumulated over decades. She was uncertain of the letter's authenticity and hesitant to place Fu Chaoli in jeopardy. Yet, seeing Fu Chaoli's wide, expectant eyes fixed on her, she sighed and relayed the contents of the letter in a manner that Fu Chaoli could comprehend. She did not wish to dictate Fu Chaoli's life or make decisions on her behalf. A magic school. Fu Chaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could she truly become a witch from a story? She longed to agree immediately, but having grown up in an orphanage, she had learned to read the room. She sensed that Mrs. Floss's expression had not been particularly favorable moments ago. Lowering her head, she anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, uncertain of how to voice her thoughts. Mrs. Floss noticed her unease and inner turmoil, sighed, and placed her hand gently on the girl's head, saying, If you wish to go, then let's go, my dear. Grandma supports you. Fu Chaoli looked up with joy and immediately replied, I want to go. Then let us write a response for the little owl to carry back. Okay. Fu Chaoli fetched a sheet of white paper and, with Mrs. Floss's guidance, painstakingly penned a reply, presenting it to the owl. The little owl pecked at her fingers, flapped its wings, and took flight with the letter. Throughout this delightful day, Fu Chaoli repeatedly took out the letter, turning it over and over, her heart brimming with anticipation for the unknown world that lay ahead. Chapter 2. To Diagon Alley for a wand. Days later, on an early morning, Fu Chaoli was still slumbering when she was roused by Mrs. Floss's voice from downstairs. The recollection of roasted chicken and cake from her dreams made her smacking her lips, and she reluctantly got out of bed. Grandma, what is it? Fu Chaoli inquired, rubbing her eyes as she descended the staircase, only to find Mrs. Floss standing at the door. Oh dear, why haven't you changed your clothes before coming down? Mrs. Floss exclaimed, hastily adjusting Fu Chaoli's attire and hair. Turning slightly, she offered an embarrassed smile to the man at the doorway, saying, I apologize for the spectacle. A deep male voice responded, It's quite all right. Only then did Fu Chaoli notice a figure standing at the entrance. She peered cautiously around Mrs. Floss. taking a careful glance at the man outside. He possessed shoulder-length black hair, donned a dark robe, and bore a stern, unsmiling demeanor that exuded an air of seriousness. At that moment, Severus Snape caught sight of her, and their gazes locked. Fu Chaoli sensed an inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. Snape, suppressing his inner turmoil, feigned nonchalance as he introduced himself. "I am Severus Snape, your professor." To those familiar with Snape, his words would betray a hint of unrest, yet to Fu Chaoli, they sounded cold and intimidating, instilling in her a sense of trepidation towards such a grave instructor. She remained nestled behind Mrs. Floss, timidly introducing herself. "Hello, Professor. I am Fu Chaoli." "I am aware," Snape replied, maintaining his gaze upon her. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Fu Chaoli averted her eyes, feigning casualness by observing the ceiling and floor. Snape exhaled softly. It appeared she had no recollection of him. Was it possible that the event had yet to unfold? Heaven knew how exhilarated he had been upon encountering her familiar name on the list. During her absence of several decades, she had never left his thoughts. He had learned Mandarin, writing her name as his first exercise, and had penned it countless times since. Yet she had not returned. He had taken it upon himself to draft her acceptance letter, fearful that it might merely be a cruel jest of fate. Upon receiving her response, and seeing her familiar, albeit untidy handwriting, he felt a slight relief and hastened to find her in person. It was only upon standing here, mere moments ago, that his heart finally settled. It truly was her. She had returned. Though she did not remember him at all, that mattered little. As long as he remembered her, that was enough, he mused. But at present, Fu Chaoli remained oblivious to the emotions swirling within him. Observing her slight fear of him, he sighed once more, softening his demeanor. "I have come to escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. Are you ready to depart?" Should his students witness this softer side of him, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. If they did, it mattered not. He would silence any witnesses. Upon hearing his words, Fu Chaoli's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she dashed upstairs. "I'm going to change." Noticing her exuberance, Snape allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He nodded slightly at Mrs. Floss, who had apologized, indicating that it was of no concern, and then settled on the sofa as he awaited Fu Chaoli's return. Before long, Fu Chaoli descended, having changed her attire. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Floss, Snape led her to Diagon Alley. The pair maintained an unusual silence as they walked, and when they reached the brick wall, Snape glanced back at Fu Chaoli trailing behind him, suddenly speaking, "The school has arranged a scholarship for you, so there is no need to worry about purchasing textbooks." Upon hearing this, Fu Chaoli discreetly tucked her wallet back into her bag, already contemplating what delicious treats she might buy to share with her grandmother. As the incantation opened the wall, the bustling scene of Diagon Alley came into view. Every passer-by wore wizard robes and tall pointed hats, while magical shops lined the streets, enticing Fu Chaoli with their myriad wonders. "Miss Fu, do you have your list of school supplies?" Snape inquired abruptly. Fu Chaoli quickly rummaged through her small bag, producing the neatly folded list and holding it aloft. "I have it." The words on the list had all been translated in advance, with little notes in Mandarin scribbled alongside them. Although Snape harbored reservations about her navigating the shopping alone, he had a task to fulfill this day. He could only advise her to purchase her supplies independently, promising to return shortly to escort her home. Fu Chaoli nodded obediently, confident from her frequent outings to assist the director at the orphanage. However, when she found herself standing alone at the entrance of a shop, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. She could not comprehend the multitude of English words, nor could she communicate effectively. Determined, Fu Chaoli compared the words on her list and found a shop that matched one of the items. Steeling herself, she entered. Upon crossing the threshold, she discovered the interior was remarkably tranquil compared to the bustle outside, with shelves lined with an array of wands. "Ah, good morning, child. Are you here to select a wand?" An elderly man perched on a ladder suddenly appeared. Adjusting his glasses, he observed her closely. "A little girl from the East. How curious. I believe there was one many years ago." Fu Chaoli comprehended little of his words, yet grasped the general meaning. Nerves prickling, she nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Please, I would like a wand." Ollivander chuckled heartily. "Ah, first, we must allow the wand to choose you. Let us see. Brave and determined." He turned to search the wall. "Ah, try this one, my dear. Just a flick of the wrist." Ollivander produced a black wand and handed it to her. Fu Chaoli took the wand and gave it a gentle wave, eliciting a small spark that startled her. "Oh, it has chosen you, but it does not quite suit." Ollivander retracted the wand, observing her once more. "Ah, purity as well. This must be the one." This time, he offered her a white wand, which upon her grasp, emitted a burst of colorful sparks that crackled delightfully. Indeed, 11 inches long, made of cedar, and brimming with magical potency, Ollivander declared joyfully. Though Fu Chaoli did not fully understand his words, she felt a profound connection with this wand. She politely thanked Ollivander, paid for her purchase, and carefully tucked the wand away as she exited. At that moment, as she experienced the magic of the wand, she truly felt that she had entered the legendary world of magic. However, upon stepping outside, she encountered yet another challenge. Struggling, she pulled out a hefty dictionary. Intending to look up the shops one by one, she was laboriously crouched in a corner, poring over her book, when suddenly a tall figure brushed past her, causing her dictionary to tumble to the ground. Her papers scattered in disarray, and she hurriedly bent down to gather them. Just then, a long-fingered hand descended upon the book simultaneously, and Fu Chaoli, caught off guard, felt their fingers touch. Looking up, she was met with the gaze of a remarkably handsome boy, tall and robust, towering over her even while crouched. As their eyes locked, neither spoke for a moment. Instinctively, Fu Chaoli withdrew her hand, and the boy, realizing, spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry for bumping into you. Did I hurt you? If your book is damaged, I can replace it." He picked up the book and, noticing its title, looked at her with surprise. Fu Chaoli scratched her head, mumbling, "My English is not very good." Understanding dawned on the boy, and he nodded in comprehension. Cradling the book in his arms, he rose and extended a hand towards Fu Chaoli. When she, somewhat dazed, placed her hand in his, he gently pulled her to her feet. As an apology, "How about I take the younger student shopping?" He mischievously winked at her, his voice laced with laughter. He deliberately slowed his speech, articulating each word with clarity. "I am Cedric Diggory. May I ask your name, young lady?" Chapter 3, Encountering Papa. Fu Chaoli exchanged names with Cedric with great pleasure. Cedric, displaying gentlemanly curiosity, inquired about her background. After learning the basics, he endeavored to describe life at Hogwarts using simple vocabulary, while also enlightening her on some fundamental knowledge of the wizarding world. Observing Fu Chaoli's sparkling eyes, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and assured her that regardless of which house she was sorted into, she could always seek him out for assistance if any issues arose at school. Fu Chaoli, equally fond of him due to his gentle demeanor and striking good looks, followed Cedric closely as he carefully guided her through the bustling crowd, protecting her as they made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to fit her for school robes. Madame Malkin was delighted to see such a charming girl, and warmly invited her to step onto the platform for measurements. Throughout the process, Cedric stood by her side, facilitating the discussions, and his gallant actions elicited joyous laughter from Madame Malkin. Once everything was concluded, Fu Chaoli sensed a more affectionate gaze from Madame Malkin as they departed. Next, they visited the apothecary to procure a cauldron, followed by a trip to Flourish and Blots to acquire the necessary textbooks. Thanks to Cedric's handsome appearance and gentlemanly conduct, as well as Fu Chaoli's unique yet exquisitely charming looks, they both received special treatment. "Are you feeling tired? Shall we take a break?" Cedric inquired, noticing Fu Chaoli's flushed cheeks. Fu Chaoli, wishing to express her gratitude to Cedric, suggested they stop at a nearby ice cream parlor for a brief respite. She insisted on treating Cedric to ice cream, and generously purchased 2 deluxe cups, to which Cedric could only smile and humorously concede that he would do his best to finish. Thus, they both dived into their ice cream as if in a race, eager to consume it before it melted, leaving no time for conversation. The shopkeeper remarked, "Actually, this cup is meant for a cute couple." During this moment, Fu Chaoli felt a sudden chill sweep past her, prompting her to glance outside. Having consumed a considerable amount, Cedric found himself unable to eat any more. He paused his spoon and looked at Fu Chaoli, only to discover that her cup was nearly empty. He was astonished that someone so petite could have such a hearty appetite, and he worried she might have a stomachache. However, Fu Chaoli confidently declared that even another bowl would be no trouble at all. After finishing her last spoonful of ice cream, she contentedly let out a small burp. Cedric smiled at her, and gently wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Cedric glanced at the list and asked her, "You can bring a pet upon enrollment. Does Chaoli want an owl?" The name Fu Chaoli was slightly cumbersome for Cedric, so she kindly took on the role of a small teacher, instructing him to call her by her nickname, which she found more comfortable. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Chaoli decided to visit a pet shop to explore further. As they entered the pet shop, the surrounding owls began to stir. Cedric instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Fu Chaoli. Suddenly, a sharp call echoed through the shop, bringing an abrupt silence. A dark figure swooped down and gently landed before them. Fu Chaoli gazed in awe at a large, pitch-black owl with piercing eyes fixed intently on her. "How cool." Fu Chaoli exclaimed. The shopkeeper hurriedly approached to apologize and attempted to coax the owl back into its cage, but the owl stubbornly evaded capture, standing defiantly in place. Fu Chaoli had been torn between choosing a cat or an owl, but now she was certain. She adored this cool creature, especially since Mrs. Floss had mentioned wanting to keep an owl for delivering letters more than once since receiving her letter. Fu Chaoli stepped forward to inquire with the shopkeeper, but Cedric, sensing her excitement, turned to her with a smile and asked, "Do you like this owl, Chaoli? Isn't it a bit too large?" Fu Chaoli firmly nodded. Envisioning how impressive it would be to carry such a magnificent creature, she would undoubtedly be the envy of the neighborhood. Cedric, with a resigned nod, assisted her in communicating with the shopkeeper, even negotiating the price, which made Fu Chaoli continuously give him enthusiastic thumbs up. Feeling he had become even more attractive in her eyes, Fu Chaoli happily paid with her small purse, and the owl immediately took perch upon her shoulder, weighing it down significantly, causing her to grimace. Alarmed, the owl quickly flew down and returned to its cage. Feeling embarrassed for not being able to support her own pet, Fu Chaoli resolved to eat healthily in hopes of growing strong enough to carry 10 owls on one shoulder like a grand refrigerator. She locked eyes with the owl in the cage, and to her surprise, she could sense its own embarrassment. Fu Chaoli playfully tapped on the cage, and only then did she remember she needed to give it a name, thanks to Cedric's gentle reminder. Furrowing her brow, she appeared deep in thought, even taking a moment to consult a dictionary, while the owl flapped its wings excitedly. After a minute and a half of profound contemplation, Fu Chaoli cleared her throat theatrically and confidently announced, after much deliberation, "Since you are black and an owl, I shall name you Papa." Cedric and the owl exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled by the logic behind her choice. Nevertheless, Cedric encouraged her with applause, which boosted Fu Chaoli's confidence, causing her to puff up with pride. She joyfully teased Papa, who had buried its head beneath its wings in the cage, asking, "What do you think? Do you like your new name, Papa?" On the surface, it appeared to be asleep, but it had actually left some time ago. After double-checking their purchases, Fu Chaoli suddenly recalled Snape, uncertain if he had completed his tasks or where he might be waiting for her. After discussing it with Cedric, he suggested they return to their original meeting point, which was near the entrance and should be easier to find. Cedric thoughtfully escorted her to the entrance, and they exchanged contact information. He mentioned that if she had any questions before school began, she could write to him, even if she had no inquiries. Chatting was perfectly fine. Cedric affectionately ruffled her hair, adding a remark that just happened to allow Papa to familiarize itself with its new role. The owl, having been left in a huff for quite some time, began to rattle its cage in annoyance. Cedric chuckled softly, handed Fu Chaoli her belongings, and waved goodbye as he departed. Fu Chaoli stood obediently, clutching a heap of items that made her frame appear even smaller. Passers-by, enchanted by her delicate features, slowed their pace to admire her. Catching a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, Fu Chaoli noticed a gathering of children outside a shop window. The innate curiosity of a Chinese person compelled her to inch closer, step by step. Chapter 4. Preparations for Enrollment. When Snape finally located Fu Chaoli, she was squeezed in among a throng of children, her face pressed against the glass, contorted into a pancake as she eagerly gazed at the Nimbus 2000, mimicking excited sounds. "Snape." He marched up and yanked her by the collar, pulling her away. With a handkerchief, he brusquely wiped her face and remarked, "Miss Fu, if you are so fond of this broom, shall I procure one for you?" "No, that's unnecessary," Fu Chaoli replied, her face twisted from the rough scrub. Flinching at his sardonic tone, "I just came to take a look." Snape let out a cold laugh, folding his handkerchief and crossing his arms, saying, "Your nose is practically about to touch the broomstick's bristles, and yet you're merely observing?" Infuriated, Snape resorted to slang, and though Fu Chaoli did not comprehend the words, she understood that he was undeniably angry. Fu Chaoli's little face flushed crimson as she offered a sheepish smile in an attempt to appease him. "Miss Fu's athletic prowess truly leaves me in awe," he thought, as the others moved aside upon spotting him. Snape chuckled again, irritation evident in his tone. "It appears Miss Fu possesses quite the allure." Fu Chaoli tilted her head, suddenly enlightened. "I thought they were merely afraid of knocking me over and incurring my wrath." Under Snape's piercing gaze, her voice dwindled, prompting her to silence herself and lower her head like a quail. "Alas, this old professor, at my age, still has to run about searching for you, only to find you squeezed amidst a throng of little giants, gazing at a broomstick. I wish you could show a bit of respect for your elders and exhibit some compassion for my weary bones." Snape took the items from her hand, verifying them while assisting her. Fu Chaoli could only smile innocently, attempting an apology. "I'm sorry, Professor. I want to wander off again." Snape shot her a sidelong glance and strode towards the exit. Are you not yet done admiring? He queried. Fu Chaoli hurriedly trotted to keep pace, trailing behind him closely. Observing her struggle to follow, Snape felt a surge of irritation, yet he reluctantly slowed his pace. Throughout their journey, Fu Chaoli gathered her courage to speak. But Snape merely grunted in response, exhibiting a stark contrast to his usual willingness to engage during their earlier encounter. She dared not inquire about the cause of his anger, instinctively sensing that such a question would only exacerbate the situation. Despite his displeasure, Snape maintained a stoic demeanor as he escorted her to her doorstep. Standing at the threshold, Fu Chaoli looked at him and mustered the courage to wave goodbye. Thank you, Professor Snape. I shall return home now. Just as she was about to turn and open the door, Snape called out to her, tossing a vial of potion her way. Fu Chaoli caught it, gazing at him in confusion. Have you consumed an entire bowl of ice cream, only to await the stomachache that follows? Snape remarked, accompanied by a disdainful grunt as he turned away, his robe swirling behind him. Elated, Fu Chaoli returned home, greeted her grandmother, and retreated to her room to organize her belongings. Gazing at the potion in her hand, she exclaimed, Professor Snape truly is a good person, before uncorking it and downing its contents in one gulp. Ugh, how utterly vile. Even more so than the fruit and vegetable juice concocted on a whim by the headmistress. That evening, Fu Chaoli scrubbed her teeth fervently 10 times, yet the taste lingered. I, Fu Chaoli, would rather die, perish outside, or leap from Hogwarts than ever drink another vial of potion from Snape. However, after trying Snape's improved potion, she mused, how delightful. Meanwhile, Snape sneezed, surmising that Fu Chaoli was likely secretly criticizing him in her thoughts. On one occasion, as Snape passed by Cedric and Fu Chaoli indulging in ice cream, he frowned at the sight of her consuming a bowl larger than her face. His exasperation was palpable. Yet he still procured a cauldron from the potions shop to prepare her potion. Previously, she had not enjoyed the potions he brewed, so he had amended their flavors for her. Yet this time he deliberately concocted a particularly unpalatable batch, intending to teach her a lesson. However, when he returned to find her absent, he even began to think that this potion was too mild. With over a month until the start of term on September 1st, Mrs. Floss grew increasingly concerned that Fu Chaoli would struggle to communicate and adapt at school, thus intensifying her English studies. Presently, Fu Chaoli could communicate without issues, but her vocabulary was still accumulating slowly. She managed to converse with others, albeit with some hesitation, marked by a touch of endearing naivety. The most daunting challenge for her was casting spells, as her lack of proficiency with the words forced her to rely on repeated attempts and rote memorization, even resorting to her family's mnemonic methods. Fortunately, whether due to her innate talent or the cleverness of her wand, she was able to successfully cast spells. Over the course of the month, she diligently perused her dictionary and beginner's spellbook, the latter filled with notes only she could decipher, resembling spells more than English words. Daily, she clutched her wand, either watering the garden with crystal-clear water, or lounging in bed using the levitation charm to indulge in leisure, thoroughly enjoying herself. When Papa returned home, he was warmly welcomed by Mrs. Floss, who even crafted him a small bed. Indeed, he was no ordinary bird. Each night he would crash down onto his bed and fall asleep instantaneously, initially leading Fu Chaoli to believe that he had knocked himself out. Besides studying English and spells, Fu Chaoli also found time to fuss over Papa, first consulting a book to confidently ascertain his gender, only to be chased by him in the process. Upon confirming that he was male, she eagerly collaborated with her grandmother to craft him garments, creating no fewer than 10 ties of various sizes. Every morning, after preparing herself, Fu Chaoli would rush to tie a tie around Papa's neck. Initially resistant, he soon adapted, and now he could fly quite comfortably while adorned with a tie, even strutting about proudly and selecting his own colors. Papa was remarkably intelligent, able to comprehend the conversations between Fu Chaoli and Mrs. Floss, and he particularly enjoyed sticking close to Fu Chaoli. However, his size made him a formidable opponent. In play fights, he often matched Fu Chaoli. They would nestle together on the bed, with Papa resting his head atop Fu Chaoli's. The small bed was half occupied by Fu Chaoli, and the other half by Papa. Yet he still refused to accept his name, and each day after Mrs. Floss finished reading the newspaper, he would snatch it away, pecking at it until it was riddled with holes. He would then present the carefully selected words to Fu Chaoli, arranging them to spell names like Sam and Gedge, prompting Mrs. Floss to jest that he understood English better than Fu Chaoli. However, both were obstinate. Fu Chaoli was confident her chosen name was splendid, while Papa was determined to resist. Their playful war of wills persisted until the beginning of term. With Fu Chaoli steadfast and Papa sulking during the day, but seeking her out in the evenings. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent and cease his mischief with the newspapers. Before long, September 1st arrived, and Mrs. Floss escorted Fu Chaoli to King's Cross Station. Fu Chaoli, pushing a suitcase taller than herself, confidently declared her ability to manage, and the two embraced in farewell outside the station. However, upon glancing at her ticket, she realized she had spoken too soon. What is this about platform 9 3/4? Bewildered, she held her ticket, anxiously standing amidst the crowd. Kind-hearted passers-by approached to assist her, yet upon seeing her ticket, they could only shake their heads in helplessness. She turned the ticket over repeatedly, pondering, could it be that I was issued the wrong ticket? With no other recourse, she wheeled her luggage to sit outside platforms 9 and 10, silently observing those around her, hoping to spot fellow students like herself. Chapter 5. Feeling like part of the main cast. Harry Potter struggled to push his cart, his unruly black hair in disarray, and his glasses cracked with a gaping fissure. However, he had no time to attend to himself, and could only search for that peculiar platform. After yet another encounter with the staff that left him feeling questioned, he could only trudge forward in disheartened solitude. If only he had thought to clarify things with Hagrid beforehand, he mused regretfully. With his head bowed, he pushed his luggage towards platform 9, and it was upon noticing the wall that he came to an abrupt halt, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. Yet, the instant he turned his head, he was struck dumb. Beside a nearby chair lay a heap of luggage, and atop the chair sat a girl with lustrous black hair, a fair complexion, and a hint of adorable baby fat, her large black eyes gazing vacantly at a fixed point, radiating an extraordinary charm. Harry, upon beholding this ethereally beautiful girl, felt his cheeks flush with shyness. Is she Chinese? She is so lovely. Is she also bound for Hogwarts? How wonderful it would be if we were in the same house, he pondered, lost in thought. As he stood there motionless, Fu Chaoli regained her senses and noticed him. Recognizing that he too was a newcomer by the luggage beside him, her eyes brightened, and she eagerly hopped off her chair to strike up a conversation. Harry saw her eyes light up as she approached, and in that moment he could barely hear anything but the thunderous beat of his own heart. No matter how many years passed, if someone were to inquire when he first fell for Fu Chaoli, he would instantly recall this moment. Her sparkling eyes akin to shimmering obsidian, their brilliance piercing straight into his heart. Observing the boy's somewhat awkward demeanor, Fu Chaoli took the initiative to greet him. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Harry felt an overwhelming rush of nervousness and hastily added, this is my owl Hedwig. Fu Chaoli exclaimed, smacking her forehead, having forgotten to introduce herself. She quickly extended her hand, smiling, I am Fu, Chaoli Fu. During the preterm training, Madame Floss had taught her basic etiquette, and she realized that her previous introduction to Cedric had been incorrect, which explained his discomfort at the time. Yet, the cultural differences proved somewhat challenging for her to navigate. As Harry lamented his foolish reaction, too bashful to meet Fu Chaoli's gaze, a small hand reached out to him, accompanied by her cheerful voice introducing herself. His heart raced even more fiercely. Summoning his courage, he gently took her hand. The soft, warm sensation made him hesitant to grip too tightly and reluctant to let go. However, Fu Chaoli soon released his hand to introduce her own owl. This is my owl, Papa. She felt fortunate that her pet was also an owl, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to introduce her owl like Harry, although she was unsure why introducing her pet was necessary at all. Papa had chosen a red and gold tie for today, glancing at Harry before standing even prouder, exuding an air of coolness. Harry thought, I feel like the bird is judging me. After exchanging names, the atmosphere became more congenial, and Harry mustered his courage to speak first. Hello, Chaoli. You can just call me Harry. Hello, Harry. You can call me Chow Chow. All right, Chow Chow. While outwardly composed, Harry's heart was blooming with joy as he repeated the name in his mind, though he was reluctant to gain fame because of the name Harry Potter. Seeing the girl show no reaction to it left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. Ron, hurry up, you can't miss the train on your first day. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a commotion erupted from a distance. They turned to see a large family approaching. Before Fu Chaoli could fully comprehend the scene, two figures suddenly rushed over, wedging themselves between her and Harry. Mom, look, we found a beautiful Oriental girl. The voices, tinged with the awkwardness of adolescence, harmoniously chimed together. She looked up to see two identical boys, both with vibrant red hair, exuding youthful exuberance. Their exaggerated, playful expressions could not conceal their handsomeness. The moment they spotted her, they leaned into her view, grinning widely and preparing to speak, when a plump lady rushed forward, delivering a playful smack to each of their heads. What happened to your manners? quickly apologized to the young lady. She scolded, hands on her hips, while casting a warm smile towards Fu Chaoli. The two boys covered their heads, feigning exaggerated expressions of grievance. Fu Chaoli attempted to interject, but was at a loss for how to do so politely. Harry, who had been momentarily pushed aside, noticed the twins inching towards Fu Chaoli and hurriedly maneuvered his way around to stand before her, seizing the opportunity to politely inquire, "Excuse me, madam. Could you please direct us to platform 9? Oh, children, are you also headed to Hogwarts?" Mrs. Weasley responded, her enthusiasm palpable as she pointed towards the wall between platforms 9 and 10. "Just walk through that wall. Don't be afraid." She gestured to a red-haired boy who was accompanied by a smaller girl, saying, "Our Ron is also a new student this year. You can go together." The boy being pointed at shyly nodded towards them, his curly red hair bouncing adorably with the motion, complemented by a constellation of freckles on his face. "Fred, you go ahead," Mrs. Weasley instructed one of the twins. The boy made a pouty face and replied, "Yes, Fred, I'm George." "Can you still call yourself our mother like that?" "Oh, I'm sorry, George." The boy pushed his luggage towards the wall, winking at Fu Chaoli before turning to Mrs. Weasley with a grin. "Just kidding, Mom. I'm Fred." Mrs. Weasley looked ready to give him a playful kick. George then pushed his luggage over, turning back to Fu Chaoli before entering the wall, saying, "I'm George. We'll be waiting for you, Miss Black." Fu Chaoli responded with a bewildered, "Huh?" She was wearing a pure white dress that Madame Floss had specially prepared for her, perfectly complementing her black hair and eyes. Ron, with his luggage in tow, dashed forward under Mrs. Weasley's direction. Harry offered Fu Chaoli a reassuring nod, intending to test the wall himself first. He pushed his luggage forward and, with his eyes closed, charged at the wall, vanishing in an instant. Mrs. Weasley encouraged the little girl beside her with a nod, and the shy girl, blushing, cheered her on with a gentle voice. Fu Chaoli took a deep breath and ran towards the wall, feeling a flash of white light, and when she opened her eyes, the scene before her had transformed completely. The train stood patiently, parents bustling about, bidding farewell to their children, with each child's face alight with joy and expectation. Harry, waiting with his luggage, approached her with excitement as she arrived, and together they pushed their belongings towards the train. They received ample assistance from upperclassmen eager to help with their luggage, though Fu Chaoli felt her cheeks flush from all the attention. Harry, feeling a pang of sympathy for Fu Chaoli's rosy face, quickly led her away to find a seat. Just as they settled in, there was a knock at the compartment door. Upon opening it, a head of red hair squeezed in, followed by a freckled face, none other than Ron from earlier. "May I sit with you? All the other compartments are full," he said, offering a shy smile. Harry and Fu Chaoli both felt no hesitation and quickly invited him in. Ron plopped down beside Harry and introduced himself, saying, "I am Ron Weasley. What about you?" "I am Fu Chaoli, pleased to meet you," she replied. Ron and Fu Chaoli exchanged a gentle handshake, both shyly smiling as he remarked, "You are quite attractive. Are you a foreigner?" "Yes," Fu Chaoli nodded, "I am Chinese." Ron reacted with exaggerated surprise, exclaiming and eagerly inquiring about various mysterious tales he had heard regarding China. However, Harry cleared his throat, interrupting his incessant chatter. "I am Harry Potter." Ron's mouth fell open wider in astonishment as he pointed at Harry, exclaiming, You are the one who defeated that person." He gestured towards his forehead. Harry nodded and lifted his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. Fu Chaoli was puzzled by his significant reaction, prompting Ron to animatedly recount the story of Voldemort. When he mentioned how Voldemort had killed Harry's parents, Harry lowered his gaze. Ron quickly fell silent. It was then that Fu Chaoli learned of Harry's background. She too was an orphan and understood that feeling. She reached out and gently touched Harry's finger. He looked up in confusion, and she offered him a comforting smile, softly saying, "Harry, your parents are heroes. They must have loved you dearly." The warmth of Fu Chaoli's touch seeped through to his somewhat cold hands, warming his heart as well. Fu Chaoli then shared her own story, expressing her lack of memories of her parents and her uncertainty as to why they abandoned her. Nevertheless, she cherished everyone in the orphanage and adored Mrs. Floss, who had lovingly raised her, allowing her to meet them now. Harry's sorrowful emotions began to fade as he felt more compassion for the girl before him. "I really should be ashamed," Ron muttered. The arrival of the snack cart shattered the somber atmosphere. Harry glanced at Fu Chaoli and then at Ron, who was clearly eager for snacks. With a grand gesture, he purchased all the snacks, filling an entire compartment. After all, they were still children, and the three of them joyfully shared the treats. Just as Ron was casting a spell on his pet rat Scabbers, the door swung open again. A girl with tousled brown hair stood at the entrance. "Have you seen a toad? Are you performing magic? Let me see," she said with keen interest, leaning against the door to watch Ron's wand. For some inexplicable reason, Fu Chaoli felt as though she was witnessing the gathering of a protagonist group. Chapter 6. Arrival at Hogwarts. Ron cast a puzzled glance at Harry and Fu Chaoli, rolling his eyes before clearing his throat to recite a spell. However, nothing happened. Instead, Scabbers, startled, jumped and ran into Fu Chaoli's arms. She was not particularly afraid of rats, but was merely taken aback. Harry glared at Scabbers, finding something distasteful about its tiny rodent face. He discreetly grabbed its exposed tail and tossed it back to Ron, who mistakenly thought Harry was helping him and gratefully caught Scabbers. The girl at the door tilted her head, commenting, "It seems your spell isn't very effective." Coincidentally, I've been practicing some spells at home, and fortunately they all work. She stepped inside, sitting beside Fu Chaoli and pointing her wand at Harry's glasses. Reparo. The crack in Harry's glasses instantly vanished, leaving him astonished as he removed them. Fu Chaoli exclaimed in admiration, which greatly pleased the girl. She turned to Fu Chaoli, seemingly noticing her face for the first time, her cheeks flushing slightly. She tilted her head back and extended her hand, saying, "I am Hermione Granger. If you would like to learn that spell, I can teach you." "Really? Thank you," Fu Chaoli replied, her eyes shining with delight as she extended her hand to shake hers. "I am Fu Chaoli, you can call me Chow Chow. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hermione cleared her throat, and then glanced at the two boys beside her, who appeared rather dazed. Out of politeness, she inquired about their names as well. After a brief introduction, she stood up to leave, pausing at the door to remind them, "We will soon arrive at Hogwarts. Don't forget to put on your uniforms." The three then took turns changing into their uniforms within the compartment. Before long, the train came to a halt. Fu Chaoli followed the crowd off the train, spotting a particularly tall giant holding a lantern, greeting the new students. Harry caught up from behind and took Fu Chaoli's hand, his face reddening before he could say anything. "It's too crowded. This way, we won't get separated." Fu Chaoli nodded, about to speak when she heard Ron shouting from behind. Harry, where are you? Don't push me. Who stepped on my shoe?" "Harry, Fu Chaoli." Harry awkwardly covered his face with his hand, retracting his steps. Ron, sweating profusely, squeezed through the crowd, his hair even more disheveled and his clothes hanging loosely. He shot an accusatory glance at Harry and Fu Chaoli, and upon seeing their intertwined hands, he inhaled sharply in disbelief. "You too? You?" Harry's face turned crimson. He felt an overwhelming urge to cover Ron's mouth. "You come over without bringing me. What kind of friends are you?" He stormed forward, grabbing hold of Harry's other hand. Harry's heart, which had nearly leapt out of his chest, settled back down. He could only sigh, comforting himself with the thought that at least Ron hadn't reached for Fu Chaoli's hand, maintaining a stoic expression as he dragged the two of them to find Hagrid. "Oh Harry, it's wonderful to see you here," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully upon their approach. "Is this your new friend? Pleased to meet you. Now hurry along to the boat." They followed the other young wizards toward the lakeside, with Hagrid bellowing behind them. No more than 4 in each boat. The three found a small boat, and soon the surrounding boats filled up one by one. Just as their boat was about to set off, a shy boy approached. Hello, may I sit with you? All the other boats are full." The three welcomed him warmly, with Fu Chaoli shifting to make space for the boy. Thank you. Through the boy's stammering self-introduction, they learned that he was Neville Longbottom, the one who had lost his pet toad on the train. Fu Chaoli kindly inquired if he had found his pet. He happily opened his robes to reveal that he was indeed holding his beloved pet. As they chatted about pets, Neville began to relax, introducing his pet Trevor, which prompted Ron to excitedly talk about his rat Scabbers. The 4 of them connected harmoniously, chattering all the way across the lake. During the ride, Neville nearly tipped overboard, but Fu Chaoli's quick reflexes saved him, leaving him immensely grateful and holding her hand with teary eyes, which made Harry feel a bit uncomfortable. At last, the little boat reached the shore, and Hogwarts emerged from the night, its grand entrance illuminated, filled with the sounds of laughter and joy, thrilling the small wizards outside. A group of first-year students waited eagerly at the entrance, animatedly discussing the impending new chapter of their school lives. At that moment, a boy with platinum blonde hair emerged, proudly holding his head high as he stepped onto the first step, and turned to look down at them. He noticed Harry, who was still conversing with the girl beside him, and dissatisfied, cleared his throat to draw attention. When Harry looked up, the boy arrogantly extended his hand and said, "You are Harry Potter, aren't you? I believe it would be most advantageous for the Savior to forge a friendship with the noble Malfoy. Do you not agree?" He cast a glance towards Ron, who was glaring at him, and disdainfully added, "Rather than associating with the uncouth." At that moment, Fu Chaoli, who had been lost in thought with her head bowed, lifted her gaze towards the boy who identified himself as Malfoy. Draco suddenly beheld Fu Chaoli's face, illuminated by the light from behind her, which gleamed in her dark eyes, illuminating her delicate, pale visage, each feature, from her mouth to her nose, exquisitely crafted. He felt as though he had been struck dumb, the words he intended to utter evaporating from his mind, leaving only the image of the girl's refined face and her sparkling eyes. He even found himself wondering if she might be some enchanting spirit from the East. "It is my prerogative to choose my friends." Harry's voice rang out in refusal. This interruption jolted Draco from his reverie. Anger surged within him at the audacity of someone daring to reject a Malfoy. He glared at Harry, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the girl beside him. When their eyes met, he hurriedly averted his gaze, unable to maintain the connection. Frustrated and embarrassed, Draco descended the stairs, ready to issue a scathing remark to Harry and Ron when the doors to the hall swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, beckoning them to proceed with the sorting ceremony. "Is there to be a battle with dragons in the hall?" Ron recalled the twins' teasing and surveyed the room with wide eyes. However, there were no dragons to be found, only a multitude of students and professors, along with an old hat perched upon a high stool. This hat bore an abstract face and sang a peculiar song filled with oddities. Chapter 7. The sorting ceremony. As they entered the hall, the first-year students were subjected to the scrutiny of their upperclassmen, with the most attention directed at Fu Chaoli and Harry. The news of the Savior Harry Potter's enrollment had already circulated, drawing curious gazes from the older students. Fu Chaoli, distinguished by her Eastern features and signature black hair and eyes, was equally captivating. Some had even wagered that she would emerge as Hogwarts' new belle. How infuriating. Fred and George have tricked me again, leaving me in a state of dread for so long. Ron, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's speech, realized he had been duped, and he could almost hear the triumphant laughter of the twins echoing in his mind. Professor McGonagall signaled for silence, and began to call names in order, one by one. The new students approached the stool, while Ron amusingly prayed to be sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione kept her lips tightly pressed, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, although Fu Chaoli could see her anxiously fidgeting with her fingers. Harry, too, felt a twinge of nervousness. Fu Chaoli instinctively took his hand, wishing to provide him with a semblance of comfort. Harry glanced at her in surprise, then shyly lowered his gaze. Fu Chaoli felt little trepidation. She trusted that the sorting hat would determine the most suitable placement for her. When Draco was called and found himself indeed belonging to Slytherin, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He leaped from the stool, casting a proud glance at the awaiting first-years below. Upon spotting Fu Chaoli, he hesitated for a moment. She certainly possessed the charm befitting a Slytherin, he mused, harboring an unacknowledged hope. As the ceremony progressed, Ron was jubilantly sorted into Gryffindor, eagerly rushing to boast to the twins, having completely forgotten about their earlier trickery. He encountered Hermione and Neville along the way, both of whom also found their place in Gryffindor, and they excitedly made their way to the Gryffindor table. When it was Harry's turn, he ascended the platform, casting a nervous glance at Fu Chaoli, wishing to be placed in the same house as her. Sensing Harry's desire, the sorting hat deliberated before announcing that he belonged to Gryffindor. Reassured by the prospect of being with familiar faces, Harry walked towards their long table amidst thunderous applause and cheers from the Lion House, taking his seat while still glancing up at the platform. "Miss Fu Chaoli." Fu Chaoli looked towards Professor McGonagall, surprised to hear the familiar appellation after such a long time. Professor McGonagall merely smiled at her, her gaze seemingly softened. As the last new student to be called, Fu Chaoli took a deep breath and approached the high stool. "Hey, don't worry. We bet that Miss Black will definitely be in our house." The twins, seeing the younger students around Fu Chaoli who were even more anxious than she, leaned forward with grins, reassuring them. "Why?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "Look, Miss Black resembles a little lion. A lion with a dark mane. And her eyes are black as well. She bears no resemblance to Ravenclaw, nor to Hufflepuff." They exchanged knowing glances and chimed in unison. "Definitely not Slytherin." Hearing the commotion from Gryffindor, Draco scoffed, feigning indifference, yet secretly hoping that Fu Chaoli would not end up among those foolish lions, lest she be led astray. Oblivious to the ruckus below, Fu Chaoli was preoccupied with lamenting the height of the stool, which was ill-suited for a Chinese child's physique. "Oh, I remember you, little girl." The moment the sorting hat touched her head, it expressed surprise, its tone tinged with nostalgia. "Indeed, you remain as brave and resolute as ever. Go on. Return to your house, Gryffindor," it proclaimed loudly. The Gryffindor table erupted once more in jubilant celebration. The twins exchanged a knowing high five. Harry quietly exclaimed, immediately making space for Fu Chaoli beside him. Hermione and Ron clapped enthusiastically, their faces flushed with excitement. Draco, frustrated, slammed his fist on the table. When Pansy inquired with concern, he remained sullen and silent. Meanwhile, Cedric, seated at the Hufflepuff table, merely shook his head, disappointed, as he withdrew his gaze. Listening to his roommates lament the loss of the opportunity to share a house with the savior and the beautiful first year, Fu Chaoli dashed towards the Gryffindor table, and Harry watched her with anticipation, patting the seat next to him, signaling for her to sit there. Before she could take her place, she felt two figures approach her side, an oddly familiar sensation. Before she could react, Fu Chaoli found herself lifted off her feet and transported to the side of the older students. As she was set down on the bench, the twins settled beside her, one on each side. Harry could only watch helplessly as Fu Chaoli was whisked from his left to his right, with Fred blocking his view in between. I knew we were destined to meet, Miss Black. Without time to ponder the circumstances of her abduction, Fu Chaoli curiously inquired about the origin of her nickname. Because you. With your dark eyes, dark hair, and surely dark heart. From the very moment at the station, Fred and George had noticed her, whilst they were pulling pranks on Mrs. Weasley. Fu Chaoli had cleverly discerned their initials on their luggage. They had spotted her laughing slyly like a cunning little fox as they passed through the wall. The twins invited her to join their prankster brigade, confidently asserting that the three of them would undoubtedly become the kings of mischief. Fu Chaoli did not respond but instead motioned for them to lean closer, their heads huddling together. In a mysterious tone, she whispered, "Have you noticed the 12th boy from the left at the Ravenclaw table? I've already pranked him. It should take effect soon." The twins immediately turned to count, focusing intently on that particular boy. Just then, Fu Chaoli ducked her head and slipped beneath the table. As the two individuals finally registered what had occurred, Fu Chaoli had already emerged, taking a seat prepared for her by Harry, leisurely brushing off the dust from her attire. Observing the astonished expressions on the twins' faces, she cheekily stuck her tongue out at them. After all, she was a force to be reckoned with at the orphanage, where even the matron affectionately chided her as a little eel. The twins exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter as they gave her two thumbs up. Witnessing the entire scene, Ron and Hermione were wide-eyed in astonishment, filled with admiration. Harry felt elated that Fu Chaoli had chosen to sit beside him. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the dust from her face, feeling a sweetness in his heart akin to honey, as if pink bubbles were about to burst forth around him. At that moment, the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, rose from his seat, uttering a few peculiar incantations before declaring the feast underway. The upperclassmen were unfazed, while the first years were immediately captivated by the delectable dishes laid before them. The hall soon resonated with laughter and the clinking of plates. Fu Chaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she helped herself to everything she fancied. Noticing her overflowing plate, Harry offered his assistance, suggesting that he could help her finish if she couldn't manage it all. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Chaoli had already devoured 2 tarts and a slice of pie, and was reaching for the pudding. Hearing Harry speak, she turned to him, but with her mouth full, could only smile at him with pursed lips. Harry swallowed the rest of his words and quietly retrieved snacks that Fu Chaoli couldn't reach. While Fu Chaoli was indulging herself, she suddenly felt a chill creeping up her back. Turning around, she scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Oblivious to the menacing countenance of a certain old professor clad in black robes, almost camouflaged in the shadows. Seeing that Fu Chaoli had failed to notice him and continued to feast without restraint, Severus Snape's brows knit together in a tight frown, startling Professor Quirrell, who had intended to engage him in conversation, into silence. After finishing her snacks, Fu Chaoli found herself at a loss with the meat dishes before her. Mrs. Florestan was particularly attentive, not forcing her to use a knife and fork, even having taken the time to learn how to prepare Chinese cuisine, to help Fu Chaoli with chopsticks. Consequently, Fu Chaoli struggled with the cutlery, finding it challenging to tackle the steak and lamb chops. It dawned on her why she always felt something was amiss upon enrolling. It was her beloved little chopsticks. Frustrated, she looked up just in time to see Ron gnawing on a chicken leg with both hands. Realizing Fu Chaoli was watching him, Ron awkwardly adjusted his crude manner, only to discover she was actually eyeing his chicken leg. Tentatively, he extended it towards her. Upon receiving the chicken leg, Fu Chaoli felt something stir within her veins, and she mimicked Ron, eagerly biting into it with her hands. In that moment, she felt a connection with her ancestors, as if holding the chicken leg made it all the more delectable. Yet even so, Fu Chaoli's style of eating was distinct, holding the chicken leg and biting into it. She resembled an adorable squirrel clutching a pine nut. Hermione, disapproving, shifted her position to distance herself from Ron's tempestuous eating, yet turned to place a chicken leg on Fu Chaoli's plate. Harry thoughtfully wrapped the chicken leg's bone in paper, allowing Fu Chaoli to hold it more securely. Unaware of his friend's double standards, Ron was delighted to have found a kindred spirit who appreciated the deliciousness of chicken legs, already considering Fu Chaoli a brother in spirit. Good buddy, what discernment? Chapter 8. Even magic school requires classes. Fu Chaoli devoured an impressive plate of food, leaving Ron feeling inferior, prompting concern from Harry, who furrowed his brow, worried that she might overindulge and suffer from a stomachache later. The twins approached, poking Fu Chaoli's belly in disbelief, questioning how such a petite figure could consume so much, speculating whether she had employed some form of magic. Hermione even suspected that Fu Chaoli might have suffered from neglect at home, leading her to binge eat, and resolved to inquire further upon returning. During this time, Count Nicholas made an appearance, intending to frighten the first years with a traditional spectacle, but upon seeing the eager glimmer in Fu Chaoli's eyes, he felt a pang of guilt. Withdrawing his hand from atop his head, and deciding to spare them this time for the sake of the young girl. However, Ron, curious and chatty, inadvertently prompted Nicholas to perform for him alone, causing Ron to drop his chicken leg in fright. Hearing Ron scream, Fu Chaoli looked up to investigate, only to be pressed down by Fred, while George casually remarked that Ron had merely been attacked by his chicken leg. "I am your real brother," Ron shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, Ron sneaked over to Harry to complain about Snape, who had been frowning angrily in his direction throughout the performance, both agreeing that Snape did not seem like a good person. After the meal, the first years followed their prefect to the dormitory. "Be cautious of these stairs. They are constantly shifting, so watch your step," Prefect Percy warned from the top of the steps with an air of arrogance. "Such a show-off," Ron whispered to Harry, grumbling that Percy acted as if he were managing their home like a school ever since becoming a prefect, which had become intolerable for him. Walking ahead, Fu Chaoli heard their gossip and turned back to eavesdrop, but just as she did, the stairs began to move, and she failed to grasp a handhold, teetering precariously backward. Harry's heart nearly stopped as he instinctively reached out to catch her, despite his own unsteady stance. However, Fu Chaoli found herself cradled under the arms, and once the stairs stabilized, she was gently set down. Turning around, she discovered Percy, his face serious yet slightly flushed, having been vigilant of her proximity. "Next time, pay attention while on the stairs," he admonished. Fu Chaoli nodded earnestly, raising her finger to signify that there would certainly be no next time. Harry then reached out to grasp Fu Chaoli's hand, feeling his anxious heartbeat gradually calm once he held her securely. Hermione squeezed in beside them, taking hold of Fu Chaoli's other hand, assuring Harry that she could look after her as well. Ron, lagging behind, rolled his eyes dramatically. Thus, Fu Chaoli was escorted to the common room, where the fat lady was delighted to see so many new faces. "Oh, welcome to Gryffindor, children." She greeted them with a bow, her joy amplifying upon seeing Fu Chaoli. "Such a beautiful young girl. I remember a long time ago, I met another child who was just as lovely as you." As the fat lady began reminiscing, Percy politely reminded her to open the door to the common room. Right. You must be quite tired after today. Hurry in and rest." Percy bowed to the fat lady and led the first years inside. Ron excitedly discussed the wonders of Hogwarts with Harry, marveling at the ingenious use of portraits as guardians, while Harry shared his excitement, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding the fat lady's claim. Surely no one could be as beautiful as Fu Chaoli, he thought. The house elves had already placed their luggage in the dormitory. Upon entering, Fu Chaoli was enveloped in a warm embrace from Hermione. She quickly released her, blushing and clearing her throat to indicate it was merely a gesture of welcoming her new roommate. "Why didn't I know about this?" Pavarti, who had already begun tidying her bed, chimed in. Hermione had taken a liking to Fu Chaoli from the very first moment she laid eyes on her. She is strikingly beautiful, possessing a delightful sense of humor, and exhibits no dissatisfaction with her somewhat peculiar manner of interacting with others. She is unfailingly kind to everyone. Every time Hermione speaks, Fu Chaoli pauses her activities, gazing at her with her enchanting dark eyes, listening patiently. Fu Chaoli aspires to cultivate a deep friendship with Hermione. Soon, the last girl of the dormitory entered, and they joyfully exchanged names. The girls tidied their beds, reclining and chatting about their anticipation for the classes the next day, along with some light-hearted topics typical of young girls. Parvati even spent half an hour extolling Fu Chaoli's exquisite appearance, causing Fu Chaoli to shyly bury her face in her blankets, which elicited peals of laughter from the group. Thus, the first night at Hogwarts passed amidst the girls' joyous laughter. Early the next morning, Fu Chaoli was roused from slumber by an excited Hermione. Their first class was Transfiguration. Wake up, wake up. Our first class is with the headmaster. We cannot be late. You still need to have breakfast." Hermione's demeanor turned exceedingly serious when it came to academics. Dragged from her bed, Fu Chaoli barely managed to open her eyes, swaying unsteadily as she clung to Hermione. Oh dear, I haven't adjusted to the time difference between vacation and school yet. Hermione took her to the dining hall, shoving a sandwich into Fu Chaoli's mouth. Instinctively, upon encountering food, Fu Chaoli began to chew with her eyes still closed. Propping her head with one hand, she mechanically stuffed the sandwich into her mouth with the other, yawning as she ate, drawing the attention of those in the hall. Hermione watched her with concern. Had she not seen Fu Chaoli fall asleep the previous night, she might have suspected her of sneaking out for food in the middle of the night. After a sip of milk, Fu Chaoli finally felt somewhat awake. Chewing her sandwich, she scanned the room but did not spot any familiar faces. Where are Harry and Ron? She inquired, leaning closer to Hermione, curiosity evident in her voice. Hermione, having finished her meal, had already taken out her Transfiguration textbook and was casually flipping through it, responding nonchalantly, I don't know, they might have skipped breakfast. Or perhaps they are just lazy and woke up late. Hermione was certain it was the latter. As anticipated, the Transfiguration classroom was packed, with neither Harry nor Ron in sight. Fu Chaoli and Hermione had arrived relatively early and witnessed Professor McGonagall, who had just greeted them, transform into a tabby cat, quietly perched on the podium. Everyone was preparing in silence when suddenly a commotion erupted at the door. Damn those stairs! They led us astray. Ron's boisterous voice rang out. Fu Chaoli and Hermione exchanged glances. This was disastrous. Hermione, exasperated, covered her face. She certainly did not wish to lose points during the very first class. Harry and Ron rushed in, Ron relieved that the professor had not yet arrived, only to be startled by the living transformation. After being admonished by Professor McGonagall, Harry and Ron obediently took their seats, positioned in the front row just ahead of Fu Chaoli and Hermione. As soon as Harry sat down, he twisted in his seat to speak to Fu Chaoli, only to be reprimanded by an annoyed Hermione, who tapped him on the head with her book. Harry turned back, looking quite aggrieved as he cradled his head. Ron, finding amusement in the situation, caught Professor McGonagall's attention. He was called upon to answer a question, stammering and unable to articulate anything coherent, prompting the professor to reluctantly let him off the hook. As he settled back down, he received a light smack as well. Fu Chaoli stifled her laughter behind her hand, but upon noticing Hermione's gaze, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor, resting her hands on the table, diligently paying attention to the lesson. She feared that if Hermione became too incensed, she too would receive a reprimand. Ironically, because she appeared so earnest, Professor McGonagall was pleased and awarded her 5 points. Sitting at the table, rewards rained from above. During the lesson, Hermione successfully completed the task assigned by Professor McGonagall, earning herself an additional 5 points. Meanwhile, Fu Chaoli spent the entire class correcting her pronunciation, finally mastering a proper accent in the last few minutes, successfully performing the spell, which delighted Professor McGonagall, who awarded her another 5 points. Learning magic truly was as easy as pie. Throughout the class, Hermione endured Fu Chaoli's peculiar accent, ultimately unable to contain herself. She hadn't anticipated that pronouncing spells could be more challenging for Fu Chaoli than wielding magic itself. At lunchtime, Hermione informed Fu Chaoli of her plan to tutor her in English after classes each day, allowing her no opportunity for refusal. Fu Chaoli, happily devouring a lamb chop with her hands, exclaimed, Huh? In Chapter 9, they encounter Cedric once more. Harry, who also overheard Hermione's suggestion, expressed his desire to study in the library alongside Fu Chaoli, but before he could voice his intentions, Ron covered his mouth, exclaiming, You want to get us in trouble, mate. Noticing Hermione's gaze directed towards them, he hurriedly dragged a reluctant Harry away. Harry, one hand reaching out towards Fu Chaoli, resembled a couple being torn apart. Alas, Fu Chaoli could not escape her fate. After their herbology class, she was taken to the library. Hermione devised a study plan for her using the dictionary Fu Chaoli had brought, knowing that Hogwarts library was unlikely to offer such basic materials. The library was filled with students, each engrossed in their studies, while Fu Chaoli was left sorrowfully writing. After merely an hour, she found herself unable to concentrate. As the sky began to darken, she hesitantly suggested to Hermione that they could conclude their study for the day, but Hermione, deeply immersed in her work, made it awkward for Fu Chaoli to interrupt her. Several times, Fu Chaoli sought an opportunity to speak, only to falter, growing increasingly agitated as she struggled to focus on her book. Just then, a girl approached and whispered to Hermione that Professor McGonagall was looking for her. Although unsure of the reason, Hermione immediately packed her belongings, anxious about any urgent matters. Fu Chaoli's eyes brightened as she began to gather her things, preparing to leave with Hermione, but Hermione dashed her hopes. I'll go find Professor McGonagall. If I haven't returned in an hour, you can go eat. But we agreed to study for 2 hours. Fu Chaoli pouted, ultimately conceding under Hermione's stern gaze. Returning to her seat and aimlessly flipping through her book. However, she could not persist for long, frustration mounting. She snapped the book shut and rested her head on it, succumbing to drowsiness. After all, there was no explicit mention of studying for a whole hour, she reasoned with herself. Fearing that she was being lazy, Fu Chaoli dared not fall into a deep sleep. Time passed, and suddenly she felt a weight beside her. Someone had taken a seat next to her. Startled, she straightened up, causing her belongings to slip from her lap. Turning her head, she discovered a Hufflepuff robe beside her. Apologies, did I wake you? A gentle voice inquired. She recognized Cedric, the familiar face she had encountered in Diagon Alley, sitting quietly next to her. Cedric, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Are you here to study as well? He nodded, rising to drape his robe over her shoulders. I noticed a little sleepyhead in the library, and came to investigate who had the audacity to doze off. In truth, he had been in the library all along, watching her subtle antics with interest. His assistance in locating Hermione in the library was no small feat. Madame Pants is not fond of students slacking off in the library, he whispered, subtly pointing to the stern-faced Madame Pants in the distance. Fu Chaoli, feeling a twinge of guilt, peeked cautiously and caught sight of Madame Pomfrey glancing in her direction. Startled, she hurriedly withdrew and pretended to be engrossed in her book. Cedric chuckled softly, taking the dictionary from in front of her, and discovered a plan devised by Hermione tucked within the pages. Self-study in English may not suffice. Perhaps we ought to explore an alternative approach. He winked at Fu Chaoli, gesturing towards the library entrance, suggesting a change of venue. Fu Chaoli felt a flicker of anxiety at the thought of Hermione returning unexpectedly, but Cedric assured her that Hermione would not be back for at least an hour. In perfect accord, they quietly slipped out of the library. As they passed Madame Pomfrey, Fu Chaoli was visibly anxious, but Cedric walked ahead, effectively concealing her from view. This maneuver made Madame Pomfrey appear even more serious, almost prompting her to investigate them. The two were closely positioned, and Fu Chaoli could feel the warmth radiating from the young man beside her. Once outside, they instinctively broke into a run, laughter echoing through the corridors illuminated by the warm, orange glow of the lights. Exhausted from their escapade, Fu Chaoli gradually came to a halt, resting her hands on her knees, laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath. When she finally straightened up, she found Cedric standing quietly beside her, a smile gracing his lips as he patiently awaited her to compose herself. Feeling a bit shy, Fu Chaoli stifled her laughter and pretended to cough. Cedric, still smiling, reached out to gently smooth her tousled hair. They began to stroll slowly down the corridor, sharing a light-hearted chuckle over Madame Pomfrey's sudden tense expression. Fu Chaoli had a bad habit of becoming so engrossed in conversation that she often forgot to walk properly. By the time she became aware of her surroundings, Cedric had already taken her hand and led her to the dining hall. She looked at him in confusion, but he naturally guided her to the Hufflepuff long table. Here, they could enjoy their meal without worrying about disturbing others while studying. Settling Fu Chaoli into her seat, he sat beside her, casually placing a plate of apple pie in front of her, asking whether she preferred steak or lamb chops. No, I meant how come I am sitting at Hufflepuff? Because it makes it easier for me to teach you, he replied innocently, completely omitting the fact that he could also sit at the Gryffindor table. Fu Chaoli, unable to detect anything amiss, simply nodded, focusing on the dictionary as she took a bite of the apple pie, simultaneously reading words aloud. Cedric attentively cut her steak into manageable pieces, ensuring he corrected her pronunciation whenever she faltered. As a prominent figure in the school, Cedric was already a source of intrigue, and the new arrival, Fu Chaoli, was a subject of curiosity. Their remarkable pairing and the harmonious atmosphere surrounding them drew the attention of several students, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Cedric's friends exchanged knowing glances and playful nudges, intrigued by their relationship, while Cedric merely advised Fu Chaoli to ignore the distractions, signaling for silence to his friends. They obliged, offering him thumbs-up gestures while quietly discussing amongst themselves. Feeling a bit embarrassed at Cedric's attentiveness, Fu Chaoli turned to him and said, "Cedric, thank you for your help." "It's nothing. Aren't we friends?" Cedric paused, wiping his hands with a napkin, then leaned closer to Fu Chaoli, looking directly into her eyes. "It's too formal. Just call me Ced." His handsome face seemed to magnify as he gazed earnestly at her. Despite the questioning tone, Fu Chaoli felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Overwhelmed by the mature aura emanating from him, her cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze. She said. Cedric, satisfied, leaned back and resumed fetching dessert for her. Hey Harry, isn't that Chaoli? What is she doing over at Hufflepuff? Ron, who had just entered the dining hall, attempted to nudge Harry's elbow, but found it empty as he turned to see Harry already striding toward Fu Chaoli. Upon entering, Harry had immediately sought Fu Chaoli, but upon not finding her at the Gryffindor table, he was startled to discover her seated at Hufflepuff, witnessing Cedric leaning in closer to her. A surge of anger flared within Harry. Without hesitation, he marched toward them, exuding confidence. Chaoli, what are you doing here? Harry intended to confront them about their relationship, but it came off as overly possessive. Harry, are you here for dinner too? Fu Chaoli beamed at the sight of Harry, but worried about neglecting Cedric. This is Cedric. Said this is Harry. She deftly introduced them to alleviate any awkwardness, demonstrating her cleverness. I'm very pleased to meet you, Harry, Cedric said, looking up with a warm smile that accentuated his handsome features. But could we let Chaoli finish her meal first? He speared the last piece of steak and held it up to Fu Chaoli's mouth. Caught off guard, she instinctively opened her mouth to take a bite. Cedric's delight was palpable. He had been careful to place the earlier pieces of steak on her plate, but feeding her directly was a deliberate act, every gesture meticulously crafted. Harry's anger intensified. He now viewed Cedric as a charming interloper. I'm sorry, Chaoli. It seems your friend isn't particularly fond of me. I'm not, it's fine. I just finished anyway. Why don't you go back to your friends? Cedric gently took Fu Chaoli's napkin, wiping her mouth with tenderness, then stood to help her gather her books, embodying the role of a considerate husband. Why do I smell tea? Fu Chaoli remarked, just as Ron approached. Cedric greeted him with a perfect smile, then placed a hand on Fu Chaoli's shoulder, guiding her gently toward Harry. Sit. Thank you for spending so much time helping me today. Fu Chaoli truly appreciated Cedric's kindness, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. Hearing her intimate address, Harry's irritation simmered further. He angrily pulled Fu Chaoli toward the Gryffindor seating. He had unmistakably seen the smugness and mockery in Cedric's eyes. Fu Chaoli, oblivious to Harry's agitation, waved hurriedly at Cedric as they walked away. During the meal, she had noticed Cedric's fondness for small cookies and meat. While she wasn't adept at cooking meat, Mrs. Flitwick had taught her how to bake cookies, and she resolved to find an opportunity to express her gratitude with a batch for him. As Ron arrived, he noticed Harry hastily escorting Fu Chaoli away, bewildered by the situation, and could only scratch his head in confusion. After Fu Chaoli had settled into her seat, Cedric returned, humming a tune while continuing to eat his bread. A friend of his leaned over, nudging his shoulder, and remarked, "Nice going, brother. I had no idea you could be so talented at playing the part." Cedric, who had been trying to maintain a composed demeanor while dining with Fu Chaoli, had barely eaten half of his meal before pretending to finish. With a slight smile, he continued to eat quietly. Hey, have you developed feelings for that younger student? She is so young. Cedric lowered his gaze, reminiscing about their first encounter. That's why he didn't dare to speak up, he thought to himself quietly. Chapter 10. What? How do you know? Harry, having taken his seat, remained sullen and silent, merely stabbing at the bread before him with his fork, venting his frustration. Fu Chaoli sensed his despondent mood, and inquired with concern about what was troubling him. Harry glanced at her for a fleeting moment, his gaze meeting hers. Yet he merely grunted in response before returning to his assault on the bread. He did not wish to press Fu Chaoli for an explanation, but he was unable to shake off the earlier incident that left him feeling vexed, regretting that he was not as mature and gentlemanly as Cedric in winning a girl's affection. Fu Chaoli sought answers from Ron with her eyes, but he was preoccupied with his meal, shaking his head in confusion at her inquiry. I saw Harry rush in the moment he arrived. Everything seemed fine before that. He observed the bread beneath Harry's fork, now a mangled mess, and shook his head in pity. Such a waste of food. Harry had initially hoped Ron might articulate his thoughts, but hearing Ron's lack of understanding only deepened his sense of injustice. In a fit of rage, he hurled his fork down and rested his head on the table, tears welling in his eyes. Fu Chaoli watched him, noticing the way his cheeks were puffed up in frustration, his disheveled black hair drooping sadly. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Although she was somewhat oblivious to the cause of his distress, she drew closer, gently embracing him and patting his head. I'm sorry, Harry. No, you're not at fault, came Harry's muffled voice. No, I failed to observe my good friend's emotions, and I made him sad. Fu Chaoli sincerely apologized, lowering her head to meet Harry's gaze. Please forgive me, all right? Her tender tone moved him deeply. Throughout his life he had never received such unconditional affection, especially from a girl he admired. He buried his face, hastily wiping away his tears, then lifted his head to firmly grasp Fu Chaoli's hand, stating earnestly, I forgive you, but you must promise me that I will always be your best friend. Of course. Fu Chaoli smiled, linking her pinky with his in a promise. Harry will always be my best friend. Harry felt a surge of joy, and was just about to seize Fu Chaoli's hand when a sudden applause erupted from across the table. Oh, how touching! Ron exclaimed. A sausage hanging from his mouth as he clapped enthusiastically. Can we finally eat in peace now? It was that gloomy atmosphere that made me too shy to eat. Hare. Hermione returned to the dormitory late, and Fu Chaoli had thoughtfully saved a sandwich for her, concerned she might be too busy to have dinner. Hermione, touched, embraced Fu Chaoli and, as if struck by inspiration, pulled out a vial of potion from her pocket, offering it to her. Fu Chaoli recognized the familiar bottle and felt a sense of dread, yet she hesitantly asked, "This could it be?" "Oh, it's from Professor McGonagall for you," Hermione replied, swallowing her sandwich. "She said it's from Professor Snape, to prevent you from overindulging and suffering a stomachache." Fu Chaoli regarded the vial with trepidation, recalling the strange taste from the last time. "I've not eaten much today. I probably won't need it," she said, trying to mask her discomfort. Hermione shrugged nonchalantly, believing as long as there were no significant issues, it was best not to take unnecessary potions. Just as Fu Chaoli felt relieved, she was suddenly halted by Hermione's questioning about a quiz. She stiffened and turned around. "Ahaha, I'm suddenly so tired, perhaps today," she began, but was cut off by Hermione, forcing her to sit with a grimace. Fortunately, the questions Hermione asked were all the ones Cedric had previously emphasized. After a round of QA, Hermione closed her book with satisfaction, declaring that if Fu Chaoli continued at this pace, she would master English by the end of the semester. Thus, the first day at Hogwarts came to an end. The following morning, Fu Chaoli awoke to find everyone in the common room regarding her with peculiar expressions. Confused, she glanced in the mirror but saw nothing amiss. And with a sense of trepidation, she made her way to the door. Stepping outside, she immediately spotted Harry, his back turned to her. Just as she was about to greet him with Hermione, she overheard Harry boasting to a fellow student he did not recognize. "Hey Harry, want to grab breakfast together?" "What? How do you know Chaoli says I am her best friend?" The words hung in the air, silencing the three present. No wonder Ron hadn't accompanied Harry. It seemed he was too embarrassed to be associated with him. Fu Chaoli, mortified, covered her face and discreetly pulled Hermione away, while Harry continued to prattle excitedly behind them. "What happened yesterday? Why is Harry so, animated?" Seated in the dining hall, Fu Chaoli refrained from mentioning that she had slipped away first the previous day, struggling to deflect Hermione's inquiries with excuses. Hermione paid it no mind, and the two resumed discussing their afternoon potions class when the twins suddenly appeared from nowhere, plopping down opposite Fu Chaoli and Hermione. "Good morning, Miss Dark." "Oh no, now it's Miss Best Friend. Mind you, she is Harry's best friend. It's quite disheartening that we aren't your best friends," they lamented, casting accusatory glances at her. Fu Chaoli, feeling awkward, nearly dug a hole for herself in Hogwarts. "We learned everything from Ron." The twins leaned over the table, whispering conspiratorially in her ears, "including how you abandoned Gryffindor for Cedric." "I did not." Given Hermione's presence, Fu Chaoli could only respond in a hushed rebuttal. As their heads drew nearer, she swiftly pushed their faces apart with her hands and got up, taking Hermione with her. "Ow." The twins staggered back, clutching their faces in mock agony, as if deeply wounded, sneaking glances in her direction. Fu Chaoli was unfazed, urging Hermione to leave. Glancing back to Mime zipping her lips, Hermione sensed something was off with Fu Chaoli, but with classes imminent, she had no time to inquire. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief, hoping Hermione would forget the incident. Watching Harry return to his usual self in class, she chose not to confront him about it, believing both of them would feel socially mortified. It was better to pretend nothing had occurred. Now even the term best friend made her uneasy. In the afternoon, the group attended potions class on time. The classroom was located deep within the castle, where the chill seemed almost tangible. A timid Neville cautiously hid behind Ron, apprehensive of any ghosts that might leap out to scare him. The young wizards huddled in their robes, and thankfully, Hermione performed a warming charm, which eased the group's discomfort. They successfully located the potions classroom, which was even darker, with various unknown potion ingredients lining the walls, resembling a mad scientist's laboratory. "Look, the little lions from Gryffindor have arrived." Upon entering the room, Draco pointed at them mockingly, flanked by his two loyal cohorts who dutifully laughed uproariously, serving as an adequate atmosphere enhancer. "You shouldn't be at Hogwarts. You ought to be in kindergarten or a daycare. I wonder if any preschool would even accept fools like you." Harry and Hermione glared angrily at the Slytherins, while Ron was ready to charge at them, only to be restrained by Neville, who fervently advised him that Snape was the head of Slytherin House, and they would not fare well. Fu Chaoli stepped forward, drawing her wand directly at Draco. Caught off guard by her sudden aggression, Draco was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, puffing up his chest in defiance of her wand. You intend to act against me? Are you not aware that magic cannot be used on fellow students within the school? Before he could finish, Fu Chaoli shouted, "Caterpillar attack," and hurled a white object at him with astonishing speed, striking Draco squarely on the neck and plummeting down from his collar. What in the world? Draco felt a fuzzy object crawling on him, causing him to shriek in fright. Crab. Goyle. Hurry, come help me, he commanded the two bewildered followers beside him, as the trio flailed about, attempting to swat away the invisible menace. Did you really use magic on him? What will you do if you break the rules? Hermione inquired anxiously of Fu Chaoli, while Harry stepped forward, resolutely standing by her side. Ron meanwhile watched in gleeful amazement, giving Fu Chaoli an admiring thumbs up. Fu Chaoli's swift movements had left most spectators oblivious to her actions, believing the object to have been conjured through a spell. Only a boy in the corner, who had been quietly engrossed in a book, smirked with interest at Fu Chaoli. It's all right, I'm just playing with him, Fu Chaoli reassured her friends calmly. I'll tell my father. Draco's face flushed with fear as he inspected his clothing for any gaps, still threatening her menacingly. What is all this commotion just before class? At that moment, Snape strode in with an imposing presence, scanning the room with a stern expression. He fixed his gaze on Draco, who stood obediently before him, and asked gravely, "Who initiated this altercation?" Draco, infuriated, took a large step forward, pointing accusatorily at Fu Chaoli. She used magic on me. You were the one who insulted us first," Hermione retorted, with Harry stepping protectively in front of Fu Chaoli. Observing the scene, with Fu Chaoli looking utterly innocent, Snape rubbed his temples in exasperation. Though he had anticipated trouble, he had not expected Fu Chaoli to be embroiled in it so early in the term. Just as he pondered how to handle the situation, the white object on Draco's person obediently fell to the ground as he stood still. Cautiously, Draco approached to retrieve it, discovering it was merely a ball of white yarn, twisted into the shape of a caterpillar, which he had mistakenly believed was crawling due to his incessant wriggling. The yarn had been pilfered by Fu Chaoli out of boredom from her own clothing, conveniently stored in her pocket. Why you? Draco blushed furiously, pointing at her, unable to articulate his rage. A silence enveloped the room, broken only by Fu Chaoli's innocent declaration, "I didn't use magic." Draco appeared as though he might faint from anger, trembling as he attempted to argue, but was silenced by Snape. Enough! What is this behavior during class time? Draco, where is your decorum? Ashamed, Draco lowered his gaze, sneaking glances at Fu Chaoli. Noticing his glare, Fu Chaoli stuck out her tongue at him. As Draco seemed poised to erupt once more, Snape interjected, "Miss Fu Chaoli, disturbing the peace and bullying a fellow student warrants a week's detention in my office, commencing today." After a moment's consideration, Snape refrained from deducting any points from her. Without allowing them a chance to protest, he turned to the blackboard. "Now class is in session. Everyone, open your textbooks." Seated at his desk, Harry was deeply concerned for Fu Chaoli, yet she remained unfazed, even comforting him instead. She had already mentally prepared for a more severe punishment, but to her surprise, she hadn't lost any points at all, feeling rather fortunate. However, Harry's reprieve was short-lived, as Snape began to grill him with relentless questions that he struggled to answer. Hermione, eagerly raising her hand from the back, was systematically overlooked. "It appears you haven't done your pre-class revisions, the illustrious Mr. Potter. Due to your ignorance, Gryffindor loses points," Snape proclaimed, ignoring Harry's pleading gaze but taking note of Fu Chaoli's discontented expression. He added 5 points. Nearby, Draco, disheartened, withdrew his head, having expected at least 10 points to be deducted. He squeezed the ball of yarn in his pocket, grinding his teeth in frustration. He would certainly report this to his father. Following a brief session of textbook instruction, Snape divided them into groups for potion brewing. Draco's group quickly completed their potion, earning high marks from Snape. He held his head high, eager to see envy and admiration in Fu Chaoli's eyes, only to find her diligently focused on the instructions alongside Hermione, utterly oblivious to him. Humph. The young master was sulking again. Fu Chaoli and Hermione were also progressing well, becoming the second group to complete their potion. When Snape glanced over, he awarded them a second-tier score, which only served to further irritate Hermione. After finishing their potion, Fu Chaoli idly observed her classmates, when suddenly, her ears perked up, catching an odd sound emanating from the cauldron at the next table. With her keen hearing, she had always been the lookout at the orphanage. She approached Harry and Neville's group, but midway through, an unexpected incident occurred. Their cauldron suddenly began to boil violently and then exploded. The scalding liquid splattered everywhere, and the most alarming aspect was its effect. Fu Chaoli, closest to Neville, acted quickly, shoving him away just in time. The liquid splashed where he had just been standing, though Neville escaped with only a few drops on his clothing. Fu Chaoli was less fortunate. Unable to retract her hand in time, the potion splashed onto her arm. Despite some fabric cushioning, the potion made contact with her skin, bringing excruciating pain. Chaoli! Harry and Hermione rushed over, alarmed to see her arm trembling in pain, her face ashen with distress. Harry attempted to pull her sleeve back to assess the injury, but was halted by the arriving Snape. Do not touch her. I will take her to the infirmary. The rest of you, clean up this classroom. Snape scooped Fu Chaoli up in his arms, striding briskly towards the infirmary, his expression dark and forbidding. Along the way, Fu Chaoli, wishing to ease the pain with conversation, felt too intimidated to speak, choosing instead to grit her teeth and endure. What a pity, young lady, to suffer such a grave injury. Hearing Madame Pomfrey's astonished exclamation, Fu Chaoli felt a twinge of embarrassment, for she had only developed a few red welts from the incident. Madame Pomfrey hurried off to fetch a potion, while Fu Chaoli was settled onto a bed. Snape stood at the bedside, arms crossed, wearing a stern expression. Feeling the weight of his disapproving gaze, Fu Chaoli instinctively shrank back, nearly wishing to disappear into the floor. I had no idea Miss Fu possessed such noble character, risking her own well-being to save a classmate. I am genuinely moved to the brink of tears, the elderly professor remarked dryly. Upon hearing Severus Snape's caustic remarks, Fu Chaoli dared not utter a word, merely raising her gaze with a foolish smile, hoping he would show her some leniency due to her status as a patient. Snape merely scoffed, turning away to disregard her. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey finally arrived, deftly tending to Fu Chaoli's wounds, wrapping them with bandages, and concerned that she might not withstand the pain, kindly brought her a potion for relief. Faced with Madame Pomfrey's goodwill, Fu Chaoli could only pinch her nose and drink it down, pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. She smacked her lips, savoring the taste. Is it to your liking? Came Snape's voice. Confused, Fu Chaoli nodded and replied candidly, it's good. Umph. A smile crept onto Snape's face. Yet Fu Chaoli inexplicably sensed his irritation had intensified. It seemed Miss Fu had grown quite audacious, daring to refuse the potion I provided. Stunned, Fu Chaoli could not fathom how Snape suddenly knew. The drowsy side effects of the potion began to take hold, and her head started to droop. Observing her drowsy demeanor, Snape felt reassured and, with a brief gesture to Madame Pomfrey, turned to return to the classroom. The lesson had not yet concluded. He still had time to reprimand that foolish student. Fu Chaoli slumbered until evening, awakening to find Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville clustered around her. Their joy at her waking was palpable. Neville in particular clutched her hand, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. It's all my fault you got hurt, and I even got Gryffindor deducted points. The others quickly rushed to cover Neville's mouth. But Fu Chaoli's attention was fixated on the mention of points. How many points were deducted? She asked, clutching her heart in distress. 20-something, they replied cautiously. 20. Fu Chaoli, still groggy, swayed dangerously, nearly fainting. Chaos ensued as Harry shook her. Hermione pinched her to revive her, and Neville wept, regretting his slip of the tongue, while Ron stood at the foot of the bed, cursing Snape at the ceiling. Eventually, they were all ushered out of the infirmary. Fu Chaoli declined Madame Pomfrey's insistence to stay and exited. Once outside, she inquired about Snape's office location, and Hermione relayed that Snape had agreed to postpone detention until the next day, reluctantly providing the information upon Fu Chaoli's repeated questioning. With a solemn expression, Fu Chaoli dashed out, prompting the others to exchange worried glances before following her. On the way, Fu Chaoli wore a determined expression, her stride brisk. She encountered Draco, who was chatting with his entourage, laughing about how Snape had scolded Neville to tears and deducted points. As she approached, Draco stood, hands in his pockets, blocking her path with a smirk. Given your serious injury and the deduction, I'll let it slide this time, but you must apologize. Fu Chaoli ignored him entirely, walking past without a glance. Draco, incensed by her dismissal, shouted after her, Fu Chaoli, I won't let this go. The others trailing behind had no time to deal with Draco's outburst and rushed past him, further igniting his fury as he cursed the impending cold weather. Upon reaching Snape's office, Fu Chaoli was seen peering through the door, pleading, I truly don't deserve those 20 points. Please don't deduct them. Snape, exasperated and trying to close the door without injuring her, barked at the newcomers, get her out of here, or Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. Initially, they struggled to pull Fu Chaoli away, but she suddenly released her grip, tumbling into Harry's arms, crying, "Please, no more deductions. I can't bear it." Snape slammed the door shut, and the group hurriedly led Fu Chaoli away, reassuring her that 20 points were inconsequential, and that they would surely earn them back. Ronan and Neville were taken aback by Fu Chaoli's commitment to their house's honor, especially her willingness to confront Snape on their behalf, which only deepened their admiration for her. During dinner, they busily fetched drinks and food for her. Fu Chaoli, however, mournfully consumed her meal, plagued by an ominous feeling that the deductions would never cease. In Chapter 12, Flying Class, Fu Chaoli's arm, though injured, was not severely compromised, and by the next day, it hardly affected her daily life. Nevertheless, Harry and Hermione remained overly cautious, with one carrying her books and the other taking notes in class. Fu Chaoli found it impossible to refuse their help, which made Ron envious. That evening, however, she faced the prospect of attending detention alone in Snape's office, fearing that a larger presence might lead to more deductions. Upon arrival, she tentatively knocked on the door. "Enter." Snape glanced up as she entered, gesturing to a pile of materials in the corner, instructing, "Finish that bucket of slugs. You may leave once you've completed it." Fu Chaoli approached the sight of the writhing creatures, feeling a wave of nausea. Turning back, she hesitantly asked, "My arm still hurts a bit. Is there any chance I could?" "2 buckets," he interrupted. "Ah, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore." She resigned herself and sat down. A frown etched on her face as she began her task. Snape continued correcting assignments, a slight smirk playing on his lips. After an arduous hour, Fu Chaoli finally finished the 2 buckets of slugs, her back aching. Turning to see Snape still engrossed in his work, she stood up, prompting him to look her way. If everyone handled materials at this pace, the entire wizarding world would be in dire straits, he remarked with sarcasm. With a flick of his quill, he signaled towards the door, indicating she was free to leave. Fu Chaoli quickly exited, her spirits lifted, but as she shut the door behind her, Snape's deep voice echoed, "Don't forget you're back tomorrow. Another 6 days await." Her smile faltered instantly. The notion of potions being in short supply lingered in her mind as she mimicked Snape's tone for her amusement. Just as she was lost in her performance, she rounded a corner and collided with someone. Rubbing her sore nose, she looked up to find herself locked in a gaze with Blaise, who had just returned from the Great Hall. Amused by the girl who seemed to be mimicking their headmaster, he approached to investigate, only to have her bump into him. Blaise, with his dark complexion and enchanting eyes, had always enjoyed the attention of girls, but now he found himself captivated by the first girl to truly stir his heart. She was petite, with an upturned nose and plump lips, her tear-filled black eyes sparkling with clarity. He had noticed her during class, where her playful antics had provoked Draco into a fit of rage, all while she maintained an innocent facade. What he had perceived as mere amusement now revealed itself as a deeper interest, marking the beginning of his affections for her. As Fu Chaoli recognized his green robes, she instinctively took a step back, but Blaise raised his hands in mock innocence. Hesitantly, she relaxed her guard a fraction. She had seen this individual beside Draco, and was apprehensive that he and Draco were in cahoots. Blaise bent slightly, performed a genteel bow, and raised his gaze, locking his charming eyes on Fu Chaoli. "Good day, dear Mississippi. I apologize for colliding with you. I am Blaise Zabini. Shall we set aside our prejudices and introduce ourselves?" "May I?" Out of politeness, Fu Chaoli merely offered her name, her apprehensions about Slytherin weighing heavily on her mind. Worried that Snape might suddenly appear and deduct points from them, she nodded politely at him, feigning aloofness as she walked away. In stark contrast to her earlier animated mimicry of Snape, Blaise turned back, his gaze lingering on her as she vanished around the corridor's bend. A smirk curled upon his lips as he picked up the handkerchief Fu Chaoli had just dropped and carefully tucked it into the pocket of his chest, before humming a tune and returning to the common room with a light step. "What has got you so cheerful? Off to entertain the ladies again?" Draco shot him a sidelong glance, irritation evident in his tone. He was busy pinning a letter home, the parchment filled with grievances about Fu Chaoli. The way of writing her name had been taught to him by Theodore, who was seated nearby, engrossed in a book. Blaise sauntered back to the dormitory, casually declaring, "I found my true soulmate." Draco scoffed, dismissing it as mere folly. Theodore, however, lifted his gaze from his book, casting a curious glance at him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Blaise reclined on his bed, holding the handkerchief aloft, scrutinizing it closely, his mind replaying the encounter with the girl. That morning, Harry and Ron were particularly animated, urging Fu Chaoli to hasten her breakfast and make her way to class. Fu Chaoli shot a puzzled look at Hermione who, absorbed in her book, shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Today is the first flying lesson." "Oh." Fu Chaoli slapped her forehead, having forgotten amidst Snape's recent tyranny. Faced with the eager anticipation of the two boys, Fu Chaoli hurriedly stuffed her mouth with breakfast, rising with her cheeks full as they all hastened toward the grounds. The area was already teeming with excited young wizards, gathered in fervent discussion. Among them, Draco stood out, boasting about his prowess in evading a plane while riding a broom. Unable to contain herself, Fu Chaoli let out a laugh, causing Draco to immediately turn his attention toward her. You again. Why are you laughing? Have you ever ridden a broom? I haven't ridden a broom, but I have been on a plane, Fu Chaoli replied innocently. The young wizards of the magical realm were unfamiliar with planes, mistakenly assuming them to be an aristocratic privilege reserved for purebloods. Draco eyed her skeptically, questioning, Are you from some noble family? Fu Chaoli raised her chin, exclaiming, Of course, I'm from the Fu family. Every Fu family executive is 185 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs and possesses their own private plane and doctor. These claims were drawn from novels she had read, but while out in the world, one's identity was self-assigned. The surrounding young wizards were thoroughly captivated, flocking to her with an array of questions. Draco, feeling deflated, resolved to write to his father to inquire about the Fu family. Ron's eyes sparkled with interest as he leaned closer to Fu Chaoli. Is that true or false? False. Really? True. Ron was ensnared in a web of logic, squatting beside her in contemplation, while Harry pondered whether he could grow to 185 centimeters. Chapter 13. Am I truly a genius? After class commenced, Professor Hooch distributed practice brooms to each student. Several young wizards from Muggle families marveled at the novelty, and Ron was particularly thrilled, as this broom far surpassed his family's heirloom. Only Draco handled his with disdain, lamenting that he should have brought his family's latest model, inciting a wave of envy from his peers, which made him feel rather buoyant. The professor instructed everyone to place their brooms on the ground and attempt to connect with them. Listening intently to the professor's directions, Fu Chaoli placed her hand above the broom, but before she could utter a command, the broom eagerly soared into her palm. Do not be nervous, simply heed my commands. Professor Hooch reassured her patiently. Fu Chaoli returned the broom to the ground, mimicking the other young wizards who extended their hands. But the broom leapt toward her palm once more. She looked up at Professor Hooch with an innocent expression. Professor Hooch had never encountered such an obedient broom. Or perhaps Fu Chaoli possessed an extraordinary gift. She gestured for Fu Chaoli to wait aside while she guided the more excitable young wizards. One by one, the other young wizards began to successfully grasp their brooms after following Professor Hooch's incantations. Harry managed to do so almost immediately, beaming as he turned to Fu Chaoli, who returned his smile with a thumbs up. Suddenly, laughter erupted nearby. It turned out Ron had been struck on the forehead by an airborne broom. Once everyone had succeeded, Professor Hooch instructed, Next, mount your brooms, but do not kick off the ground until I say so. A chorus of gasps filled the air when Neville, in his nervousness, inadvertently wobbled into the air on his broom. He is falling, someone exclaimed, as all eyes watched Neville plummet from a height of 3 meters. Professor Hooch dashed toward him, carrying the groaning boy to the infirmary. Before departing, she commanded, No one is to ride their broom until I return. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in horror as she turned to her companion. Oh dear, poor Neville. I hope he is all right. We should be careful, Chaoli. Chaoli? She spun around, searching for Fu Chaoli, but in her haste, she ran into Draco and his entourage blocking Harry's path. He held Neville's memory ball, surveying the area for Fu Chaoli, but upon seeing no sign of her, he scoffed and turned to provoke Harry. Ignoring Professor Hooch's warning, Harry mounted his broom and sped after Draco, while Ron cheered him on from below, flailing his arms. Hermione stomped her foot in frustration, exasperated with both boys' recklessness. Meanwhile, Fu Chaoli had already seized the opportunity during Professor Hooch's lesson to mount her broom, successfully soaring into the sky. She circled the building at a thrilling speed, displaying a proficiency that belied her novice status. She even managed to maneuver her broom skillfully, avoiding windows to evade the professor's notice. Could it be that I am truly a genius? She mused. After indulging in her thrill, she returned to the training ground, intending to blend in with the crowd, only to find everyone gathered, gazing up at the sky. As she clutched her broom, preparing to stealthily join them, Hermione's furious voice suddenly echoed behind her. Fu Chaoli. Fu Chaoli halted mid-step, her body stiffening as she turned to face Hermione, who stood arms crossed, awaiting her with a reprimanding expression. She attempted to flee, but Hermione swiftly caught hold of her collar. Did you just sneakily ride a broom? Hermione exclaimed, noticing Fu Chaoli's hair was tousled by the wind, instantly realizing she hadn't just ridden it, but had done so at great speed, which only fueled her ire. Of course not, Fu Chaoli replied, her gaze evasive. unable to meet Hermione's eyes. Hermione, her frustration boiling over, pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Chaoli's forehead, admonishing, "How could you be so reckless as to ride a broom alone? Do you not realize that Neville just fell and got hurt? What? Is Neville all right? Worry about yourself first. If Professor Hooch finds out you sneaked a ride on your broom, prepare to face punishment alongside Harry." "No, I've been avoiding the professor's office," Fu Chaoli declared proudly, thumping her chest. Suddenly she realized something, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, "You mean Harry too?" Hermione nodded, pulling Ron over to share the details of the recent events with Fu Chaoli. "What? There's that too," Fu Chaoli exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves, ready to hop on her broom to assist Harry, only to receive a swift slap from Hermione. At that moment, Draco and Harry returned, one after the other. Harry held up Neville's memory orb, greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of the young Gryffindors. Draco cast a glance over his shoulder at the approaching Professor McGonagall, a smug smile spreading across his face as he stood by, reveling in the spectacle. "Just wait, the savior is about to be expelled," he scoffed. Before Harry could utter a word to Fu Chaoli, he was called away by the hurried Professor McGonagall. Anxious, he trailed behind her, glancing back to catch the worried expressions on Fu Chaoli and the others. "I told you not to let him act impulsively," Hermione exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Ron paced nervously, muttering about what to do. After a moment's thought, Fu Chaoli decided to discreetly follow them to assess the situation. However, just as she was about to chase after them, Draco and a group of Slytherins blocked her path. "The renowned savior is about to be expelled. Such explosive news will surely headline the Daily Prophet," Draco taunted, and the Slytherins erupted in laughter, all chiming in to mock Harry. Fu Chaoli observed them quietly, her hand reaching into her pocket. Upon noticing her movement, Draco instinctively took a step back, wary of her potential mischief. Yet, recalling a letter from his father about visiting the school, he puffed out his chest and feigned bravado, threatening, "What? Are you going to use another one of your little tricks? I'll have you know my father is coming soon." With a mysterious smile, Fu Chaoli slowly replied, "This time, it's not magic." In Draco's puzzled gaze, she produced a handful of white paper slips from her pocket, scattering them towards the Slytherins while reciting in Chinese, "Eating grapes without spitting out the skins, yet spitting out the skins without eating grapes." The fluttering slips landed on the Slytherins, some even sticking to Draco's platinum hair. They looked bewildered as they swatted at the slips, and Draco, observing Fu Chaoli's cryptic mumblings, grew increasingly apprehensive. He furiously demanded, "What have you done? What is this stuff?" Fu Chaoli smirked, clapping her hands, and cheerfully informed them, "This is a form of Eastern sorcery." The Slytherins jumped in alarm, and a few girls even shrieked. Furious, Draco lunged to grab Fu Chaoli by the collar, but Ron intervened. Hermione approached Fu Chaoli anxiously, asking, "What were those paper slips? They couldn't possibly be talismans from your Eastern culture, could they?" "Just leftover candy wrappers," Fu Chaoli replied, pulling out a piece of white rabbit candy and tossing it into her mouth. "And what about the incantation?" Hermione pressed. Fu Chaoli shrugged innocently. "It's merely a Chinese rhyme. Who is to blame for their inability to understand Chinese?" As Ron, acting as the bodyguard, missed Fu Chaoli's explanation, he excitedly inquired, "So what will this sorcery do? Will it make someone ill, or bring bad luck, or cause their skin to rot? Stink?" His enthusiasm grew as he scrutinized Draco, revealing a personal vendetta. At this, the Slytherins fell silent, and Draco too paused, anxiously eyeing Fu Chaoli. In a lowered voice, Fu Chaoli feigned a sinister tone, saying, "This curse will make you thirsty for water, hungry for food, even sleepy." She scanned the tense faces of the Slytherins, then suddenly gestured dramatically and exclaimed, "You'll want to sleep." The Slytherins, taken aback by her mysterious movements, froze, too scared to ponder her words further. Satisfied with the effect, Fu Chaoli strolled towards the direction Harry and Professor McGonagall had taken, the Slytherins daring not to approach them again. In the ensuing silence, a boy from Slytherin suddenly chuckled. Draco, infuriated, turned to complain, "Not, how can you laugh? She doesn't intend to lift the serious curse." Realizing something was amiss, Draco's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. Theodore not merely maintained his earlier grin, and upon seeing Draco's reaction, unleashed a string of curses directed at Fu Chaoli. He pulled out a notebook, carefully tucking a piece of candy wrapper inside. After failing to locate Harry, they returned to the common room, anxiously awaiting news. During this time, Ron still hadn't grasped the nature of Fu Chaoli's prank and persistently asked her to teach him this sorcery, earning a disapproving glance from Hermione, who reluctantly explained it to him. The revelation shattered Ron's mystique regarding Eastern wonders. Finally, at lunchtime, Harry returned, bursting with excitement as he recounted how Professor McGonagall had invited him to join the Quidditch team. By Merlin's beard, you must be the first year to participate in a Quidditch match, Ron exclaimed, even more thrilled than Harry himself, eager to share the news with everyone, especially the Slytherins. As he could hardly wait to see Draco's sour expression, Fu Chaoli was delighted for Harry and presented him with a piece of candy. Harry glanced at her. His cheeks flushed, uncertain if it was due to excitement or something else. He accepted the candy, took a deep breath, and tentatively asked Fu Chaoli, I have training tomorrow. Would you like to come watch? Upon seeing her nod, Harry exhaled in relief, only to be suddenly seized by Ron from behind. Of course, mate. I'll definitely come to watch your training. Harry, no hard feelings, he's a good mate. The group cheerfully made their way to the dining hall. And when Fu Chaoli noticed Harry holding her candy, with the wrapper crumpled in his hand, and nowhere to dispose of it, she kindly took it back and placed it in her pocket. Hermione curiously questioned why she kept so many seemingly useless items in her pocket, such as last time's thread and these candy wrappers. Fu Chaoli replied earnestly, but they proved useful last time, and this time as well. All right then, Hermione conceded. This habit stemmed from Fu Chaoli's time at the orphanage, where yarn ends could repair dolls, and candy wrappers could be traded with vendors for sweets. Over time, she grew fond of keeping these little items in her pocket, believing there would always be an opportunity to use them. Thanks to Ron's loud voice at the table, not only Gryffindor but nearly the entire school soon learned of Harry's new position as the seeker for the Quidditch team, once again placing him in the spotlight. Under Ron's deliberate promotion, the Slytherin table could hear every word. Witnessing that Potter had neither been expelled nor hindered but instead joined the Quidditch team, Draco seethed with frustration, losing his appetite and tossing down his fork as he stormed off to the common room. Upon returning to the common room, he angrily plopped onto the couch. Theodore, engrossed in his book, didn't he look up, while Blaise, reclining on the couch, straightened up with a teasing glance at Draco. What's wrong, young master? Let me guess. That Potter wasn't he expelled, was he? Not only wasn't he expelled, but he actually made it onto the team. Draco fumed, complaining, are these professors daft? How could they agree to such a thing? Moreover, that Fu Chaoli actually associates with someone as ostentatious as Harry Potter. It truly reflects a lack of discernment. The memory of Fu Chaoli's adoring gaze directed at Harry stirred a sense of frustration within Draco. What's this? Are you feeling envious? I thought you despised her. Detecting a hint of disquiet in Draco's tone, Blaise narrowed his eyes and feigned indifference as he spoke. Envious? Nonsense. I loathe Fu Chaoli even more than I do Harry Potter. The young boy, unable to withstand the provocation, seemed to argue with himself as he awkwardly expressed his disdain, before swiftly retreating to the dormitory. However, I find her rather appealing. Blaise reclined back on the sofa, propping his legs up, stealing a sidelong glance at Theodore. Theodore appeared oblivious, gently turning a page of his book. Blaise averted his gaze with a dismissive huff. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco opened a drawer, discovering the very ball of yarn Fu Chaoli had used to tease him, lying innocently within the box. He picked it up, glanced at it briefly, then in a fit of petulance, tossed it back into the drawer. He then turned to unseal a letter that had just arrived on his desk. After reading the letter, he leapt to his feet in excitement. His father was arriving at Hogwarts that very afternoon. Having finished dinner, Fu Chaoli intended to return to rest alongside Harry and the others when she unexpectedly encountered Professor Dumbledore in the corridor. With a warm smile, Dumbledore called out to Fu Chaoli, indicating he wished to speak with her and hoped she could accompany him to his office. Fu Chaoli had a vague inkling of the reason behind this summons, and after reassuring her concerned companions, she followed Dumbledore. Upon reaching the entrance to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore uttered the words lemon drop, causing the statue to rotate and reveal the door within. Observing the astonishment on Fu Chaoli's face, Dumbledore mischievously winked at her. All my sweets are inside. One must employ a bit of trickery to safeguard them. Fu Chaoli entered the office behind Dumbledore, where she was greeted by a striking man with golden hair, reminiscent of Draco, possessing an innate nobility in his demeanor. My apologies for the wait. I believe it is essential to personally extend invitations for sincerity's sake, Dumbledore remarked, guiding Fu Chaoli before the man, then returning to his seat with a smile. The man remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Fu Chaoli, who felt uneasy under his scrutiny, and the room fell into an awkward silence. Dumbledore, sipping his tea, showed no intention of breaking the stillness. This was not how parental visits unfolded in the past, Fu Chaoli mused. Just as she felt she could no longer endure the tension, the man finally spoke, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Greetings, Miss Fu Chaoli. I am Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Lucius's manner was strikingly familiar, as if they were long-lost friends reunited after years apart. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Fu Chaoli replied politely. Noticing the distant tone in her voice, Lucius appeared inexplicably disheartened. "I am aware of the situation between you and Draco." Fu Chaoli's spirits lifted immediately, her mind racing with potential responses. "On behalf of Draco, I apologize. Was it Draco who instigated it?" Fu Chaoli's voice faltered mid-sentence. This was far from her expectations. Lucius continued, his expression apologetic. "That child has been spoiled by my indulgence. I hope you can forgive his capriciousness." Fu Chaoli, now in a whirlwind of thoughts, observed Lucius's sincere expression. "Sensing no hidden malice. I am unharmed. After all, I have not suffered any loss." She faltered, caught off guard by his gentle demeanor. "That is good to hear. I hope these matters do not affect our relationship, if you please." Lucius's words seemed to carry a deeper implication, prompting a knowing glance from Dumbledore, who watched with a bemused expression. Fu Chaoli, oblivious to any underlying nuances, nodded in agreement. Honestly, how can a father be so courteous, yet his son learns nothing from him? She silently critiqued as Lucius escorted her out of the headmaster's office. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Miss Fu Chaoli. If you find the time, I hope you will visit Malfoy Manor." When Draco approached, brimming with excitement, he was taken aback to find Fu Chaoli conversing amiably with his father, to the extent of being invited to their home. He had envisioned countless scenarios on his way, even contemplating whether to advise his father against being too stern with Fu Chaoli, fearing she might be driven to tears. He had not anticipated such a harmonious rapport between them. "Father? Dad?" Draco ventured hesitantly. "Draco, you have arrived." Lucius's tone shifted to one of paternal authority. "As a Malfoy, you ought not to be so harsh with young ladies." Draco lowered his gaze in shame, catching a glimpse of Fu Chaoli hiding behind Lucius, nodding with a semblance of false bravado. This infuriated Draco. "But father," "Enough. This matter ends here," Lucius asserted decisively, turning to Fu Chaoli with a courteous farewell. "I must take my leave, Miss Fu. We shall meet again." After a lingering glance at Fu Chaoli, he departed. As Lucius exited, Draco shot Fu Chaoli a glare before following his father. The situation had resolved itself with surprising ease. Fu Chaoli clapped her hands in triumph, retreating contentedly to the common room. As the room emptied, Dumbledore opened a drawer, running his fingers over a pitch-black notebook, as if conversing with himself. That was an excellent opportunity for her. "Not yet. The time is not right," the notebook unexpectedly replied. "Do not forget our agreement." "Very well. I shall refrain from intervening." "Father." Why? Draco hesitated, finally asking the question. Lucius paused momentarily. In truth, such matters should not have necessitated his involvement. However, he had been drawn in by the sight of Fu Chaoli's name on the letter, reading it over and over in disbelief. After writing a response, he could hardly contain his eagerness to visit Hogwarts, solely to ascertain whether she had truly returned. "Don't concern yourself with it. Your mother made cookies for you. I've left them in your dormitory." Lucius struggled to find the right words, awkwardly diverting the topic. Fortunately, Draco, preoccupied with thoughts of cookies, did not pursue the matter further. Lucius exhaled in relief, though his brow remained furrowed in contemplation. Upon returning to the common room, Fu Chaoli animatedly recounted the events to her waiting friends, imitating Draco's frustrated yet helpless expression, which sent Ron into fits of laughter. Hermione, however, was somewhat apprehensive, suspecting there might be ulterior motives behind the initial pleasantries. That Malfoy actually wrote to his parents? He truly cannot handle defeat. Ron scoffed, remembering the letter. Fu Chaoli abruptly stood, smacking her forehead and startling Harry beside her. "What is it, Chaoli? I forgot about Papa," she exclaimed, hastening towards the Olary. Upon entering the Olary, a dark figure rushed toward her, though it slowed down before colliding with her. Mindful of her small stature, being knocked over would not be out of the question. Papa lightly bumped into Fu Chaoli before landing nearby, puffing his feathers in a huff, refusing to meet her gaze. Fu Chaoli offered a cheerful smile towards Papa, extending her hand in an attempt to stroke him, only to be evaded. "I am truly sorry, Papa. I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot to visit you." "Hoot. If you need anything, come find me. If not, just forget about me." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Fu Chaoli scratched her head awkwardly. She had only remembered to check on Papa when writing to her grandmother on Monday, and indeed, she had neglected him in recent days, feeling quite remorseful. "Big brother, please have some cookies." She took out the cookie crumbs she had brought for Papa, holding them aloft with both hands, bowing respectfully. "Hoot." Papa reluctantly turned his head. After weighing his pride, he finally bent down to nibble on the cookies. quickly devouring a good portion. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief and turned to Hedwig, placing another packet of cookies before her. Hello Hedwig, do have some cookies too? Before Hedwig could respond, a large shadow darted by, snatching the cookies from Fu Chaoli's hands clean. Turning around, she discovered it was Papa, who had tilted his head away, clearly feeling guilty. Hedwig merely shot a disdainful glance at Papa before closing her eyes to resume her slumber. Papa, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, slightly annoyed. Aren't the sheds supposed to feed owls? Haven't you had enough? Hoot hoot hoot. Then you shouldn't be stealing from Hedwig. Hoot. Papa appeared utterly dejected, as though the sky had fallen upon him. Was she no longer his favorite? You should apologize to Hedwig yourself. Fu Chaoli dismissed Papa, turning to exit. Upon stepping outside, she exhaled as if relieved to have navigated through the situation. Phew, I managed to smooth that over. Fu Chaoli had successfully diverted her own conflict onto Papa, transferring the pressure onto him. Papa gazed forlornly at Fu Chaoli's departing figure, then turned angrily towards Hedwig, flapping his wings. It's all your fault. I'll blow away the air around you until you can't breathe. Hedwig remained unfazed, retracting her neck, opening her eyes only to glance dismissively at the frenzied Papa. Shut up. Chapter 16. Wood's Invitation. The following day Harry, brimming with excitement, had scarcely slept the night before. He readied himself early and left the dormitory, spotting Fu Chaoli nestled against Hermione, dozing off with a yawn. He felt a pang of sympathy. Is it too early? Should Chaoli go back to sleep? No, it's fine. Fu Chaoli rubbed her eyes and shook her head to wake herself up. It's your first training, of course. We must accompany you. As they made their way to the training ground, they noticed that the other team members were already practicing in the air. Harry greeted Fu Chaoli and the others, and only after she sat down did he mount his broom to seek out Wood. Look who's here. It's the brilliant Gryffindor Seeker's friend. Upon hearing this chorus of voices, Fu Chaoli sensed trouble brewing and embarrassedly covered her face. The twins swooped down from the sky and settled on either side of her. They leaned close to her ear and whispered, You rode a broom by yourself during flying class yesterday, didn't you? Even flew a circle around the school. You must be mistaken, it wasn't he me. Fu Chaoli replied nervously. Impossible. We saw it quite clearly. You saw it. Fu Chaoli gasped in disbelief. I specifically avoided the windows. The twins exchanged glances, grinning as they leaned closer. You avoided the windows, but not the corridors. You know we love to hang around the corridors, looking for new and exciting things. Like a daring little lion flying high in the sky. Fu Chaoli glanced around fearfully, relieved to see that Hermione was oblivious to their conversation. She raised a finger to her lips and whispered, Shh, don't let Hermione hear. I've already been reprimanded once. Fred raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, Why, you have quite the talent for flying. Fu Chaoli, flustered, slapped a hand over Fred's mouth, desperately signaling him to lower his voice. Shh. Fred, unfazed, simply took her hand and held it tightly. George leaned in from the other side, smoothing Fu Chaoli's hair, and said earnestly, Really, Chaoli, you flew very fast and steady yesterday. Have you considered playing Quidditch? Fu Chaoli pondered for a moment. She indeed cherished the sensation of flying, but her knowledge of Quidditch was limited, and she intended to think it over. During her contemplation, another figure descended. Fred, George, what are you doing here? Training hasn't he ended yet? Fu Chaoli sensed the twins stiffen beside her. Wasn't he supposed to be training with Harry? Why was he back so soon? Fred quietly muttered his frustration. The boy who landed was tall and sunny, though his brow was furrowed, giving him a somewhat serious and stern appearance. Under Wood's stern gaze, the twins reluctantly mounted their brooms to return to training. You must be Fu Chaoli? He turned to her, his tone unexpectedly softening. Yes. Fu Chaoli startled, immediately standing upright, her posture perfect as she faced Wood. After all, he was the one capable of keeping the mischievous twins in line. No need for such formality. Wood extended his hand towards her. I'm Oliver Wood. I've seen you before. Fu Chaoli shook his hand, noting that Wood's palm was large enough to envelop her entire hand. As she contemplated when they might have met, she noticed Wood's expression shift to seriousness. I saw you flying on your broom yesterday, and I think you did very well. He paused and added, I believe everyone in that class saw it too. They all think you have great potential. Fu Chaoli felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her. The entire class had witnessed her reckless broom flying. Wood, oblivious to her startled expression, continued excitedly, I believe you could excel at Quidditch. Would you like to try out as our seeker next year? Fu Chaoli scrutinized Wood's gaze, seeing only eagerness and anticipation within. Reluctant to dampen his spirits, she could only agree, I'll consider it, Senior Wood. Great. Wood cheerfully patted her shoulder, nearly dislocating it. He pointed to Harry in the air, saying, "You can come watch Harry practice from now on." After a moment's thought, he believed it wasn't sufficient. "No, you should come to the training ground in the mornings to find me. We'll start training early." "Wait, hold on, Senior Wood." Before Fu Chaoli could respond, Wood simply said, "We'll start tomorrow," and flew off to resume training. "Wait, Senior Wood, I haven't agreed yet." Ron, who had been waiting nearby, approached Fu Chaoli, envy etched on his face as he remarked, "You're amazing. Wood invited you to join the team. When will I get to join the Quidditch team?" He drifted off into daydreams, envisioning himself as a member of the team. Hermione. "I can't get up in the morning." Fu Chaoli flopped onto Hermione, pouting as she complained. Hermione, engrossed in her book, didn't lift her head, calmly replying, "Who told you to sneak off and ride a broom yesterday?" "Also," she added, lifting her gaze to pinch the soft flesh of Fu Chaoli's belly, "a bit of exercise wouldn't hurt. You've been eating far too much." Fu Chaoli had a hearty appetite, consuming copious amounts of food at each meal. However, despite her previous frailness, she had not gained much weight over the past week. Her face had merely become slightly more rounded, rendering her even more adorable. Pouting, Fu Chaoli sat listlessly, playing with her fingers. When Harry glanced over at her, she forced a smile, but after several such glances, her smile became rigid and fixed upon her face. Finally, after a morning of practice, a perspiring Harry approached her side. He had long sensed something was amiss with Fu Chaoli, but with Wood supervising nearby, he could only rush over to inquire after practice concluded. "What's wrong, Chaoli?" Fu Chaoli lowered her head, weakly recounting the matter of Wood requiring her to train in the morning, leaving Harry at a loss for words. "Even if there is training, shouldn't I be the priority?" Harry, feeling helpless, promised to rise early to train with her the following morning. At midday, overwhelmed by her gloomy mood, Fu Chaoli could barely consume 2 plates of food. An anxious Harry continuously offered her meat. Passing by, Snape furrowed his brow. Eating so little. Could it be a sign of illness? He pondered, only to turn around and hand Fu Chaoli a potion for her lack of appetite. "You all just indulge her," Hermione remarked. Chapter 17, Draco declares war. Due to her agreement with Wood from the previous day, Fu Chaoli begrudgingly rose on what could have been a splendid weekend. Yawning, she stepped out of the dormitory and spotted a brown-haired figure dozing in the common room. Approaching, she realized it was Harry, who had already closed his eyes in slumber. She gently moved closer, intending to drape a garment over him. Harry, with keen senses, abruptly opened his eyes upon sensing her nearness, and upon seeing Fu Chaoli's concerned expression. He exclaimed, "Sorry, Chaoli. Did I startle you?" "It's all right, Harry. You really don't have to accompany me. Go back to sleep," she replied. Harry shook his head, rising to head toward the door. "I've already changed into my training gear. Plus, with the match approaching, I cannot afford to let our house down." The two made their way to the pitch, arriving just before 7:30 a.m. The gentle morning sun bathed them in warmth, and the fresh air uplifted Fu Chaoli's spirits. "Chaoli, you're here." Wood sprinted over, looking as though he had been exercising for quite some time, wiping the sweat from his brow. Spotting Harry, he exclaimed, "Oh Harry, you're here to train as well? Good morning." "I apologize if we're late," Fu Chaoli said. Wood waved his hand dismissively, claiming he was merely warming up. In truth, his morning practice began at 6:30 a.m., and he had arrived early, but today was different. He trained with a sense of anticipation, frequently glancing toward the entrance. Wood retrieved the quaffle and introduced it to Fu Chaoli before passing it to her, encouraging her to attempt a throw. Fu Chaoli aimed at a distant mound of grass, throwing with all her might, striking the center of the highest stack perfectly. "Wow," Wood exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the sun as he observed her precise throw, whistling in approval. "Excellent." Fu Chaoli sensed Wood's gaze upon her becoming increasingly fervent as he ran to retrieve the ball for her, signaling for her to continue practicing. "Since we can't borrow a broom, we'll train on them the next time the team practices," Wood remarked, noticing Harry lingering idly by. He casually tossed Harry a golf ball, saying, "You're off duty today. Go have some fun." Wood, exhilarated by Fu Chaoli's evident talent, urged her to throw repeatedly. Fu Chaoli seemed to hit the mark every time, while Wood tirelessly ran back and forth retrieving the balls, perspiring profusely yet relishing the task. Oblivious to who was truly being trained, the scene unfolded with Fu Chaoli throwing while Wood retrieved. "This hardly seems like a proper game," she mused, her perception of Wood shifting, increasingly likening him to a large dog. Time slipped by, and Fu Chaoli's arms grew weary. Stretching her shoulders, she winced in pain. Upon returning with the ball, Wood noticed her fatigued expression, and Harry, who was holding the golf ball with a forlorn look, decided it was best to send them back. Observing Fu Chaoli stretching her shoulders, he hesitated before calling out to her. Fu Chaoli paused, turning to see Wood approaching. He placed a hand on her shoulder and gently squeezed. Ouch! Fu Chaoli felt a momentary pang, reminiscent of an encounter with a long-lost ancestor, and quickly began to wonder if her earlier performance had displeased him. My apologies, Wood said, easing his grip, but surprised at how soft her body was. He felt a twinge of guilt seeing her wince. You might feel better tomorrow. Thank you, Senior Wood, Fu Chaoli replied, forcing a smile as she rubbed her shoulder. Rest well, and there's no need to come tomorrow morning. We'll practice together when the team trains. Wood stumbled over his words and Fu Chaoli, oblivious to his unease, hurriedly pulled Harry away. Behind them, Wood's face flushed as he felt the rapid pounding of his heart. Could it be the exertion from this morning? He wondered. Yet his mind was consumed by memories of the softness he had just felt. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fu Chaoli immediately collapsed onto her bed. Hermione, already awake, sat at the edge of her bed, engrossed in a book. Have you eaten breakfast yet, Chaoli? Hermione inquired. Concern etched on her face as she observed Fu Chaoli's weary visage. Not yet. Let me sleep a bit. I'll head straight to lunch afterward, Fu Chaoli mumbled. Burying her face in her pillow, her eyes already closing, Hermione sighed, setting down her book, and tenderly tucked Fu Chaoli in before deciding to fetch her some snacks from the dining hall. Stepping out of the common room, Hermione spotted Harry and Ron waiting on the couch. Is Chaoli not coming for breakfast? Ron asked curiously, noticing only Hermione emerging, while he supported a drowsy Harry. Let her rest. I'll go fetch some food for her, Hermione replied, glancing at Harry. Why aren't you going back to sleep? He insisted on waiting for Chaoli to go eat. Harry exclaimed, suddenly alert. His face flushed as he clamped a hand over Ron's mouth to stifle any further remarks. Turning to Hermione with a smile, I'm not tired, haha. I'll go with you for breakfast. Hermione rolled her eyes at the entangled duo of Harry and Ron before stepping outside. The trio arrived at the dining hall, where breakfast attendees were sparse on a Sunday morning, and Draco immediately spotted them. With 2 lackeys in tow, he strode over. Oh, the Gryffindor genius. Not rushing off to practice, yet still has time for a meal? He sneered, hands in his pockets. Noticing Fu Chaoli was absent, he pouted in disappointment before taunting Harry. Practice more. Perhaps you'll manage to lose with some style. Better than some fool who can't even get on the team despite having connections. Wandering around with an empty head, Harry retorted defiantly. Who are you insulting? Draco shot back. Why, the one who constantly cries for his daddy, of course. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with animosity. In such a serious atmosphere, Ron, standing beside Harry, suddenly recalled a moment in the common room when Fu Chaoli had mocked Draco for his incessant bravado, always lurking to pester them. A chuckle escaped his lips. Draco, incensed, turned sharply towards Ron and demanded, What are you laughing at? Ron thought of the amusing scene, and couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably at the sight of Draco, his mind filled with thoughts of bullheadedness. Draco, infuriated, felt that Ron was showing him a lack of respect. Yet, as if struck by a sudden idea, he began to chuckle himself. How about a wizard's duel tonight, using only our wands, to see if your skills are as formidable as your boasts? He tilted his head back arrogantly, issuing a challenge. Provoked, Ron surged forward, declaring, Bring it on. Satisfied that his plan was working, Draco smirked and added, The trophy room. I'll bring 3, and you should bring 3 as well, so no one can accuse us of bullying you. Hermione quickly stepped in to restrain Harry, anxiously saying, You can't accept this. He will surely resort to tricks. The Malfoy family would never stoop to such dishonorable tactics. Draco shot a glare at Hermione, then taunted. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Harry had long harbored a dislike for Draco, and spurred on by this provocation, he decisively accepted the challenge. You'd better have some backbone. Draco sneered, turning haughtily to depart. Harry, how could you agree to this? Hermione fretted. Getting caught during a nighttime escapade will lead to point deductions. But we can't let Slytherin have the last laugh. Ron retorted indignantly. Harry, regaining his composure, addressed Hermione. You mustn't tell Chaoli. It will just be Ron and me. But he has 3. Hermione protested. Don't worry. The 2 of us can handle them easily, Ron confidently said, placing a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Right, Harry nodded. Just keep you and Chaoli out of this. We'll handle it ourselves. Seeing that neither Harry nor Ron would be swayed, Hermione stomped her foot in frustration, no longer engaging with them, and returned to her dormitory with some food. Come on, brother, Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. Our task now is to build our stamina, and then at night we'll give them a proper thrashing. Agreed. Chapter 18. Encountering the Three-Headed Dog. As night fell, Draco sat leisurely in the common room, idly toying with his brooch. Goyle leaned in, puzzled. Aren't we going to duel? Fool. Draco smacked his head, exasperated. Of course it's a ruse. We'll wait for them to sneak out at midnight and get caught. Gryffindor will surely lose points. Besides, Fu Chaoli isn't even here. It would be pointless to go. Draco grumbled. Later that evening, Harry and Ron sat in the common room, constantly glancing at the clock. What time did Malfoy say to meet? Ron wondered aloud. The two whispered together, anxious to avoid appearing desperate by arriving too early, yet wary that arriving too late might lead to Draco mocking them for retreating. Thus, they found themselves waiting until the early hours. We have to go now. We can't hesitate any longer. Harry suddenly stood up. Where are you going? A voice called from the corner, startling both Harry and Ron, causing Ron's legs to wobble. Chaoli? Harry, holding a lantern, illuminated the figure of Fu Chaoli, rubbing her eyes, accompanied by a distressed-looking Hermione. How can you go to fight without me? Fu Chaoli complained, somewhat annoyed. Hermione, didn't we agree not to tell Chaoli? Harry said, growing anxious. Hermione shrugged helplessly. I didn't tell her. I sneaked out. And when I turned around, she was already dressed. I heard it from Peeves. Fu Chaoli yawned. I haven't slept all night. Reluctantly, Harry and Ron had no choice but to include Fu Chaoli. But that makes our numbers uneven, Ron fretted. Why should we engage in a one-on-one when we could have a brawl? Fu Chaoli remained calm, having witnessed enough scuffles among the children at the orphanage that typically devolved into chaotic free-for-alls. The four friends, like a line of little radishes, slipped out of the common room and hurried towards the trophy room. However, upon opening the door, Ron stepped on something soft, letting out a terrified scream, and leaped into Fu Chaoli's arms. You're going to crush me, Fu Chaoli exclaimed as Harry quickly rescued her, glancing down to see Neville sleeping on the floor. Neville, what are you doing here? Hermione roused him. Thank goodness someone finally opened the door. Neville exclaimed, I forgot the password, and the fat lady wouldn't let me in. Upon noticing the four friends ready for action, he curiously asked, what are you all doing out this late? You'll lose points if you get caught. With no other option, Harry explained the duel, and Neville insisted on joining them. As they walked, Neville appeared fearful, trembling as he walked next to Fu Chaoli. She gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. He turned to gaze at Fu Chaoli, who remained stunning even in the night, and self-deprecatingly mused, am I really that useless? So timid, always causing trouble. He thought to himself, it's only because I was sorted into Gryffindor that Chaoli even speaks to me. Sensing Neville's insecurity and despondence, Fu Chaoli tentatively took his hand. He froze, feeling the warmth and softness of her touch, his eyes suddenly feeling warm. No, Neville isn't foolish. Fu Chaoli turned to meet his gaze, earnestly stating, you might worry about losing points, but you still followed us out here because you were concerned for our safety. You are a truly good friend. Neville's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. His face flushed, and his palm grew warm in hers. Would she be uncomfortable? He pondered, reluctant to let go of her hand. Suddenly, Harry stepped between them, firmly extracting Fu Chaoli's hand and grasping it himself. Neville said nothing, staring at his own palm, grinning foolishly. Harry observed Neville's goofy expression with discontent, thinking, I should have left him behind. When Fu Chaoli inquired about his actions, Harry turned his face away and lied, I have the lantern. Holding your hand makes it safer. Thankfully, the darkness concealed Harry's wandering gaze and flushed cheeks. The group proceeded in a tight-knit formation, hoping to avoid encountering Filch. Upon arriving at their destination, they found no sign of Draco and his companions. Did we arrive too early? Ron wondered, glancing around with surprise. Or perhaps Malfoy and his lot are too frightened and have fled. We might have been deceived. Fu Chaoli whispered, pointing at a cat sitting at the door. Oh no, it's Filch's cat. The group held their breath, nervously watching the feline. It elegantly licked its paws before suddenly widening its eyes and emitting a sharp, piercing yowl. Run! Harry shouted. And the five of them immediately turned and dashed toward another door, Filch's furious shouts echoing behind them. I told you Malfoy was playing us. Hermione admonished Harry and Ron as they ran. He just wants us to lose points. That scoundrel. Upon encountering him, I must ascend the stairs. The staircase has transformed. Ron's voice cracked in fear. Zhao Zhao. Harry hastily extended his hand towards Fu Chaoli, exclaiming, hold on to me. Fu Chaoli grasped Harry's hand firmly, while Neville, who had been clinging to the railing, was abruptly pulled down by Ron. At last, the staircase came to a halt, revealing a door they had never seen before. Zhao Zhao, are you injured? Harry anxiously checked Fu Chaoli, relieved to find that her robe was merely dusted with a bit of grime. Neville, quietly brushing the dust off Fu Chaoli's back, inquired, where has this staircase taken us? I've never seen this door before. Ron, who had tumbled to the ground, got up grimacing in confusion, and approached the evidently ancient door, touching it cautiously. Don't touch that. Hermione scolded, swatting Ron's hand away. Just then, Filch's voice echoed from behind them, reverberating through the empty castle, sending shivers down their spines. With little time to ponder, Hermione drew her wand and cast Alohomora on the door lock, successfully opening it. The group hurriedly rushed inside. Huff huff, that wretched Malfoy. I knew he was up to no good. Ron panted, shaking his fist in frustration. You should pray Filch doesn't find us here. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. Guys, we might be facing a bit of trouble, Neville stammered, pointing towards a large shadow in the corner. Fu Chaoli leaned in to see that a colossal creature with 3 heads lay there. Awakened by their voices, each head stirred, 6 menacing eyes glaring at them, drool dripping from 3 gaping mouths. Is this a bit of trouble? The 5 exclaimed in unison, bolting towards the door. Harry pushed Fu Chaoli out first, quickly following suit to lock the door behind them. They dared not pause, sprinting back to the common room, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Fortunately, they had not encountered Filch again. Why is there such a creature in the school? Harry asked, bewildered. That 3-headed dog must be guarding something valuable, Hermione reasoned, calming down as she noticed a trapdoor in the floor beneath them, hinting that something might be hidden inside. Harry recalled the package Hagrid had taken from Gringotts when he had accompanied him. Sharing his speculation, the group resolved to inquire Hagrid about it at a later time. After the night's excitement and pre-sleep exertion, Fu Chaoli was utterly exhausted. They set the matter aside, returning to their respective dormitories for rest. As Monday loomed with classes to attend, Fu Chaoli fell asleep instantly, even dreaming of throwing balls and running. Chapter 19. Is there a hint of ambiguity between us? On Monday evening, Fu Chaoli appeared punctually in Snape's office, seated in the corner tending to slugs. She wondered where so many slugs had come from. In truth, Snape had entrusted her with this task, reluctant to allow her to handle other materials, thereby ensuring her quiet presence in the office for several days. During this time, their interactions were minimal. Snape was aware that Fu Chaoli was still sulking over his points deduction from Gryffindor, yet he remained indifferent. Just occasionally catching a glimpse of her petite figure brought him a sense of happiness. You needn't come tomorrow, he announced. And Fu Chaoli felt as though she had heard a celestial melody. After days of handling slugs, she had grown accustomed to it. Hermione had even joked that she dreamed of peeling and slicing them at night. Really? She exclaimed in delight, turning around, only to lose grip on the slug, which plopped onto the floor. Snape inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation. Finish today's work, otherwise the time will be extended. In truth, he was merely trying to scare her, as there were no more slugs left. Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to come and toil anymore, Fu Chaoli felt elated, humming a tune as she skipped back, contemplating how to utilize her newfound free time, hoping Hermione had forgotten about her insistence on studying together. Just then, she accidentally stepped on something hard. Looking down, she discovered a notebook. Picking it up, she gently brushed off the imprints on it, revealing the name inscribed on the cover, Theodore Nott. She recalled hearing that name during the sorting ceremony. Wasn't he from Slytherin? Fu Chaoli felt the notebook grow warm in her hands. Should she return it? She hesitated. After a moment of reflection, instilled with the values of honesty and returning lost items to their rightful owners since childhood, Fu Chaoli sighed, mustering her courage to head toward the Slytherin common room. If she happened to encounter any Slytherin students along the way, she could simply pass it on. Just as she pondered this, she was pleasantly surprised to see a Slytherin boy ahead, bent over, searching for something. Could it be his lost notebook? Fu Chaoli hurried forward but stopped a little distance away. Excuse me, are you Theodore Nott? Upon hearing the anticipated voice, Theodore, who had been feigning a search, smirked slightly, then straightened up, adopting an expression of innocent urgency as he looked at Fu Chaoli, who stood a step away. Yes, I am. Fu Chaoli had never denied her fondness for attractive faces. The boy before her possessed delicate, pale features, exuding a quiet, gentle demeanor. His eyes regarded her with a calm, obedient gaze. Is there something you need from me? How may I assist you? Theodore continued, striving to display his courtesy. Fu Chaoli's fondness for him soared. So there were indeed normal individuals in Slytherin, compared to the troublemaking Draco. This boy radiated the charm of a cultured young gentleman. Fu Chaoli immediately revealed her playful side, clearing her throat and placing her hands behind her back. Enigmatically addressing the boy, "Oh bewildered youth, did you lose this golden notebook or perhaps this silver one?" Ering Fu Chaoli's peculiar ton, Theodore chuckled softly. He had read a story resembling this. He played along. Respected river god, it is merely an ordinary black notebook. Fu Chaoli nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the notebook from behind her and handing it to him. I apologize, I accidentally stepped on it. No worries, I'm just glad to have found it, Theodore said, tenderly stroking the notebook, his voice low. It was the last thing my mother left me. Actually, there's also a ring, Fu Chaoli chastised herself internally, feeling a pang of regret. She should have known better. Observing the myriad expressions on Fu Chaoli's face, Theodore laughed gently. It's all right. As long as the notebook is unharmed, that's what matters. Fragility is a man's greatest treasure. Fu Chaoli felt a newfound closeness to the boy before her. She introduced herself. I am Chaoli Fu. You can just call me Chaoli. Chaoli? Theodore lowered his eyes. He had overheard Potter and Weasley calling her Zhao Zhao. He kept his expression neutral, responding amiably. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chaoli. You can call me Theodore. As Fu Chaoli intended to return to her dormitory, Theodore mentioned he was heading to the library, and since their paths coincided, they could walk together for a while. How convenient that the library and common room were on the same route. Fu Chaoli didn't ponder it deeply. The two walked side by side down the corridor, where the current hour found most students engaged in mealtime or athletic pursuits, rendering the castle's underground exceptionally tranquil. Shouldn't you have given me both the gold and silver notebooks after I answered the question? Theodore jested. No, I can only commend your honesty, Fu Chaoli replied candidly, eliciting a light laugh from Theodore. Their camaraderie was harmonious. Theodore was well-mannered, exhibiting a graceful sense of social propriety that made Fu Chaoli feel at ease. Upon reaching the library entrance, Fu Chaoli waved goodbye. Theodore remained stationary, watching her disappear at the staircase's end before allowing his smile to fade, reverting to his former aloof demeanor as he decisively turned to walk back. He returned to the lounge, opened his notebook, and began to write, though his expression remained impassive. His childhood friend, Blaise, sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding him. What are you doing? Blaise inquired, curiosity piqued. Without raising his head, Theodore replied, writing in my journal. Blaise scoffed, averting his gaze. I've never seen you keep a journal before. Theodore's pen continued to glide across the page, documenting his initial encounter with Fu Chaoli that day. This was, of course, a diary solely dedicated to her. He even fantasized about her perusing it, catching a glimpse of his feelings for her. Such thoughts consumed Theodore with a hint of madness. Meanwhile, a carefree Fu Chaoli, having no detentions, returned to the lounge. Hardly had she settled when members of the team, clad in crimson and gold training attire, burst in. The twins spotted her lounging on the sofa and approached, sandwiching her between them. Moments ago full of vitality, they now collapsed onto her like a pair of oversized dogs. Wait, I'm trying to do my homework, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, struggling to extend her arms from beneath their weight. We've trained all afternoon. Let us rest on you, shall we? Fred nestled his face into Fu Chaoli's neck, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. George gently took the quill from her hand, placing it on the table before leaning against her, quietly toying with her fingers. Defeated in her attempts to resist, Fu Chaoli surrendered, reclining against the back of the sofa, gazing despondently at the ceiling. You're all sweaty. I don't want to take a shower. The three formed a tight cluster on the couch. Harry arrived a moment too late, caught by Wood, who was discussing tactics at the tail end of the team. Upon entering, he spotted Fu Chaoli's face peeking out from beneath the twins, irritation boiling within him, yet unable to dislodge the two hefty figures. He could only sulk on the nearby sofa. Are we becoming a tad too ambiguous here? Fu Chaoli pondered, feeling exhausted yet unable to cease her chattering, her mind drifting to a novel she had been sneaking glimpses at. The twins remained silent, but she could sense their suppressed laughter, causing her shoulders to tingle. George shifted, tightening his embrace around her waist. Tomorrow afternoon, training at the same time, Wood announced as he entered, organizing his gloves. He quickly noticed Fu Chaoli's struggling visage between the twins and hurriedly seized their ears, pulling them away from her. Only then could Fu Chaoli breathe normally. Wood settled beside her, ignoring Fred's yelp. Captain, you're sitting on my foot. Wood focused intently on Fu Chaoli, asking, has detention ended? Yes. I won't have to go again, she confirmed. Then come to training tomorrow afternoon, he insisted. I knew it, Fu Chaoli replied, and seeing Wood's resolute gaze, she nodded in agreement. Wood's visible delight blossomed as he set a time with her before rising to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back, stating, Granger should be in the library. As the twins began to inch closer again, Fu Chaoli promptly stood, evading their grasp. Haha, on second thought, I'll go find Hermione to do my homework together. With her assignments in hand, she exited the lounge. Harry quickly followed her. Chaoli, I'm coming too. Eh? You didn't even grab your homework. What are you going to do in the library? Why not stay here and review tactics with the brothers? The twins couldn't stop Fu Chaoli, but they managed to detain Harry, dragging him to Wood's side. Witnessing the rare enthusiasm from the three, Wood felt touched. Sharing his tactical insights throughout the night, even detailing how many layers of clothing to wear. Fu Chaoli, of course, dared not seek out Hermione in the library. Instead, she found a secluded corner in the corridor to work on her assignments. Isn't it uncomfortable to do homework here? Someone queried nearby. Looking up, Fu Chaoli recognized Percy, his expression radiating disapproval. Senior Percy, she greeted with a smile. It's fine, it's quite cozy sitting here. Percy reached out, gently pinching the nape of her neck through her clothing. Bending your head like that must be tiring. Why not do your homework in the lounge? Considering the raucous company in the lounge, Fu Chaoli hesitated before responding. It's a bit noisy in there. Is it Fred and George causing the ruckus? Percy frowned, his seriousness directed at his mischievous brothers, a hint of a headache evident. It seemed he would need to manage them more strictly. No, they're quite entertaining. Fu Chaoli hastily reassured him. You find them amusing? Percy's gaze fell. Do you like them this way? Their playful antics are indeed quite amusing, Fu Chaoli replied earnestly. But senior, you don't need to emulate them. You are mature, composed, and responsible, entirely different from them. You are quite charming in your own right. Hearing her words, Percy felt a warmth swell within him. The grievances that had once weighed heavily on his heart seemed to dissipate in that moment. He smiled softly, gazing at Fu Chaoli's face, and gently said, "Thank you." Percy accompanied Fu Chaoli as she completed her assignments in the corridor, occasionally offering her guidance. If the twins were to witness his gentle demeanor, they would undoubtedly be left agape. The next day after class, Harry informed Fu Chaoli that he needed to return to the dormitory to change into his training attire, assuring her she need not wait, and even offered to retrieve her textbooks. Since Fu Chaoli had yet to join the team, lacking both training gear and a broom, she hurried to the training field empty-handed. Chaoli. Upon reaching the training ground's entrance, she spotted Cedric and his teammates exiting. Cedric, recognizing her, sprinted over with his broom in hand. Chaoli, are you here to watch the Gryffindor team train? He asked, a bright smile gracing his face. Something like that. However, I'm here to train, Fu Chaoli admitted, forcing a chuckle at Cedric's puzzled expression. Said we should head back, his teammates urged, nudging him with their elbows and exchanging knowing glances. All right, you all go ahead, Cedric replied, turning back to Fu Chaoli. I'll train with you. Afterward, we can have a meal together. Aren't you tired? Perhaps you should head back to rest, she suggested. Not at all. I'm not tired, Cedric insisted, shaking his head as he walked alongside Fu Chaoli toward the training field. As soon as they entered, Wood stood by with a broom in hand, his enthusiasm for Chaoli immediately cooling upon the sight of Cedric. It was now Gryffindor's training time. Wood regarded Cedric with a stern expression, issuing an unspoken eviction notice. My current role is merely as Zhao's friend, not as the captain of Hufflepuff. Cedric was undeterred, returning Wood's gaze defiantly. Caught in the middle, Chaoli looked from one to the other, feeling as though she had stumbled into a battlefield. What if you spy on our tactics? We Hufflepuffs would never resort to such means. I'm merely here to watch Zhao's training. Seeing the stalemate was a waste of time. Wood begrudgingly acquiesced, but directed Cedric to a corner far removed from the field. Never mind him, let us commence our training. Wood extended his hand to Zhao, saying, today, you will shoot at the real hoop. Cedric furrowed his brow, asking, but how can Zhao fly up without a broom? Of course, I will take her flying. No way. Cedric objected, offering his broom to Zhao instead. Wood ignored him, wrapping his arms around Zhao and lifting her onto his broom, seating her in front of him. He skillfully controlled the broom with one hand while the other secured her waist for her safety. Don't worry, said Zhao, attempted to soothe Cedric. But before she could finish her sentence, Wood had already soared into the sky with her. Even in anger, Cedric could not disturb their training, and was forced to retreat to the corner pointed out by Wood. Sitting there in solitary isolation, Wood guided Zhao toward the opposite hoop, urging her to shoot while in rapid motion, his focus wholly on maneuvering the broom. Despite the turbulence, Zhao's accuracy remained impressive, and as she landed one shot after another, Wood's excitement grew, pushing the speed further. With another swift basket made by Zhao, Wood jubilantly exclaimed, Chaoli, you are undoubtedly the most gifted chaser. The wind whipped past, and feeling the thrill of flight and the joy of scoring, Zhao's heart raced with exhilaration. The sturdy body behind her provided a comforting sense of security. In the air, Zhao couldn't help but shout with delight. Listening to the melodious laughter of the girl ahead and feeling her softness in his arms, Wood felt his face grow warm, his heart pounding in his ears. Below, Harry, having just changed into his gear, rushed over only to find the twins standing aside with their brooms, scowling at the sky. Where's Captain Wood? Harry queried, scanning the area for Zhao and Chaoli. Up there, Fred gestured with his chin. That one in Wood's arms, George added with a hint of envy. Harry, huh? Just then, Wood descended with Zhao, and as Harry prepared to approach, a tall figure clad in yellow training robes came rushing out of nowhere. Cedric swiftly lifted Zhao from Wood's embrace and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, though his words lacked tenderness. Is this how every player is trained by Captain Wood? Harry exclaimed, surprised. Why is there another one? Wood ignored Cedric, adjusting Zhao's clothing and saying, You did exceptionally well, let us call it a day. Turning, he noticed the disgruntled expressions of the twins and Harry and commanded, Team practice starts now. Before the twins could exchange words with Zhao, they were ushered into the air, grumbling in indignation. Truly what a scene. A disgraceful sight. Zhao's eyes lit up as she spotted Harry approaching, eager to converse, but Cedric subtly obstructed her. They are about to train. Would certainly one tea let me stay here. Let us go eat first. Harry, feeling ostracized by Wood and Cedric, remarked, You're making me feel nauseous. Zhao had only time to wave goodbye to Harry, before Cedric led her to the dining hall. Upon entering, Zhao immediately spotted Ron and Hermione at their table. She cheerfully greeted them, then turned to bid farewell to Cedric, only for him to follow her to the Gryffindor table. Ron, who are you? Good heavens. Isn't that Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff? He is truly so handsome and gentle. A few girls from the Lion House huddled together, excitedly whispering and occasionally glancing at Cedric. Ron, pretty boy. You all right? I'm Cedric Diggory, and I'm also Zhao's friend. Cedric smiled warmly at them, appearing as if he were the son-in-law meeting his future in-laws. Hello, senior. I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. Cedric was humble and polite, leaving Hermione with a favorable first impression. Humph. Ron, feeling slightly resentful of Cedric, huffed and resumed eating. Ron, Cedric is quite nice, Zhao urged, but Ron, even more incensed, buried his head in his food, refusing to glance at Cedric. Cedric remained unfazed, engaging Ron in a lively discussion about Quidditch, successfully opening him up. And by the end of the meal, Ron was sharing his deepest preferences regarding his favorite teams. Cedric simply smiled and listened, even cutting Zhao's steak with a finesse that left Hermione feeling somewhat envious. Observing their rapport blossoming, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Cedric turned to her, winking playfully and making a gesture that signaled one. As the meal concluded, the group enjoyed each other's company, with Cedric even escorting them back to the dormitory. Whispering a secret goodnight to Zhao. Lying in bed, Hermione remarked to Zhao, Indeed, boys and men are fundamentally different. Zhao responded, But he is only 2 years older than us. Chapter 21. A Halloween Fright. Days passed swiftly, and Halloween was fast approaching. This was Zhao's first Halloween, and Mrs. Floss had sent her an abundance of candies, including local treats she had cherished since childhood. She packaged the sweets, intending to share them with those she knew. Additionally, she donned a small backpack filled with candies. During Charms class, Professor Flitwick stood at the lectern, instructing everyone on how to perform the levitation charm. Harry and Zhao sat behind Ron and Hermione, attempting to replicate the professor's wand movements over a feather on the table. Resting her chin in her hand, Zhao decided to casually chant the spell, unexpectedly succeeding on the first try as the feather floated gently upward. Oh, everyone look at Miss Zhao. Professor Flitwick exclaimed with excitement, praising her success. Elated, the professor awarded 5 points to Gryffindor. Bang! An explosion erupted from the neighboring table, causing Zhao's hand to tremble and the feather to plummet. Harry, who had been admiring Zhao, turned to see Neville's face blackened from the explosion, and raised his hand to signal the professor. Professor, could you provide Neville with another feather? Just then, Ron and Hermione began to argue, as Hermione had pointed out Ron's mistake while attempting to teach him the incantation. Hermione demonstrated the spell again, successfully making the feather levitate, earning another 5 points from the professor. Ron, feeling a bit irked, found Hermione's demeanor somewhat overbearing and turned away in annoyance. After class, Ron stormed out, dragging Harry along, not casting a glance back at Hermione. Fu Chaoli did not follow Harry and the others. Instead, she tidied her backpack and waited for the visibly disheartened Hermione. Chaoli, aren't you going with Harry and the others? Hermione turned around, surprised to see Fu Chaoli still waiting for her. Fu Chaoli said nothing, merely walking silently beside Hermione, offering her quiet companionship. Chaoli, do you find me annoying too? Hermione asked sullenly, her head down as they walked. Fu Chaoli shook her head, about to offer some comforting words when Ron's disgruntled voice suddenly carried from ahead. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron mimicked Hermione's speech in a mockingly exaggerated manner. Who can stand her like that? If it weren't for Chaoli, who would even want to be around her? Harry, along with Seamus and others following Ron, erupted into laughter. Hearing this, Hermione lowered her head even further, quickening her pace, and after bumping into Ron hard, she stormed off. Hermione! Fu Chaoli called after her, hastily pursuing. And as she passed Ron, she angrily admonished Ron. Hermione is trying to help you correct your mistakes. You cannot mock her behind her back. I was just stating the truth, Ron stubbornly retorted, but Fu Chaoli felt disappointment towards them both and, without sparing them a glance, hurried after Hermione. The throng of students made it difficult for Fu Chaoli to locate Hermione's figure. She rushed to the common room, only to learn that Hermione had not returned, and then dashed to the library, but found no sign of her there either. She scoured the castle, inquiring every ghost she encountered along the way. Finally, just before dinner commenced, Count Nicholas found her in a state of anxiety. Little girl, your brown-haired friend is in the third-floor restroom. I heard her crying as I passed by. Thank you, Count, Fu Chaoli replied gratefully, then hurriedly made her way up to the third floor. In the great hall, tables were laden with an array of sweets and confections, and the young witches and wizards joyfully indulged. At the Slytherin table, Blaise had deliberately cleared a space in front of him, solemnly producing a bag tied with a pink ribbon, from which he arranged the candies into an exquisite display. Draco, chewing on chocolate, leaned over to take a look, wrinkling his nose in derision. What garish candies! I've never seen anything like them. They must taste terrible. Blaise glanced at Draco and with a hint of pride, replied, Of course you haven't seen them. They were sent from Chaoli's hometown especially for me. In truth, Blaise had seen Fu Chaoli giving candy to Theodore, and had shamelessly asked for some himself. What? Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening as he noticed Theodore leisurely pulling out a similar bag of candies. You have some too? Why didn't she give me any? Draco felt his chocolate suddenly lose its appeal, gazing enviously at Blaise and Theodore enjoying the candies Fu Chaoli had gifted. He resolved to sulk in front of Fu Chaoli next time, hoping she would guess his displeasure. Harry and Ron exchanged glances at the empty seat beside them, their appetites waning. You should go apologize to Hermione, Harry urged Ron. Otherwise, Chaoli won't play with me anymore, he lamented in his heart. I was merely speaking the truth. Though guilt gnawed at Ron, he remained obstinate, unwilling to acknowledge his fault, his hands full of snacks, stuffing his mouth to the brim. A troll. There's a troll in the school. Professor Quirrell burst in shouting, before rolling his eyes and fainting. The room erupted into chaos. Harry and Ron exchanged terrified looks, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Snape immediately stood, realizing that Fu Chaoli was absent from her seat, and that Potter and Weasley, who were usually close to her, were sneaking toward the exit, a premonition of doom rising within him. Meanwhile, Fu Chaoli was racing down the corridor, feeling the vibrations beneath her feet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickened her pace up the stairs, only to discover a troll lumbering through the hallway. The troll had heard Hermione's cries and was lumbering toward the restroom, brandishing a wooden club. Hermione! Without hesitation, Fu Chaoli dashed toward the source of the cries. Hermione, rubbing her swollen eyes and preparing to tidy herself for dinner, opened the door to find herself face to face with the towering troll. Spotting its target, the troll swung its club menacingly toward her. Hermione screamed, curling into a ball to shield her head as the club smashed down, splintering wood into pieces. Hermione! Amid the cacophony of destruction, Hermione heard that familiar voice. She dared to lift her head and saw Fu Chaoli, breathless and determined, standing at the doorway. As the troll's club descended again, Fu Chaoli dashed forward without a second thought, throwing herself over the stunned Hermione. The club crashed down beside them, sending splinters flying, one of which grazed Fu Chaoli's cheek, drawing blood. Hermione was shielded beneath Fu Chaoli, with her dark hair cascading around them. All that Hermione could see was Fu Chaoli's exquisite face, her resolute gaze, and that streak of crimson. In that moment, all sound faded away, replaced by the rapid beating of her heart, and the sound of Fu Chaoli's breath. Fu Chaoli rose, pulling Hermione up from the floor, and resolutely turned to stand in front of her, drawing her wand and pointing it at the troll. The frail figure before her instilled in Hermione a profound sense of security. She too drew her wand, stepping forward to stand beside Fu Chaoli. Together, they cast several spells, but the troll remained unaffected. As Fu Chaoli scanned the surroundings for an escape route, Harry and Ron burst in. Chaoli! Hermione! Are you alright? Upon seeing Fu Chaoli cornered, Harry felt his heart nearly stop. He and Ron quickly picked up wooden planks to hurl at the troll in an attempt to divert its attention. Yet the troll, with its tough skin and thick flesh, remained fixated on Fu Chaoli and Hermione. In a moment of desperation, Harry dashed around the troll, hoping to draw its gaze away from them. Ron was even contemplating bare-handedly confronting the creature. Use your wand. You're a wizard, Ron. Hermione shouted, pulling Fu Chaoli close while urging Ron, who was at a loss. Remember, Levios. At last, Ron recalled, producing his wand and mimicking the movements he had learned in class. Successfully casting the levitation charm, he sent the troll's club floating upwards, crashing down onto his own head. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome as they watched the troll's small eyes roll back before it collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Harry rushed forward to shield Fu Chaoli and Hermione, anxiously watching the troll, concerned it might rise again. Fortunately, the troll lay still, no longer moving. At last, Dumbledore arrived, accompanied by a host of professors. Snape paid no mind to the fallen troll, striding directly to Fu Chaoli. Seeing her, though dusty and disheveled, relatively unhurt, he let out a sigh of relief, but his expression shifted as he noticed the blood beneath her eyes. What on earth happened? Snape turned to Harry and questioned. Harry stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, while Hermione stepped forward, saying, "I'm sorry, Professor. I insisted on confronting the troll after hearing about it." She pulled Fu Chaoli behind her, shouldering all the blame alone. "Fu Chaoli, Harry, and Ron came to find me. It has nothing to do with them." "It is due to your recklessness, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said sternly, fixing her gaze upon her. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Hermione lowered her head in shame. Severus Snape frowned disapprovingly, believing the penalty was far too lenient. However, Professor McGonagall continued, "For standing up for your companions, Fu Chaoli, Harry, and Ron each receive 5 points. A smile broke across Dumbledore's face as he beckoned them to return and rest, assuring them that they could leave the matter in capable hands. "Wait," Fu Chaoli said, brushing off the dust as she prepared to leave, only to have Snape grip her collar. "You are coming with me to the infirmary." Fu Chaoli shrank back, negotiating. "It's just a small wound. It's unnecessary." Snape shot her a sharp glance, silencing her with the intensity of his gaze, and she obediently followed him. As they passed Harry and the others, Snape merely cast a sidelong glance at them, ignoring their discontent, and led Fu Chaoli toward the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing the injury on Fu Chaoli's face, was filled with concern and meticulously tended to her wound, assuring her that it would not leave a scar. Only after applying a bandage did Snape appear satisfied, and prepared to escort her back. Fu Chaoli tugged at Snape's robe and looked up to ask, "Aren't you going to treat your wound, Professor Snape?" Snape was slightly taken aback. He thought he had concealed it well, but evidently Fu Chaoli had noticed. He carelessly shook his head, but Fu Chaoli persisted, holding onto his robe and gazing up at him insistently. After a moment of silent confrontation, Snape relented and requested Madame Pomfrey to dress his wound, though he chose not to disclose how it had occurred. As she bandaged his injury, he stood and looked at Fu Chaoli. "Are you satisfied now? Come, I shall escort you back." As they walked, Snape sternly admonished Fu Chaoli for her reckless behavior. Though given his own injured foot, his words lacked persuasive power. He delivered her to the entrance of the common room, cautioning her not to let the wound come into contact with water, to which Fu Chaoli mirrored his instructions back to him. Snape nodded in resignation, indicating he understood, and Fu Chaoli spoke the password to enter. As the door closed behind her, Snape turned and departed. Chapter 22. Has Hermione fallen in love? Fu Chaoli returned to the common room, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated on the sofa awaiting her arrival. "Chow Chow, you're back!" Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet, scratching his head awkwardly but nonetheless apologizing. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken about Hermione behind her back." "You shouldn't be apologizing to me. Your apology is owed to Hermione." "He already apologized to me," Hermione interjected, standing up as well. Fu Chaoli noticed that Hermione seemed much more at ease, which relieved her. Harry, with his head lowered, pitifully said, "I shouldn't have mocked Hermione either. Please don't ignore me, Chow Chow." Fu Chaoli glanced at Hermione, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a sigh, Hermione said, "All right, I forgive you both. I'm no longer upset. However, if there essay next time." No. There won't be a next time," Ron immediately vowed. "Now let us hurry and rest. We have classes in the morning." After bidding farewell to Harry and Ron, who yawned their way back to the dormitory, Fu Chaoli also prepared to leave when Hermione called her back. "What's wrong?" she asked, tilting her head, curiously regarding Hermione. With her head bowed, as if steeling herself, Hermione looked up and asked, "Chow Chow, why did you rush over to save me back then? What's there to question?" Fu Chaoli met Hermione's earnest gaze, stating sincerely, "You are my good friend. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by your side." Hermione felt her face heat up as she regarded the sincerity in Fu Chaoli's eyes. She hastily averted her gaze, claiming fatigue, and hurried back to the dormitory. Fu Chaoli found her reaction puzzling, but attributed it to Hermione's insecurities. She blamed herself for not providing enough reassurance to her friend, and resolved to spend more time with Hermione in the coming days. That night, Hermione lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with thoughts of Fu Chaoli and her promise. She peeked out to steal a glance at Fu Chaoli's peaceful sleeping face, the moonlight streaming in, illuminating her features, making her appear as ethereal as a fairy. Hermione felt her heart race. Was her affection for Fu Chaoli merely platonic? The next day, the four of them sat in the great hall enjoying breakfast. Look at Hermione. Why does she keep gazing at Chow Chow with that silly smile? Ron remarked, nudging Harry with his elbow as he munched on a sausage. Harry shot him a glance and whispered, "Are you feeling particularly bold today?" "I'm not saying anything bad." Ron defended himself, scratching his head in confusion. The two boys observed Hermione closely, noting how she rested her chin on her hands, staring dreamily at Fu Chaoli as she ate, occasionally breaking into a goofy smile. Could it be that Hermione is in love? Harry queried uncertainly, as he too had found himself similarly enchanted by Fu Chaoli. Huh, who has she fallen for? Ron coughed, then began scanning the room for potential candidates. Is it someone from our house? Or perhaps a Ravenclaw? They're all such bookworms. Harry shrugged, and Ron quickly lost interest in the gossip, concluding that romance paled in comparison to the taste of his sausage. Fu Chaoli sensed something unusual about Hermione that day. During breakfast, Hermione had noticed Fu Chaoli's empty plate, and promptly fetched her more food. When her cup was empty, she refilled it, leaving Fu Chaoli to eat as much as she could, nearly losing her appetite by midday. In class, Hermione continuously approached her, attentively inquiring if she had any difficulties, making Fu Chaoli hesitant to let her mind wander. "Hermione, are you feeling unwell today?" Fu Chaoli cautiously broached the subject. Hermione paused. "I'm not. I just feel something is off with you today," Fu Chaoli confessed, not wanting Hermione to feel compelled to appease her out of fear of losing their friendship. "I prefer you just as you usually are." "Is that so?" Hermione fell silent, pondering her words. In the afternoon class, Fu Chaoli was met with Hermione's nagging for not paying attention. "That's it," Fu Chaoli exclaimed. After class, she joined Harry for practice. Over time, Fu Chaoli had reached a level capable of competing, and Wood had even approached Professor McGonagall, hoping to include Fu Chaoli on the team as an exception. But Snape had coldly refused. Nevertheless, Wood had already begun to consider Fu Chaoli part of the team, insisting on bringing her along to every practice. As Fu Chaoli entered the practice field, Wood approached her, frowning at the bandage on her face. "If you're injured, you shouldn't train today." He led her to a seat, and even pulled out a piece of candy for her. "You should rest here. This wound will heal after a good night's sleep," Fu Chaoli replied, looking at Wood with curiosity, for he was known to be the type who would persist in flying even with a broken bone. A mere scratch didn't seem to warrant such concern. She opened her mouth to speak, but a blushing Wood turned and fled as if in panic. "I wonder if she likes those candies," Wood mused to himself while riding his broom, glancing in Fu Chaoli's direction. The candies were recommended by his roommate, who had confidently patted his chest, assuring him that girls would surely appreciate them, and had even gifted him a book on how to pursue girls, which he had been poring over during breaks from training. As he was engrossed in his reading, he was unexpectedly discovered by the twins, who jestingly suggested that Wood ought to be perusing the complete guide to Quidditch. During the intermission, the twins reappeared beside Fu Chaoli, startling her to the point where she nearly choked on the candy she was holding. They hastily patted her back to ease her distress. "With such a lack of courage, how can you dare to confront a troll?" Fred furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glance at her. George gently touched the bruise on her face, inquiring with concern, "Does it hurt?" Fu Chaoli shrugged it off, boldly exclaiming, "Fortunately, I am an athlete. A mere punch has only left me with a minor injury." Before she could finish her sentence, the soft flesh of her cheeks was pinched. "Next time you venture into such perilous places, you'll be in serious trouble." All right, I'll behave," Fu Chaoli quickly pleaded, prompting the twins to release her face. "I was wrong, and I won't do it again." Noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, the twins realized she had not taken their warning to heart, and settled for a compromise, insisting she promised to bring them along on future escapades. Meanwhile, Harry, who was being trained by the devil in the sky, watched them interact merrily below, seething with frustration. "I could just explode this entire world with a single punch." Chapter 23, The Quidditch Match. As the Quidditch match approached, Wood intensified the training schedule, and Harry always appeared quite fatigued after each session. "Chaoli, I'm not certain I can perform well in this match," he confided during a break, anxiety gnawing at him as he feared losing and bringing shame to Gryffindor, thereby disappointing both Professor McGonagall and Fu Chaoli. "You absolutely can, Harry. Just relax." Fu Chaoli reassured him, her faith in him unwavering. At lunch, Harry broached the subject of the three-headed dog he had seen. "We should find a time to ask Hagrid about it," he whispered, glancing furtively at Snape nearby. "I suspect someone might attempt to steal that creature. Which is why the school has hidden it." Harry inadvertently caught sight of the bandage wrapped around Snape's leg, leading him to wonder if it was a bite from the three-headed dog. Fu Chaoli disagreed with this theory, but couldn't articulate how Snape had sustained his injury. Just then, Snape approached, prompting the group to immediately fall silent. Snape scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "It seems the famous Mr. Potter has been concocting tales about his poor old professor with his little friends behind his back." After inspecting Fu Chaoli's wound, he noted it was merely a faint scar, which seemed to assuage his concerns. 50 points from Gryffindor, he declared before turning on his heel and departing. Ron fumed. "He must have been angered by our words." "Keep your voice down," Hermione cautioned. "He hasn't gone far." Suddenly, an owl swooped in, delivering a package that landed on the table before Harry and his friends. As the curious onlookers examined the package, the owl flapped its wings and returned to Professor McGonagall. Fu Chaoli glanced at the name on the package. "It's for you, Harry. Open it," Ron urged excitedly. Harry carefully unwrapped the package, revealing its contents, which elicited gasps of excitement from the crowd. "It's a Firebolt 2000. I begged my dad for ages, but he wouldn't buy it for me. Harry, can I touch it, just for a moment?" At Fu Chaoli's prompting, Harry turned to see Professor McGonagall smiling as she stroked the owl. He mouthed a thank you to her, and she responded with a nod and a shushing gesture. Seated beside McGonagall, Snape noticed Fu Chaoli's delighted expression as she gazed at the broomstick, and after a moment of contemplation he hurriedly made his exit. A broom of such dubious origin should not be permitted in the match, Draco remarked with jealous disdain, eyeing Harry amidst the crowd. "I shall inform the professor and ensure this broom is thoroughly examined." However, his intentions were thwarted, and a few days later, as the Quidditch match commenced, Harry took to the field aboard the new broomstick. Fu Chaoli and Hermione ascended to the highest tier of the stands, unfurling a large banner they had created for Harry, ensuring he could see it from the skies. Hermione had cast a color-changing charm on the letters, while Fu Chaoli produced small, shimmering paper pieces from her pocket to adorn the banner, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. "Go Harry," she cheered as the Gryffindor team took the field, her voice ringing with encouragement. Harry quickly spotted Fu Chaoli and Hermione high above, took a deep breath, and gestured to them before soaring onto his broom. As both teams formed their positions in the sky, the match commenced with Professor Hooch's whistle, and Gryffindor's chasers seized the quaffle, scoring the first 10 points. Gryffindor. The students of the Lion House erupted in cheers, their voices rising in fervor. Slytherin, however, soon grew impatient, resorting to body-checking Gryffindor players while riding their brooms. What a disgraceful display. Slytherin players have shifted their focus from the quaffle to their opponents. Lee Jordan, commentating from the stands, observed the unfairness, only to be silenced by Professor McGonagall. Harry hovered higher in the air, seething at the Slytherin team's underhanded tactics. Wood had instructed Harry to remain airborne and avoid becoming a target. Look at the so-called savior, too frightened to make a move. I bet he can't even see the golden snitch, Draco taunted, watching Harry's immobility with glee. Just as the score gap widened, Slytherin's beaters struck the bludger towards Wood, who was guarding the goalposts. Wood. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Fu Chaoli stood, horrified, witnessing Wood being struck and falling to the ground. "Damn Slytherin!" Ron shouted in outrage. "Is no one going to intervene?" As Wood was carried away, Hermione expressed her concern. "I hope Wood is all right." With Gryffindor down a player, Slytherin swiftly caught up in points. At that moment, the golden snitch appeared before Harry, prompting him to chase after it. However, to his dismay, his broom began to shake violently, forcing him to grip it tightly, unable to focus on the snitch. Laughter erupted from Slytherin, and Draco mocked Harry's predicament. "Look at Gryffindor's seeker, unable to control his own broom. What is happening?" Ron shouted in desperation. Neville, too frightened to look, buried his face in Hagrid's side. "Let me see," Hermione exclaimed, peering through her binoculars, her gaze suddenly shifting to the professor's area, where she noticed Snape intently watching Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. She suspected Snape was the one who had placed a curse on Harry's broom. "I must stop him," Hermione declared, hastily setting off toward the professor's stance. Fu Chaoli followed closely behind, eager to accompany her, but Hermione insisted she stay back, fearing the crowd would knock Fu Chaoli over. "If you use magic against a professor, you could be expelled," Fu Chaoli cautioned, deeming the approach too risky. Unconvinced that Snape was responsible, she contemplated a gentler method. She decided to call Snape over to their side, believing that would clear his name of any suspicion at its source. You should just tell him that I fell. The professor will surely come to check on me, suggested Fu Chaoli. Hermione was skeptical and queried, will that really work? Oh come on. Just say I've died from the fall. The professor will definitely come to see, won't he? Ron, overhearing, was surprised by Fu Chaoli's ruthlessness and gave her a thumbs up in admiration. As Harry appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, Hermione, without further contemplation, dashed to the professor's seat. Professor Snape, whom Hermione was considering addressing in a gentler manner, simply shot her a glare without making a move. In her desperation, Hermione closed her eyes and repeated Fu Chaoli's words, Fu Chaoli has died. What? Snape's face blanched as he hurriedly stood up, inadvertently knocking Professor Quirrell over in the process. And Harry's broom stabilized. Hermione sighed in relief, only to open her eyes and see Snape vanish with a disapparition. Snape recalled Fu Chaoli's location and reappeared behind her. As Fu Chaoli noticed Harry's broom had ceased its erratic behavior, she relaxed and began nibbling on the snacks Ron had shared. Is this what you meant by dying? Miss Fu. A voice laden with fury came from behind. Fu Chaoli, with a mouthful of snacks, dared not turn her head. Hermione couldn't believe she had actually said Fu Chaoli had died. Snape grasped her collar and lifted her to meet his gaze. Fu Chaoli, seeing his pale face and cold sweat, swallowed her snack and forced a smile. Haha, actually it was my pet mosquito that died. It wouldn't be right to disturb Professor Snape over that. Originally, Fu Chaoli only intended to feign an injury, but it seemed she had to pretend to be dead instead. Snape, seething with rage, sat down beside her, causing the surrounding Gryffindor students to instinctively distance themselves from him and Fu Chaoli, leaving a wide berth around them. Then let me mourn this poor mosquito alongside Miss Fu, Snape said through gritted teeth, placing particular emphasis on the word poor. Although the situation was riddled with inconsistencies, Snape lost his composure at the mere mention of Fu Chaoli, and had no time for rational thought. Fu Chaoli was drenched in cold sweat, huddled in place, afraid to move. After Hermione returned, she and Ron took refuge nearby, casting guilty glances at Fu Chaoli. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Harry executed a daring dive toward the ground and caught the golden snitch in his mouth, signaling the end of the match and securing victory for Gryffindor. Holding the golden snitch aloft, Harry was met with raucous cheers from his housemates. Harry, the first to rush toward him, was Fu Chaoli, so excited that she didn't even notice the icy presence of Snape beside her as she lunged forward to embrace Fu Chaoli. Just as she wrapped her arms around her, Harry was abruptly yanked back by his collar. Looking up, he found it was Snape. Professor Snape, Harry said, though not without a hint of reluctance. If you're too pleased, go celebrate with your friends, Snape said disdainfully, glaring at Harry rather than allowing him to take advantage of a girl in his triumphant state. Harry wanted to protest, but Fu Chaoli held him back, offering Snape a conciliatory smile. I'm terribly sorry, Professor Snape. We're off to the victory feast now. She then tugged Harry away. Miss Fu, starting tonight, you will come to my office for extra lessons, Snape said with a malicious smirk, to prevent you from becoming too sorrowful over your lost pet and falling behind in your studies. What? Fu Chaoli exclaimed in dismay. But Snape did not grant her the opportunity to respond, brushing off his robes and turning away in a haughty manner. What loss of a pet? What's going on? Harry asked, puzzled. Fu Chaoli pulled him toward the common room, her expression one of despair. It's nothing. As they walked, acquaintances noticed Fu Chaoli's sorrowful demeanor and approached her with kind words. Don't be too sad. Your pet in heaven surely wouldn't want to see you like this. Fu Chaoli replied, what on earth? Papa, I heard you've been going around saying I'm dead? At the corner of the hallway, Snape, looking bemused, turned on his heel, concealing his prowess and reputation. Chapter 24, The Victory Feast. Fu Chaoli and Harry returned to the common room, and before they even entered, they could hear the lively atmosphere inside. The fat lady, upon seeing them, beamed and said, we've been waiting for you. Come celebrate with us. Fu Chaoli thanked her with a smile, and as she opened the door, everyone fell silent in unison, only to erupt into jubilant cheers upon seeing Harry. Harry, you were amazing. May I see the golden snitch? The crowd gathered around, showering compliments on Harry, who blushed with excitement. While Fu Chaoli stood by, smiling, the twins hoisted her up, placing her on their shoulders. Wait. You've got the wrong person. Harry is still in there. Fu Chaoli gasped, quickly steadying herself. Harry has enough people to celebrate with him. We must show our gratitude for your contribution, the twins said, parading her around the room. Me? I didn't do anything, Fu Chaoli protested in confusion. Come on. You're our Gryffindor mascot. Who else could so effortlessly solve Harry's broom issue? Let us cheer for our mascot. The twins hoisted her high, reminiscent of a Lion King, and Fu Chaoli felt the cheers ringing in her ears. Oh, the crowd, ever supportive, joined in the uproarious cheers for her. Fu Chaoli wished she could sink into the floor. After a whirlwind of festivities, the twins finally set her down on a high stool, winking at her before wreaking havoc on Harry. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief and began to sneakily sip on a cocktail from the table. Just as she reached for a particularly enticing drink, a hand gently clasped her wrist. "You're too young. You can't drink alcohol yet." Fu Chaoli looked up to find Wood, his brow bandaged, shaking his head disapprovingly as he handed her a glass of milk. Holding the warm milk in her hands, Fu Chaoli had to abandon her intentions and obediently drank under Wood's watchful gaze. "Wood, are you injured?" she asked, recalling how he had fallen. Concern etched on her face. Wood raised his injured brow and reassuringly shook his head, indicating he was largely unscathed elsewhere. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief. Watching Wood turn to grab a drink for himself, she quickly switched his drink for pumpkin juice. "You're injured. You can't drink alcohol," she argued, subtly seeking a small revenge for his previous admonishment. Wood merely smiled, clinking his pumpkin juice against her milk, as they both sipped while observing the twins dragging Harry around. "Chaoli, Gryffindor has finally won the championship again," Wood said, sitting beside her, a hint of excitement in his voice. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a joyous atmosphere of celebration. "Yes, you all did wonderfully, Senior Wood," Fu Chaoli replied. Gazing at the jubilant crowd, each face lit up with excitement. "Thank you all." Wood remained silent, and Fu Chaoli turned her head in confusion, only to meet Wood's earnest gaze fixed upon her. Amidst the clamor, Wood quietly tilted his head, observing Fu Chaoli's singular visage. "Senior Wood?" Fu Chaoli inquired softly. Tilting her head, Wood smiled, reaching out to caress her hair, his hand sliding down to her cheek, where he could not resist gently brushing against her face. "Call me Oliver, Chaoli." After Wood was whisked away for celebrations, Harry was finally released. He awkwardly navigated through the crowd, his clothes crumpled and hair more disheveled, his glasses askew on his nose. Fu Chaoli found it amusing. She hopped off her chair, extending her hand to straighten Harry's wrinkled attire, tidying his tousled hair, and finally readjusting his glasses. "Much better." Fu Chaoli clapped her hands and smiled at Harry. "Congratulations, Harry." Harry's previously flushed face grew even redder. He fumbled through his pockets, inhaling deeply before presenting the golden snitch to Fu Chaoli with both hands. "Chaoli, this golden snitch I caught. It's all yours," Harry stammered, suddenly remembering that he had caught it with his mouth, hastily adding, "I've cleaned it, so don't worry." Before he could finish, Fu Chaoli took the golden snitch, cradling it reverently in her hands, assuring Harry, "Thank you, Harry. I will take good care of it." With that, she stepped forward to complete the hug that had been interrupted by Snape earlier. Harry reached out, embracing Fu Chaoli tightly, burying his face in her neck. Harry, isn't this hug lasting a bit too long?" After a considerable time, Harry still did not release her, and feeling the weight of curious gazes around them, Fu Chaoli gently patted Harry's back. "Sorry." Harry awoke from his reverie, reluctantly loosening his embrace, and leaning over the table to sip his drink, attempting to mask his crimson cheeks. Just as Hermione returned to the dormitory to tackle her homework, she caught sight of Harry tightly hugging Fu Chaoli, and a pang of discomfort surged within her as she hurried through the crowd. "Did Snape scold you?" Hermione asked Fu Chaoli, her voice tinged with concern. Remembering that she had to visit Snape's office later that evening, Fu Chaoli's expression fell. "He called me to his office again," Fu Chaoli mumbled dismally. "Oh, that sounds serious." Ron, who was ravenously indulging nearby, caught the key phrase and leaned in with a chicken leg in hand. Fu Chaoli nodded heavily, burying her face in Hermione's embrace. "I don't want to go, The bewildered Harry inquired about the situation, looking at Fu Chaoli with admiration, surprised by the significant sacrifice she was making for him. The celebration banquet stretched into the afternoon, and everyone began to feel somewhat fatigued, gradually packing up. Fu Chaoli glanced at the time and realized it was time to seek out Snape, standing up as Harry and Hermione surrounded her at the door. Neville looked at her with admiration, astonished that she dared to step back into Snape's office. The group watched her reluctantly depart, her silhouette resolute as if she had made a profound decision. Fu Chaoli mused, "Is it too late to jump down the stairs?" Chapter 25, The Philosopher's Stone. Fu Chaoli dawdled her way to Snape's office, eventually arriving at the door. Before she could knock, Snape's voice emanated from within. "Come in." Gritting her teeth, Fu Chaoli pushed the door open and stood stiffly before Snape. "I thought Miss Fu had lost her way, and was about to come find you personally." Fu Chaoli chuckled awkwardly. "What, do you want me to invite you to sit?" Snape did not lift his gaze, merely raising his eyelids to glance at her. Fu Chaoli hurriedly scanned the room for a chair, only to find one beside Snape, sharing a desk with him. This is." Snape's eyes shifted back to her as Fu Chaoli, lacking in resolve, quickly took a seat beside him. The chair Snape had prepared was perfectly positioned for the desk, offering a comfortable height. Today we shall complete this chapter. Snape slid a potions book toward her, continuing to grade assignments. I will quiz you afterward. Only if you answer all correctly may you leave. Snape's gaze flickered toward her, prompting Fu Chaoli to weakly pick up the book. Staring at it despondently, the office fell into silence, save for the sound of Snape's quill scratching against parchment as he graded. Finally, after more than 2 hours of study, Fu Chaoli managed to retain the chapter's content. How many times must the ingredients be swirled in the cauldron? 3.5 times clockwise. Very well. Snape closed the book, his expression inscrutable, merely informing the tense Fu Chaoli. That will be enough for today. Return at the same time tomorrow. All right. The prospect of enduring another lengthy session the following day made Fu Chaoli feel as if the sky were collapsing. She trudged toward the door, her expression despondent. When Snape spoke again. That broomstick over there, remember to take it with you. What? Fu Chaoli, puzzled. Searched until she spotted a packaged broomstick in the corner by the door. Approaching it, she noticed the emblem of the Nimbus 2000 on the top. Excitedly, she turned back, asking, Professor, is this broomstick a gift from someone else? I have no use for it, Snape replied, a hint of satisfaction in his demeanor as he observed her delight, though his expression remained impassive. Take it with you. But be careful while writing. I do not wish to see you in the infirmary. Rest assured, Professor, Fu Chaoli assured him, joyfully exiting with the broomstick in hand. On her way back to the common room, Fu Chaoli skipped with glee, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier despondency. If I gifted you a Nimbus 2000, you would be over the moon. Upon entering the common room, she held the broomstick aloft, showcasing it to Harry and the others. Merlin's beard. Where did you get a Nimbus 2000? Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. After receiving Fu Chaoli's permission, he eagerly examined the broomstick from top to bottom. You might not believe it, but Professor Snape gave it to me. What? Not only were Harry and Ron astonished, but even Hermione looked on in disbelief. Before I left, Professor Snape mentioned that the broom was a gift from someone else, and since he had no use for it, he simply gave it to me. Such a cool broom, and he doesn't even use it. Ron scoffed in discontent. What a waste. Who would give him such a valuable gift? Hermione pondered, while Harry, on the other hand, was delighted that Fu Chaoli could now join him in riding broomsticks, as they were still very much a couple. But why were you gone for so long today? Harry asked Fu Chaoli, concerned since he had waited for her for quite some time, even finishing his homework under Hermione's supervision. Oh, don't even get me started, Fu Chaoli lamented, her cheerful expression fading. The thought of enduring such lengthy lessons in the future made her head throb, but fortunately, she had managed to complete her homework there. Upon returning to the dormitory, all she desired was to curl up in bed and blissfully drift off to sleep. The next day, with no classes in the afternoon and the match concluded, Harry and Fu Chaoli were no longer dragged into training by Wood. The four of them discussed and decided to seek out Hagrid to inquire about the treasures. So glad to see you all. Hagrid warmly welcomed them into his hut. Try my rock cakes, just out of the oven. Ron immediately popped the biscuit into his mouth and with a single bite, nearly knocked out his front tooth. Observing Ron clutching his mouth in agony, Harry silently set down the biscuit he had raised to his lips. Hermione, watching from the side, felt relieved that she had declined due to her fear of dental pain. This biscuit was beyond the realm of mere discomfort. The trio discreetly stowed away the biscuits, shifting the conversation to inquire about the treasures from Hagrid, and express their suspicions regarding Snape. Meanwhile, Fu Chaoli remained silent, clutching a rock cake that was nearly the size of half her face, opting to gnaw on it with her molars since her front teeth were ineffective. After some vigorous chewing, she managed to reduce the cake to half its size. When Hagrid inadvertently revealed that the treasure was the Philosopher's Stone, Fu Chaoli continued her gnawing. When the trio voiced their doubts about Snape, she was still at it. And when Hagrid mentioned that Snape was also involved in the riddle concerning the treasure, she kept on chewing. The Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Nicholas Flamel, and had no connection to Snape. He could not possibly steal the stone, Hagrid stated emphatically. And as soon as the words left his lips, he realized his faux pas and covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, I truly am not suited for keeping secrets." The trio received the answers they sought, and when they turned to look at Fu Chaoli, they discovered she had nearly devoured her rock cake. Ron, astonished, exclaimed, "Goodness! How can you manage to bite into that?" Fu Chaoli stuffed the remaining small piece into her mouth, brushed off the crumbs from her hands, and mumbled indistinctly, "With my molars." Hagrid was delighted that someone appreciated his snacks, enthusiastically offering Fu Chaoli another basket of rock cakes. advising her to savor them slowly and return for more if she desired. Fu Chaoli gratefully accepted, despite knowing she wouldn't finish them all. She did not wish to offend Hagrid's kind gesture, and was already contemplating whom she could share the leftovers with. Feeling guilty for his slip, Hagrid hurried them along, urging them not to investigate the matter further. I find Hagrid's demeanor rather peculiar. We ought to seek him out once more, Harry remarked. As Fu Chaoli walked, she casually picked up another rock cake to nibble on, saying, I think so too. Oh dear, your teeth. Hermione snatched the biscuit from Fu Chaoli's hand, chastising her. I believe I should take you to my parents' clinic over the summer to have a look at your teeth. Observing Fu Chaoli with her head down being scolded by Hermione, Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, What is a dentist? It's a doctor who extracts your teeth. Harry pondered for a moment before awkwardly explaining. Ron gasped, covering his mouth, and sympathetically glanced at Fu Chaoli, saying, Then I wish Chaoli good luck. Soon, Fu Chaoli devised a plan to address the surplus rock cakes. That evening, upon arriving at Snape's office, she deliberately brought half a basket of rock cakes to offer him. Professor, you must be hungry, have some biscuits, she said, placing the basket on his desk and smiling sweetly at Snape. Snape glanced at the biscuits inside, noting their rather unappealing appearance, but large size. Could they be homemade? He mused, though he told Fu Chaoli to focus on her studies first. Progressing swiftly, Fu Chaoli completed her assignment in just over an hour, and before leaving, she reminded Snape to eat the biscuits quickly lest they become stale. Snape nodded begrudgingly, and as soon as she closed the door, he eagerly reached for a biscuit. After sniffing it and finding it quite fragrant, he took a hearty bite. With a crunch, he grimaced in pain, clutching his mouth. He glanced at the slightly damaged rock cake inside, placing it back in the basket. Perhaps I shall wait until they have become stale to taste again. Chapter 26, A Draco-Style Assault. After obtaining a lead on Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, the quartet endeavored to find more clues. Yet by the time Christmas approached, they had made little progress. Fu Chaoli received a letter from Mrs. Floss, stating that she had prepared holiday items, and was looking forward to celebrating together once Fu Chaoli returned from school. That afternoon, Hermione was busy responding to her parents' letters, while Ron and Harry were engrossed in wizard chess. After being soundly defeated by Ron twice, Hermione lost interest, leaving only Harry to persistently challenge Ron. Thus, after dinner, Fu Chaoli made her way to Snape's office alone. Exiting the library and crossing the small courtyard, she inadvertently overheard Draco's voice near a large tree. Tonight, while Harry Potter is absent, let us hide his Nimbus 2000, Draco was conspiring with his lackeys. We'll be going home for Christmas in a few days. He surely won't find it. For the past few days he had been playing chess with that Weasley, leaving the Nimbus 2000 unattended in the common room. As Fu Chaoli continued walking, she happened upon Draco leaning against the tree. Once most of the people are gone, we'll proceed. Fu Chaoli maintained her stride, smoothly pivoting as she walked, pretending, I seem to have left my textbook in the classroom. Wait. Hearing Draco's voice and footsteps behind her, Fu Chaoli did not look back, but quickened her pace toward the stairs. Stop right there, Draco exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Fu Chaoli, listen to me. I won't listen, I won't listen. Fu Chaoli merely wished to inform Harry as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, a figure emerged from the corridor, and upon closer inspection, Fu Chaoli recognized it to be Blaise from Slytherin. Draco spotted Blaise sauntering over, hands in pockets, and called out excitedly, Zabini, quickly block her. Fu Chaoli tout. Fate is against me. In that moment of peril, Fu Chaoli quickly assessed the physiques of Draco and Blaise, weighing her options before deciding to confront the evidently weaker Draco. What if she could overpower him? Fu Chaoli abruptly halted, turning to face Draco. Seeing that he could not catch up, Draco gritted his teeth and leaped towards Fu Chaoli. Thus, when she turned back, she found Draco soaring through the air, hurtling towards her. Thud. Draco landed squarely on Fu Chaoli, with Blaise hastily rushing over to cushion her fall. The three of them ended up in an oddly entangled sandwich formation. Fu Chaoli's head struck Blaise's chest, leaving her unscathed, but Draco's forehead collided directly with her lips. Feeling the soft impact, Draco froze, too stunned to move. How much longer do you intend to stay on top? Blaise's voice emerged from beneath, tinged with evident frustration. Only then did Draco snap back to reality, scrambling to rise as he looked at Fu Chaoli's lips, which had been bruised from the collision, now tinted with a hint of crimson. Fu Chaoli was helped to her feet by Blaise, covering her mouth. Tears welling in her eyes, her face reddened and pitiful. I'm sorry, Draco stepped forward, hesitating as he sought to apologize, but was interrupted by Blaise. Are you alright? Are you okay? Blaise positioned himself between Draco and Fu Chaoli, shielding her from Draco. He fumbled in his pocket for a handkerchief. flustered as he tried to wipe Fu Chaoli's tears. Fu Chaoli gently pushed Blaze's hand away, lowering her head as she swiftly walked off, not sparing a glance at the remorseful Draco. Fu Chaoli, Draco called out, wanting to chase after her, but Blaze delivered a punch to his face. Zabini? Stunned by the forceful blow, Draco looked up in disbelief. What are you doing? Blaze merely shook his hand, casting a cold glance at him. I highly question the so-called upbringing of the Malfoy family. You. Ignoring the furious Draco, Blaze hastened after Fu Chaoli. Draco remained seated, disregarding the wound at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he absent-mindedly touched his forehead, the very spot where the girl's lips had just brushed against. Fu Chaoli dashed back to the hall, not finding Ron and Harry, and quickly turned to run towards the exit. However, as she turned, she collided with Blaze, who had been trailing her. Blaze raised his hands gently, softly gripping the girl's shoulders. Chaoli, please listen to me. Fu Chaoli lowered her head, breaking free from his embrace, attempting to circumvent him in her desire to leave. Blaze refrained from grasping her again, merely extending his hand to block her path. Please don't ignore me, alright? He bent down, earnestly seeking her gaze, pleading, I am not like Malfoy. I will not target you. Observing the boy's humble demeanor, Fu Chaoli sighed, lifting her gaze to meet his. Why must you seek me out? Of course, it is because I like you, Blaze thought, but he could not voice those words. Fu Chaoli was aware of his proximity to Draco and how he had previously mocked Gryffindor. Blaze repeatedly promised that he would not cause any more trouble for the Lion House. He retrieved a band-aid he had borrowed earlier, cautiously and tentatively applying it to Fu Chaoli's injured lip. After all, Blaze had indeed cushioned her fall moments ago. Contemplating this, Fu Chaoli ultimately could not bring herself to reject him. Noticing that Fu Chaoli had not rebuffed him, Blaze's spirits visibly lifted. He gently touched the band-aid on her lips, but then withdrew his hand. I merely wish to be your friend, he stated earnestly, gazing deeply into her eyes. Is that agreeable? After a prolonged silence, Fu Chaoli nodded. After all, what deep-seated enmity could exist between 11-year-olds? Blaze was elated. Though he dared not act as casually as before, he simply escorted her to the staircase, offering to request a leave of absence from Snape on her behalf. It was no secret that Fu Chaoli had been assigned detention by Snape. The news had spread throughout the Slytherin house the following day, coinciding with Gryffindor's victory. Fu Chaoli waved goodbye to him, bidding farewell as one would to an ordinary friend. Nevertheless, Blaze was sufficiently cheerful, grinning like a fool as he waved until she ascended the stairs, before pocketing his hands and humming a tune on his way to Snape's office. Inside the office, Snape anxiously awaited Fu Chaoli, frequently glancing at the clock. Just as he was about to venture out to search for her, Blaze knocked at the door, casually remarking that Fu Chaoli had left for something. Snape, irritated that Fu Chaoli had not come to speak with him personally, sulked and refused to go look for her. Even as he lay in bed, he continued to toss and turn in frustration. What could be so important? Can it exist without me? He mentally wrestled with himself. Chapter 27, Draco the Little Crybaby. Fu Chaoli ascended the stairs, only to discover Draco leaning against the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, his head bowed in contemplation. Upon hearing her approach, he looked up in surprise, and his eyes brightened at the sight of Fu Chaoli. He stepped forward, eager to inspect her injured lip, but upon noticing the band-aid, he could only lower his hand in disappointment. Did Zabini help you with that? Fu Chaoli ignored him, instead. She spoke the password to the fat lady, fennel oatmeal. Draco's expression dimmed. My dear, this little snake has been waiting for you for quite some time. The fat lady winked at her, adding that he had just been secretly wiping away tears. I haven't, Draco retorted, flustered and indignant, glaring at her with his red-rimmed eyes. Fu Chaoli could only look at him helplessly, politely inquiring, What is it, Mr. Malfoy? Hearing the distance in her tone only fueled Draco's anger. He recalled her disdainful treatment of him since the start of term, and the sense of grievance surged within him, prompting him to cry out in protest. Why are you always so rude to me? Tears streamed down Draco's face, his sobs hitching in his throat. You treat Potter and Weasley so kindly. Fu Chaoli was taken aback. This was the classic case of the villain crying foul. Why do you always come looking for trouble with us? I haven't troubled you. I was only targeting Potter. Draco insisted, but you always help him bully me. Faced with the little crybaby before her, Fu Chaoli felt overwhelmed. Harry is my friend, and I will naturally stand by him. I don't care. Why can't you be friends with me instead? If you didn't come to bully us, we could be friends, right? Fu Chaoli maintained a calm tone, attempting to reason with the little heir. Then I promise not to bully you. Draco paused, trying to suppress his sobs, looking up at Fu Chaoli with tear-filled eyes, and with his delicate features, he appeared utterly adorable. Fu Chaoli, who was swayed by appearances, thought, How soft. No. Fu Chaoli still refused. You must promise not to trouble Gryffindor again. If I promise, will you agree to be my friend and stop being rude to me? All right. Then I promise not to trouble Gryffindor. Draco readily agreed, but he added, you must also swear not to get angry with me anymore. Fine, fine, fine. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief, finally managing to placate him. Seeing Draco secretly wiping his tears while still sniffling, Fu Chaoli reluctantly opened her arms, mimicking how the headmistress would comfort little ones. All right, stop crying. Come here. Sister Fu will give you a hug. I'm older than you, Draco protested. Yet his body was honest, as he leapt into Fu Chaoli's embrace, holding her tightly. He buried his face in her shoulder, secretly nuzzling against her. You won't wipe your snot on me, will you? In the warmth of the moment, Fu Chaoli suddenly remarked, somewhat disdainfully, you find me repulsive? Draco exclaimed in disbelief, turning his head and biting her cheek playfully. Ouch! What was that for? Fu Chaoli jumped back in surprise, pushing him away. You pushed me. I hadn't even had the chance to get angry yet. Draco retaliated. You promised not to be mean to me. You just bit me. Fu Chaoli rubbed her cheek, staring incredulously at Draco's self-righteous demeanor. I don't care. Right after you promised, you dared to push me away. Are you going to scold and hit me next? Draco declared, as if he could already envision Fu Chaoli abandoning him after leading him on. Since you made the first mistake, you will be punished to bring me Christmas gifts. Draco resumed his previous haughty demeanor, strutting to the edge of the stairs, contemplating. And you still owe me Halloween candies from last time. That was ages ago. Humph, if others have it, I want it too. Alright, hurry up and go. How childish. Fu Chaoli rubbed her face repeatedly, disdainfully waving her left hand to urge him to leave. Remember, today you were the one who said we could be good friends, Draco added as he turned halfway. And don't you dare tell anyone that I cried. Draco was stubborn to the core. At long last, the imposing statue of the Buddha had been dispatched, and Fu Chaoli, with a hint of resignation, turned to the jovial plump lady beside him, inquiring, May I now enter, my lady? The lady, her spirits lifted, replied with delight, This child is rather endearing. It warrants consideration. With that, she swung open the door. Before crossing the threshold, Fu Chaoli earnestly implored her to keep the matter confidential, as he still held a semblance of dignity, and Draco too, desired to preserve his own. Upon entering the lounge, Fu Chaoli intended to cover his face and sneak back to his dormitory, yet he was caught red-handed by Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who were sprawled upon the sofa. So you all are here, Fu Chaoli chuckled awkwardly. Chaoli, what happened to your mouth? Harry asked, pulling Fu Chaoli down to sit beside him, his gaze filled with concern. Fu Chaoli, still clutching at the imprint on his face, was drenched in sweat. It's nothing. A gust of wind rustled past as his face was gently lifted, his hands reluctantly dropping away. Hold still, let me see the wound, shall we? Fred and George, one cradling his face, the other observing from the side, exchanged solemn glances before nodding in unison. What's going on? Ron, astonished by the twins' seriousness, speculated wildly that Fu Chaoli might be an imposter, discovered by the twins. Who bit your face? Was it the same who left the mark on your lips? They queried, leaving Harry and the others bewildered. What bite? Whose bite? No. It was a bump, Fu Chaoli clarified, yet Fred interjected with fervor, then that confirms your face was indeed bitten. He leapt to his feet, frenzied. Who dared to bite my Chaoli? He turned to Harry, who quickly shook his head, then pointed accusatorily at Ron. Was it you? Who did it, exactly? Even Hermione found herself drawn into the fray of his interrogations. Fred bounced about the lounge, crawling dramatically, ensuring the incident became common knowledge. Even Wood, who had just entered with a broomstick, found himself seized by the shoulder and vigorously shaken. Meanwhile, George sat beside Fu Chaoli, vigorously wiping her face with his sleeve, muttering about how no man should dare sully Chaoli's visage. Faced with the accusatory gazes of all present, Fu Chaoli buried her face in her hands, pleading silently for rescue. Help me, save me. Chapter 28. Social death only happens 0 times or countless times. Listening to Fu Chaoli's tearful declarations, vowing to never again allow another boy to take advantage of her, the twins exchanged satisfied glances and a congratulatory clap. Rivals must be eradicated from their roots, of course. Although the lounge was not crowded, the absurdity of the conversation spread swiftly. Did you hear? The little flower of Gryffindor was bitten. What? That pretty girl was kissed? What? The most beautiful freshman was forcefully kissed? Truly despicable. At the dining table the next day, Fu Chaoli yearned to melt her scarf to her face, as the rumors grew more ludicrous. Just on her way to the hall, she had wrapped her entire face in a scarf, And upon recognition by a girl who approached her next to Harry, she babbled nonsensically, "Barbie mother needs beef?" The girl, bemused, replied, "My apologies. I mistook you for someone else." Thus, she navigated to the dining hall, yet had to remove her scarf to eat. Reluctantly, she feigned ignorance towards the peculiar rumors swirling about her. "As long as I don't feel awkward, others will be the ones to suffer." Harry and the others indeed felt quite awkward, as more than one person speculated that Harry had secretly kissed Fu Chaoli, reddening his face. Others even suggested that Ron, in a fit of hunger, had bitten Fu Chaoli. In truth, Draco's bite had not been severe. It was merely that Fu Chaoli's delicate skin was too fair, rendering the red marks glaringly apparent. "Chaoli, thank you for informing me about Malfoy's intent to hide my broom," Fu Chaoli recounted to Harry, having relayed the entire story under scrutiny, conveniently omitting the part where Draco had wept. "I've placed the Nimbus 2000 in its proper place. I believe he won't act again. He promised me yesterday." "He bit you, and you still trust him?" Ron retorted vehemently. "Slytherin's word is not to be trusted." While eating, Fu Chaoli found the adhesive bandage on her lip rather bothersome, and so she removed it, feeling that a minor wound wouldn't hinder her much. However, as she bit into a sauce-laden piece of meat, the tangy sauce met the wound, causing her to grimace in discomfort. Yet she persisted, awkwardly gnawing at the meat with pursed lips. "Honestly, if you can't eat, then don't," Hermione said, snatching the meat away and turning to fetch her a few small potatoes instead. "Let us keep it light. Potatoes can't compare to meat," Ron chimed in, oblivious, only to be silenced by Hermione's glare. Harry, having cleaned his hands, began peeling the potatoes for Fu Chaoli. With her cheeks stuffed, the bite mark on her face became even more pronounced. "So, is this what you meant by having something to deal with?" Snape's chilling voice emerged from behind. Fu Chaoli froze mid-action, mechanically turning to find a brooding Snape, his gaze flitting between the bite mark on her face and the wound on her lips. It dawned on Fu Chaoli that this Blaise had requested a personal leave for her rather than a sick leave. "I misspoke yesterday, Professor," she stammered. "I was feeling unwell, and intended to request a sick leave. Unwell enough to not come in person to request it." Snape scoffed, noticing Fu Chaoli's reluctance to explain the origins of her injuries, which only fueled his ire. "I had planned for Miss Fu Chaoli's detention to conclude by Christmas." Snape turned on his heel to leave, deliberately ignoring Fu Chaoli, adding, "It appears it must be extended until Miss Fu learns proper social etiquette." The potato she held fell from her hands onto the table, her expression one of despair. All Draco's fault. A lifetime of misfortune for a heartbroken man. Meanwhile, the instigator of this debacle, Draco, found himself mocked by the portrait at the entrance, as the plump lady spread the tale throughout the portrait world. Out of professional integrity, she refrained from gossiping with the students. The bashful young master, embarrassed, could hardly step outside, sulking and refusing to eat, yet yearning to see Fu Chaoli, anxiously wringing his hands in the lounge. Upon returning to the dormitory the previous day, Draco had returned Blaise's punch in kind, resulting in a brawl that Pansy and others had to break up. Held back by several, Draco could only hurl threats. "Zabini, you're the one who stirred up trouble between me and Fu Chaoli. And so what? Today, Chaoli has forgiven me," Blaise taunted, knowing exactly how to provoke Draco. "Umph. She just promised me moments ago." The two young men exchanged heated words for over half an hour in the dormitory. Yet Blaise appeared far more composed than the furious Draco, whose face was flushed with rage while he attempted to maintain an air of casualness. Pansy, upon hearing that Draco had quarreled with Blaise over that Gryffindor girl, had already fled to the dormitory in distress. After their argument and scuffle, they found themselves opening up to one another, agreeing to a fair competition. In truth, due to the connections between their families, Blaise would never genuinely sever ties with Draco. The conflict had stemmed from an impulsive surge of anger that had spiraled out of control. However, on the following day, as Blaise overheard the peculiar rumors circulating in the hall, he immediately deduced that Draco was the orchestrator, his fists clenched in frustration, cracking ominously. It seemed his previous punch had been too lenient. Theodore quietly sat beside him, occasionally glancing at the hunched figure of Fu Chaoli, who was furtively eating her meal. His expression remained stoic as he continued to scribble something, yet the chaotic scrawl betrayed his inner turmoil. That afternoon, Cedric also sought her out. But the rumors he had heard were that Fu Chaoli had been terrorized by the Slytherins. Upon hearing such an exaggerated tale, Fu Chaoli could barely lift her head in embarrassment, mumbling that it was merely a playful incident with friends. Cedric, noticing her reluctance to elaborate, simply nodded in understanding and presented her with some ointment he had procured from the hospital wing. Although the situation was not dire, having it on hand could prove beneficial. Seeing Cedric's gentle smile, Fu Chaoli felt a wave of relief wash over her. The previous day, Wood had been livid upon learning that the Slytherins dared to attack his future seeker, exclaiming he would take action against them. Cedric engaged her in light conversation with a warm and gentle demeanor, escorting her to the classroom door. Once she entered, he turned and made his way directly to Professor McGonagall's office, willingly taking on the task of grading the Slytherins' assignments, meticulously correcting their grammatical errors. The pages marked with a plethora of red crosses. When he returned the assignments, he still wore a bright smile, embodying the essence of a courteous gentleman. Professor McGonagall, upon witnessing the thoroughness of his corrections, expressed her appreciation for Cedric's meticulous nature, promptly assigning the Slytherins an additional task for revision. Given the multitude of errors they had made, Slytherin, what a vindictive act of retribution. Chapter 29 Christmas. On the morning of the holiday break, Fu Chaoli, carrying a suitcase and Papa's cage, followed closely behind Hermione as they made their way to the Great Hall, where they found Harry and Ron still engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Remember to search for clues about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone while you're at school, Hermione advised. Ron, resting his chin in his hand and casually moving pieces, replied lethargically, "We've already searched the library. There's nothing of interest." "Don't forget to check the restricted section," Hermione reminded them quietly. Fu Chaoli waved at them from behind, smiling as she said, "Be careful of Filch when you go. And good luck." Hermione then led Fu Chaoli away, and Ron shrugged at Harry, saying, "Looks like they've been corrupted by us." Upon returning home by train, Fu Chaoli emerged from the station to see Mrs. Floss standing in the sunlight, smiling and waiting for her. After bidding farewell to Hermione, she ran towards Mrs. Floss with open arms, reminiscent of a fledgling returning home, embracing the elderly woman warmly. "Your grandmother has prepared an abundance of delicious treats," Mrs. Floss said kindly. "And she has a Christmas gift for you as well." Mrs. Floss's children preferred to travel during Christmas, and she was unwilling to allow Fu Chaoli to spend her first Christmas alone, thus declining their invitation. Fu Chaoli bounced alongside Mrs. Floss, her curiosity piqued by the festive atmosphere, where people's faces radiated joy, akin to the merriment of celebrating New Year back in her homeland. Once home, she was enveloped by the sweet scents wafting through the air, deeply inhaling the aroma of cookies, while Mrs. Floss, beaming with affection, offered her a cookie to taste. That evening, Fu Chaoli and Mrs. Floss adorned the Christmas tree together, as she chattered animatedly about the wonders of the magical world and the events at school, confiding in Mrs. Floss about her many new friends and her dilemma over what gifts to present them. Mrs. Floss listened with a smile, and upon hearing her concerns, mischievously winked, saying, "Perhaps your grandmother can offer you some advice." They conspired together for quite some time, with Fu Chaoli detailing the personalities of each close friend, while Mrs. Floss provided thoughtful suggestions. They resolved to go shopping for gifts the next day. The following day, Fu Chaoli, with a small backpack slung over her shoulder, accompanied Mrs. Floss into the largest department store, where an array of delightful goods awaited. She easily gathered everything she needed for her gifts. After writing heartfelt cards for each present, Fu Chaoli patted Papa and tied a vibrant, multicolored bow tie around his neck, sending him off to deliver the gifts. Christmas soon arrived. After much anticipation, Fu Chaoli awoke early the next morning, rubbing her eyes. Excitedly, she discovered a present from Santa Claus nestled in her Christmas stocking, a delicate silver bracelet, accompanied by a note that read, "To the most adorable girl in the world." Ecstatic, she donned the bracelet and dashed downstairs to plant a big kiss on the still busy Mrs. Floss in the kitchen. "Thank you, the best Christmas grandma in the world." The two shared a joyful laugh. Fu Chaoli then presented Mrs. Floss with her gift, which was also a bracelet she had purchased in Diagon Alley. This bracelet was enchanted, its gemstones changing colors according to the weather and time, and Mrs. Floss adored it, immediately putting it on her wrist. "Your friends have sent you gifts, Mrs. Floss pointed to the pile of Christmas gift boxes beneath the tree, which overwhelmed Fu Chaoli with their abundance. Sitting on the floor, she began to unwrap each present. Harry had sent her a beautiful white wool hat, soft to the touch, which fit perfectly and provided ample warmth. She wondered if he would like the gloves she had chosen for him. Next she opened Ron's gift, which predictably contained an assortment of packaged snacks and his prized Quidditch player postcard. Fu Chaoli gasped, carefully putting the postcard away, planning to return it to him at the next opportunity, realizing how much he cherished it, having mentioned it several times in front of them. She knew without opening it that Hermione's gift would be a book, but upon revealing the cover emblazoned with the title Happy English, she was taken aback, recalling the daunting memories associated with the happy holidays and happy summer experiences. Wood had sent her a pair of Quidditch gloves and a miniature model of a Quidditch pitch. Thoughtfully choosing pink gloves, which Fu Chaoli hesitantly tried on. The vibrant hue nearly blinded her. However, she truly loved the model, which not only replicated the Quidditch pitch, but also featured tiny models of the two teams, magically animated to fly and toss the ball, resembling a miniature Quidditch match. Cedric gifted her an exquisitely crafted fountain pen, substantial in her hand, engraved with her name and a tiny heart at its end, which Fu Chaoli overlooked. Percy contributed his own meticulously crafted notes for every subject, a hefty stack. The twins sent her what they claimed were their own magical candies, each with distinct effects. Tentatively, Fu Chaoli tried one, and nothing unusual occurred, merely a delightful sweetness. Mrs. Weasley also had the twins deliver a hand-knitted sweater adorned with the initials of her name, which Fu Chaoli happily put on. Additionally, she received various trinkets and charms from Neville, Hagrid, and others, all of which she cherished dearly. Draco's gifts were rather straightforward and unadorned. He presented her with a necklace embellished with a magnificent gemstone, while Blaise gifted a brooch fashioned in the likeness of a fox, composed of fragmented diamonds. Theodore, on the other hand, offered a sparkling hairpin. Each item exuded an air of considerable value, and Fu Chaoli found herself nearly overwhelmed by their opulence. "You affluent individuals, I shall compete with you." Even Severus Snape bestowed a gift upon her, a veritable assortment of potion vials, each meticulously labeled, containing remedies for ailments such as colds, coughs, and even rheumatism. Fu Chaoli entrusted these to Mrs. Floss, for one could always rely on Snape's potion-making prowess. Albus Dumbledore sent a plethora of candies, including lemon sherbets and a box of individually wrapped chocolate frogs. His card expressed his delight in the Chinese confectionaries Fu Chaoli had gifted him, enriching his collection of sweets. Additionally, she received an anonymous gift, a necklace of understated luxury. Upon thoroughly inspecting the box, she found no indication of the sender's identity. Thus, she accepted the gift and turned to share the enchanting chocolate frogs with Mrs. Floss. After savoring the chocolate, Fu Chaoli extracted the card within, only to discover it bore Dumbledore's handwriting, which intriguingly mentioned Nicodemus. She hastily tucked the card away, intending to share the news with Harry and the others upon returning to school. The joyous day swiftly passed, and in the ensuing days of the holiday, both Cedric and Draco pinned invitations for her to visit their homes. However, Fu Chaoli wished to spend more time with Mrs. Floss and thus politely declined. On the final day, she received a package from the orphanage, containing a scarf knitted by the headmistress, and an assortment of her favorite snacks, along with letters from her friends. As she read through each letter, tears welled up in her eyes. She took up her pen to write a response, assuring them that she was doing well and missed them dearly. Papa sensed Fu Chaoli's melancholic mood, and gently leaned against her side, keeping her company as she wrote. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Papa, could you fly to China to deliver a letter?" "I am an owl, not an airplane," he retorted, rolling his eyes at her before turning his back, deciding to disregard her for the day, deeming it a waste of his sincere affections. After receiving a dismissive glance, Fu Chaoli ceased her jesting, affixed a stamp to her letter, and sent it off. The next day, as she prepared to return to school, she bid a reluctant farewell to Mrs. Floss and boarded the train home. Chapter 30. The Water Bearer and the Master. While searching for a seat on the train, Fu Chaoli encountered Draco and his companions. Draco first cast an expectant glance at her neck. Having felt overheated, Fu Chaoli had removed her scarf upon boarding, leaving her neck bare. Noticing that she was not adorned with the gemstone necklace he had gifted her, Draco inquired with discontent. "Why are you not wearing the necklace I gave you? Is it not to your liking? I spent quite a while selecting it." Fu Chaoli appeared perplexed. "If I were to wear it, I would hardly make it safely to the station entrance." Draco tilted his head in confusion, then produced a bag of neatly packaged biscuits, saying, "These are homemade by my mother. Consider them a Christmas gift from my parents." Fu Chaoli graciously accepted the biscuits, expressing her gratitude to the Malfoys. She then opened the bag and retrieved the necklace, intending to return it to Draco. "This is far too extravagant. You should keep it," she protested. "I am not worthy of such an upper-class adornment." Observing that Fu Chaoli carried his gift with her, Draco's expression softened slightly. However, upon hearing her subsequent remark, his brow furrowed once more. My gifts are never to be returned." He strutted away, his head held high, asserting, "Next time I see you, I expect to see it around your neck." Upon returning to the compartment, Draco mused, "Fortunately, I read a bit of a novel at home. She must think I'm rather dashing." Fu Chaoli pondered for a moment, yet refrained from revealing the truth to the young lord. After Draco departed, Blaise and Theodore approached her once more. "Chaoli, do you like the brooch?" Blaise inquired, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her expression. Theodore stood silently beside him, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. As expected, Fu Chaoli retrieved the item, intending to return it, but was met with refusal once more. It truly compliments you. Do you not like it? Blaise feigned a pout, adding, I wish to see how it looks on you. Theodore nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring Blaise's feigned grievance. So do I. Fu Chaoli was at a loss for words, merely watching the two retreating figures. Was this a Christmas tradition? The thought of everyone inquiring about her gifts made her head spin. Sitting in her seat, she contemplated her predicament and, just before the train arrived at its destination, devised a clever plan. Upon disembarking, she hurriedly made her way to the dormitory with her suitcase in tow. Entering the dormitory, an irate Fu Chaoli startled Parvati, who was busy tidying up. Chaoli, why are you in such a rush? Parvati asked, puzzled. Parvati, do you happen to have a camera? Upon seeing Parvati produce her magical camera, Fu Chaoli's eyes lit up as she inquired, could you help me take a photo? Of course, no problem. Just give me a moment to tidy up, Parvati replied. Thus, Parvati watched as Fu Chaoli retrieved each of her Christmas gifts from her bag in quick succession. Before long, Parvati gazed in bewilderment at Fu Chaoli, who was adorned in a white hat and a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley. She wore the garish pink gloves gifted by Wood, cradled Hermione's Happy English along with a notebook from Percy, which was tucked beneath a postcard from Ron, and in her right hand, she clutched a large bag filled with an assortment of candies bestowed by Dumbledore and the twins. Scattered at her feet were various small trinkets. Notably, she wore two striking necklaces around her neck, sported the diamond brooch and a pen on her chest, and had Theodore's hairpin tucked into her bangs, presenting an air reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Are you certain you wish to dress like this, Chaoli? Parvati tentatively inquired. Isn't it a bit too avant-garde? Fu Chaoli nodded, reasoning that there was truly no way she could wear those flamboyant pink gloves outside. In the camera frame, Fu Chaoli's expression was resolute, and paired with her ostentatious ensemble, the resulting photograph was undeniably humorous. Upon receiving the photograph, Fu Chaoli carefully stowed away her ensemble, and magically duplicated the photo multiple times. As the time for the evening feast approached, she exited the dormitory alongside Parvati, heading toward the hall. Upon stepping out, they encountered Wood, who was seated on a sofa. Seeing Fu Chaoli emerge, he approached her eagerly. Parvati exchanged a teasing wink with Fu Chaoli before departing. As Parvati left, Wood spoke up, his tone filled with anticipation. Chaoli, did you like the gifts I sent you? Fu Chaoli, wearing an expression of unsurprised determination, promptly produced a photograph and handed it to Wood. Here, take a look. The outfit captured in the photograph was undeniably eye-watering, and Fu Chaoli dared not witness Wood's reaction as she hastily departed. Wood scrutinized the photograph in his hand. The image of Fu Chaoli exuded righteous spirit, and he chuckled softly, finding her utterly charming. He carefully tucked the photograph into his embrace, contemplating where to place it. Perhaps it would be best to display it alongside the Quidditch trophy. On his way to the dining hall, Fu Chaoli encountered Cedric, and the two of them made their way to the Great Hall together. Chow Chow, I truly adore the backpack you gifted me, Cedric remarked, turning to showcase it. Adorned with his handmade charms, Fu Chaoli promptly replied, I also cherish the fountain pen you sent. With that, she playfully handed the photograph to Cedric, pointing at the pen affixed to her chest. Cedric examined the photograph with a gentle smile, saying, I'm glad you like it. He then slipped the photograph into his pocket, intending to have a frame crafted for it upon his return. When Fu Chaoli arrived at the dining hall, she found Hermione, Harry, and Ron already seated. After bidding farewell to Cedric, she took a seat beside Harry, immediately noticing that he was wearing the black gloves she had given him, refusing to remove them even in the warmth of the indoor setting. Chow Chow, do you like the gift I gave you? Ron inquired eagerly, proud of his offering. Fu Chaoli nodded, affirming that she had taken good care of the postcard, and inviting Ron to come see it if he wished, which put him at ease. Noticing Harry's gaze upon her, she turned and smiled, saying, I also really like the hat you gave me, Harry, but it's too warm in here, so I left it in my dormitory. And as for the textbooks Hermione gifted me, I like them as well. Fu Chaoli made an effort to keep everyone cheerful, balancing her cup of water as she engaged with her friends. She had also asked Papa to deliver a few photographs to Draco and the others, hoping they would not seek her out during their meal. Originally, she had intended to send a photograph to Dumbledore as well, but Papa had secretly kept it for himself. As she picked up her utensils, she suddenly noticed that Harry seemed a bit off. Concerned, she asked him about it. Chow Chow, Harry managed a strained smile. I saw my parents in that mirror, as if they were still by my side. And you were there too. Harry left unsaid what weighed heavily on his heart. Fu Chaoli understood that feeling, the blend of hope and the painful reality that it was all an illusion. She gently embraced Harry, comforting him, It's all right, Harry. We are all here for you. Your parents must love you dearly, just as you saw. Harry nodded silently, his mood lightening slightly. At least, Fu Chaoli was genuinely by his side, wasn't she? The dinner following the Christmas holiday was lively, with everyone still basking in the festive spirit. Fu Chaoli watched Harry's spirits lifted and felt relieved as she enjoyed her meal, secretly commending her own cleverness in arranging everything so perfectly. Just as she was lost in thought, Snape appeared behind her. With a sardonic smile, he brandished a photograph between his fingers and asked, "Miss Fu, how fair you are. Might I inquire if you do not appreciate the potion I gifted you?" Fu Chaoli felt tears welling up. Was it too late to write to Madame Floss for feedback on the potion's usage? Chapter 31. The kitchen map activate. The next morning, Fu Chaoli awoke to find that the few photographs left in her pocket had vanished. Had they fallen out along the way? Panic-stricken, she thought of the embarrassment if someone were to find them. Throughout the day, she stealthily observed her surroundings, relieved not to spot anyone who might have picked up the photographs. She sighed with relief, munching contentedly on her biscuits. The night before, she had opened the cookies sent by Mrs. Malfoy and savored them thoroughly. These are delightful. Fu Chaoli's eyes sparkled. She wondered what splendid life Draco was enjoying at home. Halfway through, she felt a piece of paper tucked within the cookie bag. Curious, she extracted it and unfolded it to reveal elegantly scripted cursive. "I hope Miss Fu Chaoli enjoys the necklace." It was signed Lucius Malfoy. Fu Chaoli pondered, realizing that the unnamed necklace was indeed a gift from Lucius. Why had the family sent her 3 gifts? She couldn't fathom it and hastily penned a letter expressing her gratitude for Mrs. Malfoy's cookies, praising their deliciousness, and thanking Lucius for the necklace, remarking that it was far too precious, and that she would ask Draco to bring it back next time. After entrusting Papa with the letter, she received a reply the very next day, accompanied by a large bag of cookies. She opened the response to find 2 sections penned in different handwritings. The first, in familiar ornate script, read, "I am delighted that Miss Fu Chaoli enjoys the necklace. Please accept it. It is not an exceptionally valuable item." The second, written in a more delicate hand, simply stated, "Thank you for appreciating the cookies I made. If you wish for more, have Draco write to me." Fu Chaoli scratched her head, perplexed as to why the Malfoy family was being so generous towards her. That evening, Fu Chaoli visited Snape's office, where he compelled her to read an entire children's book on managing personal space between genders. Before she could leave, he quizzed her with numerous questions, which she answered correctly before he finally released her. The concluding session ran late, nearing curfew. Fu Chaoli hastily declined Snape's offer to escort her back to the common room, instead requesting a note bearing his signature to avoid Filch's scrutiny. After obtaining the note, she hurried off alone. As she trudged along, yawning and struggling to keep her eyes open, she was suddenly pulled into darkness around the corner of the Hufflepuff common room. Strong hands shielded her head while another pair wrapped around her waist. "Shoo!" Fu Chaoli nearly cried out, but upon hearing a familiar voice, she quickly composed herself. The trio squeezed into a small nook, the twins pressing closely against her, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Fred, George? What are you doing?" Fu Chaoli whispered angrily. "You nearly scared me to death. Keep quiet, Chow Chow. Filch is still outside." George quickly covered her mouth, while Fred peeked out to survey the area. After a moment of footsteps, the outside fell silent, and Fu Chaoli could almost hear the heartbeats of the 2 beside her. Realizing that they showed no signs of letting go, she pushed against George's hand over her mouth. Once freed, she leaped outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. "I don't need to worry about Filch," Fu Chaoli boasted, waving Snape's note, turning to the twins with a triumphant grin. Fred snatched the note, folded it, and placed it into Fu Chaoli's pocket. "That takes the fun out of it. Save it for next time." The twins leaned in closer, winking at her. "We're taking you to a great place." Intrigued by their mysterious demeanor, Fu Chaoli followed them as they stealthily descended the stairs of the Hufflepuff basement. Stopping before a large oil painting, Fred stepped forward, turning back with a mischievous smile. "Get ready." He reached out and scratched the pair depicted in the painting. To Fu Chaoli's astonishment, the pair giggled, transforming into a green doorknob. "Come on, welcome to the paradise of snacks." George extended his hand and grasped the doorknob. Pulling it open, a warm and inviting aroma wafted out, much to Fu Chaoli's astonishment, for within lay the kitchens of Hogwarts, adorned with an array of delectable dishes such as cakes and steaks. Fred and George strolled through the space with ease, casually plucking cookies and chocolates to feed Fu Chaoli. By the end of their excursion, Fu Chaoli found herself pleasantly sated. "Chaoli, have you had enough to eat?" George inquired, glancing down at her. Fu Chaoli shook her head honestly. The twins led her to a table where they took a seat, and Fred snapped his fingers, saying to her, "Let us have a proper meal." With a soft pop, a peculiar little house elf appeared before the trio, bowing respectfully and asking what he could do for them. "Please prepare a dish according to this recipe," George said, producing a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the elf. "It is my honor." "Sir and madam," the elf replied. Fu Chaoli looked curiously at the twins, who explained that this was a house elf, a creature primarily devoted to serving wizards. They did not linger on the topic, instead inquiring about the sweets they had given her. Fu Chaoli reflected for a moment before responding. "The red ones are particularly sweet. The others seem rather ordinary. The green ones leave a tingling sensation on the tongue, and the blue ones make your voice higher." As she counted the effects of the candies on her fingers, the twins pulled out a large notebook, busily jotting down notes. At that moment, the house elf interrupted them. "Miss, your meal is served." He placed a bowl of plain noodles before them and returned the recipe George had given him, bowing before vanishing from sight. "What is this?" Fu Chaoli examined the noodles closely. "Is this the way they are made back home?" "Indeed, we copied it from a book." "It's astonishing that the library has a recipe for Chinese cuisine," they replied. "We figured you would want to try it, so please dig in." Fu Chaoli picked up a fork to twirl the noodles, but Fred shook his head and took the fork from her. "Use this instead. Consider it a small prize for participating in our candy research." The twins simultaneously produced a wrapped item from their pockets, unveiling a miniature version of their wands, which, when combined, formed a rather unique pair of chopsticks. "We crafted these ourselves. I assure you, once you use them, you will think of us." Fu Chaoli held them in her hands, finding them quite comfortable, save for Fred's wand, which was a tad prickly. She delightedly enjoyed her long-awaited bowl of noodles, evoking fond memories of her previous life. "Thank you both," she said, her heart swelling with gratitude, knowing they must have invested considerable time to create the chopsticks. The twins had long noticed her struggle with the knife and fork. They had spent nearly a month crafting the chopsticks, even unusually spending time in the library to seek out the Chinese cookbook. Fortunately, the tome was quite thick, allowing them to savor it together with Fu Chaoli. "Simply thanking us verbally is insufficient," George feigned displeasure, while Fred leaned in, jokingly tapping his face with a finger. To their surprise, Fu Chaoli closed her eyes and bestowed a kiss upon each of them. The soft contact was fleeting, leaving Fred and George momentarily stunned, their handsome faces turning crimson as they stumbled over their words for the first time. Fu Chaoli, equally flushed, shyly avoided their gaze. "Why is it that England is so open?" She had imitated a greeting from the book, presuming it might also convey gratitude. Snape, the anxious heart has finally ceased its fluttering. Chapter 32, The Dragon Egg. During a study session, Fu Chaoli shared her card with Harry and the others. "Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist, and I recall now." Hermione suddenly remembered something and led them to the library, where she produced a book nearly as large as herself, slamming it onto the table. "This is what I borrowed for leisure a few weeks ago. Let us see, Nicholas Flamel has been alive for over 600 years, Hermione said, flipping through the pages. "You must not become like this, Chaoli," Ron whispered conspiratorially to Fu Chaoli. "You cannot turn into a bookworm that needs an encyclopedia for entertainment." As expected, he received a glare from Hermione. "What about the Sorcerer's Stone?" Harry inquired. "The Sorcerer's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel. It can turn stone into gold and even grant immortality," Hermione explained. "Snape must have stolen it for the sake of immortality," Ron exclaimed, drawing the attention of others in the library. Fu Chaoli shook her head disapprovingly, sensing a world-weary aura emanating from Snape, making it unlikely for him to pursue eternal life. They resolved to ask Hagrid for more information at another time. Before long, Harry received a note inviting them to witness the hatching of Hagrid's dragon egg. A dragon egg? Where did Hagrid acquire it? Hermione furrowed her brow. "Let us hurry. This is a dragon egg," Ron exclaimed, pulling the others along. "How many times in our lives will we witness a dragon egg hatching? Perhaps only this once." Harry shared his excitement. Thus, as soon as class ended, the four made their way to Hagrid's small wooden hut. "Merlin, it's sweltering in here," Ron exclaimed as he entered, panting from the heat. "You've arrived," Hagrid said, clad in cooking gloves, as he lifted a pot from the fire, revealing a dark red dragon egg. "It's about to hatch." They gathered around the table, all eyes fixed on the gently wobbling egg. As dusk descended, Ron grew impatient. "How much longer will it be?" he asked, and before the question faded, a soft crack echoed as the egg split open. A small, winged fire dragon emerged, wobbling unsteadily. "Oh my goodness, look how adorable it is." Hagrid squinted with affection. "Norbert, come to Mama." "Norbert? Mama?" Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Yet the little dragon ignored Hagrid. instead wobbling towards Fu Chaoli, who upon its arrival, let out a tiny sneeze, producing a flicker of flame. "Little one, do you like this?" Fu Chaoli asked, producing her wand to conjure a small flame, playfully enticing it like a cat toy. Watching Fu Chaoli play with the little dragon, Hagrid felt an overwhelming sense of envy. "It truly adores you, Chaoli." Harry and the others admired the bond forming between Fu Chaoli and the dragon, now comfortably perched atop her head. "How will you care for it, Hagrid?" Hermione raised a concern. "What will happen when it grows? Your hut cannot accommodate it." With the dragon atop her head, Fu Chaoli turned to Hagrid, their gazes locking in a way that softened the hearts of everyone present. Hagrid's gaze drifted, and he merely stated that he would find a solution. In the midst of their playful banter, Fu Chaoli glanced at the time and suddenly recalled something. "Oh no. I must go to Snape's office." Gently lowering Norbert from her head and into Hagrid's hands, she added, "If I don't go, he might come looking for me. You all enjoy some more playtime." With that, she headed for the door, politely declining Harry and Hermione's offers to accompany her, promising to return another day to visit Hagrid and Norbert. Fu Chaoli hurried back to the school, when suddenly, she noticed a faint rustling in the grass. Curiously she approached, but found nothing amiss. After she departed, Draco cautiously emerged from within, squinting towards the spot where Fu Chaoli had exited, the quaint wooden cottage of the Forbidden Forest keeper. He stealthily approached the window, and indeed he spotted Harry and the others inside. "Humph, bringing her to such a place again," Draco scoffed, a sinister smile curling his lips. With Fu Chaoli conveniently absent, he felt emboldened to seek out Professor McGonagall, reporting that Harry, Hermione, and Ron had stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest at night. Inside the cottage, Harry and his companions were discussing their suspicions, theorizing that Snape was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone for the sake of immortality. "No. He wouldn't do that," Hagrid reassured, cradling Norbert, the dragon who was nibbling on his fingers. At that moment, Draco arrived with Professor McGonagall in tow, prompting Hagrid to instinctively hide the dragon, though Draco still caught sight of it. "They even have a dragon, Professor!" Draco exclaimed triumphantly. With a stern expression, Professor McGonagall led the trio and Draco to her office, informing Hagrid that she would be notifying Dumbledore about the dragon. In her office, she reprimanded them sharply for their nocturnal escapade into the Forbidden Forest, deducting 50 points from each of them, and assigning them the task of patrolling the forest with Hagrid. "You four will have detention in the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night." Draco, who had been smirking at the commotion, suddenly lost his smile and stepped forward, incredulous. "Wait, Professor. You said 4 people." "Though you provided valuable information, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall replied, fixing him with a serious gaze. "You two have violated the school rule against entering the Forbidden Forest at night, so your house will not lose points this time." The trio exited, dejected, unable to fathom the reaction of their fellow Gryffindors upon seeing their house points drop by 150. Thankfully, Chaoli had left beforehand. "At least Chaoli doesn't have to face detention in the Forbidden Forest," Harry said, relieved. "Damn Malfoy." Ron fumed upon seeing Draco emerge. "Teach, you brought this upon yourself," Draco retorted, raising an eyebrow provocatively before turning to leave. "Let's not tell Chaoli about this," Hermione suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. The following day, the sudden drop in points indeed incited a strong reaction from Gryffindor, with Neville nearly fainting. Who stole my points? That damned point thief, I'll report you." During mealtime, the outcry echoed, while Harry, Hermione, and the others dared not lift their heads. Only Fu Chaoli looked on with confusion, inquiring if anything had transpired after her departure. Harry quickly shook his head in denial, while Ron, unable to lie, stuffed his mouth with food. As they gazed at the significantly diminished points in Gryffindor's funnel, Slytherin began to celebrate. Draco approached, brimming with pride. "Potter, thanks to you we Slytherins," but upon noticing Fu Chaoli's skeptical expression, he quickly altered his statement. "Thanks to you lot in Gryffindor, our luck remains intact." "Draco," Fu Chaoli said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Just for your sake," Draco retorted coldly, making his exit. What on earth happened? Fu Chaoli turned to Hermione for clarification, but they had resolved not to disclose anything. "Chaoli, are you going to Snape's office tonight?" Harry quickly diverted the topic, and Fu Chaoli nodded, albeit confused. "After visiting the office, I still need to find Papa," she added, kindly asking Harry if he needed anything taken to Hedwig. Harry shook his head, then, at Hermione's urging, nodded hastily. "Do you all have a little secret without me?" Fu Chaoli inquired, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 33. Peril in the Forbidden Forest. That evening, emerging from Snape's office, Fu Chaoli carried an enormous bag of treats for Hedwig as she made her way to the Ollery. To prolong her stay, Harry suggested she watch Hedwig finish her meal. Observing the oversized bag of food, Fu Chaoli fell into contemplation, reminiscent of a dog finishing a bowl or a chicken pecking at rice. Upon reaching the Ollery, Papa eagerly awaited, his eyes fixed on the bag, but Fu Chaoli only retrieved a small packet of biscuits. "This is for you, Papa," she said, offering the biscuits, while giving the remainder to Hedwig. "These are from Harry Hedwig." Papa glanced between his own treat and Hedwig's, astonished. "Who? Look at her, and then look at you." But Fu Chaoli paid him no mind, focusing intently on Hedwig's feeding as per Harry's request. Feeling neglected, Papa fluffed his feathers in annoyance and flew out the window. "Papa." Fu Chaoli rushed to the window, spotting him flying towards the forbidden forest. "Sorry, Hedwig, I'll be right back," she apologized, turning to the owl, who hooted in acknowledgement. Fu Chaoli hurried downstairs, racing towards the forest. "I need Yaya to follow me." At the entrance of the forbidden forest, Draco preemptively chose to follow Yaya into the woods. "All right, Harry can accompany you. I'll take Hermione and Ron," Hagrid shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "But I must warn you, he is quite timid." Draco's smile vanished instantly. "My father will know about this," he said, carrying a lantern as he walked, visibly agitated. Harry merely rolled his eyes, dismissively saying, "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, Potter." The two exchanged glares, their animosity palpable. Suddenly, Draco halted, his voice trembling slightly. "Wait, did you hear that?" "What?" "Over there." Draco pointed shakily towards the bushes, where movement could be detected. Yaya approached cautiously. Could there truly be something lurking? Harry felt a twinge of fear, furrowing his brow as they both nervously peered into the underbrush. "Hey!" Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and Fu Chaoli's head emerged, leaves adorning her hair. What a coincidence. "Ah, Chaoli?" Harry exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing her, while Draco discreetly shifted his foot back, returning to his original position. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "Papa flew into the forbidden forest, so I came to find him," Fu Chaoli explained as she stood and approached them. "And you? Why are you here in the forbidden forest?" Harry reached out and removed the leaves from her hair, tidying it slightly. "Don't touch," Draco protested, shoving Harry's hand away and pulling Fu Chaoli closer. Fu Chaoli didn't let them divert the topic, her gaze fixed on them. "We came to help Hagrid patrol the forbidden forest," Draco interjected, anxious that Harry might reveal that he had reported them. Right. Fu Chaoli found their behavior odd, puzzled by Draco's sudden willingness to help. "Why didn't you call me?" The two stammered, unable to articulate a response. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, and Yaya dashed forward. "What's going on? Quick, let us go see." The trio chased after Yaya, only to find it baring its teeth. Before them lay a pristine white unicorn, while a shadowy creature, its form obscured, was crouched atop it, siphoning its lifeblood. Hiss! Harry felt the scar on his forehead begin to throb painfully. The enigmatic figure had noticed them and lunged forward, baring its fangs. "Ah!" Draco cried out, attempting to pull Fu Chaoli away, but she had already drawn her wand, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry, who was clutching his forehead in shock, and unleashed an offensive spell at the dark figure. The spell pierced through the creature's form, momentarily halting its advance. At that instant, the sound of galloping hooves erupted, and a centaur emerged from the nearby woods, raising its forelegs to drive the creature away. "Flee the forbidden forest," the centaur Firenze urged them. "The one who drinks the unicorn's blood is likely Voldemort." "The mysterious figure," Draco exclaimed in shock, hesitating to utter the name. Harry pondered deeply. Could this be the reason Snape sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, to resurrect Voldemort? The unicorn on the ground had not yet succumbed. It breathed laboriously, its silvery blood trickling from its neck, glimmering sorrowfully in the moonlight. Was there no way to save it? Unable to bear the sight of the dying unicorn, Fu Chaoli looked hopefully at Firenze. The centaur cast a pitying glance at the creature before shaking his head. "I fear it is too late." At that moment, the unicorn wearily lifted its head, gazing at Fu Chaoli with pleading eyes. "Are you certain?" Firenze asked the unicorn uncertainly. Receiving a faint response, he turned to Fu Chaoli. "The unicorn will bestow blessings upon a pure-hearted girl. Go touch its horn." Fu Chaoli approached, but instead of following his instruction to touch the unicorn's horn, she knelt beside it, gently cradling its head in her lap. "Rest now, your suffering will soon cease." She tenderly stroked the unicorn's face, closing its eyes. She wished for the unicorn to pass away peacefully. The unicorn shut its eyes, its breathing gradually ceasing. In its final moments, a single crystalline tear fell, landing in Fu Chaoli's palm. Harry and Draco observed as Fu Chaoli seemed to radiate light under the moon, her aura transforming into something more pure and sacred. The two were momentarily transfixed, unable to tear their gaze away from her. It has indeed blessed you, Firenze murmured to himself. A bird call pierced the silence as Papa emerged from the shadows, gently landing beside Fu Chaoli, leaning against her frail form, silently accompanying her as before. Chapter 34. Final Review. Firenze escorted them to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, where they encountered Hagrid and others coming out. Chaoli, what are you doing here? Hermione exclaimed, astonished to see Fu Chaoli. Furrowing her brow, Fu Chaoli questioned, why are you all so averse to my presence here? Are you concealing something from me? No. Not at all, Firenze replied, explaining the situation in the Forbidden Forest to Hagrid, who sternly ordered them to return. That will be all for today. Do not venture into the Forbidden Forest for a while. Papa flew back to the Ollery, while Fu Chaoli and her companions made their way toward the castle. As they walked, Fu Chaoli casually inquired of Ron. Do you only have to stay late tonight? Ron, caught off guard, replied nonchalantly, yeah, Professor McGonagall said just tonight. It was only when Harry covered his mouth that he realized the error. I knew it. Fu Chaoli immediately deduced the reason. Is that 150 points also deducted for going to find Hagrid at night? Unable to keep the secret any longer, Hermione and the others could only nod in admission. Draco, grinning widely, was not spared either. It was Malfoy who reported us to Professor McGonagall. Now Norbert is being sent away because of him. Ron dragged Draco into the fray. Wait, Chaoli, I only reported because I saw you weren't around. Under Fu Chaoli's furious glare, Draco's voice dwindled. You promised me you wouldn't trouble Gryffindor anymore. Exactly. Draco was left speechless, while Ron fanned the flames. You all are equally guilty. This was clearly something we did together. Fu Chaoli exclaimed, hands on her hips as she chastised Hermione and the others. Even if I miraculously didn't lose those 50 points, I will certainly stay with you all for detention. Fu Chaoli stormed ahead, the 4 despondent companions trailing behind her. Fortunately, no one knew that the deduction of 150 points was their doing. Draco, aware he had angered Fu Chaoli, refrained from troubling them further, and did not spread the news. As the time for final exams approached, Hermione intended to organize a study session for Fu Chaoli, Harry, and Ron, but Ron was adamantly opposed to studying. In the library, he built a tower of cards with exploding snap, igniting the novel Harry had brought, resulting in both of them being ejected by Madame Pants. I knew they wouldn't last, Hermione remarked as she sat across from Fu Chaoli, meticulously crafting a study plan. Hermione, is this a week's worth of review tasks? Fu Chaoli asked, holding a fully packed schedule tentatively. No, just for today, Hermione replied, her focus on her book. Tomorrow will have its own tasks. Thus, Fu Chaoli reluctantly opened her Transfiguration textbook, trudging through the review as per the schedule. Are you studying? Chaoli Granger. Hearing the familiar voice, Fu Chaoli looked up to see Percy, also holding a book. Senior Percy. The two greeted him as he pulled out the chair to Fu Chaoli's left and asked, may I sit here? Yes, of course. Fu Chaoli quickly moved her book aside to make room for Percy. Noticing Fu Chaoli using his notes to study, he chuckled softly and asked, so, how are the notes working for you? Very well, Fu Chaoli nodded. Even Hermione says they are helpful. Hermione looked up, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Percy. It's no trouble at all, I'm glad to be of help. Percy sat down beside Fu Chaoli, just as another figure approached from her right. Chaoli? What a coincidence. Cedric, carrying a backpack, pointed to the chair on Fu Chaoli's right and asked, is this seat taken? No. Cedric pulled out the chair and settled in, calmly retrieving his books from his bag. Hello, Granger, he greeted politely, and only after Percy coughed did he seem to notice him, offering a greeting to Percy as well. Fu Chaoli found herself caught in the middle, with both boys seated closely beside her, as if in competition. She focused on her studies, oblivious to the silent standoff between Cedric and Percy above her. Hermione, could you help me with this? Which part do you not understand? Let me take a look. As Hermione reached out, the paper was seized from both sides. I apologize, Diggory. Our Gryffindor freshman has me to assist her. Percy frowned, casting a discontented glance at Cedric. That would be rather presumptuous, Weasley. Chaoli and I share a close relationship. Conflicted, Fu Chaoli was unsure how to respond. Is this the question, Chaoli? Hermione opened her notebook, pointing to the very question Fu Chaoli sought help with. Yes. Why don't you take a seat beside me? I shall enlighten you, Fu Chaoli suggested as he rose, offering apologies to Percy and Cedric before settling next to Hermione. Percy and Cedric exchanged glances, incredulous that a girl had usurped their space. Hermione, with a smug glance upwards, relished the moment. Once she had concluded the topic, she insisted that Fu Chaoli remain in this seat, as it would facilitate inquiries regarding the material. Meanwhile, Cedric and Percy maintained their positions, deliberately leaving an empty space between them, resolute in their decision to remain apart. Not long after, Cedric discreetly slipped a note to Fu Chaoli, which read, "Chaoli, could you lend me some ink? I've run out." A small crying emoji adorned the end of the note. Seeing the adorable expression, Fu Chaoli chuckled softly, scribbling a quick sure on the paper before handing over his ink bottle along with the note to Cedric. Upon reading it, they exchanged knowing glances, both stifling laughter. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Diggory, but please refrain from disrupting our studies," Percy admonished, casting an irked glance at Cedric. "As a prefect of Gryffindor, I believe I have the authority to oversee your conduct." Realizing they had been caught, Fu Chaoli quickly averted his gaze, feigning intense concentration. "My apologies, Senior Weasley," Cedric replied politely. "I didn't mean to interrupt your diligent reading. I see you are quite serious about it." The sarcasm dripped from his words. Percy huffed in response, intensifying the tension in the air. During the subsequent review session, Percy meticulously outlined the key points of transfiguration for Fu Chaoli, while Cedric shared notes on potions, their rivalry creating a lively atmosphere. Hermione, however, remained unfazed, devising a study plan for herself and Fu Chaoli whilst engrossed in her own reading. Fu Chaoli mused, "Is this the price one pays for being forcibly included in the elite study group?" After an afternoon of exhaustive study, Fu Chaoli felt his mind brimming with knowledge, his head spinning as he gathered his belongings. He linked arms with Hermione, ready to depart. "Chaoli, shall we dine together?" He heard Cedric and Percy simultaneously exclaim, and he felt overwhelmed once more. Perhaps it would be best to review privately next time. Chapter 35. Norbert is to be sent away. I overheard Professor McGonagall discussing with Professor Dumbledore about sending Norbert away. Ron whispered conspiratorially as class ended. "Oh, poor Hagrid. He must be heartbroken," Hermione sympathized. Fu Chaoli took a bite of a cookie that Harry had offered, curious. "But where will they send Norbert?" "I don't know," Ron shrugged. "But since we have no classes this afternoon, let us ask Hagrid." "But Hagrid told us to keep away from the Forbidden Forest," Harry frowned, recalling the dangers that lurked there. "Don't utter that name, Harry," Ron gasped, cutting him off. "It's fine, it's still daylight," Fu Chaoli reasoned. "We can return before dinner, so it won't count as a nighttime escapade." The others nodded in agreement, and after lunch, they stealthily made their way to Hagrid's hut. Upon reaching the door, they found Dumbledore conversing with Hagrid, who appeared as forlorn as a child. The four of them crept closer to the window, peeking in. "I'm sorry, Hagrid, but your little hut is simply not suitable for him. Perhaps we can provide him with a better life," Dumbledore gently urged. "I know, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid said, wiping away tears, "but Norbert is still so small. He cannot bear to be separated from his mother." The four friends glanced down to see Norbert, now the size of a calf, nestled at Hagrid's feet. Where else could Norbert possibly go? "Perhaps we should consult our little Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore suggested, glancing towards the window. The four realized they had been discovered and sheepishly entered. "Ron, your brother is researching dragons in Romania, correct?" Ron was astonished that Dumbledore knew this and eagerly nodded. "Could you ask him to come collect our poor Norbert?" Dumbledore proposed. Living among dragons could be beneficial for his growth. Hagrid pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I shall write to him immediately," Ron exclaimed, thrilled to be of assistance. "No rush. Why don't you all stay a little longer?" Dumbledore suggested playfully, winking at them. "I imagine you wish to spend a bit more time with Norbert. Remember to return before dinner." With that, Dumbledore departed, and the group hurried to comfort Hagrid. Norbert, delighted to see Fu Chaoli, struggled to climb onto her lap. Fu Chaoli managed to cradle him while sitting on a wooden chair, and Norbert nestled against her like a kitten. "Hagrid, where did you obtain this dragon egg?" Hermione inquired, observing Hagrid's calmer demeanor, her brow furrowed with concern, for she had sensed something amiss, considering it was illegal. "A mysterious stranger gifted it to me while I was at the pub," Hagrid reminisced. "He asked me how to soothe a three-headed dog, and I told him music would suffice." "Oh no." Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Could he be after the Philosopher's Stone? The group lingered in Hagrid's hut until dusk, reluctantly leaving Norbert behind as Fu Chaoli rose to join Harry and the others. "Goodbye, Hagrid." "Goodbye, Norbert." Back in the common room, Ron quickly retrieved paper and a quill to write to his brother Charlie. Fu Chaoli tidied her belongings before heading to Snape's office, where he had been training her in potion making over the past few days. Counterclockwise 2 turns. Snape instructed as Fu Chaoli brewed the potion, observing closely. Noticing her distraction, he interjected, but it was too late. The potion, which should have been golden, had turned murky and thick. "Excellent, Miss Fu. Your lapse in concentration has resulted in yet another wasted batch of ingredients," Snape remarked, relaxing his protective stance yet remaining scathing. You should be praying for success in your potion examination rather than pondering peculiar matters. My apologies, Professor Snape, Fu Chaoli quickly responded, hesitating slightly before asking. Are you familiar with the mysterious one, Professor? Snape furrowed his brow, uncertain of her intent. In the wizarding world, I believe no one is unaware of him. And what would you think if someone sought to resurrect him? She inquired cautiously, scrutinizing Snape's expression. Yet he remained impassive, busying himself with the failed potion. That is not your concern, Miss Fu, he replied coolly, adding, and do not doubt my capabilities. I am already overwhelmed with managing your potion mishaps. Dazed from Snape's tirade, Fu Chaoli returned to the common room and relayed her findings to Harry and the others. I don't believe Professor Snape intends to resurrect the mysterious one, but he threatened Professor Quirrell last time, Harry argued, recalling how he had witnessed the encounter in the restricted section while under the invisibility cloak, only to be nearly discovered by Snape at a critical moment. Fu Chaoli pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, is it possible that Professor Quirrell is the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Him? Ron scoffed, rolling his eyes. I would sooner believe that Scabbers is his accomplice. In the small enclave of Gryffindor, two prophetic figures have emerged. I believe you need not be overly concerned. Hermione remains remarkably composed, especially considering that Dumbledore is still present. After all, he is the most illustrious of wizards. Reassured, the group contemplated that the upcoming potions class was of greater significance, and after bidding each other farewell, they returned to their respective dormitories. A few days later, Ron received a letter from his brother Charlie, stating that he had set off for Hogwarts and expected to arrive the following evening. Clutching the letter, the trio sought out Hagrid once more. Hagrid, cradling Norbert, candidly expressed his desire to savor their remaining day together. Time swiftly passed, and Harry and his companions considered bidding Norbert farewell, but Hermione interjected. It was already past curfew. Did they truly wish to incur points deductions again? We have the invisibility cloak, it will be fine, they insisted. Yes, we'll stay at the castle entrance. There's no need to venture into the forbidden forest. Unable to dissuade them, Hermione could only admonish them to be cautious. The two boys, cloaked in invisibility, made their way outside, coincidentally encountering Fu Chaoli returning from Snape's office. Fu Chaoli noticed the floating edges of the cloak, and recalled Harry mentioning the invisibility cloak. Tentatively she called out, Harry? Is Ron with you? Chaoli? How did you see us? Ron emerged, astonished. Fu Chaoli pointed to Ron's protruding cloak edge and remarked, actually, your entire back is exposed. What? We thought we were concealed perfectly. This feels almost akin to running naked, Fu Chaoli critiqued. Are you going to see Norbert? Can I join you? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alright, fine. It might be a bit cramped for three, Harry conceded, unable to resist Fu Chaoli's request. He positioned her between himself and Ron, ensuring the cloak would adequately cover her for safety. Thus, a modest invisibility cloak was begrudgingly shared among three. Chapter 36. The Farewell to Norbert. The trio huddled beneath the cloak, and Harry felt the warmth radiating from his companions, causing his cheeks to flush. Ron, you're stepping on my foot. Fu Chaoli gently reminded him. Oh, sorry. Ron had never been so close to a girl before, and felt her soft hair tickling his neck. How delightful the scent of a girl could be, he mused, his steps faltering slightly. The three of them precariously made their way to the castle entrance. Just as Hagrid approached, holding Norbert. Hi, Hagrid. The trio emerged from the cloak, startling him. What are you doing here? Hagrid asked, regarding the trio adjusting their clothing. Harry fanned his face, while Ron instinctively rubbed his neck. Fortunately, in the dark of night, their flushed faces were not easily discernible. We've come to say goodbye to Norbert. Fu Chaoli stepped forward, playfully teasing Norbert with her finger. The little dragon seemed to sense its impending departure, and nuzzled Fu Chaoli's hand affectionately. Desperate to divert his attention from the enchanting scent of the girl, and the tingling sensation at his neck, Ron imitated Fu Chaoli, and reached out to stroke Norbert's head. To his dismay, Norbert nipped at Ron's hand, though fortunately, it was merely a playful gesture, not a forceful bite. Yet Ron's hand turned slightly red. Why can't I touch him? Ron looked plaintively at Fu Chaoli. Norbert continued to bask in Fu Chaoli's gentle touch, gazing up at her with wide, watery eyes. You know, I left my mother when I was very young. If I were you, I wouldn't reach out to touch a baby dragon, little Ron. A hearty laugh echoed as two tall figures descended upon them. The first, bearing a rugged visage adorned with minor scars, was none other than Ron's brother Charlie, followed closely by his companion. Long time no see, little Ron, Charlie approached. Warmly draping an arm over Ron's shoulder, nearly overwhelming him with his size. You really ought to eat more. You're still so small. He then turned to Fu Chaoli with a smile. You must be Chaoli. Ron has mentioned you. Fu Chaoli tilted her head in confusion, wondering if she too was to be sent away. Brother. Ron interjected hurriedly, his face flushed with urgency. He said you were quite fond of Norbert, Charlie teased, raising an eyebrow at the flustered Ron. What are you afraid I'll reveal? Nothing at all, Ron blurted, glancing at Fu Chaoli's curious gaze. Urging Charlie to hasten in taking the dragon away. Hagrid interjected, I don't think that's a good idea. Yet Hagrid's reluctance was in vain. For Charlie placed Norbert into a specially crafted cage, and secured it to his broomstick. As Norbert departed from Fu Chaoli he appeared anxious, prompting her to conjure a small flame with her wand, gently comforting him. Goodbye, Norbert. By the time we meet again, you'll likely be much larger. You have a natural affinity for dragons, Junior, Charlie remarked, observing Fu Chaoli's successful calming of Norbert. Perhaps you might consider a career in this field. No way. That is too far. Harry quickly interjected, grasping Fu Chaoli's hand, fearful she might follow Charlie away. I'll think about it, Senior, Fu Chaoli replied, smiling. Charlie chuckled at Harry and Ron, shaking his head, opting to leave the matter vague for the sake of amusement. Farewell, little Ron, and to you all, he called as he mounted his broomstick, soaring into the night sky with Norbert. Hagrid, filled with longing, chased after them, exclaiming, Norbert, Norbert, how will I live without you? As Hagrid gradually receded into the distance, Fu Chaoli and her companions decided to don the invisibility cloak once more, anxious that Hagrid's lamentations might attract Filch. By the time they returned to their dormitory, it was deep into the night. Harry and Ron hastily stowed away the cloak, quickly wishing Fu Chaoli good night before making their escape. Exhausted, Fu Chaoli was oblivious to their rush, stumbling to her bed and collapsing into slumber. Chaoli, you've returned. Hermione, who had been waiting for them, stirred from her shallow sleep upon Fu Chaoli's arrival. Fu Chaoli murmured, burying her face in the covers. Relieved, Hermione turned and drifted back to sleep. The following day, when faced with Hermione's invitation to review, Fu Chaoli could hardly rouse herself. Hermione, may I please sleep just a little longer? Observing Fu Chaoli clinging to her bed, Hermione sighed. I'll head to the library first. Once you're awake, you can join me for breakfast. All right. Before Hermione even exited, Fu Chaoli had succumbed to sleep once more. Good morning, Granger, Cedric greeted as he entered the library. Noticing Fu Chaoli's absence, he politely asked, Is Chaoli still asleep? Good morning, Diggory, Hermione replied, taking a seat diagonally across from Cedric. As all the tables in the library were occupied, Chaoli hasn't he woken yet? Hermione refrained from mentioning that Fu Chaoli would be joining them later, hoping Cedric would have departed by the time Fu Chaoli arrived. To her disappointment, Cedric remained diligently absorbed in his studies until Fu Chaoli, yawning, finally made her entrance. Apologies. Hermione, am I late? She inquired. Oh, Cedric? Good morning, Chaoli. Cedric looked up instantly, smiling gently at her. Have you had breakfast yet? At the mention of breakfast, Fu Chaoli grimaced, feeling her stomach protest. Of course I have. We are indulging in our specially crafted heartfelt breakfast. Fred and George appeared from nowhere, clutching a box in their hands. Zhao Zhao, you've only eaten 13 dumplings. How can you study on an empty stomach? The twins, one on each side, began to shove dumplings into Fu Chaoli's mouth. I'm really full now, she replied between chews. Struggling to swallow the dumplings, Fu Chaoli glanced at Madame Pants, who was rushing over, admonishing them for eating in the library. She seized the twins by their ears and turned to glare at Fu Chaoli. In a panic, Fu Chaoli hastily swallowed her food, eager to prove her innocence, fearing Madame Pants might expel her as well. Madame Pants dragged the protesting twins away, although they still managed to shout an invitation for Fu Chaoli to join them for a heartfelt lunch later, only to be reprimanded again by Madame Pants for the noise. Fu Chaoli let out a sigh of relief and turned to see Hermione and Cedric looking at her expectantly, gesturing for her to sit beside them. Perhaps Madame Pants should have taken me too, Fu Chaoli mused. Chapter 37, Final Exams. I think I've eaten too much, so I'll pass on sitting down for now, haha. Standing by the table with a book in hand, she hid her face behind it, sweating profusely as she contemplated her strategy. What to do, what to do? Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Wood approaching with a book. Oliver, she called, waving gently. Chaoli, Wood exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he strode towards her. Hello, Granger, Diggory. Hello, Wood. The two greeted in return. Noticing Fu Chaoli's subtle signal, Wood obediently bent down, mimicking her action of hiding behind the book, and they began to converse in hushed tones. What's wrong? Oliver, can you sneak me out? Fu Chaoli winked, feeling the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Wood peered over the book to gauge Hermione and Cedric, who were focused on their conversation, then nodded knowingly at Fu Chaoli. Thus, they commenced their little act. Chaoli, would you like to join me for a flying review? Absolutely. Cedric looked at Fu Chaoli puzzled. But Chaoli, didn't you ride your broom exceptionally well? Hermione also scrutinized her closely. Fu Chaoli swallowed hard, searching for an excuse. Oh, my skills are too advanced. I need to practice slowing down. With that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and nudged Wood towards the door, chatting as they walked. What a coincidence to run into you today, Oliver. Sorry, Hermione, Cedric, but I'll study other subjects with you next time. Wood followed her willingly, and once outside, Fu Chaoli exhaled in relief. As Fu Chaoli exited the library, Hermione stood up to gather her books, politely bidding Cedric farewell. I'll head back to the common room to study. I can also keep an eye on Harry and Ron. Cedric nodded and returned her farewell before lowering his head to continue studying. Reflecting on Fu Chaoli's earlier discomfort, he sighed, wondering if he had pressured her too much. Fu Chaoli tugged Wood around the corner, leaning against the wall to observe the library entrance. Spotting Hermione exiting with her belongings, she instinctively ducked back behind the wall. Wood chuckled at her and said, Granger must be heading to the common room. Fu Chaoli smacked her forehead, realizing she could not return to the common room now. Thank you, Oliver. She turned to Wood to express her gratitude, feeling uncertain about where to go next. Wood bent down, resting his elbows on his knees, gazing into her eyes with a mischievous smile that made his puppy-like eyes sparkle. Then let us truly go practice flying. I assure you'll ace your flying exam. Wood spent the morning flying with Fu Chaoli, breathing in the fresh air, and she felt all her fatigue from studying dissipate. The final exams approached swiftly. During the charms exam, Fu Chaoli successfully enchanted a pineapple to traverse the table, even making it dance and sing in a voice reminiscent of a minion, much to Professor Flitwick's delight, who rewarded her on the spot. The transfiguration exam required transforming a mouse into a snuff box, and with no knowledge of what a snuff box looked like, Fu Chaoli managed to morph it into a beautifully crafted box instead. Professor McGonagall, seeing her big, hopeful eyes, awarded her high marks, reasoning that a box is indeed a box. The final exam was potions. You are to brew a forgetfulness potion in my presence, Snape stated coldly. Harry and Ron groaned, while Fu Chaoli secretly celebrated. After all, she had practiced that potion the most in Snape's office. Do you think Snape will taste it to grade us? Ron whispered to Harry as they awaited their turn. What if he forgets we're taking the exam? Harry quipped, and they both chuckled, only to be caught by Snape, who had just finished supervising another student. 5 points from Gryffindor. Under Snape's watchful eye, Fu Chaoli successfully brewed the potion, handing it to him with bright, eager eyes, hoping for praise. Snape sniffed the potion, glancing at her expectant gaze, and begrudgingly offered. Not bad. Fu Chaoli's face fell as she walked towards the door. Snape observed her dejected figure, yet still marked something on her report card before placing her potion in another drawer filled with her previous concoctions. What happened? Harry inquired, noticing Fu Chaoli's downcast expression. He rushed over, asking, Did Snape give you a hard time? Fu Chaoli shook her head, replying, I'm fine, at least I managed to brew the potion. My score shouldn't be too low. The final exams passed smoothly, and now the students awaited their results and the holiday. Why must we receive our scores before the break? Ron grumbled while playing wizardess chess with Harry. At least let us enjoy a happy summer. Hermione, engrossed in her book, didn't he lift her head? Only you will be unable to enjoy a good holiday after your scores come out. Harry frowned at the thought of returning to his unkind relatives, his brow furrowing. Unlike me, I want to have a happy holiday no matter what. Fu Chaoli had long heard of how poorly Harry was treated by his aunt and uncle, and she sympathetically offered, if you don't want to stay with them, you can come to my house. My grandmother and I will always welcome you. You can come to my house too. Ron chimed in. We can play Quidditch all summer long. Just team up with me, and we'll surely outplay Fred and George. Or are you going to outplay little Ronnie? The twins suddenly appeared, one on each side, draping their arms over Ron's shoulders, saying that makes your big brothers quite sad. After teasing Ron, the twins squeezed onto the bench beside Fu Chaoli, wedging her in between them. Cha-cha, we have a secret to share. It's about Quirrell. The twins leaned in close to Fu Chaoli's ear, ignoring Harry's displeased expression. Intrigued by the gossip, Fu Chaoli leaned in closer. What is it? We harbor suspicions that within the confines of Quirrell's head, specifically the area perpetually concealed beneath his turban, another entity resides. They articulated their reasoning with conviction, whispering to her in hushed tones in the face of Fu Chaoli's skeptical expression. During Christmas, we struck him on the back of the head with a snowball, and to our astonishment, he began to make sounds. The twins, in perfect synchrony, patted their chests and feigned a state of alarm, exclaiming, "That truly frightened me." Furthermore, just moments ago, while passing by their office, we overheard him conversing with someone as though he were alone. After Fred spoke, George recalled. It seemed he mentioned something about making a move tonight. Reflecting on their previous doubts regarding Quirrell, Fu Chaoli felt the truth was on the verge of revelation. However, her immediate priority was to ensure the safety of the treasure. "Thank you, Fred, George," Fu Chaoli said as she rose, expressing her gratitude to the twins before calling for Harry and rushing out. "Hey Chaoli, you can't just use it and toss it aside," the twins lamented from behind. Feigning sorrow. Chapter 38. Solving the riddle of the Sorcerer's Stone 1. "What's the matter, Chaoli?" Fu Chaoli led Harry and the others to a secluded corner of the common room. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Harry inquired in confusion. "I suspect Quirrell will attempt to steal the Sorcerer's Stone tonight," Fu Chaoli stated solemnly, prompting Harry and Hermione to exchange worried glances. Ron recalled. "I heard the ghosts mention that Dumbledore has been absent from the school lately. Oh no, he must have chosen this very moment. We must stop him." The group resolved that as soon as curfew arrived, they would head towards the chamber of the three-headed dog. True to their Gryffindor spirit, not a single one of them thought to inform a professor. That night, the four of them stealthily made their way to the common room, only to find Neville, clad in pajamas, waiting for them on a sofa near the entrance. "I overheard you," Neville stammered, summoning his courage to stand in their path. "I won't let you earn any more points off Gryffindor." "I'm sorry, Neville," Fu Chaoli stepped forward to reason with him, "but this is truly important. Our house has already lost so many points." Neville hesitated, reluctantly turning down Fu Chaoli's plea. With a sigh, Fu Chaoli turned to Hermione and said, "Well, let's proceed." Hermione promptly drew her wand and aimed it at Neville. Petrificus totalis. Neville's body became rigid, and as he teetered backward, Fu Chaoli rushed to support him, though her strength proved insufficient. "Harry, Ron. Quick, help me get Neville onto the sofa." Harry and Ron, their mouths agape in shock, hurried to assist, and together, they placed him onto the sofa. For now, Neville would have to endure lying there for a while. Fu Chaoli felt a pang of guilt as she addressed him, before turning to high-five Hermione. "You all are terrifying," Ron gulped, intimidated by their seamless execution of the plan. "We can't waste any more time, hurry." The four of them donned Harry's invisibility cloak, huddling together as they rushed towards the staircase. In their haste, the cloak billowed, momentarily revealing their figures. "Look what I've discovered." Peeves floated down, reclining in midair. "Perhaps I ought to call Filch to have a word with you disobedient little mice." The group swiftly halted, but Ron, caught off guard, tripped over his own feet and stumbled out from under the cloak, dragging Fu Chaoli along with him. Ouch. Ron barely had time to cry out before he felt a soft body land atop him. He froze, breath held, staring at Fu Chaoli's face, close enough to feel her warm breath. "Chaoli." Harry and Hermione gasped in alarm, rushing forward to help Fu Chaoli up. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, her eyes filled with concern, while Harry turned to pull Ron, who was still stunned on the floor, back to his feet. Once upright, Ron blushed fiercely, unable to meet Fu Chaoli's gaze, oblivious to the fact that Harry had yanked him up with considerable force. It's Miss Chaoli," Peeves circled them, hovering for a moment. "In light of your friendship with the Weasley twins, I shall let you pass." With a rather awkward bow, Peeves drifted off into the wall. "I apologize, Ron," Fu Chaoli said sheepishly. "I must have landed on you rather hard." "And no, it's fine," Ron stammered, his mind racing back to the earlier incident. "All right. Let us move," Harry insisted, pulling Fu Chaoli to his side. "Chaoli, stand by me." Ron, still flustered, trailed behind, secretly stealing glances at Fu Chaoli's back, his heart racing wildly. After a considerable search, they finally located the staircase they had initially descended. Upon arriving at the door, they discovered it ajar, with the sounds of harp music and the snores of the three-headed dog emanating from within. "Oh no." They exchanged anxious glances before hurriedly pushing the door open, revealing the self-playing harp and the slumbering beast. "Quick, jump down through the trapdoor." Hermione spotted the trapdoor and led them towards it. Ron hesitated at the sight of the darkness below. "What's down there?" Harry shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Suddenly Fu Chaoli froze. "Have you noticed the music has stopped?" The others stiffly looked up, only to see the three-headed dog above them, its mouth agape. "Jump!" Harry shouted, and without a moment's hesitation, they leapt through the trapdoor. They landed atop a bed of soft vines, which seemed to possess a will of their own, ensnaring the four of them tightly. "What is this?" Ron yelled in fear. Fu Chaoli collected herself and observed closely. "It appears to be Devil's Snare. I remember now." Hermione recalled from her herbology textbook. Relax. Upon hearing Hermione's command, Fu Chaoli and Harry ceased their struggles, and the vines slowly began to loosen their grip. They tumbled to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Fu Chaoli rubbed her rear, glancing at Ron, who was still wrestling with the devil's snare. Relax, Ron, she shouted. I can't relax, Ron yelled, flailing in panic. Let me think, Hermione fretted, recalling the text. Light. Devil's snare hates light. All right. Fu Chaoli drew her wand and pointed it at the vines. Lumos. A brilliant white light erupted from the tip of her wand, causing the devil's snare to recoil as if scorched, retreating into the shadows. Ow. Ron fell, quickly scrambling to his feet and brushing off his clothes. I did pretty well, didn't I? Harry shot him a look. If it weren't for Chaoli and Hermione, you'd still be up there hanging. The group hurried onward, arriving at a door. Harry instructed Fu Chaoli and Hermione to hide behind him as he reached for the handle. Before them swarmed a flurry of flying keys. We need a key to get out. Hermione pointed at the door with a keyhole on the opposite side. But with so many keys, what do we do? Harry spotted a broomstick in the corner, and nodded at Fu Chaoli. The two mounted the broom, and soared amongst the flurry of keys. Hermione, you and the others wait at the door while we fetch the key, Fu Chaoli called out, maneuvering the broom alongside Harry as they pursued the elusive keys. Harry. That golden one. Amidst a sea of silver keys, the golden one stood out distinctly. Fu Chaoli urged the broom forward, guiding the key towards Harry. As Harry reminisced about the moment he caught the golden snitch during the match, he seized the genuine key and tossed it to Hermione. The instant the true key was grasped, the surrounding flying keys erupted into chaos. Run! Hermione shouted as she flung open the door, while Ron braced himself against it, calling out to Harry and Fu Chaoli. Harry, being closer to the entrance, leaped off the broomstick and stood at the threshold, anxiously glancing back at Fu Chaoli. Fu Chaoli crouched low, adeptly dodging the frenzied keys, swiftly maneuvering through the door on her broomstick. The moment Fu Chaoli entered, Harry slammed the door shut, the trapped flying keys crashing against it with a deafening clamor. That was brilliant, Chaoli, Ron exclaimed, admiring Fu Chaoli as she dismounted from her broom, finding her particularly captivating at that moment. Chapter 39, Solving the Riddle of the Philosopher's Stone 2. Everyone, come and see this. Hermione's astonished voice echoed, prompting the group to survey their surroundings, revealing the room filled with statues that stood in eerie silence, their lifeless forms creating an unsettling atmosphere. What are these? They cautiously navigated among the statues. Is this a graveyard? Harry pondered, a hint of confusion in his tone, noticing a change in the floor beneath them. Fu Chaoli looked down and discovered that they were standing on an enormous black and white chessboard. Could it be wizard's chess? Look, there's the door, Hermione pointed out, noticing the grand entrance on the opposite side of the chessboard. As they attempted to advance, animated statues suddenly obstructed their path. Upon seeing a white knight brandishing dual swords before them, Ron adopted a serious expression. Do we need to solve this chess puzzle to get through? An expert in wizard's chess, he immediately began strategizing. Hermione, you take the queen's position. Harry, you go there. He mounted a knight statue and addressed Fu Chaoli. Chaoli, you'll stand beside me. Use magic if anything seems amiss. Hermione and Harry readily concurred, understanding the risks of standing alone on the chessboard. Observing their determined expressions, Fu Chaoli reluctantly nodded and readied her wand. The white pieces moved first, and Ron remained composed as he commanded his side to engage. The clash of pieces resulted in shattered stone fragments scattered across the board. Gradually, the number of pieces diminished, and Harry finally grasped the situation, anxiously informing Ron, are you really going to face the White Queen alone? It's the only way to win, Ron replied with unwavering resolve. You must keep going, Harry. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to control the knight, and drew the White Queen's attention. As the White Queen swung her sword at the knight, Ron shouted, Ron, armor! Just as the queen's blade shattered the knight statue he rode, Fu Chaoli swiftly waved her wand, casting a spell to mitigate some of the damage. Ron fell to the ground, hastily directing Harry forward, urging him to use himself as a piece to decisively eliminate the white pieces. Checkmate. The giant sword slipped from the White Queen's grasp, signifying their victory in the match. Ron, are you alright? Fu Chaoli rushed onto the chessboard, anxiously inspecting Ron's injuries. My chest. My back. Ron groaned as he grimaced, then astonishingly opened his eyes, seemingly free from pain. He rose and excitedly embraced Fu Chaoli. You scared me. I nearly thought I was done for, he admitted, still shaken. Fu Chaoli patted Ron's back, commending him. You were truly remarkable, Ron. That was the most thrilling game of chess I've ever witnessed. Hermione and Harry joined them, and the four celebrated joyously. Thanks to your spell, Chaoli. Ron expressed his admiration for Fu Chaoli even more. They traversed the wreckage of the chessboard and pushed open the grand door. The room they entered felt exceptionally vast, dominated by a long table in the center, adorned with various vials of potions, each differing in size and hue, alongside 2 additional doors. I think I can guess who designed this challenge, Ron muttered to himself. Hermione approached the table, spotting a piece of parchment detailing a riddle about the potions. With a mere glance at the parchment, Hermione confidently set it down and casually rearranged several potion vials, causing the door on the right to swing open. Unbeknownst to Fu Chaoli, Harry, and Ron, who stood in astonishment, Hermione remarked, "Harry, only one person can pass through this door. You may have to go in alone." She scrutinized the entrance, perplexed, addressing Harry. Fu Chaoli pondered deeply, recalling that if Fred and George were correct, the door might allow passage for 2 souls. "I have a plan, Harry." Fu Chaoli beckoned Harry to step forward to the entrance, stating, "I'll accompany you." "It's all right, Hermione. You look after Ron." Harry gazed steadfastly at Fu Chaoli, assuring her, "I will protect you." He then turned to Hermione and Ron, instructing, "Quickly write to Dumbledore." "So what do we do, Chaoli?" Harry asked, placing his trust in her. "Let's go then." Fu Chaoli waved lightly at Hermione and Ron, then retreated a few steps before running toward Harry, embracing him and propelling them both through the door successfully. "Harry!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed. "Can we really enter?" The 2 tumbled through the door, with Harry tightly clutching Fu Chaoli in his arms, looking up at her with concern. "Are you all right, Chaoli?" "Sure." Fu Chaoli pressed her hand over Harry's mouth, for the light at the entrance was dim, and the occupants inside had yet to notice the arrival of 2 intruders. Harry Potter. The figure before the mirror turned, revealing the typically timid Professor Quirrell. Harry swiftly positioned Fu Chaoli in a corner, standing up to confront the brooding Quirrell. Fu Chaoli, hidden in the shadows, held her breath in preparation. "Did you orchestrate all of this?" Harry inquired, both aware of the unspoken truth. "Indeed. I unleashed the troll. And it was my spell that summoned your broomstick," Quirrell confessed, oblivious to the old adage that villains often fall victim to their own verbosity, recounting all his misdeeds, blaming the wretched Snape for interfering. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, turning to vent his frustrations at the mirror. "And that accursed mirror. I finally rid myself of Snape and Dumbledore, yet he won't hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Instead, he lets Harry Potter have a go." A dark, sinister voice echoed, causing Harry to feel a sudden, sharp pain in his forehead scar, prompting him to clutch it in agony. "Yes, my lord," Quirrell replied submissively to the unseen presence, then turned to Harry, bellowing, "You come here." Knowing he was no match for Quirrell, Harry pretended to comply, stepping closer to the mirror where he had encountered the mirror of Eriste during Christmas. Fu Chaoli, witnessing Harry under Quirrell's control, gripped her wand tightly, gradually inching toward the center of the room. Chapter 40. Defeating Voldemort's Fragment. "Tell me, what did you see in the mirror?" Quirrell stood beside Harry, fixated on the reflection, yet he beheld nothing at all. Harry, however, saw himself smiling as he pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, and with a swift motion, he reached into his pocket, where indeed the stone materialized from thin air. "I saw Dumbledore shaking my hand." Harry feigned calmness, attempting to deceive Quirrell. He was lying. That voice emerged once more, and at that moment, Harry discerned it was emanating from beneath Quirrell's turban. "I shall interrogate him personally," the voice commanded. Quirrell, bowing respectfully, removed his turban, turning away, revealing a twisted and grotesque visage on the back of his head. "Harry Potter, we meet again," the face declared, its gaze fixed upon Harry, the searing pain on Harry's forehead reminding him of the identity of the man before him, Voldemort. "I no longer wish to be reduced to the ignoble state of possessing another's body," Voldemort ordered. "Give me the stone." "No, not a chance." Harry knew the consequences of surrendering the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort, and he turned, attempting to flee with the stone. "If all else fails, let Zhao Zhao take the stone out," he thought. "Stop right there." A wall of fire obstructed Harry's path, and he watched in horror as the flames engulfed the very spot where Fu Chaoli had just concealed herself, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. "No, don't." He stumbled toward that location, murmuring to himself. Quirrell lunged at him, seizing Harry by the throat and pinning him to the ground, the Philosopher's Stone rolling out of his pocket. Harry struggled to breathe, desperately clawing at Quirrell's hand. To his astonishment, upon contact, Quirrell's skin began to sizzle. He gazed in shock at this scene, uttering incantations, an unseen force prying Harry's hands apart. In that critical moment, Fu Chaoli burst forth from the shadows, colliding directly with Quirrell, compelling him to release his grip on Harry, and the magic ceased. Quirrell staggered back a few paces, and Fu Chaoli swiftly retrieved the stone from the ground, brandishing her wand at Quirrell to shield Harry behind her. Zhao Zhao, are you alright? Harry exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, wanting to embrace Fu Chaoli, forgetting the pain he felt. Damn it. Voldemort's voice from Quirrell's head cursed, commanding him, eliminate that little rat, you fool. Quirrell waved his robe and advanced toward Fu Chaoli, stupefied. Fu Chaoli attempted a spell to halt Quirrell's advance, but he brushed it aside with a wave of his hand. Harry seized the moment. Fu Chaoli managed to utter this brief warning before Quirrell's grip tightened around her throat. Zhao Zhao. Harry, frantic, sought any weakness in Quirrell from behind. I shall kill you all today, Quirrell snarled, lifting Fu Chaoli high and threateningly declaring, to celebrate my master's resurrection. Not on my watch. Fu Chaoli's face turned crimson. She saw Harry had appeared behind Quirrell and suddenly exerted all her strength, delivering a kick to Quirrell's chest. Quirrell lost his balance, toppling backward, and Harry seized the opportunity to thrust both hands onto the back of Quirrell's head, against Voldemort's face. A simultaneous scream erupted from Quirrell and Voldemort, accompanied by a hissing sound, as Quirrell gradually disintegrated into ashes. Gasping for breath, Fu Chaoli collapsed to the ground, inhaling deeply. Harry fought to rise, unsteadily making his way toward her. Zhao Zhao, are you alright? Damn it, damn it. The spirit of Voldemort emerged from the now turned Quirrell, vowing, I will kill you. In a fit of impotent rage, he could only charge his spirit toward Harry's body. Harry felt an impact that pierced his very soul. And then he knew nothing more. Harry. Fu Chaoli unleashed every spell she had learned, yet none could harm Voldemort in his spectral form. She could only watch helplessly as he escaped into the darkness. She touched the stone in her pocket, letting out a sigh of relief before summoning all her strength to lift the unconscious Harry, struggling toward the exit. Zhao Zhao Harry. Upon exiting, they encountered Hermione and Ron, who had arrived with Dumbledore and other professors. How are you? Fu Chaoli expended her last ounce of energy, entrusting Harry to the professors, then retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from her pocket, handing it to Dumbledore, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Fu Chaoli suddenly opened her eyes. You're finally awake, Zhao Zhao. Hermione exclaimed, spotting her and joyously calling for Madame Pomfrey, inadvertently waking Ron, who had been dozing at Harry's bedside. Madame Pomfrey meticulously examined Fu Chaoli, cheerfully informing her that she was recovering splendidly and presented her with a potion, instructing her to drink it. Strawberry flavor. Fu Chaoli gulped down the potion, savoring its taste. You were incredible, Zhao Zhao, Ron said excitedly. I heard Harry say you both defeated the Dark Lord. How is Harry? Fu Chaoli touched the bandage wrapped around her neck, recalling Harry's injuries were more severe than hers, her concern evident. Harry woke up a bit earlier than you. He has already taken the potion and gone back to sleep. That's good. Fu Chaoli relaxed, nodding. Did Dumbledore say anything? He visited Harry and told him that it was the protective magic left by his mother that repelled Voldemort. The Dark Lord. Ron corrected Hermione anxiously, as Voldemort's spirit had returned. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, turning to fetch water for Fu Chaoli. As Fu Chaoli drank, she listened to Ron animatedly recounting the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. You wouldn't believe how furious Snape was. I thought he might resurrect Quirrell just to kill him again, Ron said, his heart racing at the memory, realizing Snape had previously been relatively mild-mannered with them. These are gifts from those who came to see you. Hermione pointed at a pile of items piled on the bedside, the large box having been brought in by Fred and George, along with gifts from Diggory and Wood. The items at the bottom were gifts from Draco and his fellow Slytherins. With Ron on guard, Draco, Blaise, and Theodore could only leave their gifts but couldn't step inside. Speaking of Wood, Fu Chaoli suddenly recalled something, tentatively asking Hermione, how long were Harry and I unconscious? 3.5 days, Hermione promptly replied. Harry was out for nearly 3 days. Oh no. Fu Chaoli felt her vision darken. What about our Quidditch match against Hufflepuff? Ron, munching on snacks, eagerly divulged. We couldn't find a replacement seeker, and Wood was desperate enough to consider splitting himself in two. Unfortunately, they still lost. Ron shook his head in disappointment, although he felt satisfied that they had avenged their prior humiliation against Slytherin. Fu Chaoli could easily envision Wood, clutching his broom, looking woefully despondent. Chapter 41. The House Cup. Today marked the final day of the academic year, with all students gathered in the Great Hall awaiting the announcement of this year's House Cup winner. Yet there was no suspense. The banners of Slytherin already adorned the ceiling. Look at all this green, Ron said, scanning the room discontentedly, wrinkling his nose. It's truly hideous. What can we do? They have the highest points, Hermione replied resignedly. Listen, who's whining over there? Draco sauntered over, smugly glancing at Ron, who glared at him, then turned his attention to Fu Chaoli. You're still not fully recovered. Why don't you lie down and rest? I'm nearly well enough, she replied. Fu Chaoli gently touched the bandage around her neck. In truth, her injury was nearly healed, yet due to her delicate skin, the imprint left by Coral's hand remained conspicuously visible. To quell the concerns of those around her, she resolved to conceal it with the bandage. You shouldn't have followed that Potter and his antics, Draco remarked, disregarding Harry, who sat nearby and scowled. If you were one of our house, you could be basking in the glory of this house cup right now. If you've come to flaunt your house scores, then kindly take your leave, Harry retorted. Both boys glaring at each other, as if on the brink of a confrontation. Enough, Harry. You're still injured, Fu Chaoli said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, prompting him to sit down obediently. She then turned to Draco, soothingly urging, Congratulations, Draco, go celebrate with your classmates. Give us Gryffindors a bit of personal space. As if we would celebrate with you. Ron interrupted. Seeing that Fu Chaoli had no intention of joining them, Draco huffed and stormed off. What was he even doing here? Looking for trouble? Ron grumbled as he adjusted his hat. All right, there's no need to be angry, Fu Chaoli said, reaching out to help Ron fix his hat. Noticing Harry leaning in, she also tidied his tie. By the way, Chaoli, how did you defeat the Dark Lord? Ron had long wanted to inquire about this. Upon hearing his question, several Gryffindors leaned in curiously. Even students from other houses were drawn to the conversation. Thanks to the protective charm on Harry, he replied, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Otherwise, I would have been choked to death. Neville gasped in terror, and the others looked at Fu Chaoli with newfound admiration. Which spell did you use to defeat Quirrell? Seamus asked eagerly, still in awe of their defense against the dark arts professor. Fu Chaoli tilted her head, pondering for a moment, and decided to name her unique technique. Perhaps the rampaging bull charge? She suggested tentatively. The crowd murmured in disapproval. The raven on a plane? Not quite right. Tornado destroys parking lot. Others shook their heads solemnly. Just as Fu Chaoli was about to propose another name, Hermione quickly grasped her hand, signaling that Dumbledore was about to speak. According to the scores, this year's House Cup winner should be Slytherin, Dumbledore announced calmly as he rose. The Slytherins erupted in cheers, yet Draco and his companions furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. However, just days prior, as you all know, Voldemort possessed our defense against the dark arts professor, attempting to return to life. The students, still young, began to whisper fearfully at the mere mention of Voldemort's name. It was our very own Gryffindor, Harry Potter, Fu Chaoli, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley who thwarted this catastrophe. Dumbledore smiled as he declared, Miss Granger, wise and brave, solved the challenges set by the professors and passed the test. She has earned 50 points for Gryffindor. A sudden twist caused the Gryffindor table to erupt with excitement, and Hermione felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment amidst the cheers. Mr. Ron Weasley executed the most splendid chess move, earning him 50 points. The twins excitedly draped their arms around Ron's shoulders, and Percy, for once, regarded his mischievous brother with approval. Did you hear that? Ron exclaimed excitedly to Fu Chaoli and Harry. I secured 50 points for our house. Mr. Neville Longbottom bravely stood up against his peers' violation of school rules. This point is well deserved. Neville sat in stunned silence, never having imagined he could contribute points to Gryffindor. He turned slowly to see Fu Chaoli enthusiastically applauding him. Chaoli, congratulations. Neville. She genuinely praised him. Once again, Harry Potter has defeated Voldemort, saving the wizarding world. I have decided to award him 50 points. What? This is blatant favoritism. Draco shouted angrily, banging his fist on the table. The Slytherins, accustomed to the steady stream of 50-point announcements, found themselves overshadowed by the jubilant Gryffindors, whose table was filled with embraces for Harry, while the Slytherins appeared despondent. And as for our Miss Fu Chaoli, Dumbledore said, turning his gaze towards her with a smile. She has remained composed, steadfastly supporting her friends through every crisis, repeatedly rescuing them from peril. Miss Fu Chaoli earns 50 points for Gryffindor. The celebration intensified, the twins hoisting Fu Chaoli onto their shoulders and parading her around the Gryffindor table, as every upperclassman greeted her with enthusiastic high-fives. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in applause, and a few especially enthusiastic students stood up, cheering along with them. Dumbledore and the professors looked on with smiles, applauding them. Even Snape, albeit reluctantly, raised his hand to offer a perfunctory clap after Fu Chaoli's points were announced. Draco's anger subsided slightly upon hearing that Fu Chaoli also received points, as Gryffindor's score now surpassed Slytherin's. Despite the discontent etched on the faces of Slytherin students, they had no recourse. I declare this year's House Cup winner is Gryffindor. Amidst the cheers from Gryffindor, Dumbledore waved his hand, transforming Slytherin's green banners into the red lion flags of Gryffindor. After Slytherin's long reign over the House Cup, Gryffindor had finally reclaimed the championship. Did you hear that, Chaoli? Harry exclaimed excitedly to Fu Chaoli. We are champions. The twins set Fu Chaoli down, and she embraced Harry, Hermione, and Ron in a joyous huddle. The twins, Percy, and Wood looked on fondly as Fu Chaoli bounced with her friends. Chaoli, Neville said. His face flushed with excitement as he approached. Fu Chaoli released her hold on Harry, and turned to envelop him in a warm hug. You were wonderful, Neville. Hearing Fu Chaoli's affirmation made Neville tremble with happiness. All right, it's time to head back for the celebration feast, Harry said, stepping forward to pull Fu Chaoli and Neville away, grasping Fu Chaoli's hand as they made their way toward the common room, surrounded by the jubilant crowd of Gryffindors. I earned 50 points. Why doesn't Chaoli give me a hug? Harry thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 42, Summer Vacation. After an entire afternoon of revelry, Fu Chaoli found herself staying up late to organize her belongings, and the next day, she boarded the train home, laden with bags. Harry, do you have any plans for this summer? Fu Chaoli inquired on the train. Could I come to visit you? She asked more delicately, knowing that Harry might face challenges with his relatives. They will surely treat you poorly, Harry replied gloomily, worried that Fu Chaoli might suffer at the hands of Dudley and his family. Oh mate, why not come stay at my house during the summer? Ron suggested, munching on snacks. My parents would definitely welcome you. Chaoli can come too. My mum always mentions you in her letters. Fu Chaoli retrieved several slips of paper from her pocket, which bore the addresses of Draco, Cedric, Wood and Blaze. I may be rather busy this summer, she remarked, waving the cards in her hand. These were the addresses hastily slipped into her pocket when she boarded the train with her luggage, akin to receiving flyers on the street. Now you have another itinerary, Hermione said, tearing off a piece of paper and scribbling down an address to hand to Fu Chaoli, indicating it was for her to visit. Fu Chaoli accepted it and carefully stored the slips in her bag. All right, I will surely be the first to visit you, Hermione. Hermione nodded with satisfaction. Already beginning to plan. We can go shopping, there's a large bookstore there. Harry watched her enviously, wishing he could invite Fu Chaoli over to his home. He thought his parents would surely adore her. Don't be disheartened, Harry. Fu Chaoli noticed Harry's disappointment and reassured him. You can still come to my house. Or we can go out together. My grandmother's cookies are simply delightful. Can I come too, Chaoli? Ron suddenly expressed interest, uncertain whether he was more eager to visit her or to indulge in the cookies. Fu Chaoli nodded, welcoming Hermione to join as well, saying her home was filled with various Eastern trinkets sent by her mother, which they might enjoy. Before disembarking, Draco approached Fu Chaoli with an upward tilt of his chin and reminded her, make sure to keep that address safe, don't forget. I will do my best, Draco. Fu Chaoli replied, unable to guarantee it, as traveling from her home to the wizarding world could be rather complicated. I can come to pick you up, Draco offered confidently, suggesting he could also visit Fu Chaoli's home, displaying his cleverness. Very well. Draco shot a proud glance at the others in the carriage before striding away with an air of arrogance. He wouldn't expect to take you back on a broom. Would he? Ron stuck his tongue out at Draco's retreating figure, adding, if you came to my house, we would definitely fetch you in the flying car. Wood might genuinely come to pick you up on a broom, Harry interjected. The train soon arrived at the station, where Fu Chaoli, carrying her luggage, encountered Mrs. Weasley at the door. My dear, it's such a pleasure to see you both. How has school been? Mrs. Weasley warmly embraced them. Very well, ma'am, Fu Chaoli replied, expressing her fondness for Mrs. Weasley and her gratitude for the gift she had received. Harry quickly nodded, affirming his own appreciation for the sweater. Mrs. Weasley beamed at their compliments and encouraged them to visit her home whenever they had the chance. The twins emerged from behind, solemnly proclaiming they would personally come to collect Fu Chaoli. Upon seeing Mrs. Floss, Fu Chaoli politely waved goodbye to Mrs. Weasley and departed with her luggage. I truly adore this little girl, Mrs. Weasley remarked, gazing affectionately at Fu Chaoli's cheerful figure. She thought Fu Chaoli was perfect, beautiful, brave and ever so polite. The twins, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, chimed in unison, so do we. When Ron finally emerged, straining under the weight of his luggage, he found his mother and two brothers gazing in another direction, completely oblivious to him. What are you looking at? Ron inquired. On top of Fu Chaoli's luggage sat Papa's cage, and a wrapped package that unmistakably resembled a Firebolt 2000 broomstick. Passers-by slowed their pace, casting curious glances at the pretty little girl carrying such peculiar items. Some even mused silently, could she be a little witch? Grandma, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, pushing her luggage to Mrs. Floss and enveloping her in a hug. I missed you so much. I missed you too, dear. Mrs. Floss gently embraced Fu Chaoli. They chatted as they made their way home with the luggage. Ah, there's no place like home. That night, Fu Chaoli jumped onto her bed in her nightgown, burying herself deep beneath the covers. Papa, noticing her exposed thigh from the nightgown, awkwardly turned away, although his dark bird-like face betrayed no embarrassment. Let me see, Fu Chaoli said, pulling out the slips of paper from her friends, perching her legs on the bed. It seems Hermione's house is quite close. I think I'll visit her in a few days. After spending a few days enjoying the company of Mrs. Floss, Fu Chaoli one morning donned her little backpack and prepared to venture out alone. Be careful on the road, Chaoli, Mrs. Floss cautioned at the door. Fu Chaoli assured her that after a year of practice, her English had improved significantly, and she could confidently go out by herself. Trusting Fu Chaoli un condizionali, MRS. Floss still purchased a mobile phone for her, just in case. Don't worry, Grandma, Fu Chaoli said, taking her self-drawn route map and confidently boarding the bus. However, as she gazed out the window, the scenery outside grew increasingly unfamiliar. This doesn't look like a residential area, Fu Chaoli murmured in confusion, repeatedly checking her route map against Hermione's address. The bus traveled along a bustling commercial street, before stopping at the designated station. Excuse me, sir. Is this the location for this address? Fu Chaoli asked the driver before disembarking. Yes, miss, you just need to walk a few steps ahead, and you will arrive. The bus driver replied cheerfully, eager to assist. After thanking the driver, Fu Chaoli got off and, comparing the address, found herself standing at the entrance of a hospital. Observing the hospital's modern design and the children entering with smiles and exiting in tears, Fu Chaoli felt a sense of foreboding. Something's not right, something is definitely very wrong. Chaoli. Hermione had been waiting downstairs and rushed to greet her, leading her to the top floor. This is my friend, Mom. Hermione introduced her to a poised woman in a lab coat seated in a chair. Please check her teeth. She eats too many sweets. Fu Chaoli. Chapter 43. Cedric comes to visit. Despite her fear, Fu Chaoli lay on the treatment chair with her eyes closed. Upon opening them, the bright lights only heightened her anxiety as she awaited the results. Ah, well, there are no cavities. It seems you take good care of your teeth, Mrs. Granger announced, prompting Fu Chaoli to breathe a sigh of relief. However, she soon heard Mrs. Granger add, but there is one loose tooth. It would be best to extract it. Under the expectant gazes of Mrs. Granger and Hermione, Fu Chaoli reluctantly nodded through her tears. Fortunately, Mrs. Granger's skill was excellent, and the extraction process was not overly painful. Trembling, Fu Chaoli sat up, ready to pay, but was gently refused by Hermione and Mrs. Granger. Oh, consider it our treat, Mrs. Granger said with a smile. What kind of good hosts have their guests extract teeth? Mom, we should be going now. Goodbye, Mrs. Granger. I'm very grateful. Watching Mrs. Granger nod kindly, Hermione pulled a despondent Fu Chaoli, who was covering her face, toward the exit. They emerged without having done much, except losing a tooth. Chaoli, would you like to visit the bookstore first or the accessory shop? Hermione asked thoughtfully. I want to go to the ice cream shop, Fu Chaoli exclaimed. But before she could finish, Hermione playfully tapped her on the head. The two little girls walked hand in hand down the street, contemplating their choice to pick out a birthday gift for Harry. How was your day, Chaoli? What did you do? Mrs. Floss inquired gently upon Fu Chaoli's return. I went to get a tooth extracted. The tongue flicked over the vacant gums, and Fu Chaoli felt a surge of resentment, his mood somewhat dampened during mealtime. A familiar tapping on the glass resonated, and with a fork clamped between his teeth, he rose to retrieve a letter from the owl perched by the window. Dear Chaobao. Greetings. I hope this message finds you well. I was wondering if you might have some free time soon. My parents would be delighted to host you at our home. And I long to see you as well. Should you encounter difficulties in traveling, I would be more than happy to come and fetch you. I eagerly await your reply. Cedric Diggory. Fu Chaoli opened the letter and informed his grandmother of his plans to visit Cedric's home. Then I shall prepare some snacks. And you may invite your friends to sit with us for a while, his grandmother replied. With pen in hand, Fu Chaoli composed a response to Cedric, indicating that he had no prior engagements and asked Papa to deliver the letter. The next day, a reply arrived, detailing the time of his visit. Fu Chaoli simply wrote OK, allowing the owl to carry the message back. A few days later, the doorbell rang. I'll get the door, Fu Chaoli exclaimed as he dashed downstairs, opening the door to find Cedric impeccably dressed, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Good morning, Chaobao, Cedric greeted with a smile, presenting the flowers. I hope you like them. There was a rare hint of nervousness in Cedric's tone, and his strikingly handsome face bore an unusual shyness. Thank you, said Fu Chaoli replied, her delight evident as she accepted the flowers and ushered him inside. Grandma, said has arrived. Mrs. Floss emerged from the kitchen, a platter of snacks in hand, welcoming Cedric to take a seat. "Hello, Grandma," Cedric politely greeted, seamlessly following Fu Chaoli's lead in addressing her. "What a handsome young man," Mrs. Floss mused, clearly pleased with Cedric's courteous demeanor. "How did you get here?" Fu Chaoli inquired curiously once they were seated. "I took the night bus," Cedric explained, referring to the magical mode of transport designed for wizards. "How cool. Shall we take the night bus to your home later?" Fu Chaoli said eagerly. "Well, the ride can be a bit wild," Cedric contemplated his words carefully. "But if you wish to experience it, I'd be glad to accompany you." Cedric had always been unconditionally obedient to Fu Chaoli's wishes. Mrs. Floss insisted Cedric stay for lunch, and Fu Chaoli led him to her room first. Entering a girl's room for the first time, Cedric felt somewhat awkward, obediently sitting on the bed as instructed, his hands resting on his knees. The small bed made him appear even larger. "These are some snacks my headmaster mother sent me," Fu Chaoli said, retrieving a package with Chinese characters and offering it to Cedric. Curious, Cedric examined the characters, prompting Fu Chaoli to translate them into English for him. "Is this your photo album?" Cedric asked, noticing an album on the bedside table. "Yes. It was given to me by Mrs. Floss when she adopted me," Fu Chaoli replied, sitting beside him as they perused the contents together. "This is me when I first arrived at the orphanage, and this is me at 1 year old." Cedric smiled at each photograph, which chronicled Fu Chaoli's growth from a swaddled infant to the lively little girl she was now. She then showed him a family portrait taken shortly before her adoption, happily introducing her little friends. Cedric listened patiently, nodding after each introduction to show he was engaged. "This is Chunchen. I don't like him. He always steals my food," Fu Chaoli murmured, pointing to a chubby boy who had squeezed in beside her for the photo. Cedric looked at Fu Chaoli with compassion. It was no wonder she had been so frail when she first entered school. "You must have felt very wronged," Cedric gently said, ruffling Fu Chaoli's hair and playfully tapping the photo of the chubby boy. "Then I don't like him either." "Hit him." Fu Chaoli proudly lifted her chin, recounting how she often revealed the boy's hiding spots during games of hide and seek, and how she had even punched him twice on the day Mrs. Floss adopted her. Cedric chuckled affectionately, applauding Fu Chaoli's spank. "Our Chaobao is truly remarkable." After finishing their photo viewing, the two were called downstairs by Mrs. Floss, who had prepared lunch. "How do you find the food?" Mrs. Floss asked anxiously, having made her specialty, albeit in Chinese cuisine, to welcome Cedric. Cedric, unable to use chopsticks, resorted to a fork. Sincerely complimenting Mrs. Floss, "It's delicious, Grandma. This is the best Chinese food I've ever had." Mrs. Floss sighed in relief, while Fu Chaoli, wielding her twin wand-shaped chopsticks, relished her meal. "Chaobao, your chopsticks are quite unique," Cedric remarked, recognizing the peculiar shape. "They were a gift from Fred and George," Fu Chaoli explained, demonstrating their use and confidently offering to teach Cedric if he wished to learn. "Thank you, Chaobao," Cedric replied, casting a wistful glance at his own wand, wishing his wand resembled her chopsticks. Chapter 44, The Night Bus. After lunch, Fu Chaoli and Cedric bid farewell to Mrs. Floss and sought a secluded spot nearby to summon the night bus. Cedric raised his wand, and a tall red bus sped towards them, coming to a screeching halt. Ugh. Despite Cedric's presence shielding her, the dust kicked up still found its way into Fu Chaoli's mouth. "Good afternoon, Miss and Sir." A lanky young man with a crooked hat leaned out of the bus door, tipping his hat in greeting. Cedric guided Fu Chaoli onto the bus, and handed the fare to the ticket collector, Stan Shunpike. "To Ottery St. Catchpole, please," Cedric instructed. Stan turned to the driver and then excitedly addressed Fu Chaoli. "You're quite the beauty, miss. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" "Apologies, she is rather shy," Cedric interjected, positioning Fu Chaoli behind him as she feigned timidity. "Well, you've just missed the chance to meet a future minister of magic," Stan quipped, settling into his seat. Cedric merely smiled, guiding Fu Chaoli to their seats. "Make sure to hold on to the handrail, or you can lean against me." Fu Chaoli was puzzled by Cedric's serious demeanor, and as the bus lurched into motion, the sudden force almost toppled her from her seat. Cedric swiftly caught her around the waist, and amidst the jostling, Fu Chaoli found herself seated in Cedric's lap, his protective embrace firm around her. One hand secured her waist while the other gripped the rail, his muscles taut. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the car suddenly screeched to a halt, causing Fu Chaoli to lurch forward violently, her mind swirling in a haze. As she stepped out of the vehicle, her pallid complexion betrayed her discomfort, and her legs felt so weak that she could barely stand, relying on Cedric for support. "Are you alright, Chaobao?" Cedric asked, concern etched on his face. "I think I'm a bit carsick," Fu Chaoli replied, clutching onto a nearby tree, feeling queasy. "I'll be fine. I just need to rest for a moment." Cedric suggested that since they still had a bit of a walk to his house, he could carry her, but Fu Chaoli declined. After inhaling some fresh air, she felt slightly better and stood up, telling Cedric they could set off. The two walked together along a narrow path through the woods, enveloped in tranquility, the only sounds being the rustling leaves and the melodic chirping of birds. Is this how you usually come to my house? Fu Chaoli asked, wrinkling her nose at what she deemed a rather advanced mode of transportation. Actually, we could have traveled through the Flu network from the fireplace, Cedric replied, scratching his head. But I was afraid it might frighten you, so I took the night bus instead. Fu Chaoli was left speechless by Cedric's thoughtfulness. It was truly admirable that he would accompany her on this journey again. You seem to have become even more handsome, she teased, making a heart gesture towards him. No wonder all the girls at our school like you. What about you? Cedric chuckled. Yet he refrained from pursuing the question further. As they continued chatting, time slipped by unnoticed until Cedric announced, "We've arrived." Before them stood a charming two-story house adorned with a small garden, which featured a swing nestled among the flowering plants, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Cedric opened the door and politely ushered Fu Chaoli inside. You must be Xiao Bao. You're just as lovely as Cedric described, Mrs. Diggory said gently, leading her to the sofa and offering her a glass of juice. Fu Chaoli felt her cheeks flush at the compliment from an elder. Mrs. Diggory then shot a teasing glance at the equally bashful Cedric, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Of course, our Cedric is so exceptional. He deserves to have charming friends, Mr. Diggory boomed as he entered, proudly draping his arm over Cedric's shoulder. Good afternoon, Mrs. Diggory. Mr. Diggory, Fu Chaoli said quickly, standing to greet them. I'm sorry for interrupting. Not at all, Mr. Diggory assured her. We want to intrude. Cedric. Why don't you take her to see your trophies? They're all in your room. Dad. Cedric exclaimed, exasperated, then extended his hand towards Fu Chaoli. Shall we head upstairs? Wow, you really have so many trophies, Cedric. Fu Chaoli exclaimed as she stepped into his room, her eyes dazzled by the rows of shiny awards. They're all displayed by my dad. He is quite proud of my achievements, Cedric said, sheepishly scratching his head. He pulled out a chair from the desk for Fu Chaoli to sit, while he settled himself on the bed. Fu Chaoli noticed a small, exquisite photo frame on the desk, containing a picture of herself surrounded by all her Christmas gifts from that year. How embarrassing, she gasped, pointing at the photo, momentarily at a loss for words. Why would you put such a lovely picture in such a beautiful frame? It gives off an impression of superficiality. Cedric chuckled as he took the photo down and examined it closely. Isn't it rather cute? He remarked, before placing it back on his bedside table. Fu Chaoli found herself speechless. She suspected Cedric might have admired the hat from Harry or the sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Surely it couldn't be the pink gloves. Spotting a broomstick and a quaffle in the corner, she curiously inquired, Do you practice Quidditch at home too? Cedric glanced out at the weather. Noting the sun was shining perfectly, he stood up, picked up the broom, and extended an invitation to Fu Chaoli. The weather is splendid today. Would you like to practice some Quidditch with me? Fu Chaoli eagerly rose to her feet. Having returned from her holiday without a place to ride her broom, she had been yearning to fly, feeling a sense of helplessness as she gazed at her Nimbus 2000, longing to soar. I should have brought my broom, she lamented. Cedric patted her on the head, handing her his broom. No worries. I have another broom at home, sufficient for both of us to practice. The two made their way to the open space behind the house, where the absence of towering trees allowed sunlight to flood the area, creating an ideal setting for Quidditch practice. Fu Chaoli squinted her eyes, noticing a figure soaring through the air that appeared increasingly familiar. As the person executed a complex aerial maneuver, Fu Chaoli's heart raced with recognition. Is that Wood? Chapter 45, The Captain's Challenge. Xiao Bao. Wood caught sight of someone approaching and glanced down, surprised to see Fu Chaoli, whom he had been thinking of. What are you doing here? He immediately flew down on his broom, landing before her. Hello, Oliver. I didn't expect to run into a familiar face, Fu Chaoli said awkwardly, scratching her head as she pondered how to continue the conversation. Xiao Bao is visiting my house, Senior Wood, Cedric interjected casually, and Fu Chaoli noticed Wood's expression shift instantly. Oh dear, this is not good, Fu Chaoli thought. Haha, just when I have some free time. She planned to salvage the situation. So why doesn't Xiao Bao come to find me? Wood asked, widening his eyes in a mock pitiful manner. Is our relationship not sufficient? Fu Chaoli felt her resolve weaken under his gaze, as he resembled an adorable golden retriever. Seeing the guilt in her eyes, Wood secretly rejoiced. Realizing the advice from his roommate had proven effective, just as he was about to press his advantage, Cedric cleared his throat and stepped in front of Fu Chaoli. Sorry. Senior Wood, Cedric said apologetically, Xiaobao and I still need to practice Quidditch. But Xiaobao can practice with me. After all, she is a chaser from our house. But she isn't right now. Cedric and Wood faced off against each other, leaving Fu Chaoli caught between the two towering boys. Xiaobao has been training with me for quite some time. She will officially join our team next semester, Wood asserted, gripping his broom with a serious expression. You are still a Hufflepuff. We can only consider each other as rivals. How about this? This is merely a casual practice between Xiaobao and me, unrelated to the team. Cedric retorted, refusing to back down. How about the three of us? Wood raised an eyebrow, confidently suggesting, then let us have a match, Captain of Hufflepuff? This is a challenge between captains. Let me see the strength of your Hufflepuff team. I'm sorry, Xiaobao. You might want to entertain yourself for a while. I'll come find you once I settle this. Cedric apologized to Fu Chaoli, turning to accept Wood's challenge with youthful exuberance. Very well, Senior Wood. I will give it my all. Fu Chaoli watched, exasperated, as the two boys leaped into the air on their brooms, racing against each other. Were boys of their age always this combative? She sighed, puzzled as to why they couldn't all practice together. After all, a keeper, a chaser, and a seeker would not hinder each other at all. She mounted her broom and leisurely pursued butterflies. Just as she caught up with her fifth butterfly, the two boys finally returned, soaring back on their brooms. Zhao Zhao, these are the flowers I picked for you from 2 miles away. Wood, panting and exhilarated, presented a bouquet of delicate white flowers to Fu Chaoli. You were left behind, he said with a smirk, glancing back at Cedric, who had fallen behind, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Apologies, I may have squandered a bit of time crafting this wreath. Cedric gently placed a garland made of vibrant blooms atop Fu Chaoli's head, albeit a tad clumsily while perched on his broom. Do you like it, Zhao Zhao? In response to their eager expressions, Fu Chaoli embraced the bouquet tightly, touched the wreath on her head, and smiled, declaring her fondness for it. Observing the two, their brows glistening with sweat, she produced a handkerchief. Wood and Cedric simultaneously bent down, eagerly extending their faces toward her. Fu Chaoli exclaimed, I have another one. Like magic, she retrieved another handkerchief and handed it out fairly to each of them. The two could only take the handkerchiefs themselves, with Wood pouting in mild disappointment, while Cedric chuckled in resignation. Would you care to visit my home, Zhao Zhao? It's just nearby. As dusk began to settle, Wood extended the invitation to Fu Chaoli, suggesting they could share dinner at his house. Sorry, Oliver, Fu Chaoli replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. I promised my grandmother I would return before dinner. In truth, there was no such commitment, but Fu Chaoli believed this would deftly avert a potential conflict, glancing at Cedric's expression. Very well, Wood said, a touch of disappointment in his tone. Next time, you must visit my home. We can practice Quidditch together. He cast a sidelong glance at Cedric and added, just the two of us. All right. Then I shall escort you home, Zhao Zhao. Cedric took Fu Chaoli's hand, suggesting, or we could use flu powder at my place. Recalling the dreadful experience aboard the night bus, Fu Chaoli shuddered and hastily opted for flu powder. We'll take our leave now. Farewell, Oliver. Fu Chaoli waved at Wood, adding, you can also come to my house next time. Yes, I'll return with Zhao Zhao. Cedric politely bid farewell to Wood, his words laced with subtle provocation. Wood, oblivious, felt elated that Fu Chaoli had invited him to her home, cheerfully waving them goodbye, already contemplating what to bring when he visited her. As he watched Fu Chaoli's figure vanish, he hurried home to devise new strategies. Realizing that Cedric's flying skills were indeed impressive, it seemed Hufflepuff would be a formidable rival. Wood rested his chin in thought, extending Harry's training time by 2 hours. I didn't do anything, Harry protested. Zhao Zhao, remember to clearly state your destination. Cedric placed the flu powder in Fu Chaoli's palm, advising her gently. Her small hand spilled some of the powder. Cedric meticulously explained how to use it, while Fu Chaoli, intrigued by this distinctly wizardly mode of travel, could hardly contain her eagerness to try it. Fear not, said. Fu Chaoli reassured him confidently, patting her chest. I will write to you once I'm home. Turning to bid farewell to the Diggories, she expressed her gratitude for their hospitality. Thank you, sir and madam. See you at school, said. Following Cedric's instructions, she tossed the flu powder beneath her feet, and accurately declared her home's location. Flames erupted, and Fu Chaoli's figure vanished into the fireplace. Noticing Cedric still standing, lost in thought as he stared at the fireplace, Mr. Diggory approached and chuckled, patting his shoulder. Zhao Zhao is a good child. Indeed, Cedric replied, pride swelling in his chest. She is a remarkable girl. Oh dear. Mrs. Floss was startled by Fu Chaoli's sudden appearance in the fireplace. Rushing forward to dust off the soot from her clothes and inquiring with concern, why are you back so early? Fu Chaoli explained that her exceptional flying skills had led to a friendly rivalry between two captains, which made Mrs. Floss chuckle heartily as she turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the future star of the pitch. This is a treat, Grandma. Chapter 46. The Flying Car. Fu Chaoli placed the small white flowers from wood into a vase, which already held the blossoms Cedric had brought that morning, arranged by Mrs. Floss. While Mrs. Floss busied herself in the kitchen, Fu Chaoli penned a reply to Cedric, thanking him and his family for their hospitality, and inviting Cedric to visit her home again. She also sent a batch of Mrs. Floss's cookies to Wood, promising she would come to play with him when she had the chance. Next, she began perusing the letters she had received over the past few days. The first she opened was written in striking golden ink, sealed with the Malfoy family crest. Is that how the crest is used? Fu Chaoli mused, contemplating acquiring her own seal in the future, which seemed far more sophisticated than a mere stamp. Inside the envelope, the ornate stationery bore Draco's painstakingly crafted cursive, each letter ending with a slight tremor. Our family has numerous gatherings during this time. I shall visit you in August, and you must come to my home as a guest. Fu Chaoli grimaced, already envisioning Draco's pretentious tone. Blaise and Theodore's letters conveyed similar sentiments, though they suggested they would still be quite busy in August. Theodore even enclosed a few photographs, candid shots of Draco, while his own picture was a formal one in a suit, showcasing his handsome demeanor. Draco, however, was caught in a comical moment. Eyes shut and mouth agape in fright from a flying insect, alongside a rather relaxed photo of Blaise. Fu Chaoli thought to herself, is this a new form of noble rivalry? She lamented that the lives of the aristocracy were indeed distinct from her own, estimating that they would likely be too preoccupied to drag her along for summer escapades. Upon checking, she discovered only letters from Hermione and Ron remained, along with a brief note from Snape advising her to study diligently. She felt a pang of worry for Harry, having received no replies to her letters. Was he confined by his aunt? Fu Chaoli read through Hermione and Ron's letters, which aside from greetings, inquired about Harry's well-being, echoing their concern. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved that if she had no news of Harry by his birthday, she would go to his home to ensure his safety. In the following days, Fu Chaoli enjoyed a peaceful existence at home, indulging in sleep and meals, her height increasing as she did so. However, she had yet to complete any of her assignments. With a clear conscience, she postponed her homework until the last day, trusting she could conjure a miracle and finish it all in one night. As Harry's birthday approached, Fu Chaoli dispatched the gift she had chosen with Hermione, anxiously awaiting news from him. However, when evening fell, it was not Hedwig who appeared at her window, but rather the Weasley family's owl, which collided with the glass. Fu Chaoli retrieved the letter, rubbing the little owl's head affectionately. The note was filled with familiar handwriting, conveying that Ron and the twins were worried about Harry, and planned to bring him to their home for a few nights, asking if Fu Chaoli would like to join them. She first took the letter downstairs to find Mrs. Floss, who had been perusing advertisements for travel groups, and seemed particularly interested in a trip in August. Grandma, may I stay at my classmate's house for a while? She leaned against Mrs. Floss. That way you can go on your trip. It sounded delightful. Mrs. Floss contemplated for a moment before inquiring whether it would be too much trouble for their family. Fu Chaoli showed her the letter, which Mrs. Floss, peering through her reading glasses, could barely decipher. The twins had specifically emphasized that Mrs. Weasley was particularly eager for Fu Chaoli to stay with them for a period, so they could all head to school together. All right, Grandma. This way you can travel without worrying about me. Fu Chaoli was somewhat reluctant to leave. Considering the myriad events that had transpired this semester, she would have preferred to sleep for an entire month. Very well, Mrs. Floss chuckled as she affectionately tousled her hair. When will your friends be arriving? Grandma will prepare some cookies for them. Fu Chaoli recalled the letter mentioning they would come to pick up Harry in the evening, which she surmised was not a particularly mundane hour. I think it might be around midnight. Then they must be quite unique children, Mrs. Floss remarked as she rose to head to the kitchen. I've already made some cookies for you. They are on the table, ready for when they arrive. Would you like me to help you pack your belongings? No, thank you, Grandma. Fu Chaoli said affectionately as she linked her arm with Mrs. Floss's. You're the best. Thinking of the twins' enthusiasm, Fu Chaoli spent the entire day packing her belongings, unsure if they would manage to carry both her and Harry's luggage. She sent off her letter of consent, and sure enough, the following evening, she was awakened by the roaring of a car outside her window. Rubbing her eyes, she peered outside and saw the twins sitting in the front seat, the entire vehicle magically hovering just outside her window. Why are you so late? Fu Chaoli yawned, her voice slightly hoarse. The boys in the car sounded delightfully sticky and endearing. Wake up, sleepyhead. We're taking you on an adventure. The twins coaxed as they maneuvered the car closer to the window. In the back seat, Ron and Harry beamed at Fu Chaoli through the window. Can we come in? Harry pointed towards Fu Chaoli's room. Ron leaned over from the back, adding, we can help you with your luggage. Fu Chaoli nodded and opened the window. Be careful coming over. She indicated the piles of boxes on the floor to Harry and Ron before turning towards the door. Thank you so much. I'll go get you some cookies. She turned back at the door to remind them, don't forget about Papa. Fu Chaoli went downstairs to fetch the cookies, and left a note for Mrs. Floss on the table. When she returned, Harry and Ron had nearly finished moving her things. Ron was stuffing items into the trunk while Harry waited for Fu Chaoli in her room. Seeing Fu Chaoli approach with a bowl of cookies, still clad in a somewhat thin nightgown, Harry's face flushed as he said, it's a bit chilly tonight. Should you put on something warmer? Fu Chaoli retrieved a jacket from her wardrobe, and Harry halted his gesture to take off his own shirt for her. Everything's packed, Ron exclaimed cheerfully. Climbing into the front seat of the car and extending his hand towards Fu Chaoli, come on Chaoli. Fu Chaoli grasped Ron's hand, who gently pulled her into the car. While Harry ensured Fu Chaoli was safely settled in the back, the twins exchanged delighted glances upon seeing her comfortably seated, and Fred, gripping the steering wheel, pressed the gas pedal, exclaiming, let us go. The car suddenly surged forward, soaring into the skies. Chapter 47, The Burrow. Fu Chaoli nestled in the back seat with the bowl of cookies, squeezed between Harry and Ron, with the luggage also occupying the rear, making it quite cramped. The three of them sat closely, their awkwardness evident as they avoided eye contact. Would you like some cookies? Fu Chaoli lifted the bowl. They were specially made by my grandma. Ron immediately reached for a piece, popping it into his mouth while giving a thumbs up. They're absolutely delicious. Fu Chaoli then held the bowl out to Harry, encouraging him to take a piece as well. We can't go to the back to eat, Chaoli. Could you feed us? The twins in the front seat, Fred steering while George cradled both Papa and Hedwig, chimed in. All right. Fu Chaoli took a cookie and tried to feed it to Fred, but the dim light made it difficult for her to see, so she relied on instinct. Fred felt the cookie poking his face before it finally reached his open mouth, and he secretly kissed her palm. Fu Chaoli remained oblivious and offered another piece to George, who gently held her wrist and finished the cookie from her hand, causing Papa to flap his wings in excitement, which Fu Chaoli interpreted as its desire for a treat. Delicious. I hope my mom can learn how to make these. Why did you all come out so late? Fu Chaoli asked as she munched on a cookie. We hadn't heard from Harry, and our family was quite worried about him, Ron explained, still holding a cookie, so we decided to sneak over and bring him back. And we missed you so much. We wanted to bring you to our home as soon as possible, the twins added. Harry, are you alright? Fu Chaoli turned to Harry. I was worried about you since I hadn't received any news. Sorry for making you worry, Harry mumbled, feeling guilty, having thought that Fu Chaoli had forgotten about him when he hadn't received any letters. It turned out that all his correspondence had been hidden away by that house elf. He lamented, Hedwig was also locked away, and they kept me in my room without food. Harry couldn't help but share his grievances with Fu Chaoli. They even put iron bars outside my window, Ron exclaimed indignantly, pointing at the metal mesh in the trunk. It's absolutely outrageous. Harry added that he had been warned by the Ministry of Magic for using magic outside school, due to that house elf. So now he couldn't use magic to frighten them anymore. That can be easily remedied, Fu Chaoli said casually. I can teach you a few phrases in Chinese. You can use my methods to scare them. As the cookies quickly disappeared, Fu Chaoli began to feel drowsy, her head slowly drooping over the bowl. Harry took the bowl from her and gently leaned his shoulder closer to her, allowing her head to rest softly against him. He held the bowl still, not daring to move, contentedly listening to Fu Chaoli's gentle breaths. Meanwhile, Ron pretended to admire the scenery outside, secretly grasping Fu Chaoli's small hand resting beside him, slowly tightening his grip as a smile crept onto his lips. The twins, catching sight of the trio through the rearview mirror, exchanged envious glances and eased the car's speed, ensuring Fu Chaoli could sleep more comfortably. Time passed, and when Fu Chaoli finally opened her eyes, the sky had begun to lighten, and they were still in the car. I'm so sorry, Harry, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, realizing her head had been resting on Harry's shoulder, and quickly adjusted herself. Did I hurt you? Harry shifted his shoulder, brushing off the minor discomfort. Ron, having noticed Fu Chaoli awake, immediately withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and pretended as if nothing had occurred. The automobile began its gentle descent, revealing before them a house of remarkably unique design. Ahem, this is our home, Ron said, slightly embarrassed, yet both Fu Chaoli and Harry were filled with excitement. What a cool house, it resembles a building made of blocks, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. as she felt her childhood dreams of constructing block houses materializing into reality, claiming she possessed an innate talent for architecture. How wonderful that you all have your own rooms, Harry remarked enviously, unlike me, who can only reside in the stairwell or the storage room. Fred parked the car and stealthily led Fu Chaoli and the others towards the house. No shooting, he instructed. As the five entered the dwelling, Fred let out a sigh of relief, while George grabbed a muffin from the table and fed it to Fu Chaoli. Before Ron could utter a word, a commotion erupted within the house. What were you up to last night? An irate Mrs. Weasley stormed out of the kitchen. And how dare you drive without permission? With her hands on her hips, she scolded the twins and Ron, but upon spotting Fu Chaoli and Harry, her demeanor transformed into one of warmth and joy. Chaoli, Harry, welcome to our home. She embraced Fu Chaoli enthusiastically, and then directed the twins to tend to the garden gnomes. Apologies for the disturbance, ma'am, Fu Chaoli said politely, as Harry echoed his greeting beside her. Oh, not at all, dear children. When the time comes, you'll be sharing a room with Ginny, all right? Mrs. Weasley beamed, straightening Fu Chaoli's clothing. Harry, how about you share a room with Ron? Or I could vacate our master bedroom. Fu Chaoli promptly declined Mrs. Weasley's generous offer, stating that it would be fine as long as Ginny didn't mind. She'll be thrilled to have you both over. Now, would you like to catch up on some sleep? Mrs. Weasley gently caressed Fu Chaoli and Harry's small faces, her heart aching for their apparent exhaustion. We're exhausted too, Mum. The twins chimed in, earning a sharp glare from Mrs. Weasley. Get on with those gnomes. Otherwise you won't be having breakfast. May I join you, ma'am? Harry asked curiously, with Fu Chaoli expressing her desire to help as well, having observed Ron's impending starvation, and hoping to expedite their task. All right, but do be careful. I'll prepare breakfast for you, Mrs. Weasley consented. Ron, along with Harry and Fu Chaoli, ventured into the fields outside the house, where a flurry of potato-sized gnomes began to scurry away as they screamed. Like this, George said, grabbing a wildly flailing gnome and spinning it around. Once its shrill cries diminished, he released it, sending the gnome soaring in a perfect arc. A perfect score. Fred squinted at the gnome's landing spot, whistling in approval. Still clad in her nightgown, Fu Chaoli zipped up her jacket and rolled up her sleeves, ready to give it a try. No. Fred scooped her up and placed her atop a tall haystack, keeping her feet off the ground. You needn't participate, just watch us. I can help you, she insisted. It's all right, we'll be swift, Ron stated as he threw a gnome, though it didn't fly as far as George's. Harry struggled with a gnome that had bitten his hand. George casually yanked the gnome off Harry's hand and tossed it aside. Noticing the bite marks on Harry's hand, Fu Chaoli hesitated to descend from her perch. This gnome seems to bite harder than Draco. Chapter 48. Honorary member of the Weasley family that morning, Draco jumped off the night bus with a stern expression, meticulously adjusting his impeccably tailored suit and his meticulously styled hair. They really ought to manage that driver and conductor better, he thought, recalling the bus conductor's incessant attempts to engage him about a girl with dark hair he had encountered days prior, which only fueled his ire. If it weren't for his father being preoccupied with preparations for a banquet, he wouldn't be riding such a vehicle. Arriving at Fu Chaoli's residence, he tidied himself once more, puffed out his chest, clutched a bouquet, and imagined the surprise on Fu Chaoli's face as he pressed the doorbell. Hello, Mrs. Floss answered the door, surprised to find a small adult standing before her. Good day, ma'am. Not seeing the anticipated girl, Draco maintained his politeness, asking, Is Fu Chaoli at home? I'm afraid not, young sir, Mrs. Floss replied awkwardly. Chaoli just left for a friend's house. What? Draco exclaimed in disbelief, a hint of indignation in his voice. But I arrived quite early. It was only 8 o'clock, yet he had risen at 6 to prepare himself. Mrs. Floss offered to invite Draco in for a while, but he declined, merely handing her the flowers before departing with his head down. Curse it. As he walked, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, kicking stones along the path. Next time she must apologize to me. Returning home, his mind was still tangled in thoughts about where Fu Chaoli could have gone. Was it to Diggory's, or perhaps to that Potter's? Achoo. Sitting atop the haystack, Fu Chaoli sneezed, prompting the others engaged in tossing gnomes to converge with concern. Have you caught a chill? George tossed his gnome away, having finished. Best hurry back inside. Fu Chaoli, holding onto Harry's hand, jumped down, and they all made their way back inside. Breakfast is ready. Come sit down and eat, Mrs. Weasley called, placing fried eggs from the pan onto a plate at the table. The twins positioned Fu Chaoli between them, making it difficult for Harry to join them, forcing him to reluctantly sit at the far right. Fu Chaoli's chopsticks were tucked away in her bag, leaving her to use a knife and fork to cut into the sausages on her plate. Mum, you really ought to discipline Fred and the others. Percy grumbled as he descended the stairs, looking quite displeased. He glanced at the table, and was taken aback to see Fu Chaoli nestled between the twins. "Good morning, Percy." Fu Chaoli greeted with a bright smile, making Percy feel as though he were in a dream. "Chaoli, what are you doing here?" he asked, flattening his hair self-consciously. "We came to bring Chaoli over," the twins boasted, leaning closer to Fu Chaoli. "She'll be staying with us until school starts." "Really? Ahem, I see." Percy feigned nonchalance as he sat beside Ron, calmly sipping his water while secretly stealing glances at Fu Chaoli. As they conversed, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase once more. "Mum, have you seen my slippers?" Ginny, still in her pajamas, rushed down the stairs with her hair disheveled. Mrs. Weasley pondered for a moment before replying, "Dear, they might be on the cat." Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Ginny first spotted Harry sitting at the table, her eyes widening in surprise. "Hi." Harry, feeling a bit shy under her gaze, greeted her. Fu Chaoli also leaned over from the other side of the table, smiling and waving. "Good morning, Ginny." Seeing Fu Chaoli, who also donned a nightgown and had tousled hair, yet remained exceptionally beautiful, Ginny instinctively touched her own unruly hair, blushing deeply before hastily retreating upstairs. "Did I scare her?" Fu Chaoli wondered, touching her lips, suspecting some sauce may have smeared them. "I'm not sure." Fred shrugged and, with a napkin in hand, gently wiped Fu Chaoli's mouth and hands. George interjected from the side. "She has been talking about you and Harry all summer long." "I have not." Ginny, having just tidied her hair, hurried downstairs to interrupt her brothers. She took a seat opposite Fu Chaoli, shoving breakfast into her mouth while stealing glances at Fu Chaoli's face. Sensing the gaze from across the table, Fu Chaoli looked up in confusion, and Ginny quickly averted her eyes. While her admiration for Harry Potter was palpable, she found herself harboring a greater fondness for Fu Chaoli, especially after hearing numerous tales of her brother's heroic exploits. She quietly observed Fu Chaoli, only to notice that her mischievous brothers had split their fried eggs, placing half on her plate. "I'm full," Fu Chaoli said with a resigned look at the 2 extra halves of fried egg on her plate. "You should eat. It's your turn to work in the morning. You haven't grown much this summer. You need to replenish your strength." In truth, Fu Chaoli had grown significantly, but not as quickly as the twins. Her plate still held the bacon that Mrs. Weasley had just served her. She wasn't sure how Ron and the twins had described her, but Mrs. Weasley nearly handed her an entire pot of sausages and bacon. Feeling Ginny's eyes on her, Fu Chaoli looked up and smiled, asking Ginny, "Are you full? If not, you can have some of mine." Ginny, caught off guard, nodded instinctively despite having eaten enough, especially as she watched Fu Chaoli carefully slice the bacon and sausage and place it on her plate. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to eat, to hide her flushed cheeks. "She is so gentle and her smile is so beautiful," she thought, shaking her head to dispel such peculiar thoughts. "Good morning, children." A booming voice called from the doorway as Mr. Weasley entered, clad in a trench coat. "Good morning, Dad." The twins shouted in unison. Mr. Weasley embraced Mrs. Weasley, who was busy cooking, their affection evident. Upon taking his seat, he noticed the 2 additional children at the table. "Oh, who are you?" "I am Harry Potter, sir," Harry replied, putting down his cutlery. "Oh, Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you," Mr. Weasley said with a warm smile. "This is Chaoli, Dad. We mention her often." The twins chimed in to introduce Fu Chaoli. "Hello, sir. I am Fu Chaoli," she said politely. "Goodness, it's wonderful to finally meet you. What a splendid day it is. When did you arrive?" Mr. Weasley asked eagerly. "This morning," Mrs. Weasley interjected, hands on her hips. "Your sons drove here overnight in your beloved car." "Oh." Mr. Weasley paused, then curiously asked, "How was the car?" Just as Harry opened his mouth to respond, Mrs. Weasley gently interrupted Mr. Weasley. That was quite inappropriate." Fu Chaoli stifled a laugh. She adored the warm atmosphere of the Weasley family. Chapter 49, Luna. During breakfast, the Weasley family SL delivered the book list for the new term. "Who on earth is Gilderoy Lockhart, and why is every book written by him?" Ron exclaimed, having opened the envelope, stunned by the list of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. "Facing the Banshee? Traveling with Trolls? What is all this?" Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. "Does this have anything to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts?" Fu Chaoli glanced at the book list before setting it aside, as thoughts of her unfinished assignments began to surface. "In a few days we'll head to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies," Mr. Weasley suggested, prompting agreement from the twins and Ron. "Chaoli, have you finished your homework?" Percy casually inquired, causing Fu Chaoli to pause mid-wipe. She hadn't expected to evade Hermione's inquiries only to be caught by Percy. Let us just go play today. We can write that stuff anytime." Fred and George interrupted enthusiastically, eager to whisk Fu Chaoli away for a day of fun. Fred. George. Percy shouted angrily from behind. But the twins had already taken Fu Chaoli's hands, and the three of them dashed out, giggling. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, and upon seeing Percy's attention shift, they quickly set down their cutlery to follow. However, they were intercepted by Mr. Weasley, who enlisted their help in tidying up the car, with Harry also tasked to answer his father's peculiar questions. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" Mr. Weasley asked, holding up a metal grate stuck in the trunk. "Maybe it's a gift?" Harry suggested. "I want to go too," Ginny exclaimed, but was stopped by an irate Percy. "You have a month until school starts. It's time to start reviewing your lessons." The twins led Fu Chaoli to the riverbank, where sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the crystal-clear water, revealing small fish swimming within. "Chaoli, do you want to eat fish for dinner tonight?" Fred winked at her, then began to remove his shirt. Fu Chaoli immediately covered her eyes but peeked through her fingers, asking herself, "Is this something I should see?" A large, dry hand enveloped hers, completely shielding her eyes. "You definitely cannot look," George said with a grin. "Hey, Fred. Chaoli is still young," he reminded Fred, but the latter had already plunged into the water. Emerging from the water, Fred shook his hair dry and called out to Fu Chaoli on the shore, "The water is lovely. You should come in and try it." George released his hold, and Fu Chaoli saw that half of Fred's torso was submerged in the water, causing her to pout in mild dissatisfaction. "What a little rascal," George teased as he playfully tapped her nose. "If you don't want to swim, just sit on the shore. We'll catch dinner." With that, he leapt into the water, splashing up a storm. Fu Chaoli felt a longing to join them but had no clothes suitable for swimming, so she settled on the riverbank, dipping her feet into the water. Watching George and Fred have the time of their lives stirred a mischievous thought within her, and she scooped up water to splash at them. They retaliated joyfully, escalating the playful skirmish into what could only be described as a miniature water battle. All right. We surrender. Chaoli wins," the twins exclaimed, promptly halting their splashing as they laughed and indulged her. "Don't get your clothes wet," George said, inspecting Fu Chaoli's nightgown and noticing only the hem had gotten slightly damp. However, the consequence of their exuberant play was that Fu Chaoli's sneakers, left on the bank, were now thoroughly soaked. Fred donned the wet clothing he had left behind and, along with George, climbed back onto the shore. "I suppose we'll only be having sausages for dinner tonight," Fred sighed, shaking his empty hands in resignation. "Let us go. The sun will be high soon." Fu Chaoli stood up, only to realize her shoes were soaked through, so she awkwardly balanced one foot on the grass while resting the other on its ankle. "My shoes are wet," she lamented pitifully. Seeing her sad expression, the twins' hearts softened, although they maintained teasing smiles. "Would you like your big brothers to carry you back?" Fred asked, bending down with a grin. "Just don't get Chaoli wet," George warned as he lifted her and placed her on a nearby stone. "Wait here. We'll fetch you some dry shoes." "All right," she replied. "It seems this is the only way." Fu Chaoli hastily instructed them to return and change their clothes. Otherwise, even the mightiest of beings would be unable to fend off a cold with their drenched attire. "You may come back once you have changed." The twins departed with her soaked shoes in hand, while Fu Chaoli sat upon a stone, swinging her feet in a bid to hasten their drying. However, the stone was situated near a patch of grass, and for some inexplicable reason, a multitude of tiny insects emerged. Fu Chaoli waved her hands, and before long, her irritation grew with the incessant disturbances. "I will not tolerate this any longer." She gritted her teeth and began to flail her arms indiscriminately, launching a campaign of unselective retaliation. "These pesky flies are truly bothersome, aren't they?" A celestial voice suddenly echoed from behind. Fu Chaoli turned to find a girl with golden hair, her complexion pale and features exquisitely refined, yet her expression bore a serene understanding of the world's trivialities. She gracefully seated herself beside Fu Chaoli and offered her a pouch. "Would you care to try this?" As Fu Chaoli grasped the pouch, the insects indeed flew away a bit further. "Wow, what is this?" Fu Chaoli inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to sniff it, only to be met with a sneeze. "I made it myself." The girl gently tied the pouch around Fu Chaoli's wrist. "Now you shall not be bitten by those little nuisances. You are quite remarkable," Fu Chaoli declared, raising her wrist like a shield against the insects. "I am Fu Chaoli. And you?" Luna Lovegood. "Do you reside nearby?" "Yes, my home is just over there," she said, pointing to a distant house. "I don't often come this way." "What are those pesky flies?" Fu Chaoli squinted at the tiny insects, unable to discern any difference from mosquitoes. The two engaged in conversation, with Luna sharing her extensive knowledge of magical creatures, leaving Fu Chaoli utterly captivated. Just as they were enjoying their exchange, the twins' voices echoed from afar. Your friends have arrived. Luna stood, adding, perhaps we shall meet again at school. I am a new student at Hogwarts this year. Then I shall be your senior. Fu Chaoli beamed at her. A mischievous thought brewing in her mind to tease the younger girl. Yes, senior, Luna replied amiably. I quite like you, senior. With that, she turned and floated away. Just as Fu Chaoli bid her farewell, the twins approached. Who are you talking to, Chaoli? Fred squatted to inquire. As both he and George were unfamiliar with the girl who had just departed, they naturally reached for Fu Chaoli's feet to assist her in putting on her shoes. Oh no, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, embarrassed, pulling her feet back to don the shoes herself. She is a soon-to-be student. Once she had donned her shoes and stood up, she gleefully proclaimed, I too am a senior now. Splendid, Chaoli Senior. They teased. Time for Chaoli Senior to head home. The three of them laughed as they made their way back. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron sat at the door, anxiously awaiting her return. Why hasn't Chaoli come back yet? Harry asked. And why haven't we had lunch? Ron added. Chapter 50, New Western Guidance. That evening, Mrs. Weasley magically prepared a bed for Fu Chaoli in Ginny's room. After finishing a letter to Mrs. Floss, Fu Chaoli entered the room to find Ginny already making her bed. I'm sorry, Ginny. I'll be a bit of a bother for a while. She hurried over to help Ginny tidy up. It's all right, Ginny replied, blushing as she watched Fu Chaoli assist her. I'm very happy to have you at my home. In truth, Ginny felt her bed was quite spacious and had no qualms about sharing it with Fu Chaoli. Once they had organized everything, Fu Chaoli eagerly dove into the covers, the comfort enveloping her and quickly inducing drowsiness. She yawned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Today had indeed been exhausting, having been dragged about by the twins. I also met a girl who will be starting school with you, Fu Chaoli told Ginny. Her name is Luna, and she lives nearby. Luna? Ginny pondered as she brushed her hair, tilting her head as she tried to recall, but she did not recognize the girl. I haven't seen her before. Oh. Perhaps you two haven't crossed paths, Fu Chaoli replied, her eyelids growing heavy, her voice dwindling. If you both join Gryffindor, we will be in the same house. As Ginny noted Fu Chaoli's voice gradually fade into soft breaths, she waited until Fu Chaoli's breathing steadied, then leaned down to take a closer look at her face. Even at such proximity, Fu Chaoli's features remained flawless, almost unreal in their beauty. Her eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks, occasionally fluttering. Ginny rested her chin in her hand, gazing for a moment, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face as she murmured softly, Then I must make sure to join Gryffindor. That way, I can be closer to you. The next day, Fu Chaoli awoke, stretching luxuriously. She had slept remarkably well. Turning to see that Ginny was already awake, she noticed dark circles under her eyes, starkly apparent. Do you snore? Fu Chaoli inquired, feeling guilty. Ginny, embarrassed, admitted that she had been waking up during the night to check on Fu Chaoli, which was why she had dark circles, though she was too shy to confess the truth. After washing up and stepping outside, she was promptly seized by Percy to attend to her homework. Good morning, Chaoli. Percy settled her at a table and scrutinized her breakfast. Today shall be dedicated to your assignments. I can accompany you. Concerned about being interrupted by the twins, Percy whisked Fu Chaoli away to his room, where she was instructed to lean over his desk while he read nearby. Didn't you say you were almost done? Percy frowned at Fu Chaoli's nearly blank homework. Fu Chaoli could only lift her head and grin foolishly at him. Am I dreaming, or did Papa take my homework? Papa. Percy shook his head in exasperation. Yet a smile slowly crept onto his lips, concealed behind the book. This way, she can linger in his room a bit longer. Where's Chaoli? Harry asked during breakfast, noticing her absence. He turned to Ginny for answers. Ginny pointed upstairs, saying, she has been taken by Percy to do homework. She then lowered her gaze to continue eating. Ron, seated nearby, swallowed hard, silently wishing Fu Chaoli well. If they have her, they can't have me. Fu Chaoli's homework took her all the way to the day they were to visit Diagon Alley for supplies. During this time, the twins and Ron had come looking for her, but Percy had shooed them away. Have you all finished your assignments? He glared at the boys lingering at the door, with little Ginny hiding in the corner. As they continued to pester Fu Chaoli, Percy called for their mother, resulting in Ron and the twins being dragged away by Mrs. Weasley to complete their homework. Seeing no other option, Harry joined Ron to tackle their assignments together. Can I come in and study with Chaoli? Ginny attempted to protest. No need, Percy replied sternly, attempting to close the door. You can have your fun for now, as long as they did not disturb him and Fu Chaoli. Finished, Fu Chaoli declared, placing her quill down and stretching her sore wrist. Tomorrow, she would be able to go by her books. Percy set aside his reading and approached her, taking her homework to review while gently massaging her wrist with his other hand. Well done, he praised, gathering her assignments. Now you can enjoy the next few days for leisure. Fu Chaoli adjusted her backpack and playfully expressed her gratitude to Percy, saying, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to my senior, Percy, for enabling me to complete my homework. Percy merely smiled, shaking his head at her antics as he led her down the stairs, just in time for dinner. Has the senior finally released Chow Chow? We thought you were keeping her locked away until the start of the school year, the twins teased, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Their irritation grew when they noticed Percy blocking Fu Chaoli from joining them. Harry, who had scarcely seen Fu Chaoli in recent days, hurriedly took a seat beside her. I haven't seen you for days, Chow Chow, he said, pouting a little. Fu Chaoli leaned closer to him and Ron, whispering, I finished all my homework. Ron's eyes lit up with excitement. Does that mean? Fu Chaoli immediately understood his implication and winked at them, signaling with her fingers. Yay. Ron cheered, only to be silenced by a piercing glance from Percy. Children, get ready, Mrs. Weasley announced as she set dinner on the table. We are going out to buy books tomorrow. The dining table buzzed with excitement, as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley beamed at the delighted children. Harry, remember to clearly state the destination. We will be using Flu powder this time, Mrs. Weasley patiently reminded him. Harry nodded vigorously, clutching the Flu powder. Diagon Alley. Flames ignited, and the two adults quickly shielded the younger children, while Fu Chaoli found herself enveloped by the twins. It's really not necessary, she said. What did she just say? Mrs. Weasley inquired suspiciously. Diagon Alley, came the response. I heard it too. The remaining few hastily used the Flu powder, and the entire family emerged in a cloud of ash at Diagon Alley. Fu Chaoli appeared relatively unscathed, but she noticed Ginny's small face was covered in soot, resembling a little chimney sweep. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped Ginny's face. Thank you, Ginny's cheeks flushed. The twins approached Fu Chaoli, attempting to charm her, but she only had one handkerchief with her. Fred and George had no choice but to wipe their faces with the corners of their clothing, even using their sleeves to clean Fu Chaoli's face. Where's Harry? Ron looked around, failing to spot him, and instead was startled by the crowd inside Flourish and Blots. Merlin's beard. Are there really this many first years this year? Chapter 51. An encounter with the Malfoys. The group found themselves squeezed into Flourish and Blots, deciding to search for Harry inside. Who's that? Lockhart? Ron spotted the promotional sign for a book signing event in the store. Yes, doing this too? Ron, be a bit more polite towards gentlemen. Mrs. Weasley lightly chastised him, gazing adoringly at Lockhart on stage. Chow Chow. Just then, a soot-covered Harry squeezed in from outside the bookstore, finding Fu Chaoli and the others. Harry, where have you been? Fu Chaoli hurriedly brushed the soot off him. You don't look so well. Chow Chow, you're here too. Hermione exclaimed joyfully upon entering and spotting Fu Chaoli. I accidentally wandered into a terrifying shop, Harry complained to Fu Chaoli, and I saw Malfoy and his gang. Welcome, everyone, to the book signing of Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart suddenly proclaimed, displaying a manufactured smile for the flashing cameras. The witches in the audience applauded adoringly, with Mrs. Weasley particularly enthusiastic, while Hermione and Ginny were also caught up in the excitement. What's going on? Harry asked, bewildered as he surveyed the scene. Aren't we here to buy textbooks? Ugh. Ron grimaced in disgust, glancing at the enthusiastic witches around him, and shooting a glare at Lockhart on stage. It seems Mum and Ginny have fallen under his spell. Thankfully, our Chow Chow hasn't he? The twins bent down to whisper to Fu Chaoli, who looked at Lockhart on stage. He was indeed handsome, but there was an off-putting self-awareness about him, a sense of trying too hard. Unlike Cedric and the others, who possessed a refreshing charm. Noticing Fu Chaoli's gaze, he flashed a toothy grin at her, making her shiver with discomfort. I think you all are far more handsome than he is, Fu Chaoli whispered to the twins, making them beam with delight. What about me? Harry chimed in, leaning closer to Fu Chaoli with hopeful eyes, only to be pushed aside by the twins. Little one, don't crowd the spotlight. This shove caused Lockhart to notice Harry. Goodness, the illustrious savior Harry Potter has graced my book signing with his presence, he exclaimed, feigning surprise as he pulled Harry beside him. Quick, take a picture. He signaled to a nearby photographer, make sure I look dashing. Harry, bewildered, was dragged onto the stage, his soot-covered appearance starkly contrasting with Lockhart's meticulously polished look. He was handed a large stack of books by Lockhart, who then pushed him off the stage in a daze. Harry, hand me the books. I'll get them signed for you. Mrs. Weasley took the books from Harry's hands. You all wait outside for me. What's he doing? Ron grumbled about the flashy peacock on stage as they made their way outside. How could Dumbledore hire such a showman to be a professor? What's so strange about it? Even the showy Harry Potter has been invited to the school, a haughty voice interjected. Draco Malfoy descended from the staircase on the second floor of Flourish and Blots, looking down at Harry and the others. Draco, don't be so rude, Lucius Malfoy appeared. Taunting Mr. Weasley, though you speak the truth. Let me guess. Are you planning to rummage through the second-hand book pile upstairs? He challenged Mr. Weasley. Or does your entire family use Harry Potter's new books? Mr. Weasley exhaled sharply and swung his fist towards Lucius's face, which he narrowly blocked with his wand. Seeing the fist so close, Lucius finally dropped his calm demeanor, glaring at Mr. Weasley with fury. Hit him, Dad. Hit him. The twins cheered from behind the crowd, rallying support for Mr. Weasley. What's going on? Fu Chaoli finally squeezed her way out of the throng, having been pushed to the back due to her height. Fortunately, Percy had pulled her out. Miss Chow Chow. Lucius, surprised to see Fu Chaoli, cleared his throat and deflected Mr. Weasley's punch with his wand, regaining his usual composure. Draco, unable to mask his emotions as skillfully as Lucius, looked surprised to see Fu Chaoli present, asking, "Did you hear that?" Stammering slightly, which made Lucius shake his head disapprovingly. Hear what? Fu Chaoli furrowed her brow, observing the Weasley family's attitude towards the Malfoys. She suspected it was not a pleasant matter. Are you here to cause trouble for Harry again? Not at all. Draco quickly denied, worried Harry might report him to her. It's a misunderstanding, Miss Chow Chow, Lucius interjected, blocking Draco. We were merely reminiscing. Ha! Ron shouted angrily. You clearly came here to stir up trouble. I just happened to see my colleague buying books and thought I'd say hello. He discreetly slipped a notebook into Ginny's cauldron. But the action was too subtle for anyone to notice. Since you are not welcoming us, we shall take our leave. Farewell, Miss Chow Chow. With a seamless display of skill, he departed with a somewhat reluctant Draco, who had yet to voice his grievances regarding Fu Chaoli's abandonment. As they watched Lucius and the others leave, Harry and Ron finally processed the recent events, animatedly discussing what had just transpired. He had deliberately mocked Harry. He had even spoken ill of the Weasleys. Harry and Ron expressed their indignation, while Ginny's small face turned as red as a steamed bun. Fu Chaoli could only offer one consolation after another, assuring them that he would assist in avenging their grievances. How would they proceed? Naturally, through the enigmatic magic of the East. Noticing the puzzled expression on Ginny's face, Fu Chaoli playfully winked at her. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Fu Chaoli's penchant for mischief. With Fu Chaoli leading the charge, they were assured of success. As they squeezed out of the leaky cauldron, they found that the throng of people outside was considerably less than that within. Was he truly this popular? He seemed to possess little more than a charming visage. Ron shook his head in confusion, only to be met with a sharp glare from Hermione. Gilderoy Lockhart's appeal extended beyond mere aesthetics. He was undeniably talented. She opened the Lockhart book in her hands, and began to speak enthusiastically about the time he had ingeniously devised a method to confront a troll. Ron covered his ears and shrugged at Fu Chaoli and the others. All right, Hermione, Fu Chaoli replied, catching Ron's pleading glance. How about we head over there for some cauldron cakes? My treat, to celebrate Ginny's enrollment. Having just received a scholarship from the school, Fu Chaoli was feeling quite affluent. Chapter 52, the start of second year. Chow Chow, shall we play Quidditch? The twins encircled Fu Chaoli's bed, having pleaded for quite some time. It was still early, and Fu Chaoli reluctantly cracked her eyes open, glancing at the time before pulling the covers over her head and turning away. Just a little more sleep. Come on. No way. The twins leapt onto the bed, pinning her down on either side with the blankets. Then let's all sleep in. Fred closed his eyes, while George exaggeratedly began snoring beside him. I'm boiling. With her face flushed from the heat, Fu Chaoli struggled to emerge from the blankets, finally awake. I'll get up. Yay. Fred quickly extricated her from the covers, leading her to brush her teeth, while George provided a towel for her to wash her face. Once Fu Chaoli was ready, she reluctantly followed the exuberant twins downstairs, where she found Harry and Ron already neatly dressed, and even Ginny had donned sportswear, her hair tied back in a ponytail. The three of them gazed at her with eager anticipation. Fu Chaoli sighed in resignation, picked up her broom, and beckoned them to follow. Let us go. Wait, Chow Chow. Harry stuffed a piece of jam-covered bread into Fu Chaoli's mouth. You haven't had breakfast. Can I at least get outside first? The twins had already mounted their brooms, and were frolicking in the air. Ginny approached somewhat shyly, asking Fu Chaoli, Can I ride your broom? The spare broom at home was in Ron's possession, and barely flew faster than a butterfly. Go ahead. Fu Chaoli handed the broom to Ginny. Be careful. After saying this, she glanced at Harry and Ron, who were still grappling over the Firebolt 2000, along with the twins who were darting about in the sky. Feeling reassured, she discreetly found a shaded spot to catch up on some sleep. Whereas Chow Chow, Harry, who had traded brooms with Ron, was leisurely writing, scanning the surroundings in confusion. Fred shielded his eyes with his hand, squinting as he searched around before spotting their target. I know where that little sloth is. Fred and George quietly descended beside the tree where Fu Chaoli lay, propping themselves against the trunk as they watched her leisurely napping with her hands under her head. They exchanged mischievous smiles and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "What is here?" "What?" Startled by their devilish words, Fu Chaoli shot up into a sitting position, scanning her surroundings in alarm, only to see Fred and George snickering at her. Incensed, she leaped up to confront them. "Fred! George!" The twins giggled as they ran ahead, teasingly leading Fu Chaoli in pursuit. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron soared above, following the twins' lead while cupping their hands to cheer her on. After a playful chase, George abruptly halted, leaving Fu Chaoli no time to break as she collided into him. George produced a handkerchief to wipe her brow, then mounted his broom, saying, "Chow Chow, hold on to me. Let us go chase Fred." "Well, that is so unfair," Fred mockingly exclaimed as he took to the air on his broom, and the group engaged in spirited aerial antics. "Got you." With Harry and Ron blocking the way and Ginny providing support, Fu Chaoli finally managed to snag the hem of Fred's shirt. Just then Mrs. Weasley emerged from the house, calling them for lunch. Fred feigned a pained expression, slowly descending to the ground. "I concede. That was a powerful blow, Chow Chow. I admit defeat." He clutched his chest, feigning agony. Fu Chaoli, led down by George, raised her fist with a smile, playfully delivering another light punch to Fred's chest. "Here's another one for you." Laughter erupted among them as they playfully made their way indoors. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the day of school commencement arrived. "Hurry. Ginny, grab your things and go inside." As expected, the Weasley household was in a flurry on the first day of school. After 3 trips back home for forgotten items, they finally arrived at the station. "Chow Chow, you go ahead." Harry urged Fu Chaoli to hurry. Following Ginny, she passed through the wall. "Phew, where are Harry and Ron?" Upon crossing through, Fu Chaoli sighed in relief, only to find that Harry and Ron were nowhere in sight. Perhaps they had been dispersed in the crowd. Percy took Fu Chaoli's trunk and led her onto the train, while the twins helped Ginny with her belongings. And no one paid much attention to the absence of Harry and Ron. Fu Chaoli scratched her head, resigning herself to board the train, planning to settle in before addressing the matter further. She joined Ginny and the twins in a somewhat cramped compartment. "I should go look for Hermione," Fu Chaoli decided, straining to extricate herself from the twins' embrace. Ignoring their protests, she quickly opened the door and slipped out, hoping to find Harry and Ron there. Adjusting her clothes, Fu Chaoli walked down the aisle, unexpectedly encountering Draco and his entourage head-on. What a tangled fate. Fu Chaoli immediately turned to leave, but Draco called out to her. "Wait." He took a couple of steps forward and grasped her hand. "Where were you in August?" "Huh?" Fu Chaoli inquired, perplexed. "What do you mean, where?" "I searched for you several times," Draco lamented. "You were never home." Even the house was deserted, leaving Master Draco to endure multiple fruitless rides on the night bus. "So was I," Blaise chimed in from behind, while Theodore nodded in agreement. Fu Chaoli was taken aback, looking at them incredulously. "Didn't you say you were busy in August? I even turned down several banquets for you." Fu Chaoli glanced at Draco, Blaise and Theodore, who were all waiting for her explanation with unwavering expressions, and could only shrug her shoulders and begin to fabricate the truth. "So about this matter. How should I put it? I don't quite understand it myself. However, I don't believe it to be of great significance." "Why?" "Because, well, it's just not that important. As I mentioned, I really don't grasp it fully." Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. "Listening to your words is akin to hearing the wind. Regardless, this matter stands as it is." She stepped forward, patted Draco on the shoulder, and nonchalantly continued on her way, saying, "I have a little errand to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Thus, Fu Chaoli managed to slip away smoothly, while Draco pondered her words in silence. "What does that mean?" he inquired of Blaise and Theodore, who followed behind. Blaise merely shrugged. Both he and Theodore had detected Fu Chaoli's unease, so they let her be. In the middle of the night, the young Master Draco awoke with a start. "So she was just pulling my leg." Chapter 53. The Strange Notebook. Are you looking for your classmates? Busy searching for Hermione and the others, Fu Chaoli looked up to find a girl with an Asian face standing before her. "I saw them in the second-to-last carriage," the girl said, pointing gently towards the rear of the train, her tone warm, adorned in a blue Ravenclaw robe. "Thank you." Fu Chaoli expressed her gratitude, then asked, "Do you know Hermione and the others?" Xiaozhang smiled slightly but remained silent. In truth, she often observed Fu Chaoli at school, hence she recognized the people around her. "I'm Chu Zhang. I'm Fu Chaoli. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing a familiar Asian face for the first time in this setting, Fu Chaoli felt a surge of excitement. Qiu Zhang gave her hand a gentle shake, then turned to enter the adjacent carriage. Who are you talking to? A curious friend of Qiu Zhang leaned in to ask. The cutest junior in school, she replied. Fu Chaoli finally found Hermione and the others, opening the door to find Neville, Parvati, and the rest inside. Chaoli. Upon seeing Fu Chaoli, Neville was ecstatic, quickly shifting to make space for her. The joy on his face was nearly uncontainable as she sat beside him. Where are Harry and the others? Hermione inquired, noticing Fu Chaoli alone for once, which was peculiar as Harry usually preferred to stay by her side. I thought they were with you, Fu Chaoli admitted, a hint of worry in her voice. They disappeared when we reached the platform. Hermione, looking down at the book by Gilderoy Lockhart in her hands, reassured her, it's all right, the headmaster and professors are here. The train soon arrived at the school, and Fu Chaoli bid farewell to Hermione and the others, planning to check the common room for Harry and Ron's return. Upon entering the common room, she found it empty, so she decided to head back to her dormitory to change before the opening ceremony. Fu Chaoli noticed a pure black notebook resting on her desk, exuding an air of antiquity. Cautiously, she picked it up for inspection, concerned it might be something akin to a death note or a prank of some sort. Frowning as she scrutinized the notebook, Fu Chaoli contemplated for a moment before deciding to flip it open, driven by a tinge of curiosity. As she abruptly opened the notebook to its center, a line of black Chinese characters emerged on the blank page. Zhao Zhao, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Is this me? It can't be. Faced with this peculiar occurrence, Fu Chaoli's first reaction was to pout in mild discontent. Why is there a typo? She took out a quill and promptly corrected Zhao Zhao to Chow Chow. Now that's better. Fu Chaoli, satisfied, glanced at the notebook and flipped through the pages, discovering that this line of text appeared on every page. Still Zhao Zhao. Fu Chaoli became invigorated and rolled up her sleeves, enthusiastically correcting several pages. Just as she was caught up in her task, a bony hand suddenly pressed down on hers, halting her page-turning. Looking up, Fu Chaoli was taken aback to find a boy in Slytherin attire standing beside her desk. He had short black hair, a pale complexion, and strikingly handsome features. His dark eyes fixed intently on Fu Chaoli, yet they did not evoke discomfort. Who are you? As someone who appreciated beauty, Fu Chaoli was willing to give this handsome stranger a chance, though this was the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. The boy chuckled softly and effortlessly lifted Fu Chaoli into his arms, sitting down in the chair, and placing her on his lap. Fu Chaoli attempted to retrieve her wand, but he restrained her. Apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet, he said, drawing close to Fu Chaoli's ear and whispering, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. Or, you may also call me Voldemort. Fu Chaoli, what a surprise. Fu Chaoli's astonishment outweighed her fear. So this is what you truly look like. Who was that mysterious creature from last semester? Humph, Tom scoffed, lifting his chin, his gaze turning icy and disdainful. That creature cannot be compared to me. I am him, yet not him. He gently caressed Fu Chaoli's face, easily restraining her struggling movements. I am the one destined to battle him to the bitter end. Fu Chaoli was utterly baffled by his words, feeling as if she were conversing with a riddle. His touch was cold, his hand resting on her skin with an unusual chill. Yet, she did not feel particularly frightened, perhaps due to the absence of malice emanating from him. Noticing her skeptical gaze, Tom did not seem angered. Rather, he spoke with an air of understanding. I would never harm you. My return to your side was aided by Dumbledore. There is no need for fear. With that, he gave Fu Chaoli's face one last gentle stroke before vanishing abruptly. The notebook on the desk flipped open to the first page, which read, Feel free to ask me any questions. Fu Chaoli sank back into her chair, pulling out her wand and cautiously poking the notebook on the table before ultimately wrapping it in her clothing, intending to inquire about it with Dumbledore the following day. Hurriedly, Fu Chaoli made her way to the hall, just in time for the first-year sorting ceremony. Why has it taken you so long, Chow Chow? Hermione, unable to find her, expressed her concern. Ran into a little trouble. Fu Chaoli deflected, glancing at the long table. Have Harry and Ron not arrived yet? Hermione shook her head, uncertain of what to do. Just then, the sorting ceremony commenced. Ginny was delighted to be sorted into Gryffindor, rushing down to be the first to embrace Fu Chaoli. This is wonderful, Chow Chow. We're in the same house now. Ignoring the twins and Percy's gestures, she chose to sit beside Fu Chaoli. The twins, having lost their spot, our little sister has grown up. Luna, whom Fu Chaoli had encountered over the summer, was sorted into Ravenclaw, her expression still dreamy. After taking her seat, she first cast a glance in Fu Chaoli's direction, finally locking eyes with Fu Chaoli. She offered a faint smile before making her way to her house table. During the feast, Hermione and Fu Chaoli originally intended to seek out Professor McGonagall to inquire about Harry and the others, but they saw no sign of her throughout the meal. With no other option, they returned to the common room, only to find a disheveled Harry and Ron. "Where have you been?" Fu Chaoli hurriedly brushed the dust off them, and, upon observing they were uninjured, felt a sense of relief. The entrance to the platform suddenly closed. Harry, disheartened, lamented that he and Ron had just received quite the reprimand. Hermione, frowning, inquired, "How did you manage to get here?" "We drove the flying car ourselves." Ron puffed out his chest, boasting, "I handled it exceptionally well, though we had a slight mishap upon landing." "We collided with the Whomping Willow," Harry interjected. "That's it." Fu Chaoli and Hermione exchanged glances, both aware of what the other was contemplating. How many points were deducted? 50. Fu Chaoli felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She would certainly feel embarrassed approaching Dumbledore tomorrow. Chapter 54. The Howler. Before class, Fu Chaoli approached Dumbledore, clutching a notebook wrapped in clothing. As she stood at the door, recalling the password, the door to the office swung open on its own. "I presume you have something to ask me, Miss Fu," Dumbledore said, his gaze warm and inviting. "Professor Dumbledore," Fu Chaoli began, placing the notebook on his desk. The man inside claims to be Voldemort." Dumbledore maintained his gentle smile, responding, "This notebook was originally yours. Miss Fu. He has been waiting for you." "I'm afraid I do not comprehend what that means." "Perhaps you should inquire him yourself when you return?" "Yes, you. He will not harm you." Dumbledore winked mischievously. Bewildered, Fu Chaoli left, stuffing the notebook into her bag as she hurried to her first herbology class of the term. "Chaoli, you've arrived." Harry had been waiting for her, placing a black earmuff over her ears. "I got you one too." This lesson was about mandrakes. Hermione helped her open the textbook, turning to the page on mandrakes. "Thank you both. Mandrakes can cure petrification," Professor Sprout announced, standing before the students as she explained the herb in the pot before them. "Today we will be repotting it." Fu Chaoli observed the mandrake, which sported a wrinkled face resembling that of a little old man. "It looks like my great-grandfather," Ron remarked, grimacing in disdain. "Though it may appear juvenile now. Its screams are unbearable. Remember to wear your earmuffs." Under the professor's direction, everyone placed their hands on the leaves of the mandrake, preparing for the repotting procedure. "I don't understand why you all are learning this." Fu Chaoli vaguely heard someone behind her speaking. Turning around, she discovered Tom had emerged from the notebook again. "How did you get out?" Fu Chaoli instinctively glanced around, concerned given the crowd. He raised an eyebrow, indifferent, "As long as I wish, they cannot see me." "What's the matter, Chaoli?" Harry asked curiously, noticing her sudden glance back. "Nothing. Now pull it up and place it in another pot," the professor instructed. Fu Chaoli focused back on the class and followed the professor's steps, uprooting the mandrake. As soon as it left the soil, it emitted a piercing scream, audible even through the earmuffs. The writhing, screaming mandrake sent chills down Fu Chaoli's spine. Just as she felt overwhelmed, a pair of hands pressed against her earmuffs, securing them tightly. She felt much better. "Don't worry, I'm here," Tom whispered from behind her. His voice seemed to resonate directly in her mind. With a thud, Fu Chaoli looked up to see Neville fainting across the room. "Professor Longbottom has fainted," Seamus indicated to the instructor. Professor Sprout sighed, "It seems Mr. Longbottom did not wear his earmuffs properly. Let him lie down for a moment." Seamus glanced at the unconscious Neville. "Look at that fool," Draco mocked alongside Goyle. "Afraid of something like this?" Spotting Fu Chaoli watching him, he ostentatiously placed his finger into the mandrake's mouth. The mandrake, which had been wailing, suddenly clamped down on his finger. Draco yelped in pain, yet feigned indifference. "Can I laugh?" Ron stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth. "One," Fu Chaoli remarked. "One," Ron echoed. "One," Harry added. "One," Hermione concluded. "All right, now place it in the other pot." Once back in the soil, the mandrake calmed, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, removing their earmuffs. Watching Fu Chaoli plant the mandrake properly, Tom retreated back into the notebook. "You're surprisingly kind," Fu Chaoli remarked. "That creature nearly drove me mad with its noise." At lunchtime, Ron, in a fit of frustration, haphazardly wrapped tape around his broken wand while grumbling. "I don't understand the purpose of learning this." Fu Chaoli took his wand and carefully wrapped it in tape, curiously asking what happened. "The flying car suddenly went out of control," Harry explained. "We crashed into the Whomping Willow. That wretched tree gave us quite the beating." Ron crossed his arms, fuming as he recalled Snape's admonishment from the previous day. "We were the ones in danger." As they spoke, a soft click echoed, and both Fu Chaoli and Harry were momentarily blinded by the flash of a camera. A first-year student, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I finally met you, Harry Potter. I'm your fan, my name is Colin." Blushing at such fervent admiration, Harry scratched his head shyly. "Hello." Suddenly, the Weasley family owl swooped in through the door, crashing onto the table before them, clutching a red envelope. "Oh, that bird is dreadful," Ron grimaced, snatching the letter. "There's something even worse," Ron, Seamus shouted gleefully. "Everyone look." Ron received a howler. "What's a howler?" Fu Chaoli asked curiously, eyeing Ron as he trembled with the letter. Harry merely shook his head. "I don't know." "Open it," Ron Neville urged anxiously. "Last time I forgot to open mine, and the consequences were severe." Trembling, Ron tore open the envelope. And the letter suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a mouth that shouted, "Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car? Do you have any idea your father is under investigation by the Ministry of Magic because of this?" Fu Chaoli was taken aback by the letter's loudness. And thankfully Percy was nearby, rushing over to help cover her ears. "If you dare to do anything like this again, I assure you, I will take you out of Hogwarts." After scolding Ron, the howler turned to Ginny, its tone shifting to a gentle warmth. "Dear Ginny, we heard you were sorted into Gryffindor, and we are so proud of you." Ginny, feeling embarrassed, averted her gaze. After addressing Ginny, the howler returned to Ron, stuck out its tongue, and angrily tore itself apart, scattering paper fragments across the table. "I'm doomed," Ron moaned, looking tearfully at Fu Chaoli and Harry. Fu Chaoli thanked Percy, shaking her head in exasperation. She wished she had brought the earmuffs from herbology class. Chapter 55. Lockhart's Defense Class. "Come on. It's time to eat. We have Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the afternoon." Hermione urged her companions to hasten their meal. "What's the big deal about Defense Against the Dark Arts?" Ron inquired, his face still clouded with dismay. "Perhaps it's because of Lockhart," replied Fu Chaoli, stuffing a sandwich into her mouth, effectively considering her lunch resolved. Prompted by Hermione, the group arrived at the classroom well ahead of time. Fu Chaoli, along with Harry and Ron, was taken aback by the opulent decorations within the room. "Wasn't this place utterly drab last semester?" Ron mumbled through a mouthful of bread. A lingering taste of garlic still present. "And what about this painting at the front? Does it have any relevance to the class?" Harry frowned as he gazed at the enormous oil painting of Lockhart, who was grinning broadly, his large teeth glinting at them. Hermione pulled Fu Chaoli to a front row seat, resting her chin on her hand, her expression filled with admiration as she gazed at the painting. "This artwork is truly splendid. It captures his essence beautifully." As Harry and Ron seemed poised to continue their conversation, Fu Chaoli shook her head and exchanged a knowing glance with them before settling beside Hermione. "Welcome, everyone, to my class, taught by none other than Gilderoy Lockhart," Lockhart announced, descending the staircase in a lavish golden robe, reveling in the attention he commanded. "Before you stands the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, personally appointed by the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. I have numerous accolades to my name," he proclaimed from the podium, flashing his commercial smile, which Fu Chaoli noted was even featured in the Daily Prophet as the wizard with the most charming smile. "Ah!" The female students below gasped, covering their mouths and beginning to squeal. Fu Chaoli glanced around, hesitantly covering her own mouth, and mimicking a scream. Lockhart grinned with satisfaction before distributing test papers. "Let's assess whether you've done any preparatory reading over the holidays." As he passed out the papers, he winked at Fu Chaoli and her friends. "Don't worry. It's merely a few personal questions." With joy illuminating her face, Hermione took the paper and immediately began to write vigorously. Fu Chaoli's heart sank upon seeing the question about her favorite color. What a ridiculous question. Ron voiced her thoughts from behind. Watching Hermione answer swiftly, Fu Chaoli hesitated, unsure of what to write. Ultimately, she resorted to guessing haphazardly. After collecting the papers, Lockhart began grading them at the podium, visibly delighted to announce Hermione's perfect score. "Our very own Miss Granger from Gryffindor has achieved a full score. I shall award you an extra 5 points," he declared, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush with excitement. "My favorite color is lavender. I mentioned it in my third autobiography," he added, visibly irritated that a considerable number of students had forgotten his preferences, with some even scoring 0. Ron proudly displayed his 5-point paper. And seeing that even Ron could manage 5 points, Fu Chaoli confidently opened her paper, revealing a glaring 0, the golden ink catching the light. "Oh no. It turns out this 0 belongs to me. I must inquire," Miss Lockhart said, fixing his serious gaze upon her. "Why did you not prepare ahead during the holidays?" Fu Chaoli replied, "I cannot read." Perhaps due to the sincerity in Fu Chaoli's expression, Lockhart ultimately refrained from deducting points, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Next, I shall teach you about the most fearsome and terrifying creature in the world, he proclaimed, unveiling a cage draped with cloth, his tone shrouded in mystery. More challenging than a troll. Ron looked at the cage with anticipation. Could he actually possess some skill? Harry observed the cage intently, nodding. Lockhart, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for a reveal, dramatically pulled off the red cloth, revealing a swarm of animated blue pixies within the cage. Just this little creature? Ron burst into laughter, followed by the other students, leaving Lockhart momentarily flustered. He boldly opened the cage, and the little pixies erupted into a cacophony of shrieks as they flew out, wreaking havoc in the classroom, some tearing pages from books, others tugging at hair, prompting the students to scream in fright as chaos ensued. Help me! Neville was particularly unfortunate, as a few pixies seized his ears and lifted him to the ceiling, dangling him from the chandelier. Professor, do something! A girl cried, urging Lockhart, who merely waved his wand aimlessly, producing no effect whatsoever, and even lost his wand to the mischievous pixies, escalating the disorder. Oh, class is over, he exclaimed, noticing the situation had spiraled out of control. He turned and fled up the stairs, reminding the remaining students, your assignment is to capture these creatures and tidy the classroom. How infuriating! He's getting away, Ron shouted, pointing at him, too preoccupied to release the pixies tugging at his hair. He can't escape. Fu Chaoli squinted, swiftly grasping several unruly pixies and throwing them at Lockhart just before he closed the door, the pixies finding new targets for their mischief as they followed him inside. The remaining students outside the door could hear Lockhart's shrieks. At that moment, Hermione drew her wand and cast a freezing charm on the pixies, finally bringing the pandemonium to an end. Why must I always be the unlucky one? Neville lamented, still suspended from the chandelier, until Fu Chaoli released him with a spell. What kind of professor is this? Ron scoffed while cleaning up the classroom, adding that the pixies were even more adept with wands than he was. Harry nodded in agreement, joining Ron in his frustrated commentary. He did not allow Fu Chaoli to assist in the cleanup, instead taking it upon himself to organize the scattered books and papers. Fu Chaoli taught him a spell that made the task considerably easier. Perhaps he's just having an off day? Hermione mused, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet still attempting to defend Lockhart. The group continued tidying up until dinner, but Lockhart did not reappear. Fu Chaoli left a note on the podium, indicating that they had helped clean the classroom, subtly reminding him to award them house points. She quickly finished her dinner, ignoring Ron's complaints, and declined Harry's invitation to stay, stating she needed to return to her dormitory to organize her belongings. Once in the empty dormitory, she sat on her bed and opened her notebook, taking up a quill to write. Fu Chaoli patted Tom. Tom materialized beside her on the bed, reclining closely next to Fu Chaoli, causing the mattress to dip under his weight. I suppose you're wondering who I truly am, aren't you? Chapter 56. The First Horcrux. I am the first Horcrux created by that fool. According to Tom, when Voldemort first conceived the idea of immortality, his primary objective was to eradicate all his emotions for Fu Chaoli. However, he did not anticipate that this aspect of himself was so substantial that the diary alone would comprise nearly half of his soul. This meant that Tom and Voldemort were now two distinct yet identical entities. What do you mean by my emotions? Fu Chaoli was even more bewildered. Had she ever encountered Voldemort? Tom gazed at her with an enamored expression, caressing her cheek. It refers to all the love he holds for you, Zhao Zhao. I am the part of him that loves you. In that moment, Fu Chaoli was transported back to the very dawn of the universe. Voldemort loved her? This revelation was even more absurd than the notion of single-handedly defeating Voldemort for her graduation project. As Fu Chaoli pondered how to articulate his thoughts, he found it perplexing that they resembled twins, yet stood as polar opposites. He could scarcely recall the moment he lost half of his soul. Tom's tone turned cold. Otherwise he would not have foolishly crafted so many Horcruxes, transforming himself into this ghastly visage. What did it mean to contend with him to the point of life and death? In this world, there could only be one Voldemort, and only one Tom Riddle. Tom locked his gaze onto Fu Chaoli's eyes. I must kill him to become a true person. Only then can I truly be by your side. Just as Fu Chaoli was about to inquire further, Hermione and the others returned to their dormitory, prompting her to urge Tom to retreat back to the notebook. Before departing, Tom playfully pinched Fu Chaoli's face, complying with her request. Are you feeling unwell? Hermione asked. Concern etched on her face as she noticed Fu Chaoli had gone to bed early. The notebook suddenly began to turn its pages autonomously, causing Fu Chaoli to hastily press it down, offering a strained smile to Hermione as she reassured her. It's nothing. I received a 0 in Professor Lockhart's class, and I felt terribly guilty. I thought I might study a bit on my own. Fu Chaoli fabricated an excuse. Hermione beamed. delighted that Fu Chaoli had finally grasped Lockhart's charm, eagerly retrieving her autobiographical notes. That's wonderful, Chaoli. Start with this book, and if you have questions, remember to ask me. As midnight approached, Fu Chaoli lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Voldemort had split his soul to create Horcruxes, which was why he had not perished. But how many Horcruxes were there? Did it mean he could never be killed? Sensing Fu Chaoli's unease, the notebook nestled beneath her pillow began to vibrate. And Tom appeared beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. Still unable to sleep? Tom disregarded Fu Chaoli's struggles, gently holding her in his tall frame. Rest assured. I will always be on your side. He rested his chin atop her head, softly patting her back. Enveloped in his cool warmth, Fu Chaoli began to feel drowsy. When did I first encounter Voldemort? Was it in the past or the future? If one day I am no longer here, what will happen to Mrs. Floss? What will become of Harry and the others? The following morning, Fu Chaoli was roused for early classes by Hermione, who found her eyes still closed. Disappearing wouldn't be such a bad thing. During breakfast, would approach Fu Chaoli, inviting her to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Is there no selection process? Fu Chaoli inquired, puzzled, as it seemed akin to favoritism. You have no idea how poorly the reserve players performed yesterday. Fred chimed in from the left. He was more accurate hitting Wood's head than the goalposts, George added with a shrug. You're already one of us. Wood beamed at Fu Chaoli's agreement, eager to drag her off to practice, only to be halted by Hermione. Let us wait until after class, she said. We still have one more lesson. After class, Fu Chaoli received her training uniform, the vibrant red and gold hues complementing her high ponytail, making her appear quite striking. You look splendid in that training outfit, Chaoli, Harry remarked, his cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Fu Chaoli followed the Gryffindor team as they made their way to the training grounds, but they soon encountered the Slytherin team heading in the same direction. You needn't bother going, the Slytherin captain proclaimed, lifting his chin and brandishing a scroll. Professor Snape granted us permission to use the training grounds for our new seeker. Wood furrowed his brow as he took the scroll, confirming the signature. You have a new seeker? He inquired, looking up at them. Draco, brimming with pride, stepped forward from the team. Just you? Ron and Hermione approached, disdain evident on their faces. No wonder you all switched to new brooms. You must have gotten in through the back door. So what? Draco was about to respond angrily when he noticed Fu Chaoli gesturing something in the air. Memories of previous pranks flooding back. What are you doing? The Slytherin captain asked Fu Chaoli. Unhurriedly, she performed an imaginary string trick, then calmly stated, casting a spell. Harry quickly understood her intent, grinning slyly. Looks like you're in for some trouble. Impossible. Draco, having been deceived so many times, felt a twinge of fear. You can't possibly perform magic. This time is different. Fu Chaoli produced a yellow paper with red characters from her pocket. This time, I've drawn the symbols. What? The Slytherin team stirred, exchanging fearful glances. Don't worry, it hasn't taken effect yet. She casually handed the scroll to the Slytherin captain at the front. Seeing her calm demeanor, he accepted it without realizing the implications. Now it has taken effect. Fu Chaoli shrugged nonchalantly, raising her hands. What? Throw it away. The captain, startled, flailed his arms, discarding the scroll. It floated to the ground, accompanied by Fu Chaoli's devilish whisper. Once taken, it's activated. Discarding it won't help. The Slytherin captain, furious, charged at Fu Chaoli, shouting, You filthy mudblood. At these words, not only did the Gryffindors react, but Draco's expression also changed. What did you say? The twins stepped protectively in front of Fu Chaoli, glaring at the Slytherin captain. Ron brandished his wand, pointing it at him. Fu Chaoli was unaware of the term's meaning, but seeing Wood and the twins so enraged, she sensed it was not a good word. The two teams stood at an impasse, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 57, Mudblood. With a dark expression, Draco moved forward to warn their captain. Enough, Smith. Go eat slugs. Facing the Slytherin captain, who remained defiant, the twins prepared to retaliate, but Ron cast a spell first. However, due to a malfunction with his wand, the spell rebounded onto him, knocking him to the ground. Ron. Fu Chaoli rushed to check on him, but gasps filled the air. The Slytherin captain was suddenly propelled backward as if struck in the stomach, while the twins exchanged bewildered glances. When did you learn to cast spells without a wand? Wasn't that you? Fu Chaoli saw Tom standing before the Slytherin captain, his expression cold as he regarded the captain writhing on the ground in pain, as though he were observing a corpse. Bastard. He stepped on the Slytherin captain's leg, pressing down hard. My leg. Everyone stood frozen in shock, too afraid to approach the captain, who was moaning in agony on the ground. Tom, sensing the situation escalating, Fu Chaoli quickly patted the notebook in her bag. This is bad. With a final kick to the down captain, Tom wiped his shoes on the grass and stepped beside Fu Chaoli. Ron lay on the ground, retching slugs, unable to utter a word. This is bad. Harry helped him up. We need to find Hagrid. Fu Chaoli and Hermione supported Ron on the other side as they prepared to dash to Hagrid's hut. Stop right there. A Slytherin player stepped forward, accusingly stating, "Was our captain you're doing?" Observing Ron's increasing discomfort, Fu Chaoli cast a cold, indifferent glance at the team member and impatiently remarked, "Do you wish to suffer as he does?" Those present were taken aback. For it was the first time they had witnessed the typically gentle and amiable Fu Chaoli display such a frigid countenance, causing the speaker to recoil in fear. "You all may go ahead. We shall remain here," Wood reassured, patting Fu Chaoli's shoulder and signaling for her to depart. The Gryffindor players stood guard against the Slytherins, while Fu Chaoli and her companions hurriedly escorted Ron to Hagrid. It appeared there was little that could be done. Hagrid, observing Ron clutching a bucket and continuously expelling slugs, shook his head and said better to let it out than to keep it in. "What does mudblood even mean?" Fu Chaoli earnestly sought clarification on the term. Hagrid hesitated, casting a somewhat troubled glance at Ron before explaining. "It's a derogatory term used to insult individuals, quite unfriendly indeed." Upon hearing this clarification, Harry's concern for Fu Chaoli's feelings deepened, yet she remained surprisingly composed. "I should have simply struck him then," Fu Chaoli lamented, shaking her head in regret. No wonder Tom was so ruthless. Had it not been for an agreement with Dumbledore, that individual would have been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Tom's voice echoed in Fu Chaoli's ears. The group returned to the Great Hall for lunch, but Ron, still retching slugs, had to remain in the dormitory, awaiting food from Harry. "Chaoli, don't take that scoundrel's words to heart. Only a few Slytherins believe purebloods are superior." Fred and George consoled her, concerned for her emotional state. "I'm fine," Fu Chaoli replied, shaking her head dismissively, unperturbed by the words of others, deeming the term less offensive than orphan. "I just wonder who managed to strike that fellow. He had approached Snape without obtaining any answers, and was currently recuperating in the hospital wing. It seems they won't have the opportunity to disrupt our grounds." Wood silently added a piece of meat to Fu Chaoli's plate. "Not just that," Dean interjected. "Snape has punished him with 2 months of detention for insulting Chaoli, to commence once he recovers. They believe your curse was the cause," Ginny added, sitting beside Fu Chaoli, as now everyone was seeking professors to lift the curse. "Well, I suppose that counts as revenge." Fu Chaoli's anger subsided slightly as she shrugged, no longer bothered by the matter. "They plan to burn this." Luna approached from the adjacent table, holding Fu Chaoli's charm. "I brought it back for you, Senior." "Thank you, Luna." Fu Chaoli smiled, preparing to tuck the charm away for future use, pleased to have avoided crafting another. "May I take a look?" Hermione asked, examining the charm closely. "Is this genuine?" Several others leaned in to observe the charm, while only Luna remained in place, taking the now vacant seat beside Fu Chaoli. With her mouth full of meat, Fu Chaoli shook her head, declaring, "It's a fake. I made it haphazardly. The characters are merely the Chinese characters for broom." "It does look somewhat convincing, doesn't it?" Her eyes sparkled mischievously, resembling a sly little fox. She hadn't even sought yellow talisman paper, merely cutting a piece of yellow cardstock, which had succeeded in frightening them. She winked at Ginny. "How about that? I avenged you." After all, Draco was also quite frightened at the time. This was the first time Ginny had witnessed Fu Chaoli's cunning demeanor, and the realization that Fu Chaoli stood up for her sent her heart racing with excitement. "She is on my side. She cares for me." Draco observed Fu Chaoli surrounded at the dining table, hesitating. He yearned to approach her, but was deterred by the actions of their house captain, fearing Fu Chaoli might direct her ire towards him, prompting him to lower his head and return to the common room in dismay. "A family of lowly status," Blaise remarked coldly from the sofa. "When did they dare to act so brazenly? Merely a fool." Theodore, engrossed in his book, did not lift his head, yet exuded an air of intimidation upon those present. With the esteemed Zabini and not families in attendance, the other inhabitants of the common room averted their gazes, hesitant to acknowledge the bedridden captain in the hospital wing. Several Slytherin Quidditch team members huddled in a corner, not only facing reproach from professors and the Malfoy clan, but also fearing the repercussions of Fu Chaoli's so-called curse. They attributed all their misfortunes to that curse. Upon Draco's return, Blaise inquired, "How is Chaoli?" "She's well enough," Draco muttered, still looking down. "With the Gryffindors around her, she'll be fine." Blaise sighed in relief, casting a final glance at the cornered players before departing. Theodore remained seated on the sofa, instilling a sense of unease among them, who could only wear glum expressions while looking toward Draco. "What? Should I plead for you?" Draco scoffed, a hint of the future Malfoy patriarch's authority in his tone. Do you think you're worthy? Chapter 58. The Chamber of Secrets opens. Ron, are you alright? Fu Chaoli expressed her concern for Ron, who was still expelling slugs. If you'd like, I can take over the trophy polishing task for you today. No need, Ron replied, wiping his mouth as he exited with the bucket. Consequently, he found himself repeatedly repolishing the trophy as the slugs continued to spew forth, resulting in his return being later than Harry's. That Lockhart actually made me help him respond to so many letters. Harry lamented to Fu Chaoli, there must be over 100. And I kept hearing strange sounds. But he couldn't hear them. Hermione, puzzled, asked, what sounds? It was a raspy voice, repeatedly uttering kill. Harry explained, suddenly growing quiet as he pressed his ear against the wall. It's back. What? Fu Chaoli and Hermione heard nothing, yet seeing Harry's anxious demeanor compelled them to follow him outside. Wow. What are you looking for? Ron, just returning. Happened to encounter them in the corridor, but Harry was too preoccupied with pursuing the sound to respond. Fu Chaoli urged, taking his hand as they moved forward. Ron, blushing at Fu Chaoli's initiative, stammered, is this appropriate? What are you thinking? Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Harry heard a strange sound. We're following it. What is that? Ron exclaimed, noticing a black line crawling near the window. Upon closer inspection, he was terrified and clung to Fu Chaoli's spiders. So many spiders. A massive swarm of spiders scuttled toward the window, an unsettling sight that caused all of them to frown. Look here. Hermione pointed at the wall behind them, where blood had been used to scrawl ominously, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heiress enemies. What is this? Harry exclaimed upon noticing a stiff cat suspended beside the blood writing. Mrs. Norris? While they stood in shock, a throng of students suddenly surged in from other parts of the corridor. Upon witnessing the eerie and terrifying scene, they whispered in fear, with Colin attempting to take a photo before being stopped by Percy. Chaoli, are you alright? Percy approached to check on them, relieved to find Fu Chaoli unharmed. Slytherin students approached from the opposite direction. Draco first noticed the blood writing on the wall, his expression momentarily frozen. Seeing Fu Chaoli standing so close, he hurriedly moved to pull her away. Be careful, he frowned, uncertain of how to express himself. After all, you are. What are you all doing blocking the way? Phileas Flitwick, in a fit of fury, advanced to disperse the students, only to be taken aback by the sight of Madame Loris, suspended in mid-air. Madame Loris, he exclaimed, trembling as he grasped her in his hands, turning to cast an indignant glare at Harry and his companions. Did you murder Loris? No, it was not us, Harry retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Chaoli. Flitwick attempted to seize Harry by the collar, only to be thwarted by the timely arrival of Dumbledore. We do not yet know the truth, Flitwick, Dumbledore soothed him. They are the murderers. Flitwick bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. They killed my Loris. She has merely been petrified, Snape interjected, moving closer to assess the situation. There is still hope. Rest assured, Flitwick. We will restore Madame Loris to health. Will we not? Several professors deliberated the matter, concluding that they merely needed to await Professor Sprout's mandrakes to mature in order to reverse the petrification. Thus the immediate crisis was resolved, temporarily absolving Harry and his friends of suspicion, and the heads of the houses summoned their students to return for rest. Snape turned to Fu Chaoli, querying, now, can you enlighten me as to why you were once again present at the scene, Miss Fu? I apologize, Professor, Fu Chaoli replied, offering a sheepish grin. I truly do not know. Humph, be wiser next time and refrain from venturing into such perilous locales, Snape huffed, swirling his black robe as he departed. The four returned to the common room, their minds heavy with concern. Hermione voiced her worry for Fu Chaoli's safety. The enemies of the heir must refer to us, Chaoli. Fear not, I shall protect you, Hermione, Fu Chaoli declared, drawing her wand and striking a few confident poses, her face betraying little anxiety. I am worried for your safety. Indeed, you should refrain from going out at night, Harry urged, grasping Fu Chaoli's hand with concern. What if you encounter a monster? If I can fight, I will. If not, I shall perish, Fu Chaoli waved dismissively. Better to go out in a blaze. Hermione promptly rapped her knuckles against Fu Chaoli's head, while Ron stepped forward to cover her mouth. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own capabilities. The following day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was instructing them on the spell to transform animals into goblets. Harry frowned at Ron's cup, made from the fur of Trevor, which still bore a tail, feeling somewhat queasy. It seems you are in need of a new wand, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall remarked, restlessly. Hermione raised her hand to inquire about the Chamber of Secrets. Initially reluctant to elaborate, McGonagall eventually shared all she knew upon observing the anxious expressions of some half-blood students present. A serpent that specifically preys on half-blood wizards. As they walked, Ron expressed skepticism regarding such legends. Does it really exist? Furrowing her brow, Hermione recalled McGonagall's and the other professors' grave expressions, speculating, the tale of the chamber may hold truth. At least it is certain that half-bloods have been harmed. Madame Loris had already been petrified, leaving behind a trail of blood. Harry pondered. Had the heir of Slytherin truly emerged? All the Slytherins were present that day, Hermione noted, uncertain how to discern the target. I suspect it may be Malfoy. Given his haughty demeanor, Ron grumbled, he was there yesterday as well. Fu Chaoli shook her head. I doubt it was him. He appeared to be unaware at the time. The group ventured to the library in search of information, where Hermione stumbled upon the recipe for the polyjuice potion, immediately formulating a plan. What if we concoct the polyjuice potion and infiltrate the Slytherin common room? She proposed, her excitement palpable. Even if it is not Malfoy, we could search for clues in their common room. Splendid idea. Ron clapped his hands together. We could transform into Malfoy's 2 lackeys. But what about the ingredients? Fu Chaoli glanced at the complex recipe and methods in the book. We don't even know how to brew it. Hermione checked out the book, already devising a strategy to obtain Goyle and Crabbe's hair. Fear not, I shall handle it. However, it will take at least a month. Fu Chaoli and Harry exchanged glances with Ron, realizing that they had no other option for now. Chapter 59. The match great. Wood exclaimed as he observed Fu Chaoli score another goal, flying over with enthusiasm. Are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Fu Chaoli shook off her sore arms, landing on the stands atop her broom to rest. Are you exhausted, senior? Luna approached, sitting busy de Fu Chaoli. I brought you some water. Thank you. Fu Chaoli accepted it gratefully, taking a hearty sip. The afternoon's practice had indeed been exhausting. However, she was faring better than Harry and the twins, who were still enduring additional training. What brings you here, Luna? Fu Chaoli turned to question her, just as the Ravenclaw team entered. Oh, were you here to watch your team practice? No, I came to watch you practice, senior. Luna shook her head, not even glancing at her own team's players. Hello, Chaoli. Cho Chang approached, holding her broomstick and sitting down beside Fu Chaoli. Did you just finish training? Fu Chaoli shaded her eyes from the sun, glancing at Wood negotiating with the captain of the Eagle House above, and shook her head. It may still take a while. Our captain seems unsatisfied with the training. That's all right. Cho adjusted her attire. Are you a chaser? Yes. Are you looking for a chaser, Cho? Well, your Potter from our house is quite impressive. Cho smiled, glancing at Luna sitting nearby. I remember you. You are our house's junior. Yes, Luna merely nodded, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Cho did not find this odd, as there were already rumors circulating about the peculiar girl in their house. Your first match should be against Slytherin, Cho remarked seriously. Their captain has just returned from the hospital. They may target you. The repercussions of the previous clash between the Lion and Serpent houses were well known throughout the school. That captain was not one to be trifled with. And Cho harbored concerns for the petite Fu Chaoli. Slytherin's entire team was equipped with the latest Nimbus 2001, providing them a distinct advantage over the Gryffindor team. Lucius had originally sent a broomstick for Fu Chaoli, but she had insisted Draco return it. Cho's assessment proved accurate as the Quidditch match commenced as scheduled, with Slytherin indeed being their opponents. The stadium was unusually crowded that day, filled not only with students from the Lion and Serpent houses, but also spectators from the Badger and Eagle houses. Many had come specifically to witness the enchanting Fu Chaoli of Hogwarts. As they awaited their entrance, Wood donned Fu Chaoli's gloves, patting her shoulder in encouragement. Relax, Chaoli. We can win this. We will also protect you. The twins chimed in from behind, assuring her not to worry about the bludgers. Fu Chaoli and Harry exchanged a look, both nodding as the entrance door swung open. As Fu Chaoli, clad in red training gear and sporting a high ponytail, soared onto the field atop her broom, the crowd erupted in excitement. That junior is simply stunning. I am devoted to Fu Chaoli for life. That individual was surrounded by a group of Gryffindors engaging in conversation. Ron and Hermione waved their small flags with fervor, while Ginny lent a small flag to Luna, who immediately enchanted her hair to glow a vibrant red, startling Ron and Hermione at first. Fu Chaoli spotted Hermione and the others, smiling and waving at them, which sent the crowd into a frenzy of cheers. Hermione's face flushed with excitement. She was acutely aware that Fu Chaoli was beckoning her, and a sense of pride welled up within her. Meanwhile, Ron had begun to boast to others, drawing a chorus of eye rolls from the crowd. Cedric had found a prime spot for photography with Colin, requesting him to capture several images of Fu Chaoli. The team had taken their positions on the field, and Fu Chaoli felt a chilling gaze upon her. She looked up to find the opposing Slytherin captain fixated on her. Upon noticing Fu Chaoli's glance, he arrogantly made a slicing motion across his throat. Unfazed, Fu Chaoli responded with a thumbs-down gesture, challenging him. Give it a try, she thought. Knowing he understood her silent words, which only twisted his face into a more grotesque expression. As the whistle blew for the match to commence, Fu Chaoli swiftly seized the ball, deftly weaving through the Slytherin defenders, and scored with precision, netting 10 points within a mere moment. The Gryffindor crowd erupted with cheers, and commentator Lee Jordan lavished praise on Fu Chaoli with an array of extravagant words. Well done. Fred zoomed over, exchanging a high-five with Fu Chaoli. The Slytherin captain signaled to his teammates, while Draco had already been instructed to keep a close watch on Harry. In the ensuing moments, Fu Chaoli found herself surrounded by several opponents, forcing her to pass the ball to her teammates while she danced around them. Are they targeting Chaoli? Ginny asked anxiously. Her eyes glued to the sky as Fu Chaoli, petite in stature, became nearly enveloped. Neville, sweating profusely, voiced his concern. Chaoli won't get hurt, will she? The disparity in equipment proved challenging to overcome. Even though Fu Chaoli managed to distract a portion of her adversaries, Slytherin continued to score relentlessly with their advanced brooms. And the score gap widened, placing immense pressure on Harry. Fu Chaoli's agitation grew as she glared at the opposing captain and sneered. Is this your strategy? As long as you win, right? Slytherin scored yet another 10 points, and the rogue bludger inexplicably zeroed in on Harry, who narrowly dodged its perilous approach. Fu Chaoli's brow furrowed deeper. Angelina, pass me the ball, she implored, spotting Angelina soaring toward the goal with the ball, but rapidly being pursued by a Slytherin player. An idea sparked in Fu Chaoli's mind. Harry needed time. They had to narrow the gap for him. Angelina decisively tossed the ball to Fu Chaoli, who caught it and, from an awkward angle, maneuvered through the blockade formed by 3 defenders. Do you think this will work? The Slytherin captain pursued relentlessly, positioning another player to flank Fu Chaoli on the opposite side, intending to trap her. With her altitude diminishing, Fu Chaoli found herself at the furthest distance for a shot. She stood tall and in a precarious stance, launched the ball high into the air. The Slytherin captain, panicked by memories of his own suffering due to Fu Chaoli, charged towards her with ferocity. Chaoli! The Gryffindors rose to witness this harrowing scene, as George stowed his broom and rushed forward. Fu Chaoli's shot grazed the lower edge of the hoop, nestled against the baseline, and the scoring whistle rang out. Before she could revel in her triumph or adjust her stance, a tremendous force collided with her from behind. Losing her balance, Fu Chaoli was knocked from her broom. Chapter 60 Injury. Fu Chaoli felt herself plummeting at breakneck speed. Her first instinct was to shield her head with her hands and curl into a protective ball. Upon hitting the ground, she rolled twice to mitigate the impact. A ringing echoed in her ears, drowning out the surrounding sounds. Struggling to expel the sand that had inadvertently entered her mouth, she felt increasingly dizzy, her eyelids growing heavy. In the last fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her, she glimpsed a multitude rushing toward her, the foremost figure dark and imposing, surely Professor Snape. Suddenly, her vision faded to black as consciousness slipped away. Get away! George swung his broomstick, knocking the approaching bludger aside. Yet he could not catch Fu Chaoli in time. Helplessly he descended beside her, uncertain of how to assist. Snape rushed in, his face a picture of anger and urgency, yet his touch remained surprisingly gentle. He carefully scooped Fu Chaoli into his arms, disregarding George and the others who had hurried to join them, and made for the hospital wing. Faster, please, he urged, glancing down at Fu Chaoli's pallid face, his hands trembling with concern. Simultaneously, Harry managed to seize the golden snitch before Draco could. His initial elation was quickly overshadowed as he sought Fu Chaoli's figure, only to find shocked classmates in the stands and Snape hastily carrying Fu Chaoli away. Time lost all meaning, and Fu Chaoli gradually regained awareness, her head spinning. She forced her eyes open to find a throng of people surrounding her bed, with Harry at the foot, his arm in a sling. Harry, why are you hurt as well? Fu Chaoli inquired, attempting to prop herself up. Focus on yourself first, Snape scolded darkly, placing a pillow behind her, and helping her sit up. How are you feeling? Hermione asked with concern, and the others mirrored her anxiety. Fu Chaoli touched the bandage wrapped around her head, discomfort etched on her face. I feel quite dizzy. Fortunately, you protected your head. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a concussion. Ginny remarked, her voice laced with lingering fear, while Neville nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting apprehension. Did we win? Fu Chaoli turned her gaze toward Wood and the others. Wood and the twins still wore their training gear, now crumpled and dust-laden, particularly George, whose lip bore a bruise. Snape, observing her focus on these trivialities, huffed disdainfully and departed, intent on concocting a potion for dizziness. Once Snape left, Fu Chaoli noticed Draco, Blaze, and Theodore standing at the door, their attire similarly disheveled. Even Theodore's hair in disarray, a sight Fu Chaoli had never witnessed before. Do you dare approach? Ron charged at Draco, seizing his collar and raising a fist. But Draco merely hung his head, not even flinching. Ron. Fu Chaoli quickly intervened, turning to the others beside her bed, perplexed. What is going on? Cedric sat on the chair beside Fu Chaoli's bed, offering her a glass of water as he explained. The match ended just as you fell. Through Cedric and others recounting. Fu Chaoli grasped the unfolding events. As soon as the match concluded, Gryffindor players had clashed with Slytherin, and Blaze and Theodore, initially there to check on Fu Chaoli, had been drawn into the melee. The Slytherin captain had sustained severe injuries, with George having kicked him at least 7 or 8 times. Now he was en route to St. Mungo's. Harry had broken his arm from a bludger, but had persisted in using his broom to jab at several players. Due to the severity of the incidents, both teams faced detention. Fu Chaoli felt an ache in her head intensify. I'm fine, you all should leave. Observing Wood and the others glaring at Draco and his companions, Fu Chaoli urged them to depart quickly. They seemed ready to protest, but Ron promptly shut the door in their faces. Thank you all for coming to see me. Fu Chaoli addressed the group before her. Truthfully, she felt overwhelmed by their numbers. I can take care of you, Chaoli. Cedric was the first to speak. Adjusting the height of Fu Chaoli's backrest, Luna had quietly approached, taking Fu Chaoli's hand in hers. Once they had made their presence known, the others hurried over, bustling about to arrange blankets and serve tea. But their noise soon drew the ire of Madame Pomfrey, who shooed them away. All right, Oliver. You all should head to the celebration banquet. Fu Chaoli winked at her teammates, assuring them they were surely waiting for you. Finewood sighed, understanding that Fu Chaoli needed tranquility at this moment. He placed her Nimbus 2000 beside her bed, saying, We'll have another match once you're better. He beckoned the team to leave, while George wore a sorrowful expression, glancing at Fu Chaoli before silently preparing to depart. George, could you wait a moment? Fu Chaoli called out, causing him to turn back in surprise. I saw you come to help me. She used a handkerchief to gently dab the wound at the corner of his mouth. You've done your best. Don't blame yourself, all right? George's eyes began to redden as he leaned his face against her palm, seeking solace. Fred paused, silently observing the scene, his fists slowly clenching. With the room now less crowded, Fu Chaoli breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Hermione, advising, Aren't you supposed to be in class? I recall Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts session is today. Hermione shook her head. You are more important. Ron dashed to the hall to gather some food for Fu Chaoli, but was met with Hermione's selective scrutiny, leaving only the blandest options suitable for her. With the Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw match the next day, Fu Chaoli encouraged Cedric and Cho to return. Diggory, do you like Chaoli? Cho suddenly inquired as they walked quietly along the path. Cedric, without hesitation, nodded. Indeed. Cho chuckled softly, turning to Cedric with a hint of provocation. Then you'd better give it your all. Cedric met her gaze confidently, smiling. I shall await the outcome. Hurry and rest, Harry, Fu Chaoli said, observing Harry, who was busy helping her despite his injured arm. You've sustained quite an injury yourself. Harry shook his head, moving a chair beside her bed. I just want to stay with you, Chaoli. The pain from his broken arm paled in comparison to the agony of watching Fu Chaoli lying unconscious in the hospital bed. He even regretted not catching the golden snitch sooner, which would have spared her the need to strive for those crucial points. Fu Chaoli swallowed the potion Snape had sent, her mind growing hazy before she drifted back to sleep. As curfew approached, Harry reluctantly called Ron and Hermione back to the common room. While he settled into a chair by Fu Chaoli's bedside, gazing at her peaceful face, he yearned to watch her forever. Chapter 61 Dobby. In the dead of night, Fu Chaoli stirred from her slumber upon hearing voices from the neighboring bed. She rubbed her head and sat up. Harry, are you all right? She inquired with concern, only to hear a flurry of commotion from behind the curtain. I'm fine, Chaoli. Harry's tone struck her as peculiar, prompting her to dismount from the bed. Shall I draw back the curtain? As she pulled aside the fabric, she was taken aback to find Harry clutching a ragged house elf by its collar. It's not what you think, Chaoli. Harry hastily set Dobby down, explaining, He the one who hid the letters you sent me. I apologize, Miss, Dobby said, clutching his own collar in a display of humility. Dobby is the one who disturbed you. Dobby is truly a bad elf. He began to bang his head against the bedpost. It's all right, sir, Fu Chaoli quickly intervened, bringing him a chair. Please have a seat. Thank you, kind miss, Dobby responded, visibly touched, wiping away tears with a bandaged hand. Upon noticing Dobby's injury-laden hands, Fu Chaoli hurriedly fetched bandages and ointment to tend to him. No, you needn't do this, miss. It's no trouble, Fu Chaoli insisted, focusing on his wounds while inquiring about the circumstances. Harry explained the reason for Dobby's visit, revealing that the closure of the platform and the rogue bludgers were his doing. He said someone wants to harm me. I cannot remain at school. Dobby cannot reveal his master's plans. Dobby looked at Fu Chaoli, who was diligently treating his wounds, feeling both touched and troubled, repeatedly hitting his empty hand against his head. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Fu Chaoli sought to comfort him, just as a commotion was heard at the door. Dobby quickly leapt off the chair, bowing to Fu Chaoli and Harry. Dobby's presence must not be discovered. He snapped his fingers and vanished. Fu Chaoli and Harry exchanged glances, then turned to see Madame Pomfrey rushing in, followed closely by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, both clad in nightclothes. They bore a motionless Colin, lifting him onto the bed. Fu Chaoli and Harry peered through the bed curtains, shocked to see that it was indeed Colin, petrified. Oh! Fu Chaoli gasped, covering her mouth. Poor Colin. The onset of the Chamber of Secrets had now claimed a second victim, a fellow student, prompting both Fu Chaoli and Harry to grow serious. It seemed that no clues could be found within the camera. Dumbledore examined Colin's camera, which merely emitted wisps of smoke, rendering it impossible to view the photos inside. The situation was escalating. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall asked Madame Pomfrey to take good care of Colin before departing, deep in discussion about their strategy. Chaoli. Fu Chaoli felt Harry gripping her hand, trembling slightly. He had witnessed Colin's fate, and could hardly fathom what might happen if that monster were to target Fu Chaoli. Rest assured, Harry, she covered him with a blanket, offering reassurance. I can protect myself. Harry healed rapidly after taking the bone regeneration potion. Fu Chaoli felt she had nearly recovered as well, and wished to leave the hospital alongside Harry, but Snape denied her request. Miss Fu, do you think your head can heal as quickly as bone? Snape shot her a glance before leaving several vials of potions behind. 2 days after Harry's discharge, Fu Chaoli, having diligently consumed her potions, finally emerged from the hospital. Upon returning to the common room, she was met with a warm welcome from her classmates. The image of her prowess in the first match had been etched into everyone's minds. Some had even fashioned badges bearing her likeness to pin on their uniforms, creating a new trend. Haha, I'm not that remarkable, Fu Chaoli blushed, sheepishly scratching her head. Hermione had prepared notes for the classes she had missed, while Ron secretly fed her steak, cautioning, "Don't let Hermione see." As he discreetly observed Hermione organizing her things, Fu Chaoli nodded eagerly, relishing the hearty meal she had missed over the past few days. "How are you feeling, Chaoli?" Wood inquired, sitting beside her and gently touching the bandage on her head. "I'm all right now," Fu Chaoli replied, loosening the bandage as she pouted. "Madame Pomfrey said my head cannot endure any impact, so I must keep this on for now. Let us see what the boys have prepared for you." Fred settled beside her, clutching a white hat adorned with cat ears. With gentle hands, he placed it upon Fu Chaoli's head, its size fitting perfectly. "This will protect your head too," he remarked. George leaned closer and winked at her. "Isn't it a tad more appealing than bandages?" Fu Chaoli touched the 2 small ears sprouting from the hat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she pouted. "It's still just a bandage." Observing the pitiful expressions plastered on Fred and George's faces, she hesitated before conceding. "It is indeed slightly more attractive than a bandage. Quite adorable." Cha-Cha would playfully flick the little ears on the hat, and when Harry caught sight of her in that moment, he blushed and nodded in agreement. Fu Chaoli felt as if the surrounding group resembled a troop of cheerleaders, and she helplessly covered her face, at a loss for words. It seemed the Slytherin captain was unlikely to return. Percy, as the head boy, had accompanied the Slytherin captain to St. Mungo's, aware that their family might facilitate his transfer. He has gotten away. Fred's expression darkened instantly. "If he dares return, I'll make sure to give him a beating each time I see him." Fu Chaoli contemplated the letter of condolence sent by Blaise, suspecting that it was Malfoy and his family who had pressured him. She felt a twinge of regret. After all, she had yet to have the chance to personally confront him. If only she had acted a moment sooner, she would have dragged him down with her. Being an invalid, their small celebration could only last a short while before they urged her to rest. After several days confined to a sickbed, Fu Chaoli relished the comfort of her own little bed. Just as she was about to lie down, Tom appeared seemingly out of thin air, supporting her head. "I should have just killed him then." He gazed at Fu Chaoli's bandaged head, his eyes filled with a cold, lethal intent. "I'm fine now." Fu Chaoli shook her head and, yielding to his support, nestled into her blanket. "You are no longer like Voldemort. You can't call for violence anymore." "But he hurt you." Fu Chaoli stifled a yawn. "He has probably been transferred. I won't have to see him again. I suspect Dumbledore is protecting him." Tom gently patted Fu Chaoli's back, his gaze softening only when fixed upon her. "He knows I won't let him off." Fu Chaoli's breathing had steadied. Her injuries had rendered her quite drowsy. As she slumbered peacefully, Tom tucked her in more snugly, gazing at her for a long while before finally leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. Good night. Chapter 62, Initiating the Duel. Due to the recent events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore recognized the need for enhanced safety within the school, and thus introduced a new dueling training class, co-taught by Lockhart and Snape. Harry and Ron unanimously believed that Dumbledore had enlisted Lockhart merely for his superficial appeal and publicity. On the day of the first class, Lockhart even constructed a tall platform, claiming it would allow students to better observe his movements. The second-year students from all four houses gathered beneath the platform, many girls eagerly anticipating Lockhart's entrance. True to their hopes, Lockhart appeared in an even more ostentatious outfit than before, causing Fu Chaoli to occasionally squint as the sequins on his garments caught the light. You've all heard about the happenings at school. Though I personally find such trivial matters inconsequential, Lockhart flashed his trademark smile at the students. I am here, under Dumbledore's request, to impart the skills of dueling. For our first demonstration, let us have Professor Snape showcase with me. He provocatively twirled his wand. Snape, wearing an expression of impatience, stepped onto the platform, finally shedding his black robe to reveal a well-fitted long shirt that accentuated his figure, exuding far more charisma than the flamboyant Lockhart. That outfit looks a bit cumbersome, Hermione muttered, feeling that Lockhart's attire did not do justice to his handsome features. Fu Chaoli leaned closer and whispered, I think Professor Snape is more attractive than him. The surrounding girls surprisingly nodded in agreement. Let us begin, Lockhart said, momentarily serious, as they both took up dueling stances, turning their backs to each other and counting down. 3, 2, 1. With the count concluded, Snape swiftly turned and cast a spell, while Lockhart had yet to even raise his wand. Lockhart was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Hearing the disappointed gasps from the girls around them, he hurriedly got up and feigned nonchalance. I'm merely demonstrating for you. Not daring to face Snape again, he scanned the audience for a replacement. Harry Potter. You're up. Use the spells I've taught you. Harry, wide-eyed, hesitated before standing, glancing at Fu Chaoli beside him. Noticing her worried expression, he took a deep breath, steeling himself to step onto the platform. I won T-duel with a student, Snape said coolly, instead directing Draco. Malfoy, you go. The two faced each other on stage, exchanging spells back and forth. Draco glanced at Fu Chaoli, who was watching intently from below, and raised his wand, casting Serpensortia, summoning a large, dark snake onto the platform. Gasps erupted from the audience. Unexpectedly, the snake did not attack Harry as Draco had intended, but instead slithered towards a Hufflepuff student in the crowd. That student, paralyzed by fear, forgot to evade, prompting Harry to instinctively speak in Parseltongue, causing the snake to obediently retreat. The crowd grew more agitated, with speculations arising that Harry might be the heir of Slytherin who had opened the chamber. As the situation escalated, the professors hastily ordered the two to step down. Once seated, Harry noticed his classmates gradually distancing themselves from him, except for Fu Chaoli, Hermione, and Ron, who remained by his side. I don't know why this is happening, Cha-Cha, Harry said glumly, bewildered by his ability to converse with snakes. It's all right, Harry. Fu Chaoli began to comfort him when suddenly, a girl clad in Slytherin robes and sporting short black hair stood up across from them. Pansy pointed at Fu Chaoli and declared, I challenge you to a duel. Who? Fu Chaoli, still speaking, abruptly halted, glancing around uncertainly before pointing at herself. Me? Indeed. She boldly stepped onto the platform, disregarding the objections of others. Snape opened his mouth to intervene, but was stopped by Lockhart. It's a good thing for students to want to duel. But I don't want to, Fu Chaoli replied earnestly, meeting Pansy's gaze, rendering her momentarily speechless. Then admit it. You Gryffindors are all cowards. Pansy's taunt pushed Fu Chaoli's limits. After reassuring a worried Hermione, she rose to the platform. The two positioned themselves for the duel, with Snape presiding, a friendly match, no malicious harm. Fu Chaoli bowed in accordance with the stance, and they stepped back 3 paces to establish their positions. While Fu Chaoli pondered which gentler spell to use, Pansy had already launched an incantation. Bone-breaking curse. Cha-Cha. Gasps filled the air as Snape immediately raised his hand. Protego. Fu Chaoli instinctively cast the spell for protection, countering with Expelliarmus. Pansy's wand was yanked from her grip, causing her to stumble. Fu Chaoli furrowed her brow, perplexed by Pansy's palpable hostility towards her. With a swift motion, she feigned nonchalance and habitually tucked Pansy's wand into her pocket. That's my wand. Pansy glared at her, having missed her spell, which only added to her vexation. Oh dear. My apologies, Fu Chaoli replied with a cheerful smile, handing the wand back to her. Pansy snatched it angrily, uttering not a word, and stormed off the stage. I warned you. Dueling should not involve malicious intent. Snape admonished Pansy. Surprisingly unperturbed, Fu Chaoli descended the stage with a smile. Are you all right, Chaoli? Hermione inquired anxiously. Examining her. Ron, fists clenched, muttered indignantly. She must have done that on purpose. Fu Chaoli shook her head with a smile, prompting Harry to harbor a suspicion. Chaoli, you wouldn't. Fu Chaoli's eyes sparkled as she raised a finger to her lips, counting down 3, 2, 1. Indeed, as her countdown concluded, Pansy let out a piercing scream. My hand. It stuck to the wand. She leaped up, frantically shaking her hand, yet the wand remained firmly adhered. Shooting a furious glare at Fu Chaoli, she turned and bolted out. What's wrong with her? Neville asked in confusion, only to witness Fu Chaoli retrieving a bottle of glue from her pocket. Why do you have that? Hermione queried, realization dawning upon her. During the duel. I was concerned that Ron's broken wand might hinder him. Fu Chaoli shrugged, revealing her intention to assist him. Ron could only express his admiration with a silent thumbs up. Here. It's a gift, Fu Chaoli said, handing the glue to Ron. Someone's tested it for you. It works quite well. Don't worry, it washes off easily with water. Chapter 63, Cookies. Before the dueling class concluded, a dripping Pansy returned, clutching her equally soaked wand. She continued to glare at Fu Chaoli, who pretended not to notice and engaged in conversation with her friends. I think you should take your studies more seriously, Miss Fu, she heard Snape's voice behind her. Especially since you have made quite a few enemies. I'm sorry, Fu Chaoli replied, shrinking back and immediately sitting up straight, feigning a serious demeanor. As lunchtime approached, the class finally ended. Fu Chaoli stood up, stretching, and intended to join Harry and the others for a meal. Just as they reached the door, they spotted Pansy blocking the way with her arms crossed. What does she want? Hermione frowned, halting Fu Chaoli. Neither side moved forward, leading to a standoff until Theodore stepped out from behind. Chaoli, this is for you, he said, extending a letter towards her, but was intercepted by Harry and Ron. Stay away from Chaoli, Ron declared impatiently. Theodore maintained his posture, his expression calm. It's all right, Fu Chaoli reassured, stepping forward to accept the letter from Theodore, who then appeared slightly relieved. Fu Chaoli understood the deep-seated animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, especially following her injury, yet she recognized that Draco and his friends were blameless. Harry and the others remained vigilant, shielding Fu Chaoli. Aware that he could not rush, Theodore delivered a slight bow before preparing to depart. Let us go, Parkinson, he instructed, his tone devoid of warmth as he passed Pansy. Reluctant to leave, Pansy shivered at the warning glance Theodore shot her, and she ultimately glared at Fu Chaoli before storming off. Don't associate with them anymore, Ron exclaimed anxiously as Fu Chaoli prepared to open Theodore's letter. Those guys aren't trustworthy. Don't say that, Ron, Fu Chaoli soothed, patting his shoulder. They haven't done anything to me. Harry took her hand as they walked down the corridor, sulking in silence. Sigh, Fu Chaoli sighed, settling into her seat to open the letter. It contained an invitation to meet him at the astronomy tower that evening. It feels like a trap, Hermione mused, drawing closer. Although she didn't want to sway Fu Chaoli's decision, concern etched her features. I'm a bit worried about you going alone. It's fine, Hermione, Fu Chaoli reassured, showing them the time noted in the letter. I can return early, don't worry. Observing her determined expression, Hermione shook her head at Harry and Ron, signaling them to hold their tongues. Humph, you girls don't understand, Ron grumbled, stuffing his mouth with meat pie. Ginny too. I don't know what she has been up to lately, so mysterious. After a moment, Harry reminded Fu Chaoli be careful. Soon the designated time arrived, and Fu Chaoli wandered the castle several times before locating the astronomy tower. As she ascended the steps, a sense of urgency surged within her. Theodore was already inside, quietly engrossed in a book, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his refined profile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Fu Chaoli panted, apologetically. I'm not accustomed to this place and got a bit lost. No worries, no need to rush, Theodore replied, rising from the floor and gently taking Fu Chaoli's hand, guiding her to sit by the telescope. Are you feeling better? I've completely recovered, Fu Chaoli nodded, indicating her well-being. Noticing the coolness of the evening, Theodore observed her thin attire and removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders. You don't have to, Fu Chaoli protested, but he held her hand, stopping her from removing it. Allow me the chance to make it up to you, all right? Theodore gazed deeply into her eyes, his ocean-like depths reflecting a hint of sorrow. You are not at fault, Theodore, Fu Chaoli assured, aware of his reserved nature and the emotional burden he had likely been carrying. I've never held you responsible. We remain friends. Theodore lowered his gaze, his demeanor cool yet tinged with a sense of fragility. Fu Chaoli sensed his emotional turmoil, prompting her to step forward and embrace the silent Theodore. She felt him stiffen momentarily before he wrapped his arms around her back, deepening the embrace. "My apologies," he murmured after a long moment, reluctantly releasing Fu Chaoli, a faint blush adorning his usually composed visage. "Is this better?" Fu Chaoli teased, tilting her head playfully. Theodore, still blushing, nodded shyly and turned to retrieve a basket from behind him. "I made you some cookies." "Wow, did you make these yourself?" After receiving his affirmation, Fu Chaoli eagerly took a piece and popped it into her mouth, only to pause at the unexpected taste. Though she desperately tried to mask her reaction, Theodore caught the fleeting expression of confusion on her face. "Is it not to your liking?" he inquired cautiously. Fu Chaoli swallowed hard, forcing herself to shake her head. "It's quite good." Theodore, unconvinced, took a piece for himself and promptly spat it out. "So salty." He stuck out his tongue, momentarily revealing the childishness typical of boys his age. "Did you confuse salt with sugar?" Fu Chaoli pondered the flavor, ultimately finishing the remaining piece, discovering it wasn't all that bad upon closer inspection. "Perhaps I misread the labels," Theodore replied, returning to his usual polite demeanor, gathering the cookies. "This batch didn't turn out well. I'll make you another next time." "No need. I think they're quite acceptable." Fu Chaoli discerned a hint of despondency in him and, feigning indifference, extended his hand. "Let me have it. I can finish it tonight." "No. I might end up with a stomachache," Theodore replied, shaking his head and concealing the cookie behind his back. "Very well." Fu Chaoli, with his own hand now hidden behind him, stealthily observed Theodore. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, snatching the cookie that Theodore had hidden. Theodore's eyes widened as he beheld Fu Chaoli's south face so close, his heart racing and breath momentarily halted. It wasn't he until Fu Chaoli chuckled and took a bite of the cookie that he snapped back to reality. Fu Chaoli bit off half of the cookie and, as he chewed, remarked, "We have similar savory cookies back home, and I rather enjoy them." Watching Fu Chaoli's considerate demeanor, Theodore suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter ringing out and catching Fu Chaoli by surprise. "Is that so? Then I shall have another taste." He directly took a bite from the half-eaten cookie in Fu Chaoli's hand, laughing as he did so. "This one truly tastes much better." Theodore wiped the cookie crumbs from Fu Chaoli's mouth, smiling radiantly. "It's sweet." Chapter 64. The Third Petrification Incident. "What did he take you to do?" Hermione inquired, observing Fu Chaoli, who was gulping down water after his return. With a somber expression, Fu Chaoli replied, "I sampled the bittersweet musings of youth. Harry and Ron." News of Harry using Parseltongue during dueling practice swiftly spread throughout the school. The following day, as he walked down the corridor, fellow students whispered and formed clusters to avoid him. Parseltongue was a hallmark of Slytherin. Ron explained, "They must think you opened the Chamber of Secrets." "But I have no idea what Parseltongue is," Harry protested, feeling aggrieved as he sat in a corner of the study room, acutely aware of the suspicious glances directed his way. Fu Chaoli comforted him, "We know you certainly did not. Do not fret too much." As he noticed the group of students at the nearby table glancing back at him, Harry could no longer endure it and, gathering his belongings, stood to leave. "I'm off. Harry, I'll accompany you." Fu Chaoli began to pack up to join him, but Harry declined. "It's all right, Chaoli, I just want some time alone." In truth, he longed for Fu Chaoli's company, yet he feared that Fu Chaoli might be ostracized as well. Fu Chaoli could only watch anxiously as Harry departed, dejected. Once he left, the noise in the study room escalated. "I heard the Sorting Hat almost placed him in Slytherin," a golden-haired boy gossiped animatedly to others. "I think he might genuinely be the heir of Slytherin." Just as he was delighting in his tales, he suddenly felt something strike the back of his head. Turning around, he found nothing amiss. Fu Chaoli raised his head, seeing him about to spread more rumors, and promptly flicked a second paper ball at him before feigning to write his homework. Could it be Peeves? Ernie Macmillan touched the back of his head, unable to discern the source, and fell silent. "Use this next time." Ron eagerly handed Fu Chaoli a pebble. "That would be acceptable, but perhaps unnecessary," Hermione interjected. That evening, upon returning to the common room, they found it in disarray. As soon as Fu Chaoli stepped inside, he was lifted off the ground by the twins. "Chaoli, you scared me half to death. Are you all right?" Fu Chaoli gazed at the anxious Fred and George, perplexed. "What has happened?" "I've been in the study room. There has been a third petrification incident," Percy announced, stepping forward to extricate Fu Chaoli from the twins' embrace. "It's reported that a student and a ghost were involved, but the news has been suppressed. We are quite worried about you," the twins chorused, attempting to rush toward him, only to be restrained by Percy. Harry has been taken to the headmaster's office, Neville added, his concern evident, and he hasn't returned yet. Oh no. Fu Chaoli exchanged a glance with Hermione, both realizing the urgency of accelerating their potion making for the polyjuice potion. Harry, dejected, returned to the common room only to find Fu Chaoli and Hermione engaged in a serious discussion. We still need the horn of a bicorn, and the skin of an African snake. Hermione expressed her dilemma. These are materials we cannot procure. Only Snape would have them. After pondering for a moment, Fu Chaoli promised Hermione, I will find a way. Harry. Upon seeing Harry's return, Fu Chaoli and Hermione hurried over to ask, Are you all right? I discovered that nearly headless Nick and a classmate were petrified, Harry mumbled, looking down. Filch claims it was me, but Professor Dumbledore said he believes in me. Fu Chaoli breathed a sigh of relief and patted his shoulder. I'm glad you're okay. Once we brew the polyjuice potion, perhaps we will uncover the truth. But acquiring these materials is quite challenging. How will you manage? A secret, Fu Chaoli winked, teasingly withholding details. That evening, the door to Snape's office was knocked upon. Enter. He did not look up, but after a moment of silence, he glanced toward the door, only to find Fu Chaoli peering in, sneakily observing him. What is it? Upon seeing Fu Chaoli's demeanor, Snape immediately sensed she was up to mischief. Are you off duty now, Professor Snape? Fu Chaoli smiled sweetly at him as she stepped inside. If your eyes are still able to see, Miss Fu, you would observe that I am still grading assignments. Snape replied, his expression unchanged. Fu Chaoli chuckled awkwardly, circling around to his back, eagerly massaging his shoulders. My dear Professor, returning home after a long day. How arduous it must be. Just speak plainly about your intentions. Snape maintained a stern face, yet inwardly he was rather amused, the corners of his mouth betraying a hint of a smile. I wish to practice potion brewing, but I am short on materials. What materials? Fu Chaoli counted on her fingers, nosebleed knit, bicorn horn, spider legs, African snake skin. She cleverly concealed 2 of the necessary items within other names. Yet Snape still discerned them. You intend to brew the polyjuice potion? Snape frowned. What for? Fu Chaoli had not anticipated his astuteness and racked her brain for an excuse. I wish to hone my potion-making skills. Snape raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her with disbelief. I wish to slip into the kitchen. Then you need not disguise yourself as a house elf. Actually, I intend to visit the boys' bathing area. Excuse me? Snape stood, towering over her, his stern gaze causing Fu Chaoli to gulp nervously. He chuckled coldly and lifted his wand, feigning a spell. Perhaps Dumbledore should hear your intentions. No. She clung to Snape's arms like a koala. I simply wish to play in someone else's common room. Who? Snape set her down. A boy or a girl? What? Is the person you seek a boy or a girl? Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it was that Hufflepuff lad or the Slytherin bunch. A girl. Fu Chaoli lied, though Snape's expression softened slightly. Observing Fu Chaoli's expectant gaze, Snape sighed and finally rose to retrieve the materials for her. You are not to attempt the brewing yourself, he cautioned, aware this was likely the idea of either Potter or Granger, and should it not turn out correctly, you are forbidden from consuming it. All right. Fu Chaoli beamed, cradling the materials in her arms and blowing a kiss to Snape. You're the best, Professor Snape. Umph. Snape merely let out a cold snort, yet his ears subtly flushed with color. He observed Fu Chaoli bouncing away, picked up his quill, and attempted to resume grading assignments. But his mind remained restless, preoccupied with the mischievous antics of Fu Chaoli. She must have picked up these bad habits from Lockhart. What nonsense is that flamboyant peacock teaching? Chapter 65. The invisibility potion. That morning, Fu Chaoli and Harry arrived at the Ollery together. Fu Chaoli received a letter from Mrs. Fawcett, inquiring whether she would like to spend Christmas with her and her children. After pondering for a moment, Fu Chaoli declined, hoping that Mrs. Fawcett could enjoy the holidays with her own children without worrying about her. She handed the letter to Papa, who flapped his wings and took off. Harry. Is that a letter from your uncle? Harry, speechless, extracted a toothpick from the letter. They even sent me a Christmas gift. A toothpick? Fu Chaoli exclaimed in disbelief. Even the New Year's gifts from the orphanage weren't quite so meager. They also asked if I could stay at school during the summer. Harry didn't seem particularly aggrieved. He had grown accustomed to the harshness of their family over time. Moreover, he wanted to remain at school, as long as he was near Fu Chaoli. How outrageous. Fu Chaoli felt sympathy for Harry and dashed to the window, shouting outside, Papa! Harry looked at Fu Chaoli in confusion, about to suggest that Papa might have flown far away, when a resounding call echoed, and Papa landed on the windowsill. I have something to deliver to you, Papa. Fu Chaoli retrieved the charm she had used previously and handed it to Papa. You need to sneak this into Harry's home tonight. After speaking, she produced an extra sheet of white paper, inscribing a message in both English and Chinese, folding it neatly before giving it to him. Deliver this to them in the dead of night in a few days. It would be best to create some trouble for them. You know what I mean. Papa puffed out his chest, confidently cooing twice, indicating he would take care of it. Don't let them discover you. Fu Chaoli patted Papa's head, who affectionately nuzzled her cheek, displaying no impatience whatsoever. With a final call, he flapped his wings and flew off. What did you say to Papa? Harry inquired, perplexed. But Fu Chaoli merely shook her head. The secrets of the heart must remain undisclosed. Are you not going home for Christmas this year? At the dining table, Fu Chaoli heard Ron and Hermione mention they would also be staying, prompting her to ask curiously. My parents have some matters to attend to. Hermione stuffed a mouthful of salad into her mouth and conveniently placed a serving on Fu Chaoli's plate. I can stay to keep you company. Fu Chaoli frowned at the salad on her plate, as she wasn't particularly fond of it. Ron noticed her dilemma and boldly pushed her plate aside, grabbing a new one for her. Just as well, I wanted to eat that. This year neither Fred nor George and I are going home. Harry, aware of Fu Chaoli's aversion to salad, offered her some fruit instead. I've heard some good news, Hermione whispered, leaning closer. Malfoy and his gang will also be staying at school. The polyjuice potion is ready, and it seems this Christmas might present an opportunity. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's fantastic. The rumors circulating around school had suffocated him. He desperately needed to uncover the truth. But what should we do? Ron munched on his salad, his mouth smeared with dressing, his expression blissfully naive. I have an idea. Fu Chaoli had already concocted a potion that could induce sleep. All they needed to do was slip some sleeping potion into small cakes for them. You hide them in the storage room and pluck a couple of hairs. Hermione revealed a stash of hair she had prepared in advance. I'm all set. What about me? Fu Chaoli eagerly wanted to join in. But the other three merely shook their heads at her. You don't need to go, Chaoli, Harry insisted, concerned for her safety. What if the potion failed? What if they discovered them? Fu Chaoli pouted. I can be of help, you know. It's just the three of us. Don't worry. Ron's foolish demeanor provided little in terms of persuasion. Fu Chaoli's mind raced, and she quickly devised a plan. Harry, remember to keep your invisibility cloak handy. Hermione immediately discerned Fu Chaoli's intentions and reminded Harry. Oh. Fu Chaoli's enthusiasm dimmed. She sulked in silence. Hermione and the others quietly deliberated their plan, their hushed voices barely reaching Fu Chaoli. Curiously, she scratched her head, wanting to eavesdrop, yet feeling too embarrassed to do so. Fine, if you want to let me. I want to go. Fu Chaoli fumed, finishing her meal in a huff, wiping her mouth and storming out while sticking her tongue out at them. Humph. However, her sulking demeanor lacked any real intimidation, and her puffed cheeks only made her appear cuter, eliciting laughter from Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Fu Chaoli retreated to the library, seeking the potion book in hopes of finding another solution. Chaoli, why are you upset? The shadow beside her darkened, revealing Cedric standing behind her. Cedric smiled, pinching her puffed cheek. Who has upset our Chaoli? Cedric. Fu Chaoli's eyes brightened as she pulled him down to sit beside her, stealthily glancing at Madame Pants before whispering to Cedric. I want to go to a place no one wants me to go. Is there a potion that can make one invisible? Cedric raised an eyebrow, refraining from questioning her destination. He flipped through the potion book she was examining, pointing to a potion on the page. I suspect you need the invisibility potion. That's it. Fu Chaoli beamed, but upon closer inspection, found the instructions rather complex and daunting. Don't worry. Cedric smoothed her furrowed brow. Coincidentally, I happen to know how to brew this potion. However, it may not succeed unless I have a little assistant by my side. Fu Chaoli, eager as a schoolgirl, raised her hand as if answering a question. Me. All right then, little assistant. Cedric reviewed the page again, closed the book, and led Fu Chaoli outside. Let us gather the ingredients while the professors are still at work. Fu Chaoli followed Cedric through the school, collecting the necessary components. Although she was puzzled as to why they needed to visit the potions classroom first, then seek Professor Sprout, and finally return to the potions classroom, at least they finally gathered everything. Cedric winked at her, and the two of them stealthily slipped into an empty classroom to brew the potion. The unexpected mishaps included a minor explosion from the cauldron, with Cedric shielding her in his embrace, and evading Filch's patrol by hiding in a corner. Finally, after several late nights, just before Christmas, Cedric successfully brewed the invisibility potion Fu Chaoli needed. You're amazing. Fu Chaoli applauded Cedric, who merely watched her with a fond smile. Thanks to my little assistant's help. Cedric took a deep breath, pulling Fu Chaoli's hand and producing a ring he had prepared for a long time, gently placing it on her middle finger. He lowered his head, gallantly kissing the back of her hand, maintaining his bent posture as he looked up at her with a smile. This is a Christmas gift for my little assistant. Chapter 66. Encounter with the Basilisk. Fu Chaoli was momentarily dazzled by the beauty before her. Attempting to maintain her composure, she raised her hand to inspect the ring adorning her finger, a design both minimalist and elegant, featuring a petite heart-shaped gemstone. What could it signify to wear it on her middle finger? Fu Chaoli found herself perplexed, while Cedric, with a resigned smile, helped her adjust her robe. You will understand in due time. As the night deepened, the pair began to gather their belongings in preparation to return. Let me escort you home, Chaobao, Cedric offered, taking most of their items while freeing one hand to grasp Fu Chaoli's. The moonlight bathed the silent corridor in an ambiguous ambience. Grow up quickly, Chaobao, Cedric murmured softly. Fu Chaoli did not catch his words clearly. When she sought clarification, he simply shook his head with a smile. Suddenly something felt amiss. The floor beneath them trembled slightly, and a foul stench permeated the air. They halted in the middle of the corridor, only to find a massive serpent looming around the corner, towering over them. It's a basilisk, Cedric exclaimed, not bothering to observe further as he seized Fu Chaoli's hand and fled in the opposite direction. Do not look into its eyes. Nodding, Fu Chaoli sprinted with all her might, her wand drawn and ready. Chaobao, run this way, Cedric urged, directing her towards a narrow corridor. I'll draw its attention away. It's too dangerous, Fu Chaoli protested, turning back to grasp Cedric's arm, but he merely pressed a finger to her lips. I will be fine. With that, he turned and dashed down another corridor, shouting to divert the basilisk's attention. Reluctant to burden Cedric further, Fu Chaoli raced down the narrow passage, desperate to locate a professor. The sound of shattering walls echoed behind her, accompanied by the menacing hiss of the creature in pursuit. Without needing to glance back, Fu Chaoli knew the basilisk was closing in on her. How does it distinguish between half-bloods? She pondered anxiously while casting spells behind her to hinder the beast's advance. She managed to collapse a wall in her wake, momentarily obstructing the basilisk. Ahead lay an open corridor, an ill-suited arena for a chase. Spotting a classroom nearby, she gritted her teeth and hastily selected one for refuge, securing the door tightly in hopes of confusing the creature. Crouched in a corner, exhausted and leaning against the wall, she dared not breathe loudly, stifling any sound with a hand over her mouth. The basilisk's heavy breaths reverberated through the door, and the adjoining classroom crumbled under its assault. Glancing at the potion in her hand, she contemplated a desperate gamble, yet the basilisk's unwavering focus on her quelled that thought. Her heart raced with anxiety as she clutched her wand, prepared to strike the moment the creature breached the door. Though fear enveloped her, she recognized that succumbing to it served no purpose. An overwhelming dread morphed into a simmering fury. When the basilisk finally burst in, Fu Chaoli's mind was unnervingly calm. She even mused that if she were to perish, she ought to do so gracefully. Perhaps she could become a ghost, at least not like Nick the nearly headless. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as a cold hand covered her eyes, accompanied by the sound of a man's labored breathing. Do not fear, I am here. In the shadows, Tom's eyes glinted with lethal intent as he fixed his gaze on the basilisk. Begone, he mouthed silently. The creature, seemingly sensing something profoundly terrifying, lowered its head in submission and slithered away in retreat. As the foul odor dissipated, Fu Chaoli's heartbeat remained erratic. Has it left? She whispered. Tom, still striving to steady his breath, had felt Fu Chaoli's impending peril during his slumber, his essence momentarily distancing from his corporeal form, significantly weakening him. Yet he had managed to intimidate the basilisk. Yes, he affirmed, wrapping his arms around the trembling Fu Chaoli, his heart aching for her. It is all right now. Fu Chaoli relaxed, only to realize tears had begun to flow. Noticing the dampness on his palm, Tom withdrew his hand, kneeling before her, and gently wiping away her tears with his fingers. I am sorry for arriving late. He embraced her tightly, allowing her tears to dampen his clothing. Chaobao. After an indeterminate time, Cedric's voice finally echoed through. Tom released Fu Chaoli, gradually fading from sight until Cedric appeared at the door, accompanied by a professor. Chaobao. Are you unharmed? Cedric rushed to her side. His eyes filled with concern as he noticed the small wounds on her face and the tears at the corners of her eyes, his heart swelling with guilt and sorrow. I am so sorry. He enveloped her in his arms, and Fu Chaoli could feel his body trembling. The once sunny and gentle giant now spoke with a quivering voice. I failed to protect you. Suppressing her sobs, Fu Chaoli placed a reassuring hand on Cedric's back. It's all right, said, everything is fine now. Why were you out so late? Snape approached, his expression stern. Why were you not safely in your dormitory? Are you not aware of the dangers that abound? His gaze fell upon Fu Chaoli's marred visage, rendering him momentarily speechless with rage. Enough, Severus, Dumbledore interjected, striving to mediate. Our immediate concern is to escort Miss Fu to the hospital wing, is it not? I apologize, Professor, Cedric interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Chaoli. His head bowed. It was my fault for bringing her out so late. I care not whether you are engaged in a romantic dalliance or otherwise, Snape seethed, his face a mask of fury. Now, Miss Fu, you shall accompany me to the hospital wing. He took Fu Chaoli by the arm and led her away, while Dumbledore approached Cedric, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This matter is not your fault. We shall ensure your safety. Now return to the common room. Miss Fu is in good hands with Severus. As they walked, Fu Chaoli struggled to keep pace with Snape's swift strides, resorting to a hurried jog to keep up. Madame Pomfrey was already prepared with bandages and ointments, having grown accustomed to treating Fu Chaoli's injuries. Throughout the process, Snape remained silent, arms crossed. He caught sight of the potion peeking from Fu Chaoli's pocket, and deftly intercepted it before it could fall. What is this? Snape queried, glancing at the color. Quickly discerning its nature. Invisibility potion? I recall that one should not be capable of brewing this in their second year. It was a request I made to Cedric. Fu Chaoli explained, noting Snape's darkening expression as she uttered Cedric's full name. So you were out so late just to concoct this? Fu Chaoli detected a flicker of amusement in Snape's demeanor as he returned the potion to her, adjusting his robe. The quality is subpar. It doesn't even compare to a fraction of what I could produce. Fu Chaoli was baffled by Snape's sudden derision of their potion-making skills, attributing it to the potion master's high standards. Stealing a glance at Fu Chaoli, Snape mused, surely she must realize the implications of my hints. Chapter 67, The Kiss of the Twins. Snape escorted Fu Chaoli to the entrance of the common room, cautioning her. I do not wish to see you out past curfew again, Miss Fu. Fu Chaoli pouted, inspecting her torn clothing, and quickly raised a finger in oath. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Snape glanced at the gaping tear in her garment, but refrained from commenting. He watched as she entered the common room before departing. Fu Chaoli initially intended to stealthily return to her dormitory, but upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Harry, Ron, and Hermione seated on the sofa in the common room. Chaoli, what have you been up to these past few nights? Hermione paused, noticing her disheveled appearance. What happened? How did you get hurt? Harry and the others hurriedly approached Fu Chaoli. Harry gently cupped her face, avoiding the wound above, and asked with concern. Are there any other injuries? Who did this? Ron rolled up his sleeves, his face reddening with indignation. I'll go teach him a lesson. Fu Chaoli scratched her head, unable to conjure an excuse. Feeling a bit aggrieved, she pouted and confessed, I encountered a basilisk. What? Hermione quickly pulled her aside to check for additional injuries. Fu Chaoli shook her head, merely tugged at her clothing, and pointed to a large gash, expressing her discontent. My clothes are ruined. Honestly. Hermione sighed in relief, glad that she was unharmed. Harry glanced at Fu Chaoli's attire and offered, leave it to me, I'll mend your clothes. Really? Fu Chaoli removed her robe, which Harry accepted with enthusiasm. Harry, you're so impressive. What does a basilisk look like? Fu Chaoli wiped her face, finally clearing away the dust, and Ron leaned closer. Curious. Oh, Fu Chaoli recalled, it's enormous and terrifying. Cedric warned not to look into its eyes, or you die. She downplayed the encounter to avoid alarming them, yet Harry and Hermione's furrowed brows betrayed their unease. Do you still want to ask? Ron began, only to be interrupted by Hermione, who lightly smacked his head. Let us not dwell on it for now. Come on, Chaoli, you need to rest. Fu Chaoli lay on her bed, reaching for the notebook tucked beneath her pillow. Tom did not appear, but his voice resonated in her mind. I may not be able to accompany you for a while, he sounded somewhat weak. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Tom. Fu Chaoli gently placed her hand on the cover, the cool texture reminiscent of Tom's palm. At that moment, her heart found true solace, and she closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Fu Chaoli yawned as she entered the common room. It was Christmas Eve, and students preparing to head home carried their luggage. Her delicate face bore several white band-aids and some minor cuts, presenting a battle-scarred visage that drew attention. Chaoli, what happened to your face? Fred and George pulled her to the sofa, with Fred tenderly stroking her cheek. Oh dear, Fu Chaoli attempted to downplay it, resting her hand on her chin in a mock-heroic pose. What do you think? I reckon it looks quite dashing. Alas, George sighed at her feigned nonchalance, popping a candy into her mouth. Why are you always getting hurt? It seems the Hufflepuff can't protect you. Noticing Fu Chaoli's reluctance to elaborate, Fred shifted the topic. How did you find out? Fu Chaoli, surprised, looked at them with curiosity while sucking on the candy. Of course we heard it from Peeves. George leaned closer, his nose nearly touching hers. He sees you two almost every night. Choose us over him. Fred chimed in with a grin. After all, you've got two of us. George glanced at Fred, feigning ignorance. What do you mean one or two? Fu Chaoli stood, donned her scarf to cover part of her face, declaring, we have important matters to attend to. All right then, they responded. Why not take a guess at what Christmas gift we've prepared for you? Guess correctly, and there's a reward. Fu Chaoli pondered briefly. It must be one of those gadgets you've been working on. The twins exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Wrong. Then there's no reward, is there? What a pity. Fu Chaoli tidied her clothing, preparing to head for breakfast. Let us gift you anyway. The twins pulled her back down into their embrace, and both planted gentle kisses on her cheeks. How about that? This is something only for you. Once released, they beamed at her, though their flushed faces revealed their underlying excitement. You two, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, covering her face with her hands. You just wiped off the ointment I applied. Fred pouted, showing her a mock sulky face. I didn't. Look. I refused to look. Fred and George exchanged glances and sighed. What an ungrateful little thing. In truth, Fu Chaoli was not as calm as she pretended. Who wouldn't be moved by the affection of two handsome boys? The twins clung to her as they left for breakfast, and upon exiting the dormitory, they encountered Cedric waiting at the door. Cedric's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Chaoli, are you feeling all right? He stepped forward, inspecting her face, and carefully adjusted her scarf. Unable to suppress his disappointment as he apologized, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. It's not your fault, Cedric. Fu Chaoli shook her head. We both made it back safely, didn't we? We were probably the first to escape from the basilisk. She patted Cedric's shoulder, suddenly realizing her slip of the tongue. The twins, who had been contemplating how to separate the two, now looked alarmed. Basilisk. They both leaned in, each grabbing one of her hands, their faces grave. You encountered a basilisk? That is so dangerous. You think you can just brush it off? Fu Chaoli shrank her neck, hiding her face in her scarf, muttering. It's fine. I just got a few minor injuries. Sorry, it's my fault. Cedric, seeing her timid demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to explain, but was halted by Fred gripping his collar. Where did you take her? Fred's voice was low, his eyes fixed on Cedric. I went to ask Cedric for help. Fu Chaoli attempted to clarify, but George interrupted her. Hold on, Chaoli. His tone was icy. This is between us and him. Chapter 68. A battlefield of emotions. Cedric grasped Fred's hand, both exerting pressure, veins bulging on their wrists. Oh dear. I was the one who sought Cedric's assistance, Fu Chaoli exclaimed, desperate to mediate. But George held her back firmly. This is my mistake. Cedric maintained a calm facade, though only Fred could perceive the determination in his eyes. But I hope you won't put Chaoli in a difficult position. Spare us the pretense. The four stood at the entrance of the common room, frozen in a standoff, while the fat lady watched the spectacle with delight. What are you all doing blocking the entrance? Fu Chaoli turned around in surprise to see Percy, his expression serious. Percy. Fu Chaoli rushed over, grasping his robe. Could you help us, please? If Cedric and Fred fight, they'll both get hurt, and might even lose points. As she anticipated Percy would intervene with his brother, she intended to simply pull Cedric away. However, Percy merely took her hand, guiding her past the standoff. You're disrupting our breakfast. Percy spoke softly, and the three of them paused momentarily, turning in unison to gaze at Fu Chaoli. Just then, a rumble emanated from Fu Chaoli's stomach. She awkwardly covered her flushed face, wishing to vanish into a crack in the floor. As Percy grasped Fu Chaoli's hand, preparing to depart, Fred yanked Cedric's collar and snorted coldly. I'll let you off this time, he warned Cedric, but don't come seeking Zhao Zhao again. I only heat her. Cedric, leisurely adjusting his attire, turned to chase after Fu Chaoli. I can eat by myself, she stated, seated amidst a throng of towering figures. Fred and George took turns feeding her muffins, while Cedric assisted by chopping her bacon into bite-sized pieces, and Percy spread jam onto her toast. The scrutiny of those around her heightened Fu Chaoli's embarrassment. She attempted to shove breakfast into her mouth, only to be thwarted by the twins each time. Let us. The twins delighted in feeding Fu Chaoli, relishing the adorable sight of her mouth stuffed to the brim. Zhao Zhao will choke like this, Cedric remarked, presenting her with a glass of milk, which she reluctantly drank before managing to swallow her food. Percy furrowed his brow, diligently slavering a piece of toast with ample jam, arranging it neatly before placing it on Fu Chaoli's plate. Zhao Zhao, are you having breakfast? As Fu Chaoli let out a satisfied burp and prepared to concoct an excuse to slip away, a voice emerged from behind. Wood approached. carrying his luggage and a beautifully wrapped gift in hand. "This is your Christmas present. Merry Christmas, Xiao Xiao." He stepped closer and handed the gift to Fu Chaoli, seemingly just noticing the others. "Oh, you're all here too." Fu Chaoli awkwardly embraced the nearly oversized gift box, sensing the atmosphere grow tense once more. "Aren't larger gifts better, Captain?" Fred and George quipped sarcastically, but Wood's sincerity prevailed. "How did you know there might be a box of bludgers inside?" Wood earnestly inquired, believing such a gift held significance. "As long as it has meaning, that's what matters." Cedric clasped Fu Chaoli's hand, raising it casually to display the ring on her middle finger to the others. "Right, Xiao Xiao?" Percy took Fu Chaoli's hand from Cedric's grasp, testing the ring's size and firmness. "This ring can only last 6 months at most," Percy warned seriously, advising Fu Chaoli to remove it then, lest it become stuck. "No worries, I'll give you a new one next year," Cedric replied, unperturbed, smiling as he made this promise to Fu Chaoli. "Wearing accessories while playing Quidditch can lead to injuries," Wood added, frowning. "You need to take it off during practice too." "Indeed. Does Captain Diggory not know this?" Watching the boys exchange banter, Fu Chaoli buried her head, already contemplating how to stealthily escape. "Oh, I just remembered, the professor seems to be looking for me." Struggling to rise with the cumbersome gift box, she had barely found an excuse when Snape's voice echoed behind her. "I do indeed have business with you," Fu Chaoli thought. Oh no. Just as she intended to sit back down, Snape seized her by the collar. He extracted the gift from her arms and tossed her a small package instead. "Give it a try." "What is this?" Fu Chaoli asked, puzzled, as she unwrapped the parcel to reveal a Gryffindor uniform. "Did you order this for me, Professor Snape?" Snape snorted. "How else would it have come?" Fu Chaoli shuddered at the thought of Snape solemnly commissioning a Gryffindor uniform, quickly donning the robe, finding it fit her perfectly. "It suits you well, Xiao Xiao," Cedric complimented, while the twins stared at Snape with skepticism. "How do you know Xiao Xiao's measurements? She has grown this much." "The smallest size would suffice." Snape observed her surprised expression with a sense of satisfaction, though he concealed it, declaring, "Consider it your Christmas gift." "Thank you, Professor Snape." Fu Chaoli adjusted the robe, but still felt the urge to contest her height. She held up 2 fingers, stating earnestly, "But Madame Malkin said I could fit into a larger size now." Standing among a group of towering boys, her words lacked persuasion. Snape fell silent, suddenly noticing the ring on Fu Chaoli's finger, his brow furrowing. "Miss Fu Xiao, I hope you will educate yourself on this matter." His expression darkened. "Rings should not be worn carelessly." Fu Chaoli raised her hand to inspect it, genuinely confused about what wearing a ring on the middle finger signified. Cedric remained calmly eating beside her. "Understood, Professor." Snape returned the gift to her, watching her surrounded by others with increasing displeasure, and could only coldly remark, "If Miss Fu Xiao has time, she should promptly head to the library to study. Otherwise, she may find herself needing assistance to brew even a simple invisibility potion." Fu Chaoli quickly climbed up the pole, eager to indicate her intent to study. "Learning is a lifelong pursuit. Professor Snape's words have enlightened me." She chuckled nervously, glancing at the few who were about to pursue her, swiftly stuffing a piece of bread into each of their mouths before making her escape with the gift Wood had given her. "I'll be off then." Observing Fu Chaoli sprint away, the others hesitated to chase after her, exchanging glances before snorting dismissively and shifting their gaze elsewhere. They promptly dispersed. Wood turned to exit with his luggage, Cedric returned to his own house, and the twins poked at their food with less enthusiasm, only to receive a reprimand from Percy. Once back in the dormitory, Fu Chaoli sighed in relief, only to have Hermione approach her, inviting her to breakfast. "I'm not going." Fu Chaoli quickly declined, leaving Hermione perplexed. "Is something wrong in the dining hall?" "It's terrifying," Fu Chaoli recalled, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Terence Hick's Side Story, Part 1. In his 7th year, the final year at Hogwarts, Terence encountered the first-year newcomer, Fu Chaoli, during the opening feast. He was contemplating his future when nudged by his companion. "Look at that first year," his companion exclaimed excitedly. "She's an Eastern girl. Do you think she'll be sorted into our house?" He looked up and instantly spotted the girl. Stunningly beautiful, as if she were not from their world. Her bright, curious eyes surveyed her surroundings, her long, smooth hair cascading over her shoulders. His companion remarked, "She seems well-behaved. She probably won't go to Gryffindor." He remained silent, no longer looking down, but instead earnestly observing the sorting ceremony. The Slytherin robes would undoubtedly suit her, he thought. Influenced by his companion's ominous words, Fu Chaoli was indeed announced as a member of Gryffindor. He paid no mind to his companion's lamentations, lowering his head to dip his fingers in water, attempting to spell out her name on the table. He sighed, wiping away the water stains, I should look for a Chinese language book instead. As the captain of Slytherin, he had already received news of Harry Potter's exceptional inclusion in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Fu Chaoli would accompany him to watch their practices. He deliberately scheduled their training before Gryffindor, ensuring that every time he left the pitch, he would see Fu Chaoli training alongside the Gryffindor team. He would always deliberately slow his pace, just to steal a glance at her as they brushed past one another. On the day of the match, his eyes immediately fell upon the conspicuously radiant Fu Chaoli. He watched as Harry Potter dashed towards her after catching the golden snitch, even earning an embrace from her. Upon landing, he lowered his head, feeling a pang of desolation. He guessed that Potter's joy at that moment far surpassed his own in capturing the golden snitch. Conflicts between Slytherin and Gryffindor were commonplace. Seated in the corner of the common room, he often overheard the new student Malfoy grumbling about Fu Chaoli's pranks. Each time, he would pause his writing, discreetly listening to every morsel of news about her. Whenever he heard her whimsical ideas, a smile would gradually tug at the corners of his mouth. He spent an entire year imagining various scenarios in which he could strike up a conversation with her. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Will that Chinese freshman accept my chocolate? How old are you? I'm still so young. Listening to his roommates' banter in the dormitory, he quietly set down his pen, tossing aside a half-written letter into a drawer already overflowing with unfinished stationery. On graduation day, while he was gathering his belongings at the Quidditch pitch, someone entered through the doorway. Sorry, I'll be done shortly, he said apologetically as he looked up to find Fu Chaoli standing there with a broom in hand. No need to rush, senior, she replied, stepping forward to assist him in packing up. Are you all graduating? Yes, he responded, surprised that his first conversation with Fu Chaoli was happening now. Feeling flustered, he added, You don't need to trouble yourself, Fu. Do you know me? She tilted her head and looked at him, causing his cheeks to flush even deeper. You ride a broom quite well and play Quidditch excellently, he blurted out, immediately regretting his words, feeling as though he had ruined their first interaction. Thank you, senior. Fu Chaoli giggled, her gentle laughter landing softly upon his heart. You play Quidditch quite well too. Fu Chaoli had only come to drop off her broom. After placing it down, she helped him carry some of his things, and they walked outside together. As he recalled the various topics he wished to discuss with her, the more nervous he became, the more his mind blanked. Have you thought about what you'll do after graduation? Fu Chaoli asked, breaking the silence. I've already signed with the team, he said, looking down at her beside him. Still a seeker. I'll come cheer for you, Fu Chaoli said, lifting her gaze to meet his, and he felt himself almost drowning in the shimmering depths of her dark eyes. All right. He left school and joined his desired team. During the Quidditch matches of the following year, he took a leave to return and watch, not only to see the captain he had chosen, but also to catch a glimpse of that girl. When he saw Fu Chaoli being maliciously knocked down, his heart twisted with pain. Their headmaster sent her to the hospital wing while he coldly observed the Slytherin captain being besieged by Gryffindor players, turning away and returning home to shred the recommendation letter he had intended for the Slytherin captain. In the time that followed, he dedicated himself to intense training with his team, determined to present his best self to Fu Chaoli when she came to watch him play. At the Quidditch World Cup, he sat in the box as a reserve player. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted from the match to Fu Chaoli, who was watching from a high vantage point. She seemed to have matured considerably, her beauty surpassing that of the charming performers at the opening ceremony. As he watched her cheering for the athletes on the field, he couldn't help but fantasize about the day she would cheer for him. If only I could catch a golden snitch for you. When the final whistle blew, he reluctantly set down the binoculars, his ears burning with embarrassment. He watched as Fu Chaoli exited with her friends, his heart filled with a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. When would they meet again? In the third year after he joined the team, Oliver Wood from Gryffindor joined his rival team. The two were often at odds in school, and now, belonging to different teams, they frequently clashed during practices. He had always admired this Quidditch enthusiast. One morning, while he was arranging his gloves in the common room, the curtain was gently pulled aside. He looked up to find Fu Chaoli, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, standing at the entrance. The sight of her brought back memories from 3 years ago, when she had also stood at the door of the common room, sunlight streaming behind her in the same way. But now the girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Sorry, did I walk in the wrong place? Fu Chaoli asked apologetically, covering her mouth upon realizing Oliver was not there, ready to leave. Fu Chaoli, he quickly called out to her. As she turned to look at him with a puzzled expression, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. You don't remember me? Fu Chaoli leaned in closer, scrutinizing him. He swallowed hard, clenching his fists, hoping to maintain his composure. I remember you, senior, she said with a beaming smile. You are Higgs, right? He had never felt his name sounded so melodious before. You know my name? You're quite impressive. There are trophies for you at school. The two of them stepped out of the common room and took their seats in the stands. He glanced up at the sky and said to Fu Chaoli, Oliver Wood is probably still getting ready. Their locker room is over there. He pointed in the direction of another small building, silently praying that Fu Chaoli would stay. Then I'll wait here, she said, relaxing as she squinted at the sky. Oliver invited me to watch his practice. He thought Fu Chaoli looked like a lazy cat squinting in the sun, making him want to tease her chin. This place is wonderful. I'd love to join the team in the future. Yes, this is perfect for practicing Quidditch. He gazed intently at Fu Chaoli, reluctant to look away. Do you want to join our team? I can write you a recommendation letter. Fu Chaoli paused for a moment, then looked at him, illuminating the air with a radiant smile. Thank you, senior. His heart raced wildly, his mind blank, and he was unable to react even when Wood approached, merely waving goodbye to Fu Chaoli as she followed him away. That night, lying in bed, his thoughts were consumed by Fu Chaoli's sunlit smile. He buried his head in the blanket, regretting once again missing the chance to exchange contact information with her. Fortunately, later on, Wood invited Fu Chaoli to the team, and he successfully obtained her contact details, becoming pen pals with her. He was so elated that he treated Wood to several meals. In the ensuing time, he frequently corresponded with Fu Chaoli, cherishing every item she sent him, often finding himself daydreaming and smiling at the letters alone at night, drawing curious glances from his teammates. However, as news of Voldemort's resurrection spread, Fu Chaoli's letters became increasingly sparse, until none of the letters he sent ever reached her. This unease peaked when Voldemort announced his return and attacked the school. Hearing that Hogwarts was embroiled in battle, he resolutely mounted his broom, returning to the school to join professors and classmates in defending their alma mater. He tirelessly soared over the chaotic battlefield on his broom, searching for the wounded, when suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Fu Chaoli, in a valiant effort to protect Harry and the others, was single-handedly delaying several Death Eaters. Clutching her wand, she stood resolute amidst the malicious circle formed by her adversaries, her visage betraying not a hint of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he maneuvered his broom closer to the ground, catching one of the Death Eaters off guard with a swift kick. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his wand and dispatched one of the foes, while Fu Chaoli expertly repelled the remaining attackers with a spell. Their eyes met, and though he yearned to express a myriad of sentiments to Fu Chaoli, the gravity of the situation compelled him to swallow his words. Without a need for further dialogue, they exchanged a nod of understanding, trusting one another's backs as they braced against the onslaught of Death Eaters. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as they leaned against the wall, breathless. His hand gripped the wand, trembling slightly, yet he reached out to grasp Fu Chaoli's hand. As they surveyed the grim aftermath of the Death Eaters, laughter erupted between them, a moment of unexpected relief amidst the chaos. He chuckled, tilting his head to take in Fu Chaoli's dust-streaked, battle-worn face, and the long-buried affection within him threatened to spill forth. Chaoli, he began, rising to kneel before her, his voice quivering yet resolute, I have feelings for you. The crowd erupted into chaos as Voldemort returned with Harry's lifeless body. He helped Fu Chaoli to her feet, and together they rushed towards the main battlefield. Don't look, he urged, covering her eyes, but she pulled his hand away. Kill him. Fu Chaoli's eyes blazed with hatred as she fixed her gaze upon the triumphant Voldemort. I will slay him. Before they had time to mourn Harry, he suddenly awoke, turning the tide of battle. The brief lull in fighting ignited once more, but ultimately, evil was no match for justice. Voldemort fell to Harry's hand, and his last Horcrux was severed by Neville wielding the sword. As they gasped for breath after defeating a werewolf, news of victory echoed from afar. They exchanged glances, witnessing the enemy's retreat like a receding tide, disbelief washing over them. We won, he murmured, still processing the moment. Did we truly win? Yes, we did, Fu Chaoli affirmed, approaching him to take his hand. I wanted to say, I like you too, senior. Just as he was regaining his composure from the shock of victory, her unexpected declaration left him speechless. I said I like you, senior, Fu Chaoli teased, shaking their intertwined hands playfully. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward and embraced the girl he had cherished for so long. Years later, while rummaging through belongings, Fu Chaoli unearthed a heavy box. What's inside? She inquired curiously, glancing at him as he sat reading on the sofa. Upon seeing the box, a blush crept onto his face, and he averted his gaze. However, Fu Chaoli perched herself on him, firmly turning his face back to her. Have you been hiding something from me? She squinted playfully, but was soon enveloped in his arms as he set aside his book. He opened the box to reveal all the letters, gifts, and even unfinished notes he had penned before leaving school. As Fu Chaoli read through the letters nestled in his embrace, her laughter rang out. "So, you liked me from the very start," she teased, relishing his bashful demeanor. "I told you, you confessed first," she mused, her curiosity lingering on who had admitted their feelings first. He chuckled helplessly, shaking his head as he stood, cradling Fu Chaoli and placing her gently on the sofa. Facing her, he retrieved a small box from his pocket, kneeling down to reveal a ring within. "Allow me to propose to you first, if you will? Terence Higgs. My words are deeply etched in my heart, and my affection endures eternally." Chapter 69 The Christmas Feast. Fu Chaoli had hidden in her dormitory until midday before daring to venture outside. Once she stepped out, she spotted Harry sitting on the sofa, holding her robe. "Chaoli!" Harry exclaimed, rising hastily, nervously presenting the neatly folded garment to her. "I mended it for you." Upon unfolding the robe, Fu Chaoli discovered that the previous tiers had been expertly stitched by Harry in black thread. The stitches so fine that the repairs were nearly invisible. "You're amazing, Harry," she praised, slipping off her new robe to don the mended one. "Thank you." Looking down, she noticed several initials sewn into the collar. The tear was a bit large, Harry admitted, slightly embarrassed, "so I added your name to cover it up." "I love it, Harry," Fu Chaoli exclaimed, fastening the robe. And Harry's heart soared at her genuine delight. "You must have spent a lot of time on this?" she said, tracing the patterns on the collar, touched by his effort. "Not too long," Harry began but was interrupted by Ron, who emerged from the dormitory. "Harry, your wand was glowing all night," Ron complained, rubbing his eyes as he stumbled out, his hair in disarray. "I barely got any sleep." "Ron," Harry quickly interjected, lowering his head to avoid Fu Chaoli's teasing smile. "No wonder you have dark circles," Fu Chaoli remarked sympathetically, gently caressing under Harry's eyes, taking his hand and leading him toward the door. "You should eat something and take a good nap." Harry felt warmth spread through his palm, a quiet joy blooming within him. Yet, before they could savor their moment, Ron barged back in. "You all need to rest well this afternoon. After all, there's a Christmas feast tonight." "Chaoli, you made it," Hermione greeted cheerfully from the dining table, spotting Fu Chaoli. "I was just about to look for you." Fu Chaoli intended to sit beside Hermione, but Harry's presence on her right side separated them. During the meal, Ron suddenly recalled something. "When do we make our move?" he asked, his mouth full, glancing past Fu Chaoli to Hermione and Harry. Hermione urged, noticing Fu Chaoli set down her chopsticks, signaling Harry and Ron to move to the other side. "After dinner tonight, we'll proceed." The three conspired quietly, while Fu Chaoli feigned annoyance, secretly reaching for the invisibility potion tucked in her pocket. She could manage to sneak in herself. That evening, the four donned the sweaters Mrs. Weasley had gifted them, each adorned with their initials, vibrant colors harmonizing in a splendid display. "Mum has such good taste." The twins wore blue, sandwiching Fu Chaoli, who sported a bright red sweater. "Red and blue are the perfect match." "My gold would match red even better," Ron countered, only to be playfully silenced by Fred's warning pat on the shoulder. Harry glanced down at his dark red sweater, comforted by the thought that he and Fu Chaoli shared a color scheme. Percy, noticing Fu Chaoli in her sweater, donned his own, though the bright yellow was a departure from his usual style. A group of individuals attended a lavish dinner, and the hall had been adorned with an extraordinary festive atmosphere. A grand Christmas tree stood majestically on the stage, embellished with shimmering magical stars courtesy of Dumbledore. Harry and Ron entered first, met with Draco's scornful remarks from within. "After spending so much time with the Weasleys, have you run out of money for clothes?" He mocked the Weasley twins as Ginny entered, until his gaze landed on Fu Chaoli, who was caught off guard. "Why are you dressed like that?" Draco questioned, his brow furrowed in surprise, offering a begrudging compliment. "Well, you do look somewhat decent in it." The Weasley siblings beamed at Fu Chaoli, who wore a sweater lovingly knitted by her mother, feeling as though she belonged to their family, completely unfazed by Draco's taunts. Their indifference only served to irk Draco further. What a pathetic sight. She can only wear such clothes. He sulkily took a seat, and began to eat his meal with annoyance. "Next time, I'll get her a proper dress, so she knows what true quality is." Dumbledore joyfully sang Christmas carols from the stage, and Fu Chaoli raised her glass toward him with a smile, to which he returned a beaming grin. Students who remained in the bright, warm hall were lively and boisterous, creating a delightful atmosphere. Snape furrowed his brow, distracted by Fu Chaoli's sweater, noting that it lacked any embellishments. Fu Chaoli was busy indulging in the offerings from her peers, a chicken leg in one hand and cake in the other, relishing every bite. "Ginny, why aren't you eating?" Fu Chaoli noticed Ginny with her head down, staring blankly at her plate, assuming she lacked appetite, and recommended something she found delectable. "This pumpkin pie is quite good," You should try it. Fu Chaoli remembered Ginny's fondness for pumpkin. Thank you, Ginny replied, seemingly taken aback as she accepted the pumpkin pie. As she savored the slice, she glanced up to steal a look at Fu Chaoli. Chaoli has always been so kind to me, she mused, recalling the words from a certain notebook, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. Would she truly dislike me if she knew? We want some too, Chaoli. Feed us. Fred and George leaned in, mouths agape, ready for a taste. Just as Fu Chaoli bit into a particularly sour lemon cake, her face contorted in reaction. Observing the eager twins and her half-eaten cake, she mischievously split it in two, shoving a piece into each of their mouths. Is it good? She laughed wickedly at their similarly twisted expressions from the sourness. Honestly, as Fu Chaoli and the twins prepared to engage in playful banter, Harry preemptively placed a piece of chocolate cake before her. This one is sweet, give it a try. Fu Chaoli took a bite and was instantly delighted by the sweetness, her eyes narrowing in pleasure. Delicious. Hermione wiped the corner of her mouth for her, and caught sight of Draco's two lackeys leaving. She exchanged a glance with Harry and Ron. We have something to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Hermione led Harry and a reluctant Ron, who clutched a chicken leg, out of the hall. Fu Chaoli feigned indifference, yet her attention was subtly drawn to Draco's table. Noticing him preparing to exit, she wiped her mouth and abruptly stood up. I'm done. She greeted a bewildered Percy and the others before attempting to follow Draco out, only to be halted at the door by the twins calling after her. Wait, Chaoli. This is for you. They produced 2 bracelets of similar design, each adorned with different crystals. Fred and George carefully clasped the bracelets onto Fu Chaoli's wrists. Fred, responsible for the left, discreetly twisted a ring on her finger, turning the heart-shaped stone to face inward. Fu Chaoli extended her hand to inspect the crystals. What kind of crystals are these? She quite liked the sparkling stones. I love them, thank you. These represent luck, they explained. 2 of them, symbolizing double the fortune. As Fu Chaoli departed, the twins shared an unspoken understanding, keeping the deeper meaning of the crystals, representing profound affection and sincerity, silent. Chapter 70. Sneaking into the Slytherin common room. When Fu Chaoli found Draco, he was already at the entrance of the common room, engaged in a rare polite conversation with Goyle and Crabbe. Observing Crabbe, who wore glasses similar to Harry's, Fu Chaoli understood that they had been dealt with by Harry and Ron. However, she wondered about Hermione's absence. Wow. I didn't know you could read, Draco quipped at his lackeys, before speaking the password to the portrait, causing the common room door to swing open. Fu Chaoli quickly downed her invisibility potion, and, once her body was concealed, stealthily approached them, slipping in just behind Draco. Ron felt a sudden chill, startled by an inexplicable draft, and quickly checked for goosebumps on his skin. This Slytherin common room isn't haunted, is it? He leaned closer to the Harry-turned Crabbe, nervously voicing his thoughts. Hard to say, Harry replied, frowning. What are you two dawdling outside for? Draco grew impatient, eyeing the still-standing Crabbe and Goyle at the entrance. You're dumber than usual today. The pair, hesitant to glance at the dim corridor, lowered their heads and hurried inside. Fu Chaoli rushed to the sofa, searching for a quiet hiding spot, only to spot Draco turning toward her. She quickly took a step back, but her foot collided with Draco as he stumbled backward. Blasted sea cow. Fu Chaoli covered her mouth, guilt washing over her as she watched Draco topple onto the sofa, faced with the puzzled expressions of his 2 lackeys. He quickly masked his startled demeanor, adopting a casual pose and reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. I was just testing if this sofa is comfortable. Harry tugged at Ron, who was nearly bursting with laughter, and initiated a conversation about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. Malfoy, what's the story behind the chamber? He scrutinized Draco's expression, tentatively probing, and what about the heir of Slytherin? If you ask me, the chamber should have been opened ages ago, Draco replied nonchalantly. Best to get rid of those filthy half-bloods. As for the heir of Slytherin, it's all the buzz that the heir is Potter. Fu Chaoli, initially eavesdropping from behind the sofa, was startled by a noise from the dormitory door behind her. Already clad in pajamas, Blaise leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, exuding a lazy demeanor. Draco rolled his eyes, oblivious to the odd expressions on Crabbe and Goyle's faces. He isn't even a Slytherin, but he speaks Parseltongue, and that has been witnessed publicly. Blaise straightened up, intending to approach the sofa. Fu Chaoli quickly changed her position, stealthily searching for a hiding place. As Blaise walked, a familiar scent wafted to his nose. He curiously scanned the surroundings, noticing a peculiar indentation moving across the soft carpet, clearly indicating its owner's hasty steps. I see now. Reflecting on the rumors circulating within the school, he deduced the truth of the situation, and the smile on his face widened slightly. He feigned nonchalance as he followed the footprint. While Fu Chaoli even sensed that he was playfully pursuing her, she glanced down at herself to ensure the potion's effects were still active. After a moment's contemplation, she positioned herself on the inner side of the coffee table, ensuring that unless he made a deliberate effort, he would not collide with her. Just as Fu Chaoli steadied herself, Blaze pivoted, leaning back against the sofa. But his hand reached out and fortuitously grasped Fu Chaoli's waist. "Oh no!" Fu Chaoli exclaimed as she fell into Blaze's embrace. Noticing his calm demeanor, she realized that he had likely known of her presence long before. What about Draco? She instinctively observed Draco and his companions, only to find them unperturbed. Draco continued to prattle on about Harry and the Weasley family, oblivious to the scowls on Goyle and Crabbe's faces. Relieved, Fu Chaoli looked up to see Blaze smiling down at her, his enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting deep affection. Suppressing her voice, she struggled against Blaze's chest, but he effortlessly drew her closer. "What are you doing?" Draco, caught up in his own amusement, noticed Blaze's peculiar actions, flailing his hands in the air. "Just practicing a new spell," Blaze replied, holding Fu Chaoli tightly, maintaining an exterior of calm. With her face pressed against Blaze's exposed chest, she found herself uncomfortably close to his muscular build, and unable to resist, she indulged in a moment of infatuation. "Hee-hee muscles," she giggled, playfully rubbing her face against him, eliciting a soft laugh from Blaze. "How strange," Draco remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him before redirecting his attention to Goyle and Crabbe. "You two are to secretly place this gift in the Gryffindor common room tonight." "Me?" Ron exclaimed, bewildered, having momentarily identified with Goyle, struggling to grasp how they would stealthily infiltrate Gryffindor's quarters. "Don't drop it," Draco instructed as he handed a beautifully wrapped box to Harry, adding, "And don't let Fu Chaoli see it. His gift must be the most surprising, the grand finale." "Is this for Chaoli?" Harry inquired, eyeing the box while already devising plans for its disposal. Should he toss it into the Black Lake or the Forbidden Forest? Or perhaps let Fong devour it? Upon hearing her name, Fu Chaoli lifted her head to look, only to be restrained by Blaze. "Want a gift?" he whispered in her ear, before lifting her as he stood, effortlessly retrieving Draco's present from a reluctant Harry's hands. "I'll deliver it for you," he declared, shoving the gift into Fu Chaoli's arms as he strode toward the exit. "Put your clothes on properly," Draco admonished, irritated by Blaze's carefree attitude, ensuring that Fu Chaoli would not catch sight of him. Once outside the common room door, Fu Chaoli finally managed to free herself from Blaze's embrace. She had initially intended to escape while under the influence of the potion, but to her dismay, her form gradually became visible halfway through her attempt. "You don't want your gift?" Blaze teased, pulling a box from his pocket that he had kept with him. Fu Chaoli shook her head vigorously, only to be halted by his next inquiry. "Or perhaps, you wish for a bit more information?" After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and returned to him, eyeing him with suspicion. "You know what I want to ask?" Blaze envisioned various scenarios for presenting her with this item, never anticipating it would unfold under such circumstances. In the quiet, dimly lit corridor, moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the two of them. There was no audience, no flowers to herald their moment. Just the two of them standing beneath the moonlit glow, attuned to each other's heartbeat and breath. He retrieved the necklace he had meticulously examined countless times and personally adorned her with it. As he beheld the beauty of Fu Chaoli, enhanced by the sparkle of the jewels, Blaze's expression softened. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, earnestly promising, "I will give you everything you desire." Chapter 71, The Gift. Blaze escorted Fu Chaoli back to the dormitory, sharing all the knowledge he had gathered during their time apart. "Dead chickens?" Fu Chaoli furrowed her brow at the peculiarities he recounted. Writing with chicken's blood and eliminating the roosters that the basilisk feared seemed far from the actions one would expect of a supposed heir to Slytherin. Surely, they were merely an ordinary student resorting to such tactics to instill fear. Observing Fu Chaoli deep in thought, Blaze remained silent, attentively guiding her down the steps to prevent her from stumbling. The scars on her face were still quite evident in the moonlight. He had heard whispers of the events from the previous night, yet he refrained from asking as long as Fu Chaoli chose not to speak. As long as she remained by his side, he would go to any lengths to protect her. The two traversed the path in silence until they reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, where Fu Chaoli looked up to find Theodore waiting at the door. "Theodore? What are you doing here?" she inquired, perplexed, while Blaze tightened his frown. "Chaoli," Theodore responded, lifting his gaze at the sound of her voice, his usually placid eyes now sparkling with joy. "I'm waiting for you." Ignoring Blaze's brooding presence, he stepped forward with a basket and gift box, presenting them to her. "I've prepared some cookies this time," I've tasted them, and they're fine. Theodore glanced over her face before feigning nonchalance as he looked down. Thank you. Fu Chaoli replied, accepting the items, now burdened with gifts. What kind of gift requires such a late delivery? Blaise interjected. His usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a tense line of his mouth. You weren't like this before, not? Not your concern, Theodore shot back. Exchanging a glance with Fu Chaoli before returning to Blaise, the two seemingly engaged in a silent contest. What is this familiar sense of pressure? Fu Chaoli pondered. I've prepared gifts for you both as well, she said, forcing a laugh to lighten the mood. Let me fetch them, just a moment. Carefully. She awakened the fat lady, speaking the password. Recognizing the familiar face but not the unfamiliar company, the fat lady smiled knowingly and swung the door open. Fu Chaoli hurried into the dormitory, quietly placing her items down before retrieving her own meticulously prepared gift. She looked up to find Hermione nestled in bed, cocooned in her blankets. Hermione? Concerned by her appearance, Fu Chaoli approached her bedside and asked anxiously, Are you feeling unwell? From beneath the covers came Hermione's muffled voice. Laced with tension, I'm fine, Chaoli. Just a bit tired. Remembering that there were others waiting outside, Hermione hesitated to emerge, compelling Fu Chaoli to relent. All right. Then rest well. Just remember to call for me if you need anything. I'll return immediately. After Fu Chaoli exited, it took Hermione a moment to emerge from her cocoon, her fluffy hair rendering her hesitant to face Fu Chaoli in such a state. Chaoli will surely be frightened by my appearance. Once outside, Fu Chaoli was surprised to find the two still locked in their previous standoff. She quickly stepped between them, presenting her prepared gifts. This is for you, Blaise. Thank you for the necklace. Fu Chaoli diligently held the water, expressing her fondness for the cookies and gifts Theodore had bestowed upon her. Merry Christmas, she said warmly. Finally, she produced a gift prepared for young Master Draco, requesting their assistance in delivering it. This is for Draco. Would you be so kind as to pass it on to him? Blaise cast a flirtatious glance at Fu Chaoli, extending his hand to receive the gift box. Your request is my command. However, before he could finish his sentence, Theodore snatched the box from Fu Chaoli's grasp. Very well, he said, casually pocketing the gift, while tenderly embracing the present Fu Chaoli had given him. Blaise rolled his eyes, poised to utter something when Fu Chaoli hastily pushed one of them, urging them to return. It's quite late, you should rest. Fu Chaoli escorted them to the staircase, smiling as she waved goodbye. Merry Christmas. The two complied with her gentle insistence, glancing back at her. You too, Chaoli. Merry Christmas, Chaoli. As Fu Chaoli entered the common room, the two turned away, not uttering a word to those beside them, and silently made their way to the Slytherin common room, only to collide with Crabbe and Goyle, who were hastily exiting, the latter sporting a lightning-shaped scar. Upon seeing Blaise and Theodore, they immediately covered their faces in fright. However, Blaise had already deduced that these two were imposters and, out of respect for Fu Chaoli, chose to ignore them, simply walking past. Theodore, without a word, stepped aside to let them pass. Matters unrelated to Fu Chaoli never occupied his thoughts. Why are you so late returning? Draco, lounging on the sofa, was still puzzled by Goyle and Crabbe's odd behavior. Noticing Blaise's leisurely return, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Did you see Chaoli? Blaise nodded, offering a casual response before ignoring him, and making his way back to the dormitory. Did she like my gift? Draco received no answer, as he turned to see Theodore entering. Why are you so late as well? Theodore produced the box from his pocket and tossed it to Draco. A gift from Chaoli. Draco hastily caught it, eager to question them about their encounter with Fu Chaoli, but as he held the gift she had sent, he couldn't suppress a smile. I shall see what she has chosen for me. Though he feigned disdain, his hands moved swiftly and carefully, unwrapping the package to reveal a small, exquisitely crafted tie clip, adorned with a dark green gemstone in the eye of a small serpent. Although this tie clip might seem unremarkable in his home, he still delightedly affixed it to his tie. It may be inexpensive, but it is quite charming. He examined himself in the mirror, growing increasingly satisfied. And even after changing into his pajamas, he left the tie on as he drifted off to sleep, perhaps possessing a modicum of taste. Theodore paid no mind to Blaise and Draco, who were already flaunting their gifts, but returned to his bed, placing the gift carefully by his pillow, anticipating the moment he could unveil it at the onset of Christmas, the most splendid time of the year. Fu Chaoli tiptoed back to the dormitory, noticing Hermione still cocooned in her blankets, yet now emitting rhythmic breaths. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief, and gently opened a gap in the covers to prevent Hermione from suffocating. I wonder how Harry and Ron are faring. Lying beneath her blankets, she stifled a small yawn, gazing at the pile of gifts on her bedside, reflecting on the day's myriad events before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 72 Myrtle. Fu Chaoli awoke early, startled by a commotion at her neck. Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, had somehow nestled onto her bed, burrowing against her neck. Before she could comprehend the situation, a piercing squeak from the rat startled her into an upright position. What's the matter? She squinted, scanning her surroundings and discovering Tom reclining on her bed, an expression of discontent upon his face. He had just grabbed the rat by its tail and flung it out into the corridor, where Scabbers scurried away, tail tucked. It's nothing, Tom reassured her, gently patting her before she lay back down, his demeanor reverting to its usual coldness. I'll deal with that wretched rat later. How are you, Tom? Fu Chaoli inquired, eyes still closed, groggily expressing concern for him. What brings you out today? Tom's heart softened and he leaned closer to her, soothingly saying, It's nothing of consequence. Today is Christmas, and I wish to be the first to wish you a Merry Christmas. I've placed your gift by the bed. Remember to open it. Fu Chaoli nodded sleepily. Merry Christmas, Tom. As Fu Chaoli seemed poised to drift back into slumber, he leaned down and pressed a delicate kiss upon her forehead. Feeling a tickle on her brow, she had yet to open her eyes when Hermione's voice broke through. Chaoli? Hearing her voice, Hermione rushed in. Are you awake? The gifts are all piled up in the common room. She approached Fu Chaoli's bedside, watching her struggle to open her eyes, smiling as she helped her sit up. Merry Christmas, Chaoli. Hermione used a towel to wipe Fu Chaoli's face, and she finally began to awaken. Harry and Ron were already in the common room, and the effects of the polyjuice potion had worn off by the previous evening, leaving Hermione pleased to face Fu Chaoli in her normal state. Merry Christmas, Hermione. Fu Chaoli got up to dress, noticing that the gifts originally placed on her bedside table had been swept away, leaving only a pristine black box. She gathered the gifts and stepped out, intending to open them together. Good morning, Chaoli. Harry exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her, standing up. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry. Ron. Fu Chaoli handed him her prepared gift, which he eagerly accepted. How did Scabbers end up in the common room? Ron questioned, holding his rat. Did he sneak out? I'm sorry, Ron. Fu Chaoli scratched her head, taking the blame for Tom. He ended up on my bed. I might have accidentally squished him. What? Percy approached, frowning at Scabbers. You really ought to take better care of your pet, Ron. Absolutely. The twins chimed in, George holding a cage, while Fred directly lifted Scabbers and tossed him inside. Ignoring this small interlude, Fu Chaoli continued unwrapping her gifts, feigning nonchalance as she inquired about the findings from the previous day. Did you discover anything? Hermione quickly bowed her head, while Ron eagerly opened his mouth to speak. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Ron revealed a pure black notebook, and Fu Chaoli noticed its striking resemblance to the one Tom possessed. Last night, someone used this notebook to attack the ghost in the bathroom. They turned to the first page, and Fu Chaoli recognized a familiar name. Tom Riddle? Noticing Fu Chaoli's change in demeanor, Harry asked with concern, What's wrong, Chaoli? Nothing, she shook her head, surmising the notebook's significance. It's likely another Horcrux. The ghost is named Myrtle. Perhaps we can ask her about it. The group resolved to hasten to the bathroom before lunch, eager to uncover more. Myrtle, are you there? Ron called out, startled when she suddenly emerged from the toilet. You're back again. She gazed at them with a hint of melancholy, observing their festive attire. Is it Christmas again? How lovely, unlike me, who is condemned to remain in this cold, damp place. As she spoke, tears began to flow as she rubbed her eyes. Fu Chaoli felt a pang of compassion. She took out her wand and adorned the restroom with a touch of charm. The once gloomy space was suddenly transformed into a bright and welcoming haven, imbued with a festive spirit. How is this? She asked, conjuring a small Christmas tree for moaning Myrtle, who twirled joyfully around it. I haven't seen a Christmas tree in ages, she remarked, reaching for the star atop the tree and floating towards Fu Chaoli. You are so kind, she said, tilting her head as she gazed at Fu Chaoli, who was still so beautiful. Surely many boys must adore you. Before Fu Chaoli could respond, Harry approached, clearing his throat. He produced a notebook and gestured towards Myrtle. Who was the one who hurled this at you yesterday? Moaning Myrtle's expression darkened at the memory. There are far too many who mock me and throw things my way. She lamented, covering her face and retreating behind the Christmas tree. Over the years, I have learned to avoid looking at their faces. The trio exchanged glances, unable to find any leads. Before departing, Fu Chaoli couldn't bear to leave Myrtle in her solitude, so she lingered to chat with her. You must have encountered many handsome boys. Myrtle floated beside her, playfully winking. I know there's a rather charming Hufflepuff boy. What's his name, Diggory? Sometimes I sneak a peek at him while he bathes, he. She continued, and those two twins who always wreak havoc in the restroom. They leave it in utter disarray. Yet, I let them off each time. considering their faces. Occasionally, their brother comes to discipline them. She chuckled as she shared her discoveries with Fu Chaoli. How long have you been here? Fu Chaoli refrained from inquiring about her demise, fearing it might hurt her feelings. Oh, it must be several decades, she pondered, tilting her head in recollection. 40 or perhaps 50 years. I died so abruptly that my memories are a bit hazy. As she recalled something sorrowful, her tears began to flow once more. Alas, I cannot see my parents. They are both muggles and cannot come to Hogwarts, nor can they see ghosts. Suddenly, Fu Chaoli recalled Ron mentioning that a muggle student had died when the Chamber of Secrets opened 50 years ago. Could it be that student was Myrtle? Watching her revel in the long-lost Christmas atmosphere, Fu Chaoli decided to keep her suspicions to herself. Today, let everyone enjoy a splendid holiday. Merry Christmas, Myrtle. As lunchtime approached, Fu Chaoli bid her farewell, promising, I will come back to chat with you again. Don't be sad and alone anymore, alright? Exiting the restroom, she made her way to the Great Hall, intending to discuss the matter further with Harry and the others. Chapter 73. Another dispute. Chow chow. As Fu Chaoli entered the Great Hall, she spotted Ron waving at her, while Harry held a dingy gray scarf, his face displaying disbelief. At the table stood Papa and Hedwig, returning with gifts for Mrs. Floss. What's the matter? Fu Chaoli asked as she sat beside Ron. Noting the scarf appeared even more unattractive up close, the price tag still attached. They sent this, Harry said, holding up a letter and reading it uncertainly once more, confirming that the scarf was indeed a gift from his Aunt Petunia's family, who had never given him anything new before. Hermione and Fu Chaoli understood who they represented. While Ron regarded the scarf with disdain, he took a bite of his chicken leg and mumbled, this scarf is for scabbers, he'd probably hate it. Not quite, Ron. Hermione interjected. Isn't this their first gift to you, Harry? Harry nodded, glancing at Fu Chaoli, who wore a knowing smile. And a thought began to form in his mind. Was it you, Chow Chow? Indeed, Fu Chaoli replied proudly, while Papa mimicked her stance, puffing out his chest. But how did you? Fu Chaoli blinked and theatrically conjured a spell. Oh, just my usual craft. That night, Papa had stealthily delivered the spell to Aunt Petunia's house, giving them a fright upon waking the next morning. They hastily burned the spell, but many crows had already begun to circle their home, causing them great distress, attributing all their misfortunes to the curse of the spell. A few days later, Papa tossed a note written by Fu Chaoli instructing them to treat bespectacled individuals kindly at the same hour. They even crafted a pair of rimless glasses for Dudley. But to no avail. Left with no choice, they scurried to the department store overnight to buy the cheapest scarf they could find for Harry, which was the only reprieve Papa granted them. Fu Chaoli hadn't anticipated it would be so effective. Quite the credit also belonged to Papa, to whom she offered a generous helping of biscuits. Thank you, Chow Chow, Harry said, profoundly moved. Although he disliked the scarf and scoffed at his aunt's family's forced kindness, Fu Chaoli standing up for him was something he had never expected. Just say you have a friend who practices magic. Fu Chaoli took a sip of pumpkin juice. You can use magic outside of school, you know. Harry casually stowed the scarf away, propping his chin on his hand, focusing intently on Fu Chaoli, who was munching on her food, blissfully unaware of how deeply he was sinking into the situation. Honestly, you're always concocting some wild ideas, Hermione sighed exasperatedly, while Ron appeared eager for adventure. Can you teach me, Chow Chow? Ron asked, mimicking the sage-like demeanor from the books. I want to scare others too. Sure, Fu Chaoli shrugged. First, you need to look like me. Ron touched his red hair, abandoning that notion. I just asked a few things. Fu Chaoli handed the gift for Mrs. Floss to Papa, who nuzzled against her cheek before soaring off with the present. The Muggle student who perished when the chamber opened must have been moaning Myrtle. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, instantly realizing that the location must have been the restroom. Ron, astonished, exclaimed, then she must be at least 60 years old. Why the restroom, though? Hermione pondered, her mind racing faster than the others. Fu Chaoli patiently awaited the answer, as she contemplated how to inform them about the other diary being a Horcrux, or whether to tell Dumbledore. Harry. That diary, Fu Chaoli began, and Harry quickly retrieved it from his pocket. Can I hold it? I'll take it. Is it dangerous? Harry hesitated, unwilling to let her put herself at risk, retracting the diary once more. I'll go find Dumbledore. Harry shook his head firmly, especially when it came to her safety. I'll go see Dumbledore, just keep it with me for now. Dumbledore was not around today, so Harry decided to keep it for the night. All right, Fu Chaoli said, observing the still diary, unable to sway Harry, and could only admonish him, be careful, Harry. I will. Just then Draco approached, sporting a dark green tie with silver patterns that glimmered in the light, adorned with a tie clip, the very one Fu Chaoli had gifted him. He walked over with his head held high, pretending not to notice Fu Chaoli, only to realize she wasn't wearing the gift he had given her. "Why aren't you wearing the present I gave you?" Draco asked, a hint of irritation in his voice, gesturing to the tie clip on his own tie. "I've worn the gift you gave me, Draco." Fu Chaoli found herself in a bit of a quandary, pondering how to articulate her thoughts, yet she lamented. "But I do not have pierced ears." She tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobes. "I cannot wear earrings." Draco's expression contorted slightly, a miscalculation. He had meticulously chosen the gift, fully convinced by his father that it would suit Fu Chaoli perfectly. Lucius remarked, "Children are so easily deceived." He had presented Fu Chaoli with an exquisitely ornate tiara, while Narcissa had gifted her cookies and a diamond-embellished headband, which made the flaw in Draco's selection all too apparent. It seemed young Master Malfoy lacked some basic understanding. Ron openly mocked, "Does your family's wealth not compensate for the void in your intellect?" Draco seethed, his breath coming in short gasps, prompting Fu Chaoli to swiftly intervene and push him away. "Merry Christmas, Draco." Concerned that another quarrel might erupt, she led him directly to the Slytherin table, coaxing him, "Once I get my ears pierced, I promise you will be the first to adorn your earrings, all right?" Pansy, seated at the table, shot Fu Chaoli a glare before turning expectantly toward Draco. "I can get my ears pierced right now." Receiving no response from Draco, Pansy glared at Fu Chaoli once more. "I would look far better in earrings than you." Yes, of course," Fu Chaoli replied dismissively, pressing Draco back into his seat before turning away. "Wear as many as you like, it matters not to me." "You." Pansy, unable to match Fu Chaoli's retort, was on the verge of anger. However, Fu Chaoli did not afford her the opportunity to continue and promptly returned to the Gryffindor table. Blaise, who had been preening and showcasing the gifts he received from Fu Chaoli, felt utterly disregarded. Theodore silently swallowed his words. "Parkinson," Blaise exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled. "Why do you always provoke Chaoli? Why does everyone side with her?" Pansy pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She herself was unsure why her gaze always fell to Fu Chaoli, merely because of her slightly better looks. Initially, her irritation with Fu Chaoli stemmed from Draco, yet inexplicably, she found herself less concerned with Draco's feelings than before. Draco remained in a state of shock, realizing he had never considered that Fu Chaoli had not actually pierced her ears. Chapter 74. The truth from 50 years ago. Before retiring for the night, Fu Chaoli once more cautioned Harry to be wary of the diary. He nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they noticed Ginny walking back to the common room, her head bowed in silence. Reflecting on her peculiar behavior over the past few days, the four approached her with concern. "What's wrong, Ginny?" Fu Chaoli inquired, moving closer. "If you're facing any trouble, you can confide in us." Ginny lifted her gaze, staring quietly at Fu Chaoli before lowering her head once more, simply shaking it. "Nothing at all." After speaking, she seemed to drift back to her dormitory, leaving the others in a state of worry. "What is going on with Ginny?" Harry asked, puzzled. Hermione pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that she has feelings for someone?" "That's unacceptable," Ron exclaimed. "Which little scoundrel is it?" "Forget it, it's her own affair." Fu Chaoli consoled the irate Ron. "She'll share when she's ready." "It's quite late. Let us head back to rest," Hermione reminded them, and the group exchanged farewells, preparing to retire. Back in her dormitory, Fu Chaoli finished her evening routine and sat on her bed, observing her companions engrossed in their own activities. She tapped her notebook. "Tom, are you there?" Tom responded with a sound, reappearing on her bed. Fu Chaoli shifted aside, making room for him. "I believe I may have discovered another Horcrux." She recounted her encounter with the diary that day, to which Tom scoffed. "It seems the remnants of his soul are not at rest." Tom relayed everything he knew to Fu Chaoli, indicating that he could surmise the diary's soul's intentions. He desires to become the true Voldemort. To control others? Fu Chaoli's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she tossed aside her covers, preparing to rise. "Does that mean Harry is in great danger?" Tom gently embraced her, pushing her back down onto the bed and covering her with the blankets. "It has only been one night. Do not fret." Given the duration of the term, the diary has likely only managed to manipulate one individual to assist in opening the Chamber of Secrets. His power may not be as formidable as you fear. Now, you ought to sleep. However, before Fu Chaoli could finish her thought, Tom covered her eyes, and the darkness before her unexpectedly induced a sense of drowsiness. With Tom by her side, she gradually found solace, and Tom too closed his eyes, as they both drifted into slumber on the same bed. The following morning, Tom had returned to the diary by an unknown moment. Fu Chaoli dressed quickly and hurriedly sought out Harry. As she exited the dormitory, she encountered Harry, who was hastily searching for them. "Harry, are you all right?" Chaoli, I saw it yesterday. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Fu Chaoli, relieved that he was uninjured, set aside her concerns to focus on his revelation. What did you see? Just as Harry was about to speak, Hermione and Ron emerged. And they all settled onto the sofa, eager to hear about Harry's experiences from the previous night. I opened that diary, Harry confessed, casting a guilty glance at Fu Chaoli. Though Fu Chaoli felt a flicker of anger at his impulsivity, she chose to overlook it, grateful for his safety. As long as you are unharmed, she reassured him. Harry sighed in relief and continued, 50 years ago, Tom Riddle attributed the murders to the spiders that Hagrid had been secretly raising. The group exchanged glances. It appeared they would need to find a time to inquire Hagrid about the matter. Now we should deliver this to Dumbledore, Harry suggested. He had intended to pursue further clues but, upon seeing Fu Chaoli's serious expression, he relented and obediently followed her to the headmaster's office. Hello there. The headmaster greeted them with a warm smile, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the 4 students escorting the diary, as if it were a prisoner. Professor Dumbledore. We have discovered another one, Fu Chaoli began, whispering to the headmaster. Dumbledore mimicked her tone, replying softly, it appears you have developed a good rapport with him. With that, he playfully winked at her. Harry and the others watched, baffled, as the two engaged in a cryptic exchange. After hearing about the previous events, Dumbledore took the diary, offering them words of comfort. As they prepared to leave, he retained Fu Chaoli for a few additional words. He is a good boy, he assured her. At least for now. Fu Chaoli nodded, I know. He has been very kind to me. Watching the children depart, Dumbledore rubbed his fingers across the cover of the diary. I hope he can truly lend us a helping hand. What did Dumbledore say to you? Ron inquired curiously as they walked. Fu Chaoli merely shook her head and playfully winked. It's a secret. How peculiar, Ron grumbled to Harry, who merely shrugged in resignation. With Dumbledore involved. We need not worry, Hermione chimed in. Right now, you should be concerned about your holiday assignments. Harry, Ron, and Fu Chaoli exchanged glances. Taking the cue, Fu Chaoli immediately wrapped her arm around Hermione's, resting her head on her shoulder in a playful manner. Please help us, Hermione. Harry and Ron clasped their hands together, their eyes wide with anticipation as they looked at her, offering their support from the sidelines. No, Hermione struggled to maintain her composure, but upon seeing Fu Chaoli's tearful eyes, she relented, conceding to merely assist them with their checks. Helping with the checks, after all, was tantamount to providing the answers. Ron subtly signaled a gesture of triumph towards Fu Chaoli, and they seized the opportunity, returning to their light-hearted banter. However, their joy was short-lived as Hermione spoke again. Now, we ought to head to the library. Under Hermione's watchful eyes, the remaining days of the holiday were spent diligently, and Fu Chaoli successfully submitted her assignments, having sought Tom's assistance along the way. How many sheets is this? Just as Fu Chaoli tucked the exam paper into her notebook, Tom materialized beside her desk, his finger pinching the paper as he raised an eyebrow at her. The history of magic is exceedingly challenging to write about. Fu Chaoli tugged at his robes playfully, lamenting that one question required an excessive number of words, and she truly could not manage it. You know my English is not proficient. Satisfied by her display of affection, Tom settled into the chair she had prepared, dipped his quill into ink, and began to write. Seeing him assist with her homework brought Fu Chaoli joy, and she eagerly handed him her textbook. Here's the textbook for you. No need for that. Without a moment's hesitation, Tom completed an entire sheet of the exam, mimicking her handwriting so closely that Fu Chaoli nearly failed to recognize it. You're incredible, Tom. Fu Chaoli genuinely praised him, having always held admiration for high achievers. Tom smiled at her, leaning closer, his face mere inches from hers. So, is there a reward? He pointed to his face, his tone teasing. I still haven't received my Christmas gift. Chapter 75. The disappearance of the diary. After some bargaining, Fu Chaoli struck a deal for 2 exam sheets in exchange for a kiss. The kiss left Fu Chaoli's lips tingling, and by the end, she completed the task with a face almost devoid of color, while Tom contentedly returned to the notebook, having finished a holiday's worth of assignments in a single day. So, you finished it behind our backs? Ron exclaimed in shock as he saw Fu Chaoli entering the library with her completed homework, his jaw agape. Hermione glanced at it, and was astonished to find the accuracy remarkably high. Fu Chaoli handed the assignments to them, watching as Ron and Harry enthusiastically copied her work. She settled into her seat, resting her head on her arms, absent-mindedly touching her lips. The sacrifice was immense, she mumbled. Next time, you should do the talking. With the holiday concluded, they resumed their hectic routine of daily classes. One morning, after their only lesson of the day, The four of them conspired to seek out Hagrid for clarification regarding events from 50 years prior. Harry, you all should head back quickly. As they approached Hagrid's hut, Neville suddenly rushed over, panting and speaking incoherently. What happened, Neville? Fu Chaoli patted his back, helping him catch his breath. Your dormitory has been vandalized. What? The four exchanged worried glances and hurriedly clutched their books as they made their way back. Noticing that Neville could no longer keep up, Fu Chaoli told him he need not accompany them. Upon returning to the common room, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. Feathers and stuffing from pillows were strewn about, and fragments of clothing from the wardrobe extended into the common area. Harry and Ron dashed back to their dormitory, discovering an even greater disaster within. What on earth happened? Ron lamented, clutching his shredded blanket and vowing to find the culprit. Harry surveyed the wreckage, particularly near the wardrobe and desk, and his mind began to speculate. Could someone be attempting to steal that diary? Harry sat on the sofa, sharing his thoughts with Hermione and Fu Chaoli. Thankfully, we handed it over to Dumbledore. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, while Fu Chaoli scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Ron, still holding his clothing, was weeping profusely. Did you notice any suspicious individuals, madam? Fu Chaoli decided to inquire with the fat lady. I'm sorry, dear. The fat lady felt somewhat guilty about the incident, but insisted that she had not allowed anyone else into the common room. Could it be someone from Gryffindor? Hermione speculated. They must know the diary is in our possession. The four fell into a gloom, and Harry lifted his head, attempting to console them. It's all right. Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly keep a close watch on that diary. Before he could finish, a magically enhanced note fluttered into their view, proclaiming, I'm sorry, children. That diary has vanished. Harry. Their hearts raced with varying degrees of panic, yet they were left with no recourse but to observe the situation unfold. Chaoli, you absolutely must not venture out at night henceforth. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all kept a watchful eye on Fu Chaoli, who could only nod in agreement, swearing she would not wander out during the night. Calmly, several days passed. On this particular afternoon, Harry and Fu Chaoli, clad in their training gear, had just concluded their practice and were making their way back to the dormitory with their brooms in hand. Upon learning of Fu Chaoli's encounter with the basilisk, the entire team volunteered to escort her back. Fu Chaoli found herself enveloped within their ranks, unable to see the path ahead. Suddenly, the entire group came to a halt, with Wood shielding those behind him. Curious, Fu Chaoli attempted to peek out, only to be pushed back by Fred. You again, Potter. Just as they stood in a standoff, a familiar voice rang out, and Fu Chaoli recognized it as that of Ernie Macmillan from the Hufflepuff house. You're here again. Ernie's exclamation attracted others, accusing Harry. You must be the heir of Slytherin. What? Harry furrowed his brow, stepping forward to confront him. I was just in practice. It wasn't me at all. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted from her, Fu Chaoli squeezed her way out, witnessing a crowd gathered in the corridor, led by the same blonde boy, with a petrified Hufflepuff student lying in the middle of the space. You must be feeling guilty since we have uncovered your true nature. That's why you've been targeting our Hufflepuff students. His arguments were logical, and Harry's face flushed with anger. I told you it wasn't me. The Gryffindor players rallied to support Harry, but Ernie dismissed their claims, inciting the students behind him. After days of anxiety over the missing diary, Harry was now subjected to baseless accusations. Fu Chaoli, unable to contain her frustration, stepped forward, addressing Ernie. While I may not understand the Chamber of Secrets, I do know a thing or two about throwing punches. The others watched stunned as she approached, including Ernie himself. Fu Chaoli delivered a swift punch to Ernie's left eye, causing him to cry out in pain as he clutched his face. With a cold expression, Fu Chaoli shook out her numb fist, ready to strike again, but was restrained by the twins. Enough, Chaoli, let's just let it go. Despite being held back, Fu Chaoli continued to reach for Ernie with her foot. If you defame Harry again, I'll be sure to knock out your other eye. In the midst of the chaos, Professor McGonagall and Snape arrived. What is all this racket? Snape surveyed the scene with a stern expression, causing everyone to fall silent and lower their heads. Fu Chaoli, still defiantly holding her ground, awaited Ernie's counter, but he merely glanced at her with a pained expression before bowing his head, refraining from reporting her to the professor. Professor McGonagall directed the staff to transport the petrified students to the infirmary, while Snape approached Fu Chaoli, disregarding the explanations from others in the group. Have you now taken to assaulting your classmates? Fu Chaoli was brought face to face with Ernie, and although Snape intended to assist her in resolving the situation, she turned her head defiantly, refusing to apologize. He has been slandering Harry. That does not concern you, Miss Fu. Snape, aware of Ernie's pureblood status, worried that Fu Chaoli might land herself in trouble, and certainly could not resort to violence. Ernie remained silent, his head bowed and hands covering his eyes, appearing quite pitiful. Seeing him in that state only fueled Fu Chaoli's anger further. He must apologize to Harry first, before I will consider apologizing to him. She pulled Harry over, positioning him in front of Ernie. I don't have to, Harry replied, glancing at Snape's stern expression, fearing that Fu Chaoli might get into trouble, and quickly attempted to dissuade her. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Ernie, who had been silent until now, sincerely apologized to Harry. I shouldn't have spread rumors. He lifted his head and cast a furtive glance at Fu Chaoli, then, after apologizing to Harry, turned away and fled, still covering his eyes. Didn't he even hear my apology? Fu Chaoli defended herself, quickly extending her hands in protest at Snape. Oh dear. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, turning to disperse the others, hoping that Ernie might accept your apology in due time. Now hurry back. Harry hastily led Fu Chaoli away, with the twins trailing behind, animatedly discussing how impressive Fu Chaoli's punch had been. Harry felt touched by Fu Chaoli standing up for him, yet worried about the trouble it might bring her. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Fu Chaoli shook her head, asserting that Harry had faced too much criticism recently, and hoped that Ernie would recognize his mistakes after this lesson. She did not deny her own fault, assuring Harry, I will resolve this matter. Chapter 76, Valentine's Day. Following Fu Chaoli's punch, the whispers around the school regarding Harry being the heir of Slytherin had significantly diminished. Ernie's eyes had been bruised for several days, and whenever Fu Chaoli attempted to approach him to apologize, he would hurriedly lower his head and run away. Didn't he hit him again? Fu Chaoli quickly explained to Snape, who had been monitoring her. As the days passed, Snape grew indifferent, and the matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. Next time you feel the urge to strike, remember to wear gloves, or call on us for assistance. The twins expressed concern over the bruises on Fu Chaoli's knuckles, which looked quite alarming despite being her own doing. Stop indulging her, Hermione cautioned them, relieved that the incident did not escalate. Otherwise, Fu Chaoli might have faced detention. You needn't defend me so fiercely next time, Chaoli. Harry was grateful that the matter could be resolved amicably, fearing that Ernie might seek retribution against his family. It's all right. Fu Chaoli withdrew her hand, shaking her head. Look, the rumors at school have dwindled considerably. Let us hope this concludes swiftly, without anyone else getting hurt. Neville expressed his ongoing concern, while Ginny remained silent. That Lockhart claimed to know where the Chamber of Secrets is, Ron recalled, wincing at the thought of the ridiculous peacock. It's utterly laughable, making us perform such nonsense all day. I had almost forgotten about that, Fu Chaoli remarked, standing up and wrapping her prepared items in her cloak. He wants me to play a ghost in the next class. Will that suffice? Fu Chaoli had prepared an outfit reminiscent of Sadako, complete with a wig that concealed her face entirely. Fred bent down, brushing aside the hair obscuring her face, grinning as he remarked, whose ghost is this, so delightfully charming? The book described a rift following interactions with a ghost. George casually flipped through Hermione's textbook on the sofa. No wonder they called Chaoli to perform. This outfit isn't appealing. Hermione reclaimed her textbook, finding Fu Chaoli's white dress devoid of shape. Fu Chaoli adjusted her wig, muttering, as long as my face isn't visible, that's all that matters. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Previously, Harry and Ron had portrayed various ridiculous characters like Yeti and vampires, with Lockhart's props being equally absurd. Don't even mention it, Ron grimaced, recalling how Lockhart had forced him to drink that vile blood potion. I hope he has no interviews in the next class. I'd rather not be bothered. Harry silently prayed. That morning, Fu Chaoli felt an unusual atmosphere surrounding her. The common room was fine, but upon stepping outside, she was astounded by the shimmering decorations adorning the entire castle. What is happening? Fu Chaoli inquired of Hermione, but before Hermione could respond, a swarm of little elves dressed as cupids converged upon them. Dearest Chaoli, your smile is like the sunshine of July. Step aside, let me recite mine first. Some even began to sing, leaving Fu Chaoli stunned and bewildered by the scene. Don't crowd around. Harry, concerned for Fu Chaoli's safety, hurriedly pushed through the throng, leading her away. Upon entering the great hall, the noise intensified, with pink bubbles and golden ribbons floating throughout the room. I see now, today is Valentine's Day, Hermione exclaimed, realizing the chaos, as the little elves approached once more, compelling them to seek refuge. Who is responsible for this? Ron pondered, only to overhear Lockhart boasting loudly to Snape from the professor's table. This morning, I received 631 cards, he declared, clad in his signature golden robes, reveling in his own glory. Snape wore a scowl, his displeasure stemming either from the raucous little elves reading the cards aloud or Lockhart's incessant boasting. You best remove these annoying creatures, Snape commanded, pressing his fingers to his throbbing head. Let the elves read the cards? Ron shouted incredulously. Has he lost his mind? Fu Chaoli found the clamor unbearable. The area was teeming with chattering elves, and her pockets were stuffed with chocolates. Grab a few things and let us hurry back to the common room. They approached a table and hastily grabbed some snacks. When Fu Chaoli looked up, she realized she had been pushed into a corner, far from Hermione and the others. Chaoli. Harry attempted to reach her but was also ensnared by the elves, who recited the contents of the cards, flushing his cheeks with embarrassment. Show over here. Amidst the crowd, Fu Chaoli felt a warm hand take hold of hers, guiding her safely along the wall and out of the throng. She gestured to Harry and the others, deciding it best to split up for now. Pulled away from the hall, Fu Chaoli felt the noise diminish considerably. How terrifying, isn't it? A cheerful voice chimed in. It was Cedric. His own attire somewhat disheveled from the crowd. I wonder what Lockhart was thinking. Fu Chaoli extracted her chocolates and cards from her pocket, finding them too heavy and cumbersome. Cedric took off his bag and helped her stow the items inside, holding it for her. No one expected their cards to be read aloud like this, Cedric remarked. And while Fu Chaoli was momentarily distracted, he slipped one of his own cards into her pile. Have you sent out any cards? Fu Chaoli shook his head and replied. No, I completely forgot that today is Valentine's Day. Cedric chuckled softly as they strolled leisurely down the corridor, where couples were discreetly avoiding the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Fu Chaoli's eyes were covered by Cedric's hand, for ahead of them stood a pair of lovers engaged in a kiss. They exchanged amused glances, bent down, and stealthily slipped by. Feeling that nowhere seemed suitable to linger, Fu Chaoli glanced around and thought it best to return to the lounge to find Harry and the others. I know a place, Cedric winked, taking her hand and leading her to the edge of the Black Lake. Here, amidst the lush grass, couples nestled together, whispering sweet nothings. Yet the atmosphere remained serene and comfortable. How about here? Cedric removed his robe, laying it down for her to sit upon. Once seated, they propped themselves up on their hands, gazing at the tranquil lake, occasionally watching small fish leap from its depths. Is it true that there's a giant squid lurking beneath the Black Lake? Fu Chaoli inquired curiously, playfully splashing the water's surface. Cedric produced a handkerchief, gently drying her hands. Indeed it is, Senior, came Luna's voice as she approached and settled beside Fu Chaoli, hugging her knees. I've heard there are also merfolk. Cedric glanced up, observing Luna's relaxed demeanor. Luna? You're here too, Fu Chaoli greeted her, and Cedric nodded in acknowledgement, subtly leaning closer to Fu Chaoli. All the house elves in the Great Hall are clamoring for you, Luna remarked, her expression unchanged. You are quite popular, Senior. Meanwhile, Draco was furiously hopping about in the Great Hall, irked by the loud recitation of his card by a house elf, feeling increasingly anxious. He desperately sought the mischievous house elf that had taken his Valentine card, determined to reclaim it. Why did they have to read it aloud this year? Chapter 77, Surrounded by Chocolate. The breeze by the lake was crisp and refreshing, and as Fu Chaoli listened to the gentle lapping of the water, she began to feel drowsy, her head nodding slowly. Cedric gently leaned his shoulder toward her, allowing her to rest against him. Fu Chaoli finally succumbed to sleep, her head resting on his shoulder. Luna turned to glance at the slumbering Fu Chaoli, and Cedric placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. She remained unresponsive, simply removing her outerwear and draping it over Fu Chaoli. The two kept vigil over the sleeping girl, a rare tranquility enveloping them. Luna retrieved a box of wrapped chocolates from her pocket and placed it beside Fu Chaoli's hand, ensuring she would see it upon waking. Cedric quietly observed her actions and, as she stood to leave, he pointed at Fu Chaoli's clothing. Please help me inform her when she wakes. Luna shook her head, disregarding Cedric's request, and turned to walk back to the castle. Just as they began to relish their moment alone, the rustling of nearby grass interrupted them. How did our little lion end up sleeping on someone from another house? The twins emerged from the foliage, crouching before Fu Chaoli, who was nestled against Cedric's shoulder, her cheeks squished and rosy. Don't disturb her, Cedric admonished, noticing their fidgety hands. Fred shot an exasperated glance at Cedric, while George spotted the chocolates beside Fu Chaoli and read the accompanying note. For Chaoli? He inquired, lifting his gaze to Cedric. Cedric shook his head, and the twins exchanged knowing looks before producing a multitude of chocolate balls from their pockets, scattering them around Fu Chaoli and completely burying the box of chocolates. Good thing we're smarter. Each one has our names on it. The twins high-fived, their raucous laughter attracting a wandering house elf nearby. Dear Chaoli. The elf rushed forward, ready to recite a card, only to be silenced by the twins' hands covering its mouth, forcibly dragging it away. The lakeside once again fell into silence. And just as Cedric was about to exhale in relief, distant voices approached. Where the hell did that elf go? Draco scanned the area, searching for the house elf that had taken his card, convinced it must be nearby. What did you write on that card anyway? Blaze taunted from behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fortunately, his own card had yet to be delivered, although he too was annoyed by the incessant chatter of the house elves. Ask not. Theodore shrugged innocently. You were the one who wanted those poems. It's all your fault for mixing them with my own writings. Draco's face flushed with anger as he approached the lakeside, oblivious to the others nearby. Pardon me, gentlemen. Just as Draco was about to collide with them, Cedric interjected politely, requesting they lower their voices. In his fury, Draco looked down to unleash his wrath, only to find Fu Chaoli's sleeping form before him. How did Chaoli end up here? Blaze stepped forward, casting an annoyed glance at Cedric, who was leaning against Fu Chaoli. Theodore observed Fu Chaoli's furrowed brow, and subtly indicated the soon-to-explode Draco. Chaoli is napping. Draco made an effort to lower his voice, glaring at Cedric, who appeared unfazed. Are you two on a date? Though I wish we were, Cedric responded, concerned about causing trouble for Fu Chaoli. Yet it was indeed not the case. Humph. Blaze crossed his arms, looking down at Cedric with a sense of superiority. Cedric remained unperturbed, merely adjusting Fu Chaoli's clothing. Theodore noticed the pile of chocolates beside Fu Chaoli, adorned with the Weasley twins mark. What cheap chocolates, daring to give them to her. Draco kicked a few aside, pulling out his own carefully prepared chocolates, and placing them atop the pile. He contemplated tucking one of his cards inside as well. You take care of her first. Fu Chaoli was fast asleep, and he couldn't bear to wake her, seizing this moment to retrieve another card. Draco cast one final glance at Fu Chaoli before turning to leave, resuming his search for the elusive house elf. Blaze continued to confront Cedric, while Theodore added his own chocolates to the growing collection. Let us go. He patted Blaze on the shoulder. Blaze scoffed, warning Cedric with a pointed finger before leaving. His own chocolates left behind. As the chocolates piled higher beside Fu Chaoli, Cedric gently pinched her cheek, sighing. What am I to do with such popularity? Just as Cedric pondered who might approach next, hurried footsteps sounded, revealing Cho Chang, who had also come to evade the house elves. They exchanged a startled glance, momentarily frozen. Come over here. Hearing the voice from behind, Cedric gallantly offered her a space beside him. So this is where Chaoli is. Jolly nit galo. Gazing at Fu Chaoli's sleeping face, propping her chin on her hand, a look of fondness gracing her features. No wonder I couldn't find her. What's this? Cho produced a piece of chocolate from her bag, raising an eyebrow at Cedric. You should be aware of it. She placed the treat on the ground, then turned to sit beside him, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that had blown onto Fu Chaoli's face. Are you serious? Cedric inquired uncertainly. A junior from your house just did the same. Unbeknownst to me, they did not continue. Yet Qiu Zhang comprehended his meaning. It must be Lovegood, she immediately deduced. I am aware of her. Her affections for Xiaoli are quite evident. And what about you? Cedric inquired skeptically. Love at first sight? I suppose you are as well. Qiu Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. Emotions are indeed peculiar. Fu Chaoli felt as if she had slumbered for an eternity, so long that upon awakening, her neck was sore. Had she slept awkwardly? She rotated her neck, and Cedric, in a considerate gesture, gently massaged her shoulders. What are these? Fu Chaoli turned her head, astonished to discover an array of chocolates surrounding her. Cedric, who had witnessed the entire episode, sighed and recounted the events that transpired while she dozed. Just moments ago. Wood and Percy had also visited, albeit Wood appeared somewhat dazed, having only brought chocolate cookies. Ah? Fu Chaoli exclaimed, neatly folding Luna's eclotes. She turned, her eyes widening at the sheer quantity of chocolate strewn across the floor. I have 10 sets of teeth and wouldn't dare consume them all. With Cedric's assistance, Fu Chaoli precariously carried the chocolates back, enduring a barrage of little pixies along the way, fortunately obscured by the chocolate's allure. Cedric escorted Fu Chaoli to the entrance of the common room. As they opened the door, Hermione and the others were greeted by a flood of chocolates. Help! Help me! Until Fu Chaoli cried out, Harry and the others had not noticed her nearly being overwhelmed by the chocolates. Why are you back so soon? Hermione asked curiously, and what of this pile of chocolates? Who sent them? Harry sensed an impending crisis, while Fu Chaoli counted on her fingers, recalling. Said it was Luna, Fred, George, and Draco. Upon hearing the last name, Ron's jaw dropped in astonishment. How could there be a girl involved? I do not know. Fu Chaoli shook her head, perplexed by the holiday's significance. Must friends exchange chocolates too? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, deciding to mislead her. Yes. Friends can also give gifts. In chapter 78, Hermione was petrified. Fu Chaoli, somewhat bewildered, nodded and retrieved the chocolate sent by Mrs. Floss from her dormitory, offering one to Harry, Hermione, and Ron in turn. Then I can give you some too. Fu Chaoli tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Are they tasty? Harry blushed, reluctant to swallow the chocolate in his mouth. Hermione covered her flushed face, murmuring, "This is rather unfair." Ron devoured his chocolate, smacking his lips. Delicious. Is there more? Harry secretly delighted in having mischievously deceived Fu Chaoli, but this joy evaporated when he observed her preparing to give chocolate to Neville. Is this for me, Chaoli? Neville asked in disbelief, trembling as he reached out, only to be intercepted by Harry. Not for you. Harry snatched the chocolate intended for Neville, sternly pulling Fu Chaoli back. What is wrong, Harry? Fu Chaoli did not understand Harry's sudden anger. Harry scratched his head, fabricating an excuse. Only very close friends can exchange chocolates, he added, like me. How strange, Fu Chaoli remarked. With little pixies still attempting to batter down the door, Fu Chaoli resolved to remain inside the common room. She took out the bag Cedric had lent her and emptied its contents, revealing a plethora of greeting cards. As she perused them, her brow furrowed deeper with each card. I do not seem to recognize this Paul classmate, she said, finding it difficult to grasp the fervent sentiments expressed within. Why is he proposing to me directly? What? The others in the common room stood and gathered around Fu Chaoli. Let me see. Hermione took the card, which was indeed filled with effusive praise and declarations of affection. Who is he? Harry turned to Fu Chaoli, who merely shook her head innocently. I have no idea. Hermione signaled to the others, retreating to a corner with the card. I think I may have a vague recollection of him, Neville mused. He was there when I was punished by Snape. He must be a fifth year from Hufflepuff. Fifth year? Ron exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation. How dare he? Harry, growing increasingly anxious at the stack of cards, declared this cannot continue. He excused himself under the pretext of helping Fu Chaoli read the letters, gathering the pile of cards for further scrutiny. This one is from Ravenclaw. Is this the one Diggory gave? Ron glanced at the name before discarding the card onto the floor. I knew that lad had ulterior motives. Why are there even love letters from girls? Harry noted, observing a parchment filled with names. Ron, can we use this list to eliminate the snake monster? As the others reveled in the chaos, Fu Chaoli decided to collect the chocolates she had received, preparing to return Cedric's bag and Luna's clothes at a later time. After reviewing the heap of letters, Harry and the others found themselves sleepless that night. How was your day? Fu Chaoli had just settled into bed when Tom appeared once more, undoubtedly due to some misguided soul confessing their affections to her. Did anyone propose to you? Fu Chaoli contemplated before replying, no. Well, that's a relief. Yet there was someone who proposed to me, he said, his expression darkening. Did you accept? Fu Chaoli looked at him quizzically. I do not even know him. That is irrelevant. Getting to know him could be an option. Tom pulled the blanket closer around Fu Chaoli, turning his gaze coldly elsewhere. You might even attend his funeral someday. Fu Chaoli blinked in confusion. Are you upset? Though she was often oblivious to matters of the heart, she was keenly aware of others' emotional shifts. Oh, do not worry, she yawned, skillfully comforting him. I am merely feigning kindness to them. My true affections lie with you. Tom, silent, huffed slightly before reluctantly responding. That is what you claimed. The only reply was Fu Chaoli's gentle breaths, glancing down. Tom realized the young girl had already succumbed to slumber. Little liar. He lay beside her, propping his head up to watch her. You deceive me again. Oh well. He pressed a kiss to Fu Chaoli's forehead, his gaze drifting to her lips, gently tracing with his fingers. As long as you are by my side, you may deceive me at will. Tomorrow, they would select classes for the upcoming academic year. Hermione approached Fu Chaoli and the others with the course selection sheet. What will you choose? Is it possible to select none? Ron began, but was silenced by Hermione's glare. I intend to enroll in all of them. She marked every class. Zhao Zhao, would you like to join me? Fu Chaoli quickly shook her head, tucking her sheet away. I must decline. With so many courses, will you manage? Harry inquired, but Hermione confidently nodded. This Muggle Studies course, Zhao Zhao and I shall forego. Fu Chaoli and Harry conferred, agreeing that the course held little relevance for them. We also need time to practice Quidditch, Hermione. Fu Chaoli reasoned with her, eventually persuading Hermione to reluctantly nod in agreement. Then I also, Ron began, only to be stopped by Hermione. You are the one who should definitely take this course, Ron. Harry shrugged his shoulders, signifying his inability to assist. You all discuss it first. I shall head to the library. Hermione, clutching a book, did not glance at Ron again. After receiving a refusal from Fu Chaoli to accompany her, she made her way towards the library. Isn't there still 2 months until the final exams? Ron murmured behind her, secretly complaining to Fu Chaoli. What is there to study for so long? I have no idea, Fu Chaoli responded, shaking her head. I do not comprehend the world of academic prodigies. You're quite impressive yourself, Chaoli. Last semester, you excelled. Ron and Harry expressed their envy. Though Fu Chaoli felt her achievements were somewhat inflated, particularly regarding her potions grade. Sensing an ominous premonition, Fu Chaoli furrowed her brow, placing a hand over her heart. Feeling that something unfortunate was about to transpire, dressed in their team uniforms, Fu Chaoli and Harry proceeded toward the pitch. Today was the match between their house and Ravenclaw. Just as Wood was about to step onto the field, he was abruptly halted by a hurried Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry, children, she said gravely. The match has been cancelled. Miss Granger was found petrified in the corridor this afternoon. Hermione. Fu Chaoli dropped her broom, which Wood caught. She rushed to the hospital wing, where she discovered Hermione holding a mirror on the hospital bed. How could this be? Fu Chaoli's foreboding had materialized into reality. The basilisk had emerged during daylight. Chaoli. Harry approached her, grasping her trembling hand. Do not be afraid. Hermione will return to normal, won't she? Fu Chaoli looked hopefully at the nearby professor, who nodded in affirmation. Gazing at the petrified Hermione, Fu Chaoli felt a tumult of confusion in her mind. Why had the basilisk suddenly targeted Hermione, and even appeared during the day? The door to the hospital wing swung open forcefully, and Snape strode in with a dark expression. When he noticed Fu Chaoli standing there unharmed, he sighed in relief. I believe new rules must be established within the school, he stated to Dumbledore, who entered behind him. Until this matter is resolved, all students are prohibited from wandering the school. Hermione was petrified on her way to the library. Ron protested to Snape but was met with a glare. Then the library should be closed as well. He cast a warning glance at Fu Chaoli before turning to leave. I need to see if their essay potion for unpetrifying that doesn't require Mandrake, he muttered, his anxiety evident. Fu Chaoli felt restless, unable to find peace. He is truly insufferable. Ron grumbled to himself as the three of them were ushered out of the hospital wing by Dumbledore. I'm sorry, children, Dumbledore said apologetically. I did not foresee the diary's disappearance. It is my fault that Miss Granger has encountered this misfortune. It is all Voldemort's doing. Fu Chaoli shook her head. The priority now was to search for clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets, as they could not afford more victims. Without Hermione, how are we to solve this problem? Ron fretted, as all of them depended heavily on Hermione's intellect. 3 heads are better than 1, Fu Chaoli wrote in her notebook, ultimately deciding to discreetly seek out Hagrid for answers. That evening, clad in the invisibility cloak, Harry anxiously advised Fu Chaoli. Chaoli, you shouldn't go. The basilisk only attacks half-bloods. Harry and I will be fine. Fu Chaoli was deeply concerned for Hermione and wished to accompany them, but feared that her presence might attract the basilisk, endangering Harry and Ron, and thus reluctantly refrained. Very well, she said, helping the two adjust the invisibility cloak to ensure no mishaps would occur. Be careful. Watching Harry and Ron head towards Hagrid's hut, she lingered at the door for a moment before deciding to return to the hospital wing to keep Hermione company. Miss Chaoli, it is quite unwise to be wandering outside alone at such a late hour. She heard a voice and turned to find Lucius Malfoy, leaning on his cane. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy, Fu Chaoli replied, puzzled by his presence at Hogwarts. Is there something you require here? Lucius could not admit he was there to demand Dumbledore's dismissal. Instead, he claimed to be visiting Draco. He stepped closer, casually walking alongside Fu Chaoli. Where are you headed? I can escort you, he offered, adopting a more amiable demeanor, making Fu Chaoli feel as if they were of the same standing. I've heard there are some issues within the school. Recalling the petrified students, Fu Chaoli's spirits dampened, her head bowed as she walked, hands clasped behind her back. It's a double-standard monster, she thought. Fu Chaoli could not comprehend why discrimination existed even within the school. When she had been attacked, it had not affected her much, but seeing diligent, earnest Hermione petrified stirred a sense of injustice within her. Is being pureblood truly that significant? Lucius noticed her lowered head, and could sense the grievance in her words. As a Malfoy, proud of his lineage, he had always been a staunch supporter of pureblood supremacy. Yet, this girl before him was the only exception he had made in his life. He gently placed his hand atop Fu Chaoli's head, as if sighing, and murmured to himself, if it were you, I could forsake the pursuit of pureblood. Fu Chaoli did not catch his words, remaining silent as they walked. Lucius, unwilling to see her distressed, shifted the conversation. Might you consider visiting Malfoy Manor this summer, Miss Chaoli? He invited gallantly. Draco and I would very much like to see you. Fu Chaoli glanced up at Lucius, noting the absence of the arrogance and disdain he typically bore towards the Weasley family, replaced instead by a hint of gentleness. Why are you and your wife so kind to me? She inquired, skeptical, for she doubted Draco would sing her praises at home. Perhaps unbeknownst to you. We have been acquainted for quite some time, Lucius replied, gazing intently at her, as the girl's features began to merge with those from his memory. Fu Chaoli looked perplexed, unable to grasp his meaning, for she was merely 12 years old, and how could the Malfoy family have met her? Lucius chose not to elaborate further, instead escorting Fu Chaoli to the hospital wing's entrance, gallantly opening the door for her. Go on, I shall wait for you outside. He positioned himself just outside the door, prepared to escort her back to the common room afterward. There's no need for such trouble. Aren't you off to find Draco? Fu Chaoli suggested. For you, it is never a bother, he replied, a smile gracing his face, as if he were not the head of an entire family, but rather an elegant young gentleman. Fu Chaoli visited Hermione. Her mind still preoccupied with the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk had appeared during the day, and had suddenly targeted Hermione. Could it be? An idea struck Fu Chaoli as she observed Hermione on the bed. And indeed, she discovered a note in Hermione's hand. Pulling it out and unfolding it, the myriad enigmas surrounding the Chamber of Secrets suddenly unraveled. After reading the note, Fu Chaoli dashed outside. What's the matter? Lucius inquired, standing at the door. Fu Chaoli, unable to halt her momentum, barreled into Lucius' embrace. I know, she exclaimed, looking up at him but unsure how to articulate her thoughts. I want to find Harry. Lucius's expression of joy faded as he grasped her hand. Then I shall escort you back to the common room. Fu Chaoli could not disclose that Harry and the others had gone to find Hagrid, so she obediently followed Lucius, being escorted back to the common room. Please return. It is quite late, he urged. Lucius stood at the entrance, determined to watch her enter, wishing her sweet dreams. Fu Chaoli, with no alternative, expressed his gratitude to Lucius, intending to wait in the lounge for Harry and the others to return. Just as Fu Chaoli was about to step inside, Lucius, unable to restrain himself, called out to her. Miss Chaoli. Fu Chaoli turned back in confusion, encountering Lucius's somewhat troubled expression. Good night. Ultimately he gently uttered this phrase, watching as Fu Chaoli reciprocated his farewell, while the flutter in his heart lingered. Observing her retreating figure, he was reminded of the past. Back then, all Fu Chaoli left him with was merely a silhouette. It seemed he had always only been able to see her from behind. Chapter 80, Discovering the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, you're back. Fu Chaoli had been waiting in the lounge, and finally spotted a disheveled Harry and Ron returning. Ron, what happened? I want to kill Hagrid. Ron shouted in anger, having always harbored a deep aversion to spiders, now feeling an intensified hatred for both spiders and Hagrid. Did you learn anything? Hagrid and Dumbledore have been taken for questioning, Harry said, ruffling his messy hair as he sank onto the sofa, his spirits dampened. We went to the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid had secretly raised the spiders. They were bigger than cars. Ron shuddered at the goosebumps rising on his arms. They could even talk. But we found nothing. Harry's face was etched with worry. If such enormous spiders feared the basilisk in the chamber, what were they to do? Fu Chaoli retrieved a note she had found with Hermione. I think you should take a look at this. Is this written by Hermione? Harry picked it up, and saw that Hermione had already deduced the basilisk's hiding place. The drainage pipes? No wonder I always heard noises near the walls. It seems that the Muggle student who was attacked and perished was Myrtle. They exchanged glances, deciding they needed to seek her out for more information. Fortunately, Hermione had caught a glimpse of the basilisk through the mirror. Fu Chaoli sighed in relief, considering it a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortune. The trio resolved to act immediately, but just then, Professor McGonagall made an announcement over the intercom, instructing students to remain in their dormitories and refrain from leaving. Something must have happened. They quickly opened the lounge door and dashed out, encountering a gathering of professors. They found a corner to hide, secretly observing the professors. Blood-written messages appeared on the walls, declaring that a student had been taken and would be forever trapped in the chamber. It seemed Hogwarts would have to close. Professor McGonagall frowned, speaking gravely, until the chamber incident is resolved. Just a chamber? I've faced far more perilous situations than this, Lockhart ambled over, oblivious to the gravity of the matter as he continued to boast about himself. Snape shot him a disdainful glance, seeing through his bravado, and coldly remarked, then perhaps Professor Lockhart should rescue this unfortunate student. I need to prepare. Lockhart's demeanor instantly shifted, stammering as he turned to hurriedly leave. Snape scoffed. Turning back to converse with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore is not at the school. What about Miss Weasley from our house? Professor McGonagall's expression grew anxious as she recalled information regarding the chamber. Ginny. Ron felt as if the sky were collapsing, and Harry and Fu Chaoli were equally alarmed, realizing that the student who had been taken was indeed Ginny. We must find Lockhart. Fu Chaoli led Harry and Ron towards Lockhart's office, while Ron fervently prayed that Ginny was safe. Professor Lockhart, we have a clue about the chamber. The trio burst into his office, only to find him packing to flee. What are you doing? Fu Chaoli stepped forward, shutting his suitcase. Students are in danger, and you're thinking of escaping? This matter does not fall under the professor's responsibilities, right? He chuckled nervously, attempting to leave, but Fu Chaoli blocked his way. After all you've been through, are you still afraid of this? Ron asked in confusion. As Fu Chaoli smirked, exposing Lockhart's true nature. Everything in your autobiography is a fabrication, isn't it? Yes, it is false. So what? Lockhart, realizing he had been uncovered, was filled with indignation, abruptly losing his composure. It's just a matter of a memory charm. Don't force me to act against you. He retrieved his wand from the suitcase, but was met with 3 wands pointing at him. Come with us to the lavatory, Harry threatened, compelling him to lower his wand and surrender as he led them to the restroom. You've come again. Myrtle was delighted to see Fu Chaoli and the other boys. Lockhart's character was questionable, but he was not unattractive. How did you die back then? Ron blurted out, but tonight. Myrtle seemed remarkably composed as she guided them to the sink. When I was nearby, I saw a pair of earthy yellow eyes, and then I became like this. There's nothing here, Lockhart muttered, seeking a way to escape. It must not be here. Perhaps we should head back for today. Wait. Fu Chaoli noticed something and beckoned Harry. She pointed at the tap, which bore the Slytherin emblem, shaped like a serpent. Could this be the entrance? Ron examined it but remained perplexed, scratching his head. How do we open it? Perhaps Parseltongue could work, suggested Fu Chaoli. Parseltongue. Harry and Fu Chaoli exclaimed simultaneously, as she cast an expectant look toward Harry. Give it a try, Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry faced the serpent-shaped tap and uttered the snake language. After several attempts, the sink finally responded. The white stone parted, revealing a bottomless pit beneath. Seeing the others distracted by the opening, Lockhart seized the opportunity to escape, but was swiftly intercepted by the vigilant Fu Chaoli. Down you go to investigate. Ron kicked him into the abyss, and upon hearing his pained cry, the others finally dared to leap down. Chaoli, stay behind me. Harry shielded Fu Chaoli as he jumped first. She waved off Myrtle's teasing grin and followed suit. After traversing a smooth tunnel, they landed atop a heap of bone fragments, surrounded by enormous serpent skins. Ugh, Lockhart rolled his eyes and fainted. Ron kicked him, scoffing. How could he even think of adventuring with us? Before Ron could finish his thought, the feigning Lockhart suddenly sprang to his feet, snatching Ron's wand. Gilderoy Lockhart discovered the chamber and rescued the savior and the other students. He smirked, pointing his wand at them. What do you think of this story? Not impressive. Fu Chaoli retorted, brandishing her wand at him, but Lockhart had already begun to chant a spell. Obliviate. His tone was fierce, but the spell rebounded upon himself. He was hurled back, crashing against the stone wall, causing a cave-in that separated Ron from Fu Chaoli and Harry. I wouldn't dare use my wand either. Ron shrugged, retrieving his wand from Lockhart's grasp. Ron, are you alright? Amidst the dust, Fu Chaoli called out to him, receiving his reply. You all hurry in. He struck Lockhart, who had forgotten everything, with a stone, and called out to Harry and Fu Chaoli. I will come find you shortly. Chapter 81. Confronting the Basilisk. Be cautious, Chaoli. Harry grasped Fu Chaoli's hand as they cautiously made their way inside. Another mechanism awaited them. Upon seeing the serpent-shaped statue on the door, Fu Chaoli remarked. How fitting for Slytherin. Can you try again, Harry? All right. Harry spoke in Parseltongue, activating the serpent mechanism, as the heavy door creaked open, releasing the sound of water and a foul stench. Ginny. They immediately spotted Ginny lying ahead. Fu Chaoli rushed to check on her, while Harry stood by, wand at the ready, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. You have finally arrived, the legendary Harry Potter. A youthful voice emerged from the darkness, revealing a figure who appeared slightly older than the Tom in the diary. Another Tom Riddle, a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Despite recognizing the familiar face, Fu Chaoli felt no sense of relief. This fragment emanated a chilling aura that Tom lacked. She discreetly pressed the notebook hidden in her robes, which responded with a warmth. Long before their departure, Fu Chaoli had inquired whether Tom could absorb Voldemort's Horcruxes. Yes, Tom had replied, these fragments can enhance my power. What will you do? Bring me to them, and leave the rest to me. Tom gently caressed Fu Chaoli's face, cautioning, but be careful. Those fragments should have no memories of you. Harry stepped forward to engage the fragment in conversation, while Fu Chaoli stealthily moved Ginny behind a pillar to a safer location, drawing her wand and preparing the notebook for action. You needn't hide. The false Tom glanced in her direction, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. So, you were the one she spoke of. What? Fu Chaoli questioned, her vigilance heightening as she scrutinized him. Who are you? Harry interposed, demanding, did you open the chamber? The false Tom regarded Harry with confidence, even turning his back to them. I am the future Voldemort. He wielded his wand, inscribing his name in the air, dismissing the infantile fool who had defeated him as unworthy of mention. He further ridiculed the absent Dumbledore, only to be rebutted by Harry. As they spoke, Fawkes the Phoenix soared in through the entrance, dropping a brown object to Harry. Puzzled, Harry unfolded it, revealing the tattered sorting hat. Imph. An old bird and a tattered hat, he scoffed, before turning to the black hole in the wall, speaking in the serpent's tongue. A series of scraping sounds echoed, and two yellow eyes illuminated the entrance, the basilisk that prowled the school. Do not look into its eyes, Fu Chaoli warned. Harry took a couple of steps back, watching as the serpent revealed its massive form, its malevolent gaze fixated on him. Just as it lunged, a piercing phoenix cry rang out as Fawkes flapped his wings, blinding the basilisk with his talons. Damn it! The false Tom cursed, his expression still one of disdain, dismissing the struggles of the beast as futile. The basilisk, now devoid of sight, retained its acute hearing and lunged towards Harry, who, fearing for Fu Chaoli's safety, made a noise to divert its attention. Now it's just you and me. The false Tom approached Fu Chaoli with his hands clasped behind his back. She cast an offensive spell, but it merely passed through his form, failing to impede his advance. Do not worry. Once that savior is dead, you will be next. You are quite confident. Fu Chaoli clutched the notebook tightly, searching for an opportunity to lead him to the most opportune moment for action. She stood resolutely before Ginny, refusing to retreat even an inch. Ginny opened her eyes to see Fu Chaoli standing protectively before her. Alone she faced the mastermind, her small stature appearing remarkably tall in Ginny's eyes. Fu Chaoli unleashed a flurry of spells, finally inciting the false Tom's ire as he snarled, and advanced to seize her by the throat. No. Ginny screamed in terror but fell silent, startled by the peculiar sight before her. The once invincible false Tom now emitted cries of agony, as Tom appeared before Fu Chaoli, gripping the false Tom's neck with murderous intent. The false Tom's cries gradually diminished, and the diary on the ground seemed to lose its luster, becoming an inanimate object. As Ginny watched in astonishment, the false Tom's form became transparent, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Fu Chaoli merely observed coldly, using her foot to kick the diary away. Having absorbed the fragments, Tom felt more agile. He turned to Fu Chaoli, signaling she has awakened. Fu Chaoli quickly turned back to see Ginny sitting on the ground, eyes wide. Is it you, Chaoli? Ginny softly inquired, noticing her flustered expression. I won't tell anyone. I'm sorry, Ginny. Fu Chaoli struggled to articulate her feelings. This is something I cannot share with you. It's all right, Chaoli. All I need to remember is that you are the one who saved me. Ginny leaned weakly against Fu Chaoli, closing her eyes, her mind filled with the image of Fu Chaoli shielding her moments ago. Now she vowed never to let go. She clutched Fu Chaoli's clothing, burying her face in her embrace. From a distance, the sound of crumbling stone echoed, prompting Fu Chaoli to rise and instruct Ginny to stay put. I must assist Harry. Ginny nodded, her gaze filled with concern. Be careful. Fu Chaoli acknowledged her with a nod, wrapping the notebook in her clothing and leaving it behind, requesting Tom to protect Ginny. She then took the sorting hat and ran off to find Harry. Seeing Harry cornered, Fu Chaoli shouted to draw the basilisk's attention towards herself, creating an opportunity for Harry to escape. As she ran, she frantically scoured the sorting hat in her hands. It should provide some sort of advantage. Fu Chaoli was in a sweat, thinking that Dumbledore had sent this hat. It couldn't he possibly be meant for the basilisk to wear? Harry and Fu Chaoli, with a shared understanding, took turns diverting the basilisk's focus. After several exchanges, the creature finally turned its attention to Fu Chaoli, flicking its tongue. Ah! The wall behind Fu Chaoli shattered, the impact knocking her to the ground. Chaoli! Harry rushed toward her, but Fu Chaoli, unable to rise, tossed the hat to him. Take Ginny and go. Fu Chaoli struggled to move her injured leg, casting spells at the basilisk, but they proved ineffective. Harry grasped the hat tightly, ignoring Fu Chaoli's plea, instead rushing to help her up. In a moment of life and death, Harry felt the soft hat suddenly become rigid in his grasp. Fu Chaoli turned to see that a silver sword had inexplicably appeared within the hat. As the basilisk prepared to attack again, Fu Chaoli gritted her teeth and drew the sword. Chapter 82. The Resolution of the Chamber Incident. Fu Chaoli fully extracted the sword, astonished. So long? While she remained in disbelief with her mouth agape, the basilisk lunged at her. She swiftly brandished her sword, the blade clashing against the serpent beast's formidable exterior, igniting a shower of sparks. What on earth did it consume to grow so powerful? Fu Chaoli gritted her teeth, managing to deflect some of the serpent's attacks, while Harry seized the opportunity to assist her, guiding her away to safety. How are you? Harry inquired, his gaze fixated on the wound on Fu Chaoli's leg, which continued to bleed, droplets cascading onto the floor. I'm fine, Fu Chaoli gasped, wielding her sword as she searched for the creature's vulnerabilities. Where could they lie? Perhaps at the nape, or within its abdomen. Calmly contemplating, she observed the serpent's gaping maw revealing its pink flesh, leading her to a realization. Harry, take the sword. The blade felt excessively heavy for Fu Chaoli, making it difficult for her to wield. She relinquished it to Harry and braced herself, believing its weakness might reside within its mouth. She cast a spell, the magic exploding before the serpent, provoking it to widen its jaws. With all her might, she lunged forward, forcing its mouth open, her body nearly plunging inside. Thankfully, without Tom's influence, the serpent now appeared somewhat weakened. Harry, trembling, Harry followed Fu Chaoli's lead, plunging the sword deep into the serpent's upper jaw. The creature emitted a painful roar, thrashing momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground. Chaoli, Chaoli? Harry withdrew his hand, noticing Fu Chaoli had collapsed, still clutching a venomous fang from the serpent. Her complexion was pale, yet she managed a weak smile as she offered the fang to Harry, who approached her. Ha, I brought back a trophy. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Chaoli finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry swiftly knelt to catch her, alarmed to see black blood seeping from her shoulder, staining his hands. Chaoli, wake up. Harry's hands trembled as he looked down at Fu Chaoli, whose eyes were closed in lifelessness, his heart gripped by despair, his rationality slowly slipping away, uncertain of how to proceed. No, don't leave me alone. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, tracing a path down Fu Chaoli's face. Chaoli. Harry. Ginny, hearing the heavy thud of something falling, stumbled towards them, clutching Fu Chaoli's clothing, only to find her lying in Harry's arms. Overcome, she sank to the ground, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The notebook wrapped in the clothing trembled, radiating heat. Yet Ginny, lost in sorrow, remained oblivious. Harry held Fu Chaoli tightly, attempting to restore even a fraction of her fading warmth. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the phoenix fox returned from an unknown origin. It gently landed beside Fu Chaoli, tilting its head to gaze at the nearly breathless girl. Heartbroken, it closed its eyes, a single tear cascading down to land upon Fu Chaoli's shoulder. Harry? Harry, look. Ginny vigorously shook Harry, who had his eyes tightly shut, urging him to open them. To his astonishment, he witnessed the dark venom from Fu Chaoli's shoulder wound visibly lightening, until it vanished entirely, leaving behind a crimson scar. Harry stared in disbelief, a tear hanging at the corner of his eye, until he felt a cool hand brush against his face, and he sensed his spirit gradually returning to his body. You cried? Fu Chaoli opened her eyes, weakly lifting her hand to wipe away the tear from Harry's eye. She smiled, though her pale complexion revealed her fragility. I'm sorry for scaring you. Overwhelmed, Harry couldn't help but bend down and embrace Fu Chaoli, weeping uncontrollably. Thank goodness, the heavens did not take you away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ginny sobbed, wiping away her relentless tears, her voice shaky. It's all my fault. I opened the chamber. Harry held Fu Chaoli close, listening as Ginny confessed the truth behind everything. It's not your fault, Ginny. Fu Chaoli handed Harry the now powerless diary, comforting Ginny. It was a fragment of Voldemort that manipulated you. Dumbledore would understand. Ginny gazed at Fu Chaoli's wounds, an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow washing over her. Chaoli. Harry. They heard Ron's voice calling from a distance, prompting them to consider how to return. How do we get back? Harry surveyed the dilapidated chamber, lifting Fu Chaoli into his arms, her small frame surprisingly feeling strong in his grasp. Fox let out a cry, flapping its wings to signal them, then proudly extended its claws. What does this mean? Harry and Ginny exchanged puzzled glances, while Fu Chaoli seemed to comprehend its intent. Perhaps it could lead them out? Cradling Fu Chaoli, the trio gathered their belongings, unexpectedly enjoying the novelty of a phoenix-powered ascent. Chaoli, how did you sustain such grave injuries? Ron exclaimed, spotting Fu Chaoli barely able to stand, urgently guiding her towards the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, clad in her nightgown, took one look at the severely injured Fu Chaoli, and immediately summoned assistance. Before Fu Chaoli could protest, a booming voice echoed from the entrance. "I've warned you, Miss Fu." Snape's voice dripped with ire, causing Fu Chaoli to feel as though her neck was in a vice. "You would do well to avoid such places." That had been close. She had nearly perished. She attempted to jest with others, hoping to alleviate their worries, yet her efforts seemed futile against both Harry and the furious Snape. Fu Chaoli's legs and body were heavily bandaged, resembling a mummy, making movement arduous, yet she remained restless, persistently coaxing those who came to visit her to sneak her out. "Oliver, let us sneak to the Great Hall for a meal." Today, with only Wood assigned to care for her, Fu Chaoli excitedly revealed her hidden cane, winking at Wood. "I brought you food." Wood took the cane from her grasp and placed his lunchbox on the small table beside Fu Chaoli. She opened the lunchbox, glancing at the bland offerings within, and immediately closed the lid in dismay. "I want braised meat." Fu Chaoli pouted, gazing at Wood with a pitiful expression. But Wood merely picked up the lunchbox, forking bites of the unseasoned meat, and feeding them to Fu Chaoli. "No." He continued this method, alternating between meat and vegetables, frowning with concentration. "You cannot eat such greasy food." Fu Chaoli chewed her food with a grimace, frustration evident on her face. "But this is tasteless." Observing her carefree demeanor, Wood could no longer restrain himself, and embraced her tightly. "You nearly died." He buried his face in the crook of Fu Chaoli's neck, greedily absorbing her warmth. He had only learned of her near-fatal encounter in the chamber moments before arriving, his hands trembling during the journey with the lunchbox. Unlike Harry, he couldn't always be by Fu Chaoli's side. Her news would forever reach him too late. Their relationship was not merely marred by an age gap. "I am sorry, Oliver." Fu Chaoli returned the embrace, guilt-ridden, her hand gently patting the broad expanse of his back. "I didn't realize how much I would worry you all. Please don't worry me again, alright?" Wood's voice trembled, tinged with emotion. "You truly mean so much to me,